Captain's Log, June 2nd, 2836. After 27 years of war between the Degen Coomers and the Sainthood Slayers, a new hope arises. As the battlefield lay weaponized, locked and loaded for destruction, negotiations for a peace treaty are in transition. The moderator has arrived at Station 42. Can this war be ended? Will the Coomers and Slayers find a middle ground?
Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. Negotiation failure. Abort mission.
Heavy boobies, 6+, low orbit, over grid 15-2.
No joy, Yashin-Man.
Then go to your window and look up their biggest fracking asteroid.
Copy, Yashin-Man. Still blind. Got some kind of system-wide crash in the defense grid.
Run on track yourself right goddamn now, because we got Boku inbound, and they're not carrying flow.
Wait one, Yashin-Man.
We don't have one.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you live another panel discussion. It's kind of like Moderator Monday, but maybe not as crazy. I hope not as crazy, but we're going to get there. Joining me this evening, we've got Dylan Burns TV. We've got Rachel's Ghost from Ghost Town Politics. We've got Shaman Omar. You all saw him Monday. You'll see him again Thursday. We've got the Alex Kirsch Project. And of course, my personal favorite, maybe not, maybe so, Admiral Gibbs, all joining me this evening for some fun. I believe most people are dual streaming. If you'd like to go check them out, like, subscribe, share, their links are listed in the video description. We're going to start just with a little quick round robin, introducing yourself. Tell us who you are, where you're from, whatever you want to say. Feel free to plug away. Mr. Gibbs, let's start with you.
All right. I am Admiral Gibbs, host of the Debate Championship Series and Give Me a Break. I lean right, and we whoop that ass.
Fair enough. Alex, to you, please.
Hi, I'm Alex from the Alex Kirsch Project. I don't stream on YouTube anymore, but I am found on TikTok and Instagram. I'm up here representing Misfit Formation, and I am a retired U.S. Army retiree and 20 years. Deployed to Iraq 4 times and Afghanistan once. And also I am a blue-collar worker, former blue-collar worker, and I'm a pragmatic progressive.
Fair enough. Thank you. A shaman to you, sir.
How's it going? My name is Shaman Omar. I am a debater here. I'm here to try to swim through the racist waters and shed some light upon some confusion here.
Fair enough. Perfect. And we're going to mind all of those TOS words that we learned on the last show, right? Yes, ma'am. Rachel, to you, please.
All right. Yeah, I better watch myself too. I'm Canadian, so everybody's going, what the hell you have a fish in this fight for? But here we find ourselves anyway. And I'm a post-operative transsexual, male to female. And I think the whole thing's nonsense. It's my own psychological torture, but, you know, at least I'm aware of my own sickness. And I'm MAGA all the way. I love President Trump. I support this administration. I think good things are happening. There's a new world order being established. Trump's at the head of it. good times, fun times ahead. So, sir, I am absolutely honored to be here, especially because of your lovely self. I'm a big fan. And boy, you're really good at being a girl. I work hard, but you're just so damn good at it. I just love how you're pulling it off. And but I'm happy. We're going to have some fun.
Thank you, Rachel. And Dylan, not last, not least, but perfectly where you need to be. Feel free to tell them all about yourself.
Sure. My name is Dylan Burns. I'm a conflict journalist and streamer. I mostly cover the war in Ukraine by embedding with the Ukrainian armed forces when they go on missions along the front line, drone teams, artillery teams, different groups of infantry, stuff like that. I also, cover some stuff in the United States, mostly law enforcement. Just finished filming ICE activity in Minneapolis. Besides that, I stream. You can support me online at Dylan Burns TV.
Perfect. Thank you to all of you for being here on this wonderful evening. And don't worry, if you have an opinion, you will be able to set the pace and join this panel later. We're going to get through a few questions here with just these fine people, but I will open the floodgates of hell towards the end of the evening, and then we will go on in gauntlet mode, and you can all have your fun and play as well. So still stay tuned, listen to what everybody's saying. So when you have something to say, you can come up and say it. All right, let's go ahead and kick it off. Be sure to like, subscribe, share, do all of those fine things wherever you're watching from. We're going to kick it off with the first question of the evening. The U.S. service members should prioritize their oath to the Constitution by refusing orders they deem unlawful, even if it risks accusations of sedition or insubordination. We recently saw a Marine go into the Senate and verbalize his dislike of what's going on. And we've seen a few other videos kind of surface and other people make their way towards the front lines verbally and vocally to let us know that the military may or may not be approving of this. Admiral Gibbs, why don't you kick us off with a few thoughts of your own on it? We'll move our way around.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I think that the U.S. soldiers should all obviously be able to, reject unconstitutional orders. I don't really see much contention coming from the panel in that case. However, I do think it's important. I have some notes here, and we can get into the specifics. I'm not going to try to argue with former military members about military policy, but I will say the United States has put forth what most people refer to as the Hague Act, right? So if they were going to try U.S. soldiers in the Hague, we're going to invade the Hague. So I think international law is a joke. We are the American empire. Fuck these baby back bitches. Get bombed. Get good. And I don't give a shit what happens over there except for us winning.
Fair enough. Alex, to you, please, your thoughts.
Well, absolutely, they should definitely disregard and disobey orders that are not hereby lawful. It's not so much about international law, but it's because they're bound by the Uniform Code of Military Justice, also known as UCMJ. It's Article 92, which basically means that they are not allowed to obey orders that are illegal or unlawful. We saw what happened in regards to Abu Ghraib. They were told to do things to prisoners that they were not allowed to do, and they did it anyway. They said we were told to. That's not a good enough excuse for it. So the fact of the matter is, if the soldiers are told, if the service members are told to do an illegal order because Pete Hegseth has already stated, there's no stupid rules of engagement, it basically makes me wonder, are they going to actually push our service members to commit illegal acts, essentially? I hope not. But thing is, we've already seen what happened as a result of that. We've already seen one school that's been hit. Now people are it's probably going to come contentious. But the fact of the matter is, service members should always remember their oath. And I remember certain senators actually said, don't break the law, basically. And Trump lost his mind over that. So that should be up for concern. But we'll get into it.
All right, Shaman, to you.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they take an oath when they swear in to represent and protect the Constitution and protect the people of the United States. And that's self-explanatory. So I think it's a case-by-case scenario, but at the same time, they have the class system of who's in charge, but ultimately each person took the oath. So 100%. And I don't give a shit about international law either.
All right, fair enough. Rachel, to you, darling.
Got to listen to the Constitution. So there's no argument, as Admiral Gibbs was saying. I reiterate his viewpoint that that's not the issue. I think where it becomes conflated is when media gets a hold of it and they go, Trump's, the big scary guy, as Alex was intimating. I hope it doesn't go that way. That's predictive. That's conjecture. That's hypothetical. It hasn't happened. Certainly, if any illegal laws or orders are mandated by the administration, they need to be defied. It's your patriotic duty as an American soldier or Navy, Air Force, whatever branch of service you're in, to listen to the Constitution and support that Constitution. And also, but of course, there is also, obeying the proper rule of law in all of that. That's an understood. That should be a given.
Fair enough. And Dylan, to you, please.
I'll try to keep it short and sweet. Follow the Constitution, follow the Code of Military Justice. There are means by which, if you disobey orders that were illegal, you can appeal that within the system. And depending upon whether or not you were right, you can actually be found to have been lawfully not following an order. But generally speaking, when we're talking about somebody protesting against the war, when you're a soldier, you are an operative of the state. You have signed up on a contract to defend your nation. And at that point, you are still an individual, but you are a tool for the government. And so let's say that the United States was to declare war on, I don't know what country. It doesn't really matter what country. And it went through Congress, it went through the whole process, and you didn't agree with it. That's kind of tough shit. You can try to say, I don't want to do this. You can try to throw moral objections. But ultimately, at a moment of struggle, if the United States say was torn in two and they had to fight, it is their job to do so. So I would say that somebody should really reflect before they sign a contract exactly what they're going to be doing with the next 5 to 10 to 15 years of their life. Are they willing to make the sacrifices that are necessary and be that tool of the state in order to get both the benefits of being a tool of the state, the social benefits you get, and the honor that comes with being a United States veteran. So I think that ultimately, yes, don't follow anything that's unconstitutional. Don't torture, don't execute civilians, disobey those orders if you're ever put in that position. But ultimately, when you're a soldier, you're a tool of the state. And so when we're talking about somebody protesting against the war that was started constitutionally, mind you, there's not much he can do in uniform. Out of uniform, he's a free man.
Perfect. Now, you mentioned moral objection, and I wanted to kind of throw a wrench into the panel regarding morality in this, because morality, some see it as objective, some see it as subjective. But when it comes to being a military member and having to make decisions or having to follow orders, we see, or at least I've been seeing, a morality claim being thrown around in a lot of different spaces on social media, particularly regarding the military following these orders. Do you have a moral duty to not, or do you have a moral duty to combat it or talk back to it? I mean, we understand the duty portion of it. It is your oath, at your job, so on and so forth. But is there a morality claim that can be built into that as well?
I mean, you swear an oath to the Constitution, right? Oh, sorry. You want to go first?
No, I was going to ask to clarify. Like, you mean morality perspective from as your role as a U.S. military service member, or as a human?
As well, I guess you could go both. I mean, my morality as a military member, am I killing people that I think might actually be innocent? And am I doing something where I can go to bed at night and sleep, knowing that I did my job, or I did the right thing, or is this going to bother me for years because I think I might have done the wrong thing morally, but also as a human, and how that affects you as a human and plays in?
Well, the thing is, like, Sarah, I know you were in the military as well. And I know, did you ever go down range actually?
For in boot camp, we did range.
Well, I'm talking about deploy. Did you ever deploy to like Iraq?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. Because anytime you get into country, you're actually briefed on all the rules of engagement, law of armed conflict. You're briefed on all these things. You're supposed to go through things called rehearsals. You're supposed to say, okay, let's say, for example, car pulls up. What are you supposed to do? You're supposed to do like the escalation of force. You're supposed to stop, show, shout, shoot, the whole nine. Like, all soldiers are actually briefed this stuff before they actually get into theater. And like any good combat unit will actually go through things called rehearsals. Like, if you don't do rehearsals, you're actually doing yourself a disservice, because the thing is, it all becomes repetition. That's like muscle memory kind of deal. Every soldier is briefed this. Now, I can't quote to any other military that does things like this, but when we had the Iraqi military, when we trained the Iraqi army, Iraqi police, the ERU. That was the thing we talked to them about. We showed them the same exact procedures. Now people say, oh, well, that just takes too much time. Well, if you do it enough times, sometimes it just becomes instinct. You can actually know what's right and wrong. Now people say, well, I'd be much rather judge by 12 than care by 6. Okay, I understand that. But the thing is, though, if you find yourself at a traffic control point or TCP and a car's coming up and you do everything right, nothing's going to happen to you. But if a car is just like walks up or something, like, or if a guy exits out of his car and, you know, he may not hear you and you just shoot him without warning, then you're going to get in trouble. Basically, it's all about case by case basis. So that's the thing we have to pay attention to the most.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that?
Well, the morality question, I mean, if you're a Quaker, maybe not join the military. So I think Dylan made a good point about that. Once you put the uniform on, then there's certain responsibilities. A lot of people join the military in a peacetime scenario, never imagining that they're going to be called upon to put their life on the line for the sake of the nation state. And this is what armies do. They're hired to break and destroy things, kill the enemy and break property and destroy things. We're doing a good job of it right now in Iran.
You get a vote as a citizen, but not as a soldier.
That's fair. Okay.
I was gonna say, it feels like we're mostly in agreement with was that what I had it pulled up, but Alex just said at the UCMJ. I think we mostly are in agreement in regards to like follow the Constitution, you know. And like, if it's mostly lawful, or if you think it's not breaking the Constitution, follow it and then deal with the consequences later. It seems like everybody's kind of saying the same thing. I think what's more interesting about this is we extend it because is it the UCMJ or USMJ? Which one?
UCMJ, Uniform Code of Military Justice.
Thank you. Yeah, the UCMJ in there states, I believe the number 3 thing I looked up on there was it states that we should also follow international law, which is interesting to me because we have the ASPA, which is basically the Invade Hague law, and then we don't follow international law, right? And if you look at international law regarding like cluster munitions, you know, we're dropping them in mass, right? Like if we send the B-52s over, you're getting cluster bombed, right? And in theory, you could say that's a war crime, and we would start trying, like I don't know, B-52 pilots. Or bombers, I guess, whoever if they have, I don't know how they fucking fly the plane. I'm not an Air Force person, but like whoever's in there, they could theoretically try them in the Hague for war crimes, and then we would be obligated to go and invade. So, like, at what point do we stop following international law versus U.S. law trumps it? And I find that kind of interesting right now. And when should you like decide I'm not going to, follow this law because it's internationally law bad, but U.S. law okay? Like, is there situations do y'all think that's key?
Yeah. Cluster munitions is a great. Oh, you want
Go ahead, Dylan. Go ahead, Dylan.
Sorry, Dylan. You go, brother. Don't worry.
Okay. I think cluster munitions is a good test case because there was a lot of discussion once the United States provided a lot of cluster munitions to Ukraine, which were being used very effectively against like dispersed Russian positions throughout tree lines because it could cover a large area. And when the Russians were doing these big massed infantry assaults, it just worked so much better. Like one cluster bomb was worth like 5 or 10 other shells. Absolutely. And so the military effectiveness, despite the international standards, ended up overtaking any individual's predilections about morality, because when it comes to a state's survival, a lot of these rules will fall on the wayside, especially if those fighting you also don't follow these rules. You're essentially tying your hands behind your back for an opponent who will not do the same thing for you. If they end up winning the war and they're not holding themselves to those standards, are they going to be a party that's going to treat you kindly? For the Ukrainians, that ended up not being the case. And so they don't sign on to these types of cluster munitions law. The United States also doesn't sign on to said cluster munitions law. But we were moving on the trend of getting rid of our cluster munitions. That's the way we were going. That's probably going to be reversed now that its usefulness in large interstate warfare has been proven. And I think that, there is something to be said about choosing what agreements you get into. The United States chose not to get into the cluster munitions ban. We chose to get into other things like the Geneva Convention, saying we don't want our POWs executed because we don't want to execute their POWs. And so we can do that as a nation state. We can uphold ourselves to certain standards of international law, which I do care about, while also saying we don't think that the international ban on, like, I don't know, aerosol spray or whatever that thing could be is necessary.
Yeah, so I would just say the reason it's not that I don't care about international law like necessarily, it's just that international law is complete bullshit. I mean, I would say I could make the argument that we are following international law to a T in real time because we write it. And so we can do whatever we want, and we'll just say it's international law. We'll interpret it however we want, and we can just rewrite it in any court, in any international court, in any precedence we want, period. And that's what Rome was always able to do, and that's what the new Rome America is able to do, you know? So I'm not saying that's right, but that's just really how it is, because, you know, white phosphorus is illegal, but we watched in video, the Israelis drop it in the Gaza Strip. We've done the same thing. There was a time with cluster munitions. I mean, we watched during the 1500s, the French were using cluster munitions in the form of cannon, and then they were attaching the change, and that became illegal. So things become illegal and then legal in different forms based off who says it's illegal and legal when they develop it. I mean, that's really how war works.
Well, when it comes down to white phosphorus, like the United States is banned from actually utilizing white phosphorus against civilians, basically, but you can actually use it because as somebody that actually used white phosphorus to destroy homemade explosive factories, that's what we primarily used it for. And this is something that actually had to go up through the chains. There had to be like legal scholars, there had to be judge advocate general people that would actually go over through it to make sure that we are minimizing as much collateral damage as possible. So in order to use white phosphorus, it has to be like a target that has explosives and munitions. Now, if there's like somebody in there, that's like kind of like treading a fine line, but at the same time, the main target is the explosives, not the people. Now, if you use it against people, that's a different story. Like if you were to use it like against an entire group of people and it spreads out over to like a school, a hospital, stuff like that, even if the hospital isn't the intended target, that's when it creates an international incident because it's considered a chemical war, a chemical weapon, essentially. That's when it becomes really fine line.
A good example of this is tear gas. Tear gas used in civilian crowd dispersal, absolutely legal. If you use tear gas in a military context against enemy positions, absolutely illegal.
Why is that?
Alex just made my case in point right there, because as he said, it is a gray area, but we're the ones who decide if that gray becomes white or if it becomes black. Because in 2003, right at the beginning of 2003, we were dropping white phosphorus inside of mountain ranges in Afghanistan. And we said that they were in there, and like, oh, they're hiding things in there, and there's people in there. And then those white phosphorus droppings hit the wind and went through like towns and stuff. And we just said, oops, 9/11. And they were like, okay, let's go, you know? So, and again, you know, don't forget, you know, and that's, I mean, you know, again, just to clarify, like I'm born in Arlington, Virginia. I'm American. I'm probably as American as anyone on this panel will, I don't have a red, white, and blue flag behind me, but you know, like we also have to be realistic. If you're in the middle of Rome during the height of the Roman Empire, you can still say we're in the middle of doing some fuck shit, and you don't have to agree with it.
I guess what I'm asking though is because I guess we're like, once again, surprisingly, I'm surprised how the consensus here is like, when is it okay to say I'm going to value the international law over the decision of the U.S. Like it's not technically it's not technically against American military policy, right? But it is international law. Like we use the cluster bomb one, for example. Let me just use this again. Like I know we didn't sign on to that treaty, but like the argument would be like, right, okay, you said, Dylan, it was effective for Ukraine because they're just trying to survive. Well, let's say we probably will do this. I don't know. I won't be surprised. Send the B-52s in and we start cluster bombing Iran. Right. That's not a situation where we're trying to survive. That's a situation where we're just like, hey, we're going to whoop that ass. And when we're doing that, like, I feel like, okay, maybe if I'm a B-52 pilot, I would maybe say, I wouldn't do this, but, you know, maybe I could see somebody saying, hey, I object to this. This is immoral. I don't want to be the pilot flying this. And I guess this just comes down to where your vote comes in. Like when you're saying you don't get a vote. But at the same time, if we're going to like follow the UCMJ, where's this line? What is the divider where international law will trump like an order if it's not against the Constitution?
I don't think soldiers get a vote. If you've been ordered to take out a target, as long as it's not illegal under the laws that you are supposed to follow as a soldier, you don't get to say, no, I don't want to. That's just your role as a soldier. As a citizen, you can go vote against the war. You can go say, I want to vote against a cluster munitions ban. You can go do all those things as a private citizen. You can't do that as a soldier, and there's no way for us to structurally build into the system, I don't like that policy. If we do that, then everyone's going to say, I'm morally against running into that machine gun fire. So am I. But I still have to do it for my job. That's just part of the rules. But I will say, when it comes to the United States writing the international order, I think this is a very simplistic description. The United States is very descriptive, very impactful, very institutional when it comes to how these orders were made in the first place, but we wouldn't have the Hague Invasion Act in the first place if we were the ones who wrote the rules. If we were the ones who wrote the rules, then we wouldn't need to put in place a law saying we're going to go invade the court and take our soldiers back if they put our soldiers on trial. That shows that we don't have such direct control. A lot of the international institutions' rejection of Israeli actions is another example of this.
Well, and kind of going back to like what we're talking about is like, where exactly does the line get drawn? Again, it's always on a case by case basis, and you know, Dylan hit the nail on the head, and so did Gibbs a little bit. It's just like a lot of these decisions, like when it comes down to like some of these planned target missions, like for example, if you're going to use an artillery gun line to target a certain area, they're going to weigh like the options. Okay, what kind of munitions are we talking about? How many? Like what are you going to be using this whole time? Are you going to use smoke projectiles to like screen the advancement, or so that way troops can retreat? It's all stuff like this is planned well in advance. And when it comes, and I'm sure the same thing is for the Air Force and the Army. If they're going to drop cluster munitions, they have to like weigh the options. Like, what is the most acceptable outcome? It's not so much like best case scenario. It's just, and you know, as my friend Michael Hilliard and Dylan knows what I'm talking about, he says, with geopolitics, it's never best case, worst case. It's option A or option B. That's all it really is. It's very clean cut and dry. Because the thing is, like, he's like, oh, what's the best? There is no best case scenario. If people are going to die, that's not a best case scenario. It's just option A or option B. You want either 50 people to die, or do you want 5,000 people to die? That's kind of like how it gets kind of weighed in, basically.
So what are our thoughts on military members vocalizing their disagreement with what's going on?
Active or retired?
I would say active, because I believe you kind of are limited in what you can and can't say and do. But you know, I still ponder the idea of, are they still talking about it somewhere? Maybe not online, but even amongst themselves or so on and so forth, but even verbalizing it, what would our thoughts be?
Well, that's impossible to regulate. What you're going to do, tell the boys to stop talking about like, I don't want to die for Israel. You've five months in the brig. You can't, if they're chatting, they're chatting. That's morale. You can't punish people for just having bad morale or not agreeing exactly with the war they're fighting.
Yes,
but
they
if somebody,
yes, they can.
No, you can't.
Yes,
just for
they
having
can.
bad morale. It depends on like how you conduct yourself in your verbalization. If you're like, I don't really
Ask
agree with
Alex.
the war.
Yeah, you can stand up in your barrack and say something like that and get punished 100%. You don't have to be on
Well, it
social media
depends. It depends
for
on
that.
what you say. If you say "fuck the captain," I'm not gonna. Yeah, of course, there's certain things
Everything
you
you
can and
just
cannot
said,
say.
what you just said as an active military member, you would be punished. Yes.
Well,
In the
talking
middle
between
of-
soldiers, just chatting between soldiers.
Okay. Sure, you could get in trouble 100%.
If
You
it's
are
in a
If
public-
you
active
vocalize
military
stuff
member.
online, if you vocalize stuff in media, but just chit chatter between soldiers saying, "I don't really agree with this, but you know, it's the job. I'm going to do it." That's not punishable.
Well, the thing is,
Standing
like,
up in the middle of the barracks, hold on, Alex, standing up in the middle of the barracks and saying, fuck this, I'm not going to do this, this is wrong.
Well, no,
What's
that's
gonna happen
different.
to
I'm
you?
not going to do it as disobeying orders. That's separate.
Mhm.
You're talking
No,
like
that's words.
pro-
No, that's words. You didn't do or not do anything. You spoke. You said,
Well,
you
yeah,
can
but
say
I'm
whatever
gonna
you
kill
want
my
amongst-
commander is also words. But like, I'm talking about a simple critique. I don't like it, an expression of dissatisfaction. That's allowed.
Yes, you're not allowed.
You're allowed
no,
to
it's
do.
not. What are you
yes,
talking
you are.
about?
Simple,
What
of course
military
it
in the
is.
world? What military in the world are you allowed to say? I don't like the
Every
general's
military I've
orders."
ever
Oh my
interacted
gosh.
with. I don't know.
That's
I mean,
video games. man. You're not
Rachel
allowed to
had
What do
say
you mean video
something-
games? That's the
stand up
real
and
world. I don't know what
say
you're talking
something
about.
against-
That's the real
Rachel had something to chime in. I want to hand it over
It's
to
the
her.
real world.
Yeah, no, I was just going to submit the idea. We had our friend Poetry on Plastic. He's a military member, active, out of uniform. But when it came to talking about Trump, and you know, because people are he's such a controversial figure, unfortunately. He said, "I'm not going to talk about the chain of command. There's no way I'm allowed to. I'm not going anywhere near it. So it's we're not going to discuss that at all. He's not going to venture an opinion, even though those that know him know what his opinion is. And but you know, it was I thought it was an interesting take from his perspective, being a service member, active, that there's no way he's going to broker that. However, as Dylan was saying, it's this is different because it was an online panel discussion that we're having over on my channel. for the context of it. So I just wanted to add that because the initial point was, hey, can you speak out against the administration and or whatever is happening, chain of command? And Poetry on Plastic's position was no, definitely not. Not going to do it.
Yeah, it says right here, Sarah, real quick. It just says right here, article. It says under the UCMJ Article 88 and 89, just specifically talking about contempt towards officials and disrespect towards superior commission officers, including orders, all the way up to the president and commander in chief.
Okay.
You have some First Amendment rights, not all, unfortunately. That's the reality.
Okay, let me be clear. What I was saying was not that you can say anything in uniform. My statement was you can functionally express dissatisfaction with what you're doing in the armed forces. Basically, almost every armed forces. Okay, then I guess every soldier I've ever talked to has lied to me. Every time I filmed people expressing discontent and showed it, that I guess they're all in prison. I don't know. I guess it never happened.
Now, come on, Alex, sir, you were in the military. Can you stand up and say, I don't like the fucking president?
That's not what I said. You fucking whatever.
That's not what he said. Please let me.
Hold on. You're going gray, and I'm going black and white. You're either allowed to speak out against anywhere up the chain or the command.
I'm talking about how it functionally works. That's what I'm talking about.
I just pull up Article 80 and 89. I just pulled it up.
Yeah, disrespect command, saying I don't like this order, but I'm going to do it anyway. That's not going to get you arrested.
Punishment. Yeah, okay.
Then nobody's going to do anything to you. You're going to be fine.
Yeah,
no one's going to punish you.
Yeah. I hope all our military veterans. Let
me kind of win. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay. In 2004, there was actually an entire unit, a logistics unit, that refused to go out on a mission because it was too dangerous, because at that time, we didn't really have a whole emphasis on route clearance. This is like long before we actually sent out route clearance teams, which were actually supposed to clear the area of IEDs, because IEDs were newish in 2003. So this is in 2004. But they refused to go out on additional missions, which, yes, that's going to cause, because, Dylan can tell you after spending time in Ukraine, the most important thing isn't the infantry, it's the logistics. If you can get your logistics from point A to point B effectively, you're going to have a better chance of winning that war. When the logistics gets fucked up, things are going to start coming apart because you don't have your ammunition, you don't have your fuel, you don't have your water, you don't have your food, all of it. It's all really important. But they refused to go out on this mission because, for one, it was too dangerous, which I understand that concern, because if you send the mission, the unit out, and that convoy blows up, then guess what? You're down soldiers, you're down equipment, you're down all that kind of stuff. So that's point number one. Point number two, General McChrystal literally stated how much he did not like Barack Obama, and he was fired immediately. Now, here's the thing. You cannot, if you're a military member, you cannot disrespect the chain of command. Even like if you're off duty, and as long as you say, I speak for the military, you're not going to be bound by the Hatch Act. You can, however, be reprimanded by your unit, even if you're off duty, because people will know you're serving the military. This is why, you'll get punished. Sometimes it's a slap on the wrist, depends on your rank, really, because you can be like a first lieutenant and you'll just get a slap on the wrist. You'll probably get a GOMAR, which is a general reprimand order. If you're a private, you're going to get extra duty. You'll be restricted for 14 days, and that's it. But it's also on a case-by-case basis. But this is something for JAG to handle, essentially. Now, this is another reason as to why, when it comes down to the Hatch Act, you cannot do partisan politics. I don't care if it's the president or whatnot. When you do stuff like what Trump has done when he went to Fort Bragg and was selling MAGA hats, that went completely against the Hatch Act. I don't care if he's the president. You don't do shit like that. If Kamala Harris did the same thing, the right would lose their mind. I would be upset about it too. You don't do stuff like that. It's got to remain completely apolitical. The military is not supposed to be left or right. It's supposed to remain apolitical. Anyway, hopefully I answered all those questions.
Yeah. One last point. Dylan, you said you were in the Ukrainian military, right, brother?
No, I filmed the Ukrainian military.
Okay. But just think of it like this. If you were in boot camp, in the middle of boot camp, you're not even fully active yet. And they're like, okay, time to stand like this for 4 hours. And you go, man, fuck this. They're going to take you out and make you do 100%. That is a punishment. Okay. You're not. So all the way up. That's why we have misdemeanors. We have felonies. There's degrees of punishment for anything like that. You're not going to get executed on
there's
site.
There's degrees of punishment for disrespect, but no military can function if they punish people for showing unhappiness with the orders they're given.
That's how they function. No, they function by saying march, and everyone.
That's how militaries fall apart. That's how militaries fall apart. That's how morale collapses. They get desertions. Absolutely.
No, they don't.
Absolutely.
No one's allowed to say anything to each other. They move.
What CEO is going around like you know, when you said you were going to go kill those soldiers and you went and you did it, but you said, I think this is a bad idea before, but I'll do it anyway. You get 3 months in the brick. That's not happening. They're gonna maybe even listen to the fact that you showed dissatisfaction in that instance. Think, hey, the morale shit. We need to talk to the boys about what we're doing. That's how it works functionally.
Here's the if an entire company, like say an entire infantry company, like refuse to go out on missions because of their unit commander, the unit commander will get relieved on the spot, especially if it affects unit morale. Like there's things called like EO complaints, IG complaints, which is stuff that you can file, especially if you're not happy. And if they say, I'm not doing this because our company commander is telling us to do pick up trash outside the fob, which actually did happen at one point. No, it's just not. But that's actually, it can be considered an illegal order. It's like, I'm not doing that shit because it's dangerous. One of our soldiers got blown up. We're not doing this shit anymore. And if they insist on doing that, that commander actually can get relieved. Now, he didn't get relieved for that, but you actually can have that happen. It really, and again, it's all on a case-by-case basis. It's not just black and white because there can be some nuance. It depends on the scenario, but I got to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah, if they tell our soldiers, hey, guys, we need you 100 guys to walk up to the hill and flash them like at the scene of Braveheart, like you can say, I'm not going to do that, you know, and maybe you don't get in trouble, but you can't be like, bro, we so many American citizens we've watched speaking out, burning this, burning that. Like that guy who like burned himself at the beginning of the Palestinian Israel thing. He was like dishonorably discharged. He was already dead. They still dishonored, you know. So like there is.
I do want to interject here because I think that there may be conflating two things. Like I think throughout history. Like, I mean, going back all the way to the first Punic War, right? Like, what's his name? Xanthopus or whatever his fucking name is. He went in there and said, hey, y'all are all fucking idiots. And then when they all died, after he refused to do that, they promoted him and he fucking whooped the Romans' ass, right? And so, like, a lot of times, I think there are examples throughout history, even the U.S. Army and military, where the guy's like, this is a bad idea. I shouldn't do this. And then, but I'm going to do it because you ordered me to, and they'll do it under protest. Then they end up being right and something bad goes wrong, goes happen, and then they like whatever. I think it's different to like object to an order and then do it, or object to the order on like military grounds, like, oh, this is too dangerous. You're going to waste men and materials, as opposed to, and then refuse it in that manner, as opposed to what I'm really talking about when I'm like, oh, well, we're whooping their ass already. There's no need for us to go do the daytime B-52 over fucking Tehran like we did back in World War II with the B-17s. Like, I feel like that's a little bit of a different scenario. It's not like a military need at that point, right? Like, what is the line where you would be able to object in that case? That's kind of what I'm asking. Like, does that make sense? Am I making sense? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think we live under a much different situation than I think the line has been moved. You know, after 9/11, war on terror. Terror is a human emotion. It can never be defeated. You can just change the face of terror. We had Rule 355 that turned into the Patriot Act. We had Edward Snowden who came out and you know, time is on his side. Everything that he said, everything he pointed out, they said, oh, that's a lie, it's conspiracy, and then it turns out everything was true. All these people who speak out, whether a part of our federal, you know, security systems in the form of like CIA or just private citizen reporters, even military, ex-military, when you speak out against Rome, you get a big problem on any level.
I wanted to ask because we are focused on the military opinion, and I will get to the super chats here in just a minute. Bear with me, guys, because I want to get through each prompt first. But my thought is a lot of non-military people are obviously throwing their opinions around on social media, in person, on the news, so on and so forth. And my biggest fear is killing the military morale and beating down their willingness, and you know, volunteering to go and do all of these things when you're getting beat down verbally, visually on the social media, like they shouldn't be doing this. You know, I think Candace Owens was the one that said, quit now, you know, don't do it, don't go, turn away from him, so on and so forth. What would our thoughts be to that? Because to me, in my little brain, I'm thinking, why would you want to verbally beat down the people who are supposed to be out there protecting you? And why would you want to kill their morale to want to go and do these things that may end up having to be your protection system? So I'll hand it to you.
Well, a lot of these people openly want the fall of the U.S. empire, even though they live in it. I'm not even facetious when I say this. Like, I go on a show Mondays, right, and Primes, and Prime openly advocates every fucking week how the U.S. empire needs to fall. Multipolarity is good. So, and I love the guy; he's a nice guy, but he's wrong, right? And there's millions of them saying this. So, when you're asking why are they saying this, because they don't give a shit about what the U.S. service members are going through. And even if you do give a shit and you're on the side of, I think it's wrong. I think we've moved away from what happened post-Vietnam, where everybody was bashing the soldiers. Even if you disagree with them being over there, you're thank you for your service, right? Me and Alex don't get along or nothing, but I appreciate that when they were there and fought, right? I didn't go fight, that he went in, right? You appreciate that, or you served here. I didn't have to do that. You did it, right? And so I think we've moved a little bit away from that. And so when you have these people objecting, it's many of these people that go and they do I don't know. They want the fall of the U.S. empire. That's what they want. And what are you going to do about that? Of course, those people can be assholes.
Well,
First Amendment, tell them to shut up. And
the issue is, it's not so, because here's the thing. I love my country, but there's no need. And I said this on Monday, Sarah was there for it. So was Shaman. There's no need for us to go there. This is not polling well with the American populace. And the thing is, a lot of us that are especially civilians, they respect the military, they respect the people because they know they have no say in the matter. If they are told to go somewhere, even if they disagree with it, they have to go. It's there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, right? And the thing is, the reason why we are so upset with this because Trump ran on the idea of no more wars, and here we are, we're entering another war. It doesn't matter how long it goes. And the American people said, well, wait a second, I voted for this. I voted for no more wars, and here we are going into another war. It's a complete betrayal to the American people.
Shocking.
Exactly, right. It's a complete betrayal to the American people. This is why so many people are against it. Not because they hate the military, not because they want to see the downfall of the American, but because and we're going to get into the impacts this is actually going to have. There's going to be a lot of repercussions that would come from this anyway.
I agree with Alex, everything he just said, and Admiral's right. There are lots of people who are saying down with America in America, that's without question. And those people should be rounded up and put in an arena.
But
go ahead, Rachel.
The counterpoint is that there's millions of people and on social media supporting the administration, fully behind it. Also, when it comes to this war, those of us that are MAGA understand that this operation is not regime change a la George Bush. This is a whole different animal. You've never seen this before. We believe that the President of the United States, Donald Trump, is establishing a new order, that the old relationships are going away, old allegiances, and that countries like Canada can very well ask themselves, like the meme says, are we the baddies? Because we're the ones that are ingratiating ourselves into China. We've had 11 of our members of parliament, essentially our version of your Congress people, that have already been identified by our intelligence agencies as being co-opted by the Chinese. So Canada's in a lot of trouble right now. So Canada is not a friend, at least in terms of our government, is not a friend to the United States, certainly not a friend to this administration, and works actively against the administration. Britain is in the same boat. Pardon the pun, because they just offered to send a couple aircraft carriers and Trump said, no, thank you. The war's already won. You can show up, but you're not taking part in the victory dance. That belongs to us and Israel. And so I think, to look at it, if you're uninformed, it's easy to say this is a war just like any other war, a regime change. But this president, and here's the thing with MAGA, we believe him. And we believe it is power to the people. And it's the country is yours, Iran, if you want it. The republic is yours, America, if you can keep it. And it's that same spirit that's being exemplified by this administration. And keep your eyes on Cuba, because it's going to go the way of Puerto Rico. And look at Greenland as well. Spain won't give us any territory for planes. That's all right. We'll take Greenland, use it that way. And that's already been that's a fait complete. That's already been done by the administration. Incredible work by Marco Rubio and Donald Trump. So God bless the president. God bless America. By the way, kids, somebody was asking, yeah, I'm transgender type. But as I told kids in the opening remarks, I own my own mental illness. And before I move on, I want to say, without lip service, sincere gratitude for Alex and deference to his knowledge as an actual on-the-ground soldier fighting for the country, for the freedoms we have. I love that. I had 5 uncles fight in World War II. One of them was killed April 14th, 1945, in the liberation of Holland. And to Dylan, who goes in and beds with the Ukraine, I'm totally against that war. I don't like what Ukraine represents, the trouble and the expansion. One of the questions Sarah has later in this program is about World War III. And are we going there? We have more to fear from World War III with Zelensky attacking the gas production in Hungary than we do with anything coming out of Iran. And the fact that Iran was foolish enough to attack Qatar, Saudi Arabia, those guys aren't happy. Those guys and gals are not happy. So they're getting involved on our side for this thing. Absolutely incredible. And I don't know if you kids have seen the latest pictures, but the oil fields are going up all over Iran. It's absolutely amazing. And folks, if you want to watch a channel, it's called Promethean Action. And if you want to know about oil and what's happening, Trump took 300 years of hegemonic control away from Great Britain by saying, Lloyd's of London, screw you. We're going to go and play the insurance broker in the Hormuz Strait. Absolutely masterstroke by this administration. Unbelievable. MAGA, make America great again. Trump's doing it.
I nominate myself. One vote. Do we have a second? I mean, Rachel, I like you. I don't know. I
love you too.
I don't know who asked if you were a transgender woman, but
probably the chat. It was probably the chat.
Oh, okay.
I asked that
I
telepathy. I asked it like with my mind powers.
Psychically going there.
I love you, Rachel. I don't know if I'm talking to Rachel or Rachel's ghost, but everything that you said right there, I completely disagree with for the most 90% and can debunk in half the amount of time you took to say it.
I doubt it.
I just want to say Rachel's correct. Zelensky's always been the main threat to the world, you know, obviously. Why
you don't like
I think if you blow up a Russian pipeline, the world will, you know, enter World War III. I think these are all good points. I mean, I disagree, but I mean, should we move on to a different topic, or are we going to talk about Greenland? I mean, this was the Rachel podcast. That was incredible.
If you may, I feel like this is interesting though, because like you
brought a lot to the table on that one.
Well, Dylan and I are the same like side when it comes to Ukraine, even though I'm kind of like pretty far right on most of this stuff. But it's interesting to me that the people that are MAGA, that are like conservatives that are against the war in Ukraine, are a lot of them are pro the war in Iran. Now, there's obviously some kind of overlap where it's like we're anti-Israel war, we're anti-Ukraine. That's some, but there's like a large portion that's like anti-Ukraine, pro-Iran, and that doesn't really make sense to me because the whole reason Trump's letting it like go the way it is going in Ukraine and not giving them like enough to just whoop their ass and leave is because it behooves America to have Russia bogged down in like a forever war. And then it behooves America again to take out one of their major like supply pieces of what it was BRICS. Now it's like zinc, and take out Iran. Like these are at least
that's
like
true in the
strategies.
50s.
Well, sure,
that's true. When there was the Soviet Union.
I guess we can argue about that in a second. I guess what I'm asking really is like, okay, why is there, if you believe the Trump rhetoric and you were saying he's taken out the BRICS people, then why are you against Ukraine but pro-Iran? Because the logic there is the same, like, right? Because it's anti-Russian. Now, what Omar's saying is a totally different objection that we could dive into, and I'm more than willing to do that.
Yeah, no, you're right, Admiral. We'll table that for after. But to your point that you just said right now, it's because whatever the MAGA dictation is, similar to a Pope's edict, they just follow it. Because I have a question for Rachel. Rachel, is MAGA right now in this year the same as MAGA in 2015?
Oh, is it the same?
The same ideology. Make America great. Does it mean the same thing to you right now as it did in 2015 when it's going down the golden escalator?
Yeah, I think it does.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I was all about it in 2016 from a Hegelian dialectic perspective, this or that.
Yeah.
But I couldn't be more against, because I don't see any make America great. I see make Israel great. I see utilizing America. I see massive foreign influence. I see infiltration of all of our elected officials on a federal level. I see, and I do agree with you about the system going down and the new hegemony happening, but that's also even worse. The new world order and the new. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, my counter argument to that. Remember, Dianne Feinstein had a Chinese spy as her driver for 20 years and apparently didn't know anything about it, but I suspect not. Then we got Swalwell with Fang Fang. That was a lot of fun. So we're getting, so I think you got more to worry about with Chinese infiltration and the payout from Chinese influence money going into politicians than you have to ever worry about whatever Trump.
Rachel, can I ask you a question?
We are fully infiltrated by the Zionist ideology that's backing a country called Israel inside of every aspect of our federal government right now. So what aboutism about Afghanistan? What about China? What about Russia?
I'll do Israel for you. If you want Israel, I'll tell you Israel. I got 2 words on Israel. You ready for them? Write this down and put in your little iPad notebook. Okay, here's the answer. Israel last. Israel last.
That's
and
not
a lot of
today.
people and a lot of people know what I mean when I say Israel last. That's a quote. That's a quote.
And let me hand it back over. Let me hand it back over to Dylan for his last thought, and then I'm going to move to some supers, and then we'll switch the topic. And I think we'll be right back where we left off. Go ahead,
I mean,
Dylan.
it's interesting that like China's a threat because China is trying to purchase our politicians, which they are. They absolutely engage in that. They also try to attack like dissidents in the West and stuff, and they believe that anybody who's Chinese anywhere across the globe is still one of theirs. It's very they've got some interesting beliefs that has affected us. But Russia also does the same thing. Russia also tries to buy up politicians. Russia tries to use the Orthodox Church in the United States to set up spy centers all across the United States. Russia has attempted to not just spread, election misinformation, which is what everybody talks about because it's very partisan. They also try to spread racial animus, a lot of racial animus. During the Black Lives Matter movement, one of the main moves of the Internet Research Agency was to set a Black Lives Matter protest right up next to a Blue Lives Matter protest on Facebook. They'd make a fake Facebook account in some American small town. They'd set up one that's Blue Lives Matter. Hey, let's get all together. Let's fuck up these Black Lives Matter thugs. And then on the other side, they say, these cops are going to come kill our kids. They're come killing our people. Let's go do something. And you get these two antagonistic groups to each other, so they riot, so there's more social animus. Because if Americans are fighting each other, then they're not going to establish themselves on the global stage, which could be contrary to Russian interests. So everything you're saying about China, I at least understand it conceptually, but all of this applies to Russia. It's just Russia's aesthetically different to MAGA.
That's fair.
Well,
okay, let me read through some supers, and I will let you get back to it, Shaman. I'll let you go first. All right. Jazz says, "I adore you already." Well, welcome to Mater Nation. Thank you, Jazz. It's very kind of you. And she went ahead and got herself a new membership too. I like you even more. We love our supporters here. Dragon Fist TV. I'm sure he's going to make his way to open panel. He's probably like screaming in the chat right now. Sends in the Big Ten, says, here to enjoy the show. Glad to see Admiral Gibbs representing up there. Yeah, they had a nice time the other night too. Army with Harmony comes up with a Big Ten, says, all wars are bankers' wars. We have not been at war since World War II. Why are recruiters allowed to lie to underdeveloped minds? Tell the truth. Your life may be spent to protect billionaires' assets. And I will say recruiters do fudge some stuff when they appeal to you with like, yeah, you're going to get Mustangs and the girls, and then you're going to travel and you're going to do this. And then you end up doing supplies in Iowa. So there can be some fudgery going on there, but
they told me I would like Fort Riley.
I'll hand it
to They told me I like Fort Riley, Kansas. I fucking hated it. It's the worst place ever. Kansas should be stripped from the United States. Anyway, I'm sorry.
They told Sarah she was going to get the girls and the Mustang, and she signed. That's amazing.
They loved me. They loved me because I was a girl. I went in to be a SEER instructor in the Air Force, and they loved me because that was a GTAP contract, so they get extra kudos on that one. And being a female
the reason
too.
They loved you.
They love me. But if anybody else had a thought to this comment, all wars are bankers' wars. I'm sure everybody has a thought to that. Dylan, did you have a thought?
I agree.
No, it isn't true. I mean, tons of people. I mean, nation states fight wars over ideology. Like Putin, people think that Putin, it's all about bankers, the reason he invaded or anybody invaded. But if you listen to Putin speak, what does he sound like? He sounds like a Redditor. He sounds like, well, Yaroslav's the wise horse took a shit in Kiev in 1902 and 902. So therefore, we enjoy all of Russia and enjoys all of Ukraine. And when you talk to Tucker Carlson, it's like 2 hours of just historical jarble. The reason why is because the motivations for war are more than just financial. They can be ideological. They could be strategic. You want to have access to certain ports. And so there are all sorts of reasons besides just, the bankers did it or this person did it. Also, we have been to war since World War II. We declared war in Iraq.
Fair enough. Rachel, any thought to this comment?
Well, yeah, just obviously, as Dylan was saying, there's plenty of wars and rationale for wars that are apart from the financial motivation, religious wars, ethnic wars, tribal wars. I mean, if you're a Marxist, everything's going to be over land and means of production. That's their ticket. So there's, I think it's too simplistic simply to go, oh, you're fighting for the billionaires or the millionaires or whoever it happens to be given the period of time in history. I think this is a removal of a regime that is antagonistic, that has been used against America. Trump's roping it, crippling it. It's not going to rise again. Those guys, the Khomeinis, the mullahs, those guys, their day is over with. And keep in mind that the Persians themselves, the Iranians, don't see themselves generally as a traditionally Islamic nation. The mosques have been burning up there. They're blowing up and burning down mosques in Iran. They're looking to shake off the shackles of that oppressive regime. So we're seeing that, there is a method to all you Dems see is or you liberal types or your leftists, however you want to label yourselves. You see the madness, but there's a method to it. Taking out Venezuela was a master stroke, because what's happening, we're watching domino theory in reverse, working for us rather than against us. Cuba's coming into American influence like it's never been. I think they're on day 4 or something of their blackout, like they got no electricity, no power there at all. So there's a lot of stress in Cuba right now. And of course, the strong arms have been broken there. So it's for the pickings. It's going to be very interesting to see how America flexes in that sphere. Remember, we're looking at Monroe Doctrine. We're looking at Trump taking the hemisphere. He wants the hemisphere, and he just set up and had a meeting today with the Hemispheric Alliance. And of course, all the Kristi Noem haters out there, oh, she's all demoted. No, she's now going to be in charge of the entire South America, North America hemisphere security for Trump's administration. So wonderful stuff is happening.
Kristi Noem is a bird-legged hoe. Kristi Noem is a bird-legged hoe.
They were playing that song everywhere in Minneapolis. But the majority of Muslims in Iran has been majority Muslim since like the 10th century.
I thought the question was
I don't know how they're going to all of a sudden like throw off the shackles of Islam. Like, I think this is kind of, I think this is out of touch with religious culture in Iran.
You guys are confusing Iran and Persia. There are two different subject matters. Like, you have to, I don't know how familiar you are with the Middle East. It's pretty ancient society there.
Well, the Persian people became the Iranians, right?
Iran became a country when they adapted a modernized version of an Islamic state. Yes, but they're Persians and they're
they're ethnically that's who they are, right?
Well, they're a bunch of,
but they're not becoming less Muslim. There might be like
I guess we can get into that after we answer the question. Right? Are all wars banker wars? You asked.
Go ahead. Yeah, that's the question.
Okay. Yeah, the answer is yes. You can just track throughout history the ways that major wars that we could call like big regional European or world wars, and we can just track how the financing moved. England was a different country before the Bank of England was created, and we see what they did after that. You can see the rise of Napoleon, how he was funded at first, and then he was opposed by the same people that gave him the money. You can follow the independent funding of the National Socialist Party, which became the Nazis. You can follow the funding of our civil war. We can follow the funding of our everything is a banker's war, for sure.
Wars
Okay,
are
Alex?
expensive.
So-
Financial institutions support them. That doesn't mean they're bankers' wars. It means bankers profit off of wars.
So,
Alex, what do you think?
Okay, so I agree with it because even Smedley Butler, a 2-time Congressional Medal of Honor recipient, even said war is a racket. He wrote a whole book about it. Dwight Eisenhower in the 1950s warned us about the military-industrial complex, and it's still a problem because the Pentagon has not passed one audit. They've been audited like 8 times, and they've never actually passed a successful audit. So there's a lot of missing money that's going in there. And I know people say, oh, well, it's just to protect us. Or like in the Alex Jones say, well, it's just to fund all the bankers in the military-industrial complex. I mean, I know people are going to make those arguments essentially, but the thing is that's who profits off of this. The elites are the ones that profit off this. If you think about Iraq and Afghanistan, who profited the most off this? It wasn't us. It wasn't the United States. We actually added more to our national debt. Halliburton, KBR, military contractors, they made a killing. Why? Because wars are very profitable for them. I mean, it's not even up for debate. And it's not just the bankers. It's all the elites, essentially, that are profiting off of these wars. They don't have to worry about a thing. Meanwhile, the American people, however, have to deal with the fallout. We're going to have to worry about the gas prices going up. We're going to have to worry about like everything else costing more because of the effects of the Straits of Hormuz, but I don't want to get into it much. We are going to have to worry about that. The elites don't have a thing to worry about. Elon Musk is going to be okay. We aren't. Any of us on this panel are not going to be okay, especially if it gets worse.
You
I'm gonna be
fearmonger. Gibbs?
No, that's fucking dumb. It's I'm sorry, it's just stupid. Dylan's absolutely right when he says banks are gonna profit off wars. Like, listen, like I hear every day from the lefties that the Christians are evil because they fucking did the Crusades or whatever, and then I hear from the righties, the Muslims are evil because they did XYZ, and then I go look at Rwanda, right? They killed the Hutsis and the Tutsis just because they didn't like the village down the road. Wars have been fought for thousands of years for whatever reason, and people are gonna make money off it. And if you're not gonna make money off it, you're just a dumbass because it's gonna happen anyway. So make your money. I just the idea. Do banks sometimes cause wars? Sure. Are there bankers wars? Yeah. But no, not all the time. That's just it's dumb, and it's like an oversimplification of things.
I like for someone to show me a way that it wasn't.
Okay. When the Tutsis killed
Name a war it wasn't.
Okay, the Great African War.
There's a war in Africa that yeah. So, really? So
the biggest war since World War II, Great African War II, had been over regional tensions due to fucking different ethnic groups migrating since the Rwanda genocide, and then that turned into them just killing each other, and now they're fighting over lithium.
Based off of Europeans control. Yeah, based off of Europeans controlling their natural resources. What are you talking about?
So when the Rwandans committed the genocide, and then their new group took over. That was because
we were saying resource wars or banker wars now. Those are the same thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not the same thing.
Have you heard of
commodities?
So there's not a commodities stock market. Who's
so when the
managing
Tutsis
that?
no, but then if the
Hutus,
United States fights a war for uranium because we need access to uranium for weapons, is that a banker war or is that a banker war interspliced with an American interest war? Wars are not just like the
Dylan. I can answer your question. The United States is controlled by the Federal Reserve, which is controlled by independent banks. So yes, it's a fucking banker's war. That's my entire point.
The president chooses the head of the Federal Reserve. The United States controls the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve does not control the United States.
Oh, really? Yes. Where's the audit?
Yes.
I think you're. How old are you, man? I think you need more depth into the search.
What about the
Get out of
religious
your
wars?
house
You don't think
before you
religious
talk
wars
like
happen?
that, okay, get off your fucking chair
Get out
before
of-
you talk like that.
Get out of my house.
All right,
before I
get
get
out of your
house.
let's
Yeah, I think you don't know what you're talking about. The Federal
let me read
Reserve
some
is
more
not being
super
controlled
chats
by
so
the
that
Federal
you
Reserve.
all can
You
sit
sound
down,
like a
settle
Marxist.
down.
Everything's the capitalist.
American-
Everything's
Hey,
the
buddy,
capitalist.
I got a good one. Hey, Sarah, I got a good one. The Federal Reserve is controlled by the federal government. Please have someone Google that one.
Who
right.
chooses the head of the Federal Reserve? Who chooses the head?
Dude, you
Who
just
appoints
said
the
that
head of
the federal
Reserve? Answer the
government.
question.
No, don't
One
backtrack.
question.
Don't.
One question.
No.
It's one answer.
Don't create a straw
Answer.
man. Don't create a straw
Answer
man.
the question. He
You
doesn't want to answer
said
the question.
no.
That's fine.
Straw man.
You don't want to answer
You
it.
said that the United
That's not a straw
States
man. It's called a
government
question.
controls
Those are
the
two different
Federal
words,
Reserve.
actually.
All right,
Those are
let's
two different-
move
those are
on.
two
If
different
nobody's
words.
going to answer it, I'm
different
going
words.
to
I can say it
take
slower.
the lead.
Are apples
if
red?
you need a time,
Are apples
maybe.
red? Thank you very much.
All right. Okay. Fourth Wiseman. Thank you, gentlemen. Fourth Wiseman coming in with the Big Ten says, calling time, line up, fools. History repeats and fools never understand it. Fourth Wiseman also says, ha ha ha, Holly weird. Give it up, Alex.
That's very hurtful to Alex.
That doesn't make any sense, but okay. I mean,
I'm thinking
Weird-
Hollywood.
Oh,
Holly weird.
Okay, but I don't know what that's talking about, but okay. Awesome.
Fair enough. Fourth Wiseman also comes in with a Big 10, says, yay, so lucky the military deciphered the meaning of life. Jesus Lord. And says, just another blind psyop depleting your rights. Keep lying to yourselves. It's freedom. Oops. Who's feeding legislation backdoor? Does anybody think it's a psyop?
The Iranian conflict in particular?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Everything is a side. Everything.
I mean,
has
I'm
sides.
sure there's some psyops going on. Like, I mean, like you think every there's a reason why the all right. Listen, I'm pro Iran war, but I'll give you a psyop right fucking here as a pro guy. Do you think there's a reason why they're only showing hot Iranian women they're celebrating? They ain't showing none of the fatty Magoos. It's only the hot ones you're seeing. Clearly, that's a psyop. You know, come on, guys.
All warfare is based on deception. That was from Sun Tzu and the Art of War. Like all warfare is based on, and propaganda is really amping it up because as of right now, because the only thing that I have a problem with is like, we had, moment of silence for the 6 service members that were killed, but now they're talking about it's probably more than that, but they're covering it up. I can't prove that, so I'm not saying that's what happened. But thing is, like, wars are one big, like during Vietnam, they actually had Vietnamese that spoke English to the other troops saying, abandon all hope, your country doesn't love you. That's all part of propaganda to get inside of
Now,
people's
hold
fucking
on.
heads.
I believe that expression was "me love you long time."
Yeah,
me
it
love you
was.
long time.
Yeah.
I believe that's what they were saying.
But that's what propaganda works though. So yeah, of course there's psyops in regard, but like the question is who's pulling the most strings and who's controlling their narrative right now. That's what we need to focus on.
I could take it full circle on both what we said before about what happens if you speak out against what you're doing and then the psyop. I mean, remember Pat Tillman?
Yeah, I remember Pat Tillman. Oh yeah.
Dylan, do you remember Pat Tillman?
That name sounds so
His name was
familiar.
Tillman, but I know Pat Tillman.
Yeah, do you remember
Yeah.
Pat Tillman? Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. I said Tillman.
Yeah, they lied
Yeah,
about
I
how
know
he
Pat
died.
Tillman, yeah, he was a football player, went to Iraq, got killed from the fire. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's that. He was speaking out. He was a famous guy. He was posted as very noble for going in. He saw what was happening, started speaking out, and he was killed by friendly fire. And then it was also hidden for a long time too. So that's a little bit of a
but
psyop,
what they didn't
pro
hide-
and con. No, I'm saying it's a psyop pro where they lift one guy up, and it's a con because they covered up as a.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, Saab, I mean, that's more loaded a term. I think propaganda is a traditional term. Everybody understands. Psyop certainly implies other elements to it. Usually some degree of obfuscation to try and hide the reality. To Alex's point, you know what would really be a black guy in the administration is to fake the number of deaths, try to cover it up. And then somebody comes out and goes, my uncle's dead. He's dead. He's blowing it a little bit. So he's all dead. And they hid it and they covered it. And everybody go, you dirty bastards. And MAGA would be the first in line going, you dirty bastards. It would cost votes. That would be devastating. So no,
Not the new
play
MAGA.
it
The
out.
new
right,
MAGA, as
come
long as
straight. Play it real, be transparent. The way is transparency, and this administration is incredibly transparent. I just love it.
You
So
really think
dearly.
that? You really
Let
think
me
that?
move on. Let me move on. I'm glad that everybody finally found their disagreement points because at the very beginning, everybody was like on the same page. And then as we started to sift it out, I see the disagreements coming in. James, a member for 15 months, is like Gordon Gekko taught in Wall Street. It's all about the bucks, kid. The rest is conversation. Fourth Wiseman says, profits, ha, ha, ha. Make sure you drink hard from the straw before gravity pulls the liquid back.
You got a big dono here, Sarah.
No, that's still a 10. James Farley
It's
says
coming
play
up.
play the horse. Mind you, no, it's still 10. It's based on the color. It's just a different country coming in. James Farley, remind me at Gauntlet and I will give you the horse, but we're not going to do it during the panel. And don't make me give you guys the horse though. If you can't get along. And Tom Carpenter actually sent in 100 on the Cash App for me to read the cheap super chat. And he says, just wanted to get the word out. Soft White Underbelly is releasing one Epstein victim interview per week starting today. That's per week. That's interesting. I want to know how many he's got. First one is a good eye opener. Ooh, I might actually go watch that tonight. Thank you, Tom. And thank you for the big hundo on Cash App. So please feel free. Actually, no, I'm telling you, throw tomatoes in the chat right now. Tom deserves to put the red on the screen, even though we can't because it's not on the super chat. Frosty sends in the Big Ten, says the bankers did nothing. The elites were cut off from the very money they own because the security takeover. The think tanks will make you think the doomsday apocalypse peeps on your side. Anybody have a thought to add in on that?
I was just going to say that.
That's funny. That's
By
good.
the way, the psyop, the psyop is kind of obvious, isn't it? Like there's a religious component to this between the prophetic, Christian and Jewish Zionism stuff and Iran and all that stuff. If we pretend for a second there's not a religious component to this, I mean, that's pretty wild.
Hold on. You just said like earlier, right, that all the wars are bankers' wars, right? And then you're saying there's a religious aspect to this. So do religious wars happen? Like, do people kill each other over religion?
Both happen, yes, and both can be. What? Hold on. So they're mutually exclusive. That one can't be a religious.
No, they're not
war?
mutually exclusive. I'm just asking: are there wars where people just kill each other over religion, and the banks have nothing to do with it? Like,
sure,
has that happened?
Sure.
Okay, well then, yeah, okay. Not all wars are banker wars. All right, I just wanted to clarify that. Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also,
Go ahead.
Hold on. Hold on. Let him enjoy that for a second. He thinks he did something.
okay.
I did do
All right.
something.
Give him
I'm
a
just
moment.
prove myself right that there's
Okay.
So is the
Multiple-
point
multiple
about
kind of war.
bankers' wars that bankers profit off of all wars, therefore making them all bankers' wars despite the actual reasons that they were started? Because if that's the point, then it's not really a deep point.
Well, I
It's
guess
that
the bigger
deep-
question
deep
would be:
analysis.
does it matter if it's all bankers' wars, if it's oil, if it's conflict, if it's ideology? Does it really matter why we're starting it? And if so, why is it important?
Well, yeah, I mean, if we're starting it because we were attacked, like, for example, on Pearl Harbor, then while there could be financial motivations for those who are going to benefit from the massive production and companies, like if you were working in certain type of sheet metal production, you're about to make bangers money in the United States during a war effort. But there was other reasons why the United States engaged in that war as well. When I think about calling them all bankers' war, it's not to say that people don't profiteer off wars. War profiteers has existed since man has sold sharpened rock to other man to beat him over the head, right? That's always existed.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah,
I think
I
it's kind of
think-
reductive.
Hold on. Go ahead, Shoma.
I think the two of you are like co-creating a straw man and then fucking celebrating. Like when we say when I'm referring to a banker's war, I'm not talking about profiting off of fucking war. I'm talking about the multinational banking institutions that really kicked off in the 1500s, that were really established on an international base through the 1700s, and warfare since then. That's what I'm talking about maybe a little more depth. So I guess I need to actually, like Sarah said, turn a little more of a teaching situation here. I'm not talking about, oh, someone killed someone for gold, thus that was a banker's war because then he cashed it in somewhere. Obviously, wars happen for all sorts of reasons. But if you look at Afghanistan, you say, okay, what was the reason of Vietnam? Well, it was a conspiracy to talk about heroin and drugs. But now we realize when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan,
Vietnam was about heroin and drugs?
Okay.
You just said Vietnam was about heroin and drugs.
Not at all. Yeah, not at all.
It had nothing to do with Vietnam. Vietnam had nothing to do with heroin or drugs.
Would anyone else like to say?
It had to do with domino theory.
Would
I was
anyone
raised
else
by
like
a
to
Vietnam
say-
vet. I know a little bit why we went to war about Vietnam.
Would
It had
anyone
nothing
like
to do with
say
heroin.
Nothing. No, it had nothing to. I didn't say only. I didn't say only.
It had nothing to do with heroin.
Really, it had nothing to do with drugs, right?
What did the
So what
Vietnam
are-
War
have
and
you heard of-
heroin
have you heard of-
had to do with each
Have you
other?
heard of the opium wars? That had nothing to do with drugs either.
No, it's called the Opium Wars. Of course, it had to do with drugs. It has fucking
Okay.
opium in it.
But they
The
weren't
Vietnam
called-
War
they
had to do
were
with
named-
communism.
Yeah, they
You're
were named.
tearing me apart.
They were named the opium wars 100 years after those fucking wars, buddy.
Yeah, but they had to do with the supply of opium to the country.
Okay,
Vietnam
let me
had to
ask
do
you
with
a
the supply
question.
of heroin to the United States.
Did the wars in Afghanistan have anything to do with opium?
Yes. You said
So
Vietnam.
why did, I know. It's a separate question. I'm not trying to catch you. I'm asking. Did Afghanistan war have something to do with opium?
A little
Correct.
bit.
significant because it's
A little
I don't think it's ironic. Okay, not only, of course, but I don't think it's ironic that when we have a war in 2001 that goes 20 years, during that 20-year cycle, we have an opioid crisis, right? So that's not the only reason, obviously, but that's a significant point for us as American citizens. Simultaneously, the Soviet Union invaded a country called Afghanistan, the same one, who had 99% of all opium exports at the time. And guess how the Soviet Union fell? At the time of the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, they had the largest general population of heroin addicts in the world as well. So that's the same country with the same major output of drugs and two different major superpowers and an effect on the citizens. And so to think that the Vietnam thing had only to do with communism is like saying our problem with the Soviet Union is only communism.
Well, I didn't say
Well,
only. I just don't think it
I
has
know.
significantly to do with it.
Oh, okay, we're both on the same page. We're not saying only, we're saying significancies, right? We're not saying
Well, I think
concrete
it's
only
minimal.
facts.
I think minimal impact. I think that when it came to opium, the main concern from American leadership had to do with the fact that opium was funding the opposition, was funding those who were fighting American troops. And we tried a lot of failed efforts to crack down upon it, including paying people to burn their own crops, which meant they just grew more crop, burnt it, and then did it again.
But we've all seen pictures of them. So I mean, look, in 2001, when the Taliban was running Afghanistan, they reduced their global drug exports to like less than 10%. And by 2004, it was at 96%, right? And so the only thing that happened during that is that United States and 60 countries, kind of invaded Afghanistan. So like, so you can just look at the numbers, like it's kind of, and by the way, and when we're talking about that, like when you compare $8 trillion to maybe, 100 billion, yeah, okay, that's not that much comparatively. But if you were a group in charge of that, that's, you add up all these little key components and then you understand the psyop. The
destabilization of Afghanistan led to massive increases in drug production as many people fled to that industry to make up the profits now that the country was partially smashed to bits and it was somewhat chaotic.
No, it's the opposite. It actually, us going in there increased it from 8% to over 96%.
You didn't listen to what I said.
That's what he just
All
said.
right, Rachel's last thought, and then I'm going to move on to the back to the super.
I just want to let the panel know and the audience that I identify as a Christian person too, evangelical by the label, if you want to put a label on it. And so within that context, I don't think there's any eschatological edge on Iran and America's involvement at this time. I don't see that connection there for you. And we're certainly not going to manifest it. Jesus says, no man knows the day or the hour when I return. Because the question is asked in Matthew, I think it's 24, what is the end of the world? Well, tell us, when is the end of the world and the sign of your coming? Rumors of wars, rumors of wars, and earthquakes in diverse places. But the thing is that you can't manufacture this stuff. It's God's the master, God's the planner, not us. All you do is obey and obey God, right? Love the Lord thy God with all heart, mind, soul, and strength. And secondly, love your neighbor as yourself. And that's why I love you, specifically your bearded friend next door to me.
If you're an evangelical, then if you're an evangelical Christian, right? Then which Bible do you read? I'm just
King James. King James primarily, but I'm not dogmatic on it. I'm not dogmatic about it. So New Revised Version is fine. NRSV, different versions out there is fine. But I like the King James Bible. Okay. It's pithy and it's easy to memorize.
Well, we have a lot of evangelical Christians in the United States. 56 million of them classify themselves as Zionist Christians. And in order for them to actually fulfill the second coming of Jesus Christ, whether they depict him as the Messiah or the Son of God or whatever aspect of it, they believe and subscribe to the Jewish perspectives of their fulfillments to come true. So that it is therefore religious.
You can't strong arm that into place, though. That you can't just go, oh, let's set the stage, let's get the temple sacrifices going, so that Antichrist can show up, the abomination of desolation will show up in the most holy of holies.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And then
I agree.
Then at the 52 weeks,
I agree. That's not how it's supposed to work. But guess what? That's what they're doing. And Thursday we'll have a nice little debate on that. That's why it's satanic.
Fair enough.
That's why it's
Yeah,
satanic.
Hold. Let's hold that thought. Rachel, you should probably join the open panel Thursday night because he is going to be making all these claims Thursday.
He's wacky.
Garten
I love him, but he's wacky.
comes in with a big 10, says Dave started the Iranian conflict. Dragon Fist comes in with a big 5, says the videos of Iranians cheering in the streets is propaganda. If the same thing happened here, people would be cheering in the streets, showcasing it is propaganda. Gibbs, did you have a thought to that?
Yeah, I said this earlier, it was kind of a joke, but it's not. And this is why I was like, oh, there's a reason why we're seeing the TikToks and the hot Iranian chicks, right? You're not going to see fucking the heifers do it. Same thing here. I mentioned the same fucking thing earlier with like, oh, there are definitely groups of people here that like want to follow the American empire. Would there be people celebrating the streets? Well, I'll tell you what we talked about sci-fi a bit. I'm reading this good book. It's written from a historian's perspective in the Star Wars universe called Reign of the Empire. The guy's actually a historian, I think at Princeton or something. I could be wrong, but he's one of a major college historian to do. And so he's applying like real world to Star Wars. And one of the things they mentioned is if you remember at the end of Return of the Jedi, the special editions from like whenever he came out in the VHS, he added these scenes where they're celebrating all these planets. And he's like, well, all these people celebrated, but they actually, Coruscant, if you know, didn't get liberated, right? Same thing here in real world. There would be people that absolutely would celebrate if, I don't know, the American government got fucking taken out in Washington. And our enemies would show that and like film it and say, look, they're celebrating everywhere. But I'm always hesitant when it's like something like that, because it probably is a small portion that's doing this, especially if the Iranian regime is as brutal as they say they are. Like I don't want to think I'd want to go out and get shot just for celebrating.
Fair enough. Frosty comes in with a big, I think it should be a 50. Says, here's $10. Don't make me look bad, Gibbs. Yeah, Gibbs. You look great, though. I love the suit. You always dress up so nice. Texas Bullymon in with the big 10 says, I'm here in and out, but I'm loving this panel. Gonna get real fun. Yes. Feel like Gauntlet's going to get psycho tonight. Frosty coming in again with another 10 says, please use historical context. Post-colonial takeover involved a lot of foreign aid and especially American aid. What ruined it? The actual globalist establishment. Anyone want to take a quick hit at this? And then we'll move on to the next topic.
Trump destroyed globalism. Big thing.
Yeah. Dylan?
I'm a globalist. Globalism doesn't die. It just recedes and comes back.
Fair enough. Rachel or Alex?
I'm pro-Trump. Nation states. This is where you don't have Brussels dictating to us, the World Economic Forum. You don't have the United Nations. You don't have UNDRIP, where Vancouver now apparently owns, and I'm quarter a Native American. Now my cousins apparently own Vancouver. Somebody forgot to tell the white folks living there that they no longer own the property. Begging the question, who the hell are they going to pay their taxes to? The Indians who have title deed, or to the Canadian government that just seems to be sitting on top of the thing? So lots of issues there. I like the nation state. And I love old stock Canadians and old stock Americans. And if you don't know what that is, there's a couple of books out there that you kids can read.
Fair enough. Omar, any thought to that?
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously an old world, new world order that they refer to, hegemony, and then there's a new version of that, and there is a battle between the old version and the new version. You could say like the U.S. dollar versus like the Bitcoin as like symbolism of that, and I think that it's just a classic alternative choice, would you like death by fire or death by fire? This fire is blue, but red's better, but blue fire is better because you'll die faster. This is kind of what we're looking at here. And Canada is controlled by the Queen of England, so it has never been a sovereign country. So
we got a new monarch now. We got a king now.
Well, the king. By the way, yeah. Two last
Finish
points.
your thought. Finish your thought, Omar,
points.
so we can move
all
on.
you have to do is look up the current king of England and his ancestry and celebration of his ancestry to Vlad the Impaler, who we call Dracula. And last point about that is the Jedis we refer to are actually from the Jedi, which were Egyptian priests, shaman, warriors in Al-Kemet, ancient Egypt. Go ahead.
All right, Alex, any thought on the before I move on?
Anybody that says like, oh, U.S. foreign aid is such a terrible thing has no idea how foreign aid actually works. Think of foreign aid as an insurance policy. Like, for example, if I donate, this amount of money to this country, it's for underwater basket weaving, right? Why is that so important? Because if you donate that kind of money, you're buying influence. It's sort of like, for example, if we need to get influence in that country, especially if there's strategic value towards it, if we donate foreign aid towards that, it actually helps us out in the long run, because that way, then we have to worry about who taking part in it. Let's say, for example, if Malaysia, right? If we were to cut ties with Malaysia, right? And they says, nope, you guys don't get any more foreign aid. Guess who's ready to take over that foreign aid? China. Guess what China is going to offer? Hey, listen, we'll protect you with our Navy. We'll protect you with everything. But this is what you got to do for us. You got to give us this global standing position on one of your islands that we can actually occupy an airstrip here. And Malaysia's like, yeah, go right ahead. Come on in, fam. That's exactly how foreign aid basically works. And everybody's like, oh my God, we shouldn't be spending so much money on other countries. Well, first off, foreign aid comes from a completely different policy. That's part of your, not national, but it's part of your global, your foreign aid. That's where the funding basically comes from. And it's something that still has to be agreed upon with Congress. Congress has to approve on it. So everybody that's complaining about this foreign aid, it's stuff that has to be approved of by our Congress. So it's not that big of a deal. It makes up a minuscule amount of how much we actually spend on our national defense. Let alone the fact, if you're going to be so upset about us giving foreign aid to other countries, let's start with cutting aid to Israel. Let's just do that. But we're not going to do that because we need the influence from Israel. AIPAC has pretty much got us by the balls, because they have such big influence, and you know how I feel about that. So anyway,
yeah, it's carrots and sticks. It's carrots and sticks. And if you say, "Hey, we have the big stick," would you like to taste the carrot? Right. So it's like you have to give them a little something, otherwise they're going to go to someone else.
My brain went so many different ways. All right, let's move on. Shout out to Azron.
Okay.
No, you don't want to know what just went through my head.
Carrots and sticks, either way, you're getting fucked. That's what's the policy.
Shout out to Azron with a big 5. Thank you so kindly. And I'm going to move on. The next question is the U.S. military being spread too thin amid domestic deployments and global commitments? So we are seeing a lot of different things going on. We've got our ICE agents doing their stuff. We've got stuff at the border. We've got Cuba. We've got Iran. We're like going in all sorts of different directions. Even Taiwan is kind of on the list of things happening in the world right now. So are we making ourselves vulnerable by doing all of this stuff at once? And I will hand it over to Dylan. Dylan, why don't you kick us off with the first thought on it?
Well, Trump just said that he is thinking about a $1.5 trillion military budget in order to get us to the 5% NATO spending target that he put out. I've been a big advocate for a while that we don't need to spend more. We need to spend more effectively. We need to spend more on cheaper and smaller. For example, when it comes to Taiwan, there's a lot of talk of buying really like high expensive missile systems in the $1 million in order to like hit Chinese ships, when there could be a question about buying $30,000 to $40,000 drone swarms of each individual model, which would be a lot cheaper. The United States government is currently engaged in talks with the Ukrainian government for trying to buy their drone interceptors, which are going to cost tremendously less than any PAC-3 interceptor, which is in the millions of dollars, when a Stinger interceptor is going to be like $7,000. I mean, it's to compare these two things, it's a completely different area. And the Gulf states are currently running out of PAC-3 interceptors. So the timeline on trying to get a deal on something like this, I think, is probably kind of tight. So I think that.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So what I would like to do is see maybe not more military spending to the tune of 1.5 trillion, and the same goes for Europe, but more effective military spending. That means building factories where they might not be politically most useful, but where cheaper, you're going to get the cheapest labor, you're going to get the least regulations, and you're going to be able to produce the most product to get the most bang for your buck. This is the type of realistic conversations Europe needs to have, so we can actually reel in some of our military spending to spend some of that at home, which is necessary for us to keep any of our global footprint, because if we lose domestic support for America's position or presence on the world stage, then you're not going to be able to support that. So I still believe in missions in Europe. I still believe in certain missions in Asia. I still believe, of course, all of the Americas is, of course, a concern to the United States. I don't think that we should be the only one doing this. It's part of the reason why I believe we should be partnered with countries like Ukraine, the Europeans, and others. And I also think that ultimately, even if we were to completely try to abandon all of that morally, strategically, we've seen with a very short week-long war how oil can go near $100 a barrel just from a quick volley of missiles towards the strait. You can be a tiny, rinky-dick, like rock-throwing rebel group, And if you throw those rocks in the direction of an important waterway, you can increase insurance prices for everyone. And so that, of course, means that we are such a globalized world that some of our presence is going to be necessary, especially near those waterways. But I'm generally of the position of we need to reel in and be more effective about our spending.
All right, fair. Rachel, to you.
Yeah. So something Dylan knows a lot about because he's there is the use of drone warfare. So America has taken drones that the Iranians were in the forefront of developing, taking them, capturing them, reverse engineering them, and then mass producing them, and are now using them in Iran against the Iranians for $10,000 a pop, as opposed to whatever, $50,000 a warhead or more. So 10,000 was the figure I heard per these drones. So that's a lot less expensive. Also, to point to Congress, you effers in Congress. What was the vote? 346 congresspeople said we don't want any of our dirty laundry being given to the peasantry, that they can find out what we've been doing, paying off this person, that person for our little misdemeanors sexually with people of whatever age group and whatever species you may be involved with. I wouldn't put certain lifestyle options off the table for these people. So a lot of corruption there. And then the military industrial complex, you're absolutely right. It's absolutely an abomination that we have the Pentagon with trillions of dollars. They go, oh, suddenly it's just gone missing. We don't have it on the books. It's just gone. Well, we've got to find out where all that went to. That's cleaning up the swamp. And whether Trump does it or whatever, we can get away from that kind of partisanship or that ringer in the word of Trump. But that should be a bipartisan issue. Everybody should be interested in knowing where your tax dollars are going. If they're just money is just disappearing left, right, and center. And your friend Zelensky has got a lot of answering to do in terms of the money. Canada, we've sent him, I don't know how many billions of dollars we're giving that guy, but we're sending him a lot more money than the First Nations people are getting here. Fortunately, in our infinite wisdom, we are now giving the whole country to the Indians, perhaps to make up the shortfall.
Fair enough. Omar, to you, please.
Zelensky is a puppet. Canada is controlled by the Queen of England with, I think, 62 other countries. What else we got here? The Admiral.
The question is, are we being spread too thin amid domestic deployments and global commitments? So maybe that'll ring it back in.
In one way, yes, and in one way, no. It's just, it all goes back to, I think that if you watch the young people, I have children that range from 1 year old to 19 years old. Okay. Mm-hmm. And if you watch like the age range of like their friends and like the collective, like who's buying what and when, I think that they're seeing through the bullshit at a much faster rate because at our age, like you can believe like at one point you're like, oh, Clinton's good or Clinton bad. And then the next one's like, okay, we got a Bush. And then at that point, you're kind of like picking sides. But once you see like, at least let me just share from my perspective, when you see war on terror and you see, Abu Ghraib and all these like crazy things that we're doing at the beginning of the 8 years of the George Bush. And then Obama comes in, is like change. And he's like, I taught constitutional law at Chicago, University of Chicago. I'm bringing back habeas corpus. I'm shutting down Guantanamo Bay. But if you were to take the 8 years of Bush and the 8 years of Obama and take the lines away, you would never be able to pick where the change happened and the party changed. And that was the moment I realized that the argument of left and right on anything is somewhat interesting because it's like literally throwing a piece of meat into the middle and then having two dogs chained, but no one can actually ever get the meat. And if one broke free, the meat was poisoned anyway, right? So it's just fucking retarded. It's just a silly thing to think like Trump's not in control by handlers or this isn't handlers. And Rachel's thinking like, this guy doesn't make any sense. Okay, well, Trump is not acting independently because he was talking major shit about the global banking system and about the Federal Reserve. He hasn't said nothing about it since.
He
And
just
he's
said he's
focusing.
just appointed the heir apparent
let him-
to
let him finish
what's his
his-
name is running the Fed right now. Trump wants him out of there because
Have we
you gotta
ever
break
audited the
the
Fed?
Hold on. Finish your thought because we still have Alex and
That's fine.
Gibbs to get to.
I'll move forward. We've never audited the Fed ever once, and we never will. And just like the Epstein list will never fully come out because it implicates the same handlers of which Alex was pointing at earlier. That's it.
Fair enough. Alex, are we being spread too thin? Your thoughts?
Absolutely, we are. I mean, people were complaining about the forever wars we were involved with Iraq and Afghanistan. People are saying we're spread out too far. We've got hundreds of military bases all across the world, and there's a reason for that. But the thing is that like now we're being involved in another war, and Israel is now talking about like eyeing Turkey now as a potential adversary. But that's one of our allies right there. So that's kind of a bit of a conundrum for us because Trump loves himself some Erdogan, but he also loves Benjamin Netanyahu. But we've also got operations going on down in Ecuador right now. We're possibly talking about sending actions into Cuba. I don't know how true that is, but that's just going down the rumor mill. But we need to think about something. It's all about historical context. Think about every single empire that spread its resources far and wide. What happens when you actually have control of certain regions, or if you have certain influence in those areas? It becomes really expensive because you got to maintain your quarters, your garrisons, the bases that you have all across the countries. That requires a lot of funding. It requires a lot of resources, a lot of infrastructure behind it. I mean, think about the reasons why the Roman Empire fell. I have these all written down. Is because of barbarian invasions, military decay, economic collapse, which right now they're predicting that the economy is going to take a nosedive here. They're talking about political instability. Our country has never been so divided, and that's where the split empires come into play too. Our country has never been so divided right now. It's left versus right, MAGA versus the progressives, MAGA versus rhinos. It's fracturing all across the country where everybody's pointing fingers. And yes, I'm guilty of this too, but that's just the way things are. But because there's such a huge divide right now that I'm willing to bet that there are some people that are willing to see the other side fail so the country can collapse. Like under Biden, when they were there was people on the right that were begging the country to be shut down just to spite the Democrats, which I was like, no, that's not how it should be done. But guess what? There's people say, well, what about the Democrats? Of course you're gonna what aboutisms. But the final thing that's really big about it is because there's a lot of social and religious changes too, because there's people that are actually trying to spread their influence, because you've actually even got military commanders that are saying what's happening in Iran is biblical, which is dangerous. You can't use that kind of rhetoric. It's going to alienate everybody who was like, wait a second, is this a holy war? Are we now going to use religion as a means for us to go to war with Iran when it has absolutely nothing to do with it? This is not a war about religious ideology. It's not about liberating the people. Even Trump said to Dana Bash on CNN, we're not going there to liberate the people. So it's never been about that. It's clearly about resources and working for Netanyahu, because Benjamin Netanyahu has had his eye on Iran for decades. He has said Iran is 2 weeks away from nuclear warhead. We've been hearing that since the 90s. Since 2003, he's been saying these things. So he's obviously full of shit, because I thought we destroyed all the nuclear capabilities in Iran. I guess that wasn't the case, because he says, they're so close to building nuclear. Anyway, could talk forever about this, but yes, we are stretched entirely far too thin.
So
Fair enough. Hold up. It's Gibbs' turn for his thoughts, and then you guys can go at each other all night.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
Gabbers. Here we go.
You're muted, Gibbs.
Yeah, so I was having some tech issues. Of course, it happened right as it's my turn. That's how it always is.
That's how I planned it. I planned it exactly that way.
I knew it. I just spread too thin. No, we're the goddamn U.S. military. We like America. We got 11 super carriers. You know how many people have one? No, nobody's got one. We can do what we want, where we want to. We running out of missiles. We might be running out of certain kinds of missiles, but hey, Rachel's Ghost brought this up. We're already reproducing the Shahid drones or Shahad drones or whatever the fuck called. Now it's American Eagles. Now I'm going to call it that. We're making the drones here now, and they're getting their ass whipped. We can do everything they can do, but better. We just need to start manufacturing here. I hope we whoop Cuba's ass. They should be the next state. That'd be great. I love cigars and I love Cuban women. Big fan. So I think we should take them over. And then that'll decrease our problems overall. Like we just talked about, y'all talked about how oil prices have gone way up because of Strait of Hormuz, because someone launches some drones or something that way. Absolutely correct. You know how you solve that problem in the long term? You blow up the drone launchers. And guess what? We just took out the drone makers and the drone launchers. So I would think that, after it stabilizes some, then we'll be able to do it. And then Mitchell's just brought up the leads thing earlier. this is actually a very big thing. We've broken the back of the British Empire now, which they were already kind of falling out with us. We're now ensuring the ships that go through and backing it with U.S. destroyers. So as before, we were guaranteeing freedom of shipping, but we weren't really getting benefits. Now we're going to be guaranteed shipping in one of the most used areas in the world for oil, and we're going to be insuring it. So we're going to be getting paid for what we're doing over there. Yeah, so I guess maybe this one is a banker's war. I don't know. But on top of that, he's isolated China and Russia's energy departments. Russia might, in short-term, benefit from oil price increase, but China is going to get fucked by this, like hardcore. Venezuela's being gone, that weakens them as well. That hurts them in this sphere. Cuba, if they go out to Cuba next, that weakens them and basically kicks their influence completely out of the Western Hemisphere, right? And these are all good things if you actually believe that Russia and China and North Korea are the evil empire, right? You isolate, you never go after the final boss first. You take out their minions right now. So right now, we're taking out the minions, we're taking out Iran. As for the religious aspect, let's crusade again. I guess I don't fucking know. I'm ready to fucking see some crusades. I don't want to go into the religious aspect. I got 2 doctors for that shit, and that shit's boring. So I just as much as people want to be like, oh, the Zionists, oh, this, like, we have to be somebody's friends in the region. And like the idea that Saudi Arabia and Israel could be like buddies and be on the same side in the war against somebody that's claiming this is a final war, like, or an apocalyptic war, is crazy. Like, if you told me 10 years ago that Saudi Arabia and Israel would be teaming up, I would have fucking laughed in your face. And that looks like a real possibility now. So, woo!
All right. Well, we can now you can go. I think, Rachel, you were chiming in on something. I'll let you kick it from there.
Yeah, so I want to take on the question: have we spread ourselves too thin? And so, as Admiral Gibbs so eloquently stated, of course not. With 11 carriers, absolutely amazing. And you got to ask yourself, who's the threat? So if we're spread too thin, oh my God, look out, the Mexicans are going to invade. Well, we already had that. And now we got control of the border again. So that's all, that little pickle's all solved. And so it's easy to go, oh, the threat and America, how are we going to afford to control this space? And we're going to have all this property over there. That's not the blueprint here. That's not the structure that's going to be put in place. It's not colonialism that's going to be established. That's the problem with these other empires that you're talking about. Roman garrisons all over Great Britain with Caesar's arrival in 55 BC.
That's exactly what we're doing. What are you talking about? It's like literally what we do.
So yeah, but except it's not in that format. It's not a one-to-one correlation. It's not establishing the government over there. The people have it. And I would argue further to that with the Monroe Doctrine being put in place, that it's pretty easy to see what Trump's doing. He's handicapping the power centers that worked against the United States, crippling them, removing them, and then building a fortress North America and beyond North America to include South America as well. But this whole region is going to be under American control. It's obvious he's telegraphing it. And to answering the question, spreading yourself too thin, who's going to stop him? China,
Rachel,
Russia,
real quick question. Rachel, who is the enemy? Who is the enemy?
I've got to jump in because I'm about to lose my mind though. Because here's
okay,
the thing.
Go ahead, Alex.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead, Alex.
the Gerald R. Ford actually had to go to dock because they were on a deployment for 6 months. It's month 8. They're only supposed to be gone for 6 months. Their sewage system was overflowing because of how bad it was. So
you could see it from satellites. You could see the trail of shit literally from satellites.
It's really bad. The thing is, that's one aircraft carrier that you talk about. We've only got 2 other ones in the region right now. But the thing is, they just took out the port. Iran just took out the port in Bahrain, which means now we have to go to India, which is much farther than you can actually go to regroup and to actually refit. They've hit 3 of our THAAD missile systems. Now, if people don't know what the THAAD missile system is, it's supposed to take out all incoming missiles. Iran's taken out 3 of them, basically. They've taken out radar systems. So basically, our first response is pretty much going away right now. And little, in fact, who are you going to go to? And they say, well, who's going to stop us? Well, here's the thing. We're thinking about all the ordnance we've given Ukraine, all the ordnance we've given Israel in order with their genocide of Gaza. We've given a lot of military ordnance to them, but guess what? Iran has all this ordnance they have never used sitting in stockpiles right now that's in underground bunkers right now. Listen, I am not degrading our capabilities. I'm simply saying, like, it's our resolve because we've got a lot of allies that says, listen, you guys are on your own right now. They're not going to come and help us because hold on a second. Let me finish. I'll land my plane soon. But like Saudi Arabia or no, Qatar, Iraq, all the other countries that basically say that got hit by Iran, Iran says, hey, we're not going to hit you guys as long as you don't attack us. If you attack us, it's fair game from there, which Trump then said, oh, they surrendered. They didn't surrender anything, honestly. Like, we are not thinking, like, we're thinking, oh, here comes America. We're going to kick everybody's ass. Based on what? Well, how exactly think, like, if a ground invasion happens, it's going to be even worse than Afghanistan because it's much larger. The terrain is horrendously bad. You can't get a whole lot of armor up down that way. Like, what exactly? How do you think we're going to win this war with just like gusto and saying American freedom?
We're going to do it
real quick.
Go ahead, Omar. Go ahead,
No, I
Omar.
just wanted to, Alex, I completely agree with you. I think on everything you just said, and this is the most pro-American points we can be talking about because we don't want to fucking lose. You know what I mean? But Rachel, I have a question. You made a really good point. You were talking. You said based off of our enemies, and so I have a question for you. Who is our enemy? Iran is our enemy?
China's the enemy. The Iranian government is certainly under the mullahs.
Why?
That's our enemy.
So why is China our enemy? Because probably mutual.
China's
power,
because
right?
of Chinese expansionism, and they want to break America, and they want to become the world's currency through BRICS. So they're going to break the petrodollar, and America is going to be busted. So
I agree. Okay, but then why is Iran our enemy?
Iran's our enemy because they're the number one, as our idiots in Congress did something right, condemning them as the number one state sponsor of terrorism. So they are the weapon that China will use and wield against America. You always use a proxy if you can use it.
I agree with what you're saying to an extent. Here's the thing. Iran is not an enemy of America. Iran is an enemy of Israel. And the terrorism you're talking about is them funding people who are fighting Israel for whatever reasons. It's Israel's problem, not our problem.
Don't they chant death to America?
The last time Iran invaded a country was 300 years ago. Before that was Cyrus the Great. Okay, so they have not invaded shit in 2,000 years. But at the same time, they were an empire for a very long time. Got it. I know the entire. But my point is that I feel as an American, and listen, by the way, this is going to sound on some level of this. When they said the North American Union and they were talking about the Amero, I don't know if you all remember that. I was kind of like, well, you know, like Canada becomes a vassal state of our resources. On the South is our, making products for us. And in the middle, we kind of just enjoy shit. I'm not against that. And I'm also not against us controlling the entire fucking hemisphere of the Americas. But the idea that Iran is an enemy of America because of Israel said so is bullshit.
I don't think that's the word on the street. I don't think that's what's going on at all. I think you're mischaracterizing it.
Hold on, let me just jump in here. I want to go to what Alex just said first. I'm going to read some numbers to you, and I want y'all to tell me what y'all think of this, because Alex said they got all these munitions being held. So we're going to just go through some data. So day one, we're going to go through drones and missiles first. Day one, these are the numbers launched by Iran. 350. Day two, this is missiles first. 350. Day two is 175. Day three is 120. Day four is 50. Day five is 40. Day six, 32. Day seven, 28. Day eight, 15. They predicting tomorrow is only going to be assaulting Israel. This is from Middle East Watch. Okay, this is drones. Day one, 294. Day two, 541. Okay, wow. Day three, 200. Day four, 85. Day five, 45. Day six, 38. Day 7, 30. Day 8, 12. Now, I want to add in addition to this is without us having guaranteed secure of their airspace yet. We are just now implementing the strategy where we're taking out a lot of their air defenses, which were already not that substantial in the first place, based off the reports I've seen. So it's only going to get worse for them. We're taking out their launchers. They can have all the munitions in the world they want. But if you can't fucking go outside and shoot them, it don't fucking matter because we whooped that ass. We whooped that ass real
Why,
good.
why are you
And,
celebrating the war in
hold on,
Iran? Why,
hold on,
what
let me
is
just-
good about
well,
this? What you just
a
said?
lot of it. Well, one, my stocks are going way up. Maybe you should fucking invest.
Capitalist.
Yeah. So two, yeah, capitalist bad. Well, good. I'm the bad guy then. Two, I guess like when I'm sitting here looking at this shit, I'm going, okay, these people have been chanting death to America for a while. Fuck them. It's like, well, what's his name? Senator Kennedy said, he's like, I'm tired of giving money to all these people that hate us. They can hate us for free. Well, these guys have hated us, and now they can get the ass whipping they deserve, right? And so I'm sorry, these guys are our enemy. Iran is our enemy. They teamed up with China, North Korea, Cuba, and Venezuela. They teamed up. This is the evil empire. You can sit here and say we want to like bend over and spread our cheeks for them, but Trump is isolating them, taking them out, right? And so when I was saying, oh, they're going to do all this retaliatory things, well, we've already taken out most of the shit. The damage they've done to the ports is easily repairable. We'll probably have it repaired within the week or two. And so I'm not worried about this, like at all. And now that we've eliminated this person, y'all talking about oil prices going up for the drones. How much more secure will the Strait of Hormuz be whenever we've already taken out all 11 of their ships? But they can't go out there and lay no more mines. They can't close it down. Now we have security going through with the ships that we are insuring. So now we have a vested economic interest. And if you know anything about America, you'll just claim there's a banker's war. If we have an economic interest there, you're damn sure we're going to fucking build bases around and protect that shit. And that's going to lower oil prices for Americans overall while fucking Russia and China.
Well, you sound like you just had that. You should clip that as your audition tape to Fox News.
I mean,
Yeah, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. Actually, I don't know what he's talking. I don't know why he's saying.
Hey, if your
But-
stock's doing so well, you should now make those suits out of silk instead of polyester from Amazon.
It is.
Oh,
I mentioned that earlier. Thank you, though. Appreciate it. Good.
But the issue is though is
That's
that
not
like
silk. That's not
he's-
silk. That's
It's
not
silk.
silk. That's
It is
polyester.
silk.
No, it's
But-
not. Show us.
But
Show
yeah,
us the tag.
anyway,
Show us the tag. That's
I honestly, I don't
All
care
right,
about
all right. Alex, go ahead.
But here's the thing, like,
Go ahead,
Shaman
Alex.
Shaman
I
would
know
be
you
a
want to
good
tell me.
RuPaul judge.
Gibby, I'm so glad that I'm so glad your
what?
stocks are
Hold on,
going up,
what?
even though like soldiers are going to be fucking dying from this. I'm so glad your stocks are going up. That's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about all the Gold Star families. People are about to get the worst notification of their lives based upon what? There's no purpose for us to go into Iran. What they say, death to America? Are we gonna start bombing everybody and attacking every nation because they say death to America or some shit like that? I mean, dude, if we say, oh well, death to like this bumfuck Egypt, does that mean if Egypt attacks us, that means they're totally justified based upon your
They can
logic?
try.
Then? No, they
try.
can. Well, they can though. Look what happened after 9/11. It shut the country down. Everybody panics in this country every time something bad happens. I mean, dude, we talked about like with C-19. People were buying toilet paper by the truckload because they were so scared. It's because we are not well informed in this country. That's the problem. But like, oh yeah, stocks are going great. Hey, the Dow's at 50,000. But hey, 6 service members just came back, dude. I mean that like I don't care. I don't
What's the
care
kill
about like
ratio
your
on
stocks.
that?
I don't care. Yeah. Well, dude.
Like
the
one
thing-
to like 1,500. Like I
Well,
mean, pretty
so
good
their
ratio.
lives don't matter. You tell me their lives don't matter.
No, it matters. They over there
No,
providing
it
for the
doesn't
American
matter
empire.
because
They
your
said,
stocks
they
are doing
gave
great,
you all
though.
this second- Yeah, I know.
No, your stocks are great, though.
They caused that. The huge
No,
fan.
who caused that? The troops caused that? Who caused
The
it?
troops caused that. Yeah, they,
Yeah, the troops caused. Okay, yeah, sure. The troops. They were just in Kuwait right now, just doing their job, but then they just died. You know, that's cool, right?
they did
Do you
that.
see that?
Okay,
it
what
is
do you
wrong,
got? What do
right?
you got going here? What are we looking at?
Significantly higher stock price increases than this fucking guide. So shut up about stocks.
Okay, he's doing good
I
on the
guess.
market.
Dylan, you're looking like you
I,
might
The
have
Iranian
something.
stock market, baby. Just joking.
Hey, I'm glad you're doing well. Whatever works for you,
I'm
Buffalo.
joking, bro. I'm joking. Come on.
Go
You
ahead,
don't have to
Dylan.
have a-
Go
We've
ahead,
gone through
Dylan.
so much, so I don't want to like rephrase and go back. But something that was interesting to me was Rachel talking about the need to fight China due to Chinese expansionism, but then also showed open interest in American expansionism, taking over Greenland, taking over land in other countries and stuff. That type of expansionism also does scare people, and it damages American soft power. And it damages American soft power with nation states and entities that'd be perfectly willing to work with us. For the last like 20, 25 years, we've been slowly drawing down our American military presence on Greenland under the understanding that we told them that it's not necessary. It hurts some of the local economy because they didn't have as many soldiers coming to certain like, bars and stuff, but they had to adjust to that reality. Then all of a sudden, we need our presence there so significantly that they can't even exist as an independent entity. It's just that type of expansionism makes people quite scared of the United States when it's not necessary to be scared of the United States because no American has no problem with no Greenlander. Also, I will say that we keep saying very clearly, like, oh, the Iranian government's going down, the Ayatollah's dead, it's all over. This is a very simplistic view of the Iranian model. the Ayatollah was 86 fucking years old. He was going to die eventually. The model knew they were going to die eventually. The Council of Elders knew he was going to die eventually. And even if you've blown up every, like 90 or 92 Council of Elders members, if there's one left, if there's a few left, and they can choose another Ayatollah, this system, the Islamic Revolution, maintains. As long as the IRGC controls the ground with 190,000 men and a 1 million strong militia, unless you can remove their ability to go suppress protests, you haven't really established control of anything. You haven't been able to establish control of the oil fields, of government offices, of anything. You've been able to establish control of certain waterways. You've been able to bomb the country. As of 3 hours ago, we've been letting loose on our energy infrastructure, but that doesn't destroy the government. What we could do is end up using a huge amount of our PAC-3 interceptors throughout the Middle East. The Gulf states already burnt through well over 1,000. In 36 hours, we burnt through more PAC-3 interceptors in the Middle East than the entirety of the war in Ukraine. In 36 hours. And people are going to say, oh, you know, the war in Ukraine, that constrains the resources. We send aid, we send this, it's too expensive. But we fire off more in 36 hours, and I don't even get a peep from the MAGA base. I just don't understand how we're supposed to make this pivot to Asia if we're always firing at Iran or at Iraq or at this. We've been talking about the pivot to Asia since the Obama administration, and Trump was supposed to be the guy who did it. And then he delivers what? A war with Iran.
Sarah, can I make a real quick claim that I think will feel, because no one's making any actual hard claims. I would make a claim that this war, our involvement in the war in Iran, is specifically for Israel, for the reason because Iran is the only power in the Middle East that can provide any objection to any Israel military supremacy. That's a claim. And Dylan, I agree with everything you said.
I might Rachel, hold on. Rachel had her hand up. Go ahead.
I just want to address the issue of Greenland, to Dylan's point about Greenland. Nature abhors a vacuum. Because of the mineral deposits and the Northwest Passage, that's opening up. So because of global warming, so it was something I don't believe in at all. But anyway, so that's opening up.
Wait, if you don't believe in it, why is it opening up?
China is moving into it because the planet moves in cycles. You recycling. You fucking
That's a
putting your
goddamn
banana.
conspiracy.
Hold on here.
Go ahead,
You're
Rachel.
putting your
Go ahead.
banana peels in the recycle bin, if you even do that. Where
The
you know,
compost
where
bin, thank
where
you.
are. Yeah, you know, it goes in the
Well,
organic.
we're Marylanders. Marylanders have been
from my
trained
plastic,
and
I'm
raised.
saving the
Yeah, no,
planet.
we are green warriors.
Yeah.
We've
Marylanders-
been trained in the way of green jihad.
Yeah, in
Everything
Canada, we
is
call
great
you
out here.
retards. But anyway, so here's the deal, is that China has their own designs on taking over that territory and taking over Greenland. And what, Canada's going to stop them?
They
No,
don't.
we don't have the power to do
They don't have an
anything.
interest in it. I mean,
So
the Chinese
China-
showed some
China
interest in
definitely
buying
has-
like some
China
like
already
storage units, but
defined
they're not
itself.
taking over Greenland.
China already defined itself as an Arctic power. China, who has no business at all dealing with the Arctic Circle, has identified itself, self-titled itself as an Arctic power. And
Okay.
so they are using their influence, and definitely they're using Canada as their stepping stone. to get
Trump
their
claims
influence in there.
space for
And
America.
Trump
So
already
what?
got
Freedom
the
fries.
deal.
Who
Here's
cares?
the deal. Here's the deal, kids. Trump already got the deal with Greenland. That is fait accompli. It's done. He's got
No,
US
what deal did he
has
get?
got control of Greenland.
What deal did he get?
He gets to increase military.
America
presence.
can put as many resources there as they want for as long as they want for forever.
That was already
So
the deal. That's been the deal
Greenland-
since the
That
Cold
was
War.
not the deal.
I think
That
that's what
absolutely
was.
was the
It
deal.
was.
It
already
the
a part of the deal.
forever.
But hold on, I want
Go ahead, Gibbs.
Okay,
I
go
want to go
ahead,
back to
Gibbs.
I want to go back to what Omar said with the Israel thing. Let me just grant. I'm going to just grant maybe a portion. Let's say 30-40%
Say which
Of-
portion, please.
of we're going to war for Israel, right? Let's say I'm going to say 30%. We'll say.
Wait, can I
another
just quickly
15%.
wait? No, so we're going off topic Greenland. Can we wrap up Greenland? I just wanted to quick. I'm sorry. I just really quickly
Vikings,
say.
it
I'm
belongs
going
to the
to bring the
Vikings.
Greenland thing to it, but yeah,
China's
Hold-
not going to invade Greenland. It's a NATO protected country. Like it's not able to put military troops there. China's very far from Greenland, and it's also right next to North America. Northcom would destroy China if China tried to invade Greenland. It would be devastating, and they would not be able to get their forces there. It's not even functionally possible. In fact, there's a better chance of the Chinese succeeding if we do invade, make the locals hate us, and make them want to work with foreign agents.
Agreed.
I mean,
Agreed.
Gibbs, go ahead. You wanted to tie it in.
Yeah, I'll tie to the Greenland thing in a second. But I mean, Greenland's part of the greater strategy, right? Which is like, I think we're in a new, like imperialist America state, right? We've gone away from what they call like, what was it called? Neo-imperialism, where we build the bases and we try to like a country build. And I think we're going back more to like, we want direct control of shit now, right? And so I think Iran, maybe let's say it's 30% because we're friends with Israel. Okay, let's say, and another 15% because we're friends with, the Saudis, right? And then we could also say Iran's not tied to Russia, so let's add that 10%. I don't know, but the big one is the oil, right? And the reason why I say this is because y'all talk about the bankers' war. I will grant this as part of a bankers' war because one, we go and take out Venezuela and we get exclusive oil rights with them. We stop that from China, and they were buying 80-90% of their oil from them, right? And then they were getting 80-90% of Venezuela's production. We go and take out Iran. Now we've taken out about 80 to 85% of China's overall oil infrastructure, like where they're getting the oil from. This is going to devastate them, right? And yes, I know that the Strait of Hormuz now is going to drive oil prices up. But if we're securing this is part of this greater idea of like America is first. America is going to get the benefits up front. Like, and then if they make it where it's a regime change and it gets a regime change, then it's going to open up for American companies to go in there and build infrastructure, American oil companies to be able to move in. If it never regime changes, and this is going to be real callous when I say this, that's better for America and for Israel and for the Saudis, because yeah, it might cause more terrorism on their shores. However, terrorists are not nearly as bad as a activist country that is actively funding terror groups and private armies all over the Middle East, all over the world. Like, it's a threat level down, right? ISIS is bad. They're not as bad as the tri-country alliance of Syria, Libya, and Iraq, right? Same thing here. Whatever comes out of this, it might not be good, might not be American friendly, but it's going to be a lot weaker than what Iran was before. And what it seems like Trump's doing is he's taking out the dominoes, right? You mentioned domino theory previously. This is the new domino theory. We're talking about the Don Roe doctrine. He's taking over Venezuela. He's going to take over Cuba. He's going to secure America, right? He's going to get rid of Iran because they're the state sponsor of terrorism. They supply Russia with drone tech. They're allies. They supply them with the oil. This is part of his greater strategy, right? And that's kind of where I see this going with this. So whenever we go, oh, it's the Jews and the Zionists, oh God. I mean, maybe it is, but it's not all of them. Like, it's not like we're self-interested. What do the Zionists have to do with Cuba? What do they have to do with Venezuela? Jack shit. Like Iran, maybe, yeah, Israel.
What does Cuba have to do with the conversation? What does Cuba have to do with the conversation?
Gibbs just explained why it's pertinent.
It's all part of this overall strategy of getting resources.
No, I believe there are two different. Yeah, so there are two different strategies. One is America's interest in controlling a part of the hemisphere, and a second is the reason why we're over there saying Iran's our enemy. These are two different. Well, from my perspective, these are two different conversations. I can grant you everything about China, Cuba, influence. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just want to ask a question for the pro-Iran war people. Let's say, for example, hypothetically, that Israel, let's say we take out Iran, right? And like Iran's now under control. Let's say Israel then, because I did mention earlier how they're eyeing Turkey. If they invade Turkey, whose side should we take? Because Turkey is a NATO ally. Whose side should we take then?
Turkey, let's back the Kurds and the Israelis. That's what we should.
Well, we abandoned the Kurds. Yeah, we already banned the Kurds.
We've abandoned the Kurds several times.
If Israel attacks, if they go aggressor mode against a sovereign nation, they're the aggressor.
Against Turkey? Israel's not going to attack Turkey. There's no way.
Is Lebanon a sovereign nation?
Hold on, let her finish her thought. Rachel,
Lebanon is a sovereign nation, but it has a problem in so much that Hezbollah is so integrated into. You got to take Hezbollah out. You got to remove
guess
Hezbollah.
What? All they have to do is say inside of Turkey. Here's the sales pitch.
People, Omar.
Marcus.
You conflate.
By the way, Turkey has terrorists there.
You're both talking. We can't hear either of you, Omar.
And during the Ottoman Empire, they used to kill people in the 1600s. And now there's people in Turkey that are terrorists. So we have to take out Turkey before they attack America. How many times do we have to hear the same bullshit? before we realize that someone else wants us to do it, and we're just doing it.
Turkey was our first
I-
enemy, bro, with the Ottoman states and the
Israel
Barbary
attacked.
Go ahead, Rachel. Let you finish your thought, and then Dylan.
Israel attacked Hezbollah after Hezbollah says we are now declaring ourselves at war with Israel. We are entering this conflict. That's when trouble started.
That's
why
not
they
Hezbollah's not a
got hit.
sovereign country.
That's why
yes.
Lebanon got hit, because they declared war on Israel. Don't declare a war on Israel and get involved in this thing, and you'll be left
That's
alone.
not the Lebanese government. That's Hezbollah. That's a terrorist organization. That's
Well,
two
that's
different-
Dylan-
and that's who Israel's going against.
Dylan,
well,
you
then
want
we
to
should
chime
bomb
in?
Mexico.
Agreement,
Then we
Omar.
should bomb
So
Mexico.
we're in
Can I
agreement.
ask
Why are
one
we bombing
question?
Mexico?
Can I ask everybody one question? Can you hear me very well when I'm talking?
Yes, we can.
Yes,
So-
ma'am.
So there shouldn't be any reason when I try to guide you or
It's
tell you to
Omar.
stop.
It's
or
always
anything.
Omar.
Like this shouldn't be a problem, right? All right, Dylan, I want to
Sorry.
hand it back over to you. I saw your hand up.
Everybody quiet down. A Marylander is speaking. Thank you very much.
That's
Okay.
right.
So I just want quickly, Israel's never going to bomb Turkey because Turkey's in NATO. And it makes no sense for them to do it. It's not worth it. It's never going to happen. Lebanon, Hezbollah has been working in southern Lebanon for years. And so that's why they're bombing Lebanon. I want to actually ask Gibbs something, because I know Gibbs and me, we both support Ukraine because we don't like to bang rocks together on our afternoons. And I see what you're saying about the Iranian weapon production and their drones and stuff, but this war for your pocketbook might be good, but for the Ukrainian war effort and for Americans' pocketbook, it's a little different. Oil prices going up helps who? It helps the Russian Federation. And oil prices are about to go past $100 a barrel. And what did Trump do to try to relieve that pressure on international oil markets? Did he use America's global reserve? No, he didn't use America's global reserve. Did he try to lessen some regulation somewhere? No, he made it so that Russian oil was no longer under sanctions when going to India. And I heard Secretary Bessent talking on news saying he'd be willing to unsanction more Russian energy in order to try to find short-term relief. And so we got these barrels going over past $100, more and more of their products getting unsanctioned. Gold is going up, which is very useful for the Russians, who have gold mines in Sudan, the Central African Republic. They have pretty decent-sized gold reserves that they've been spending throughout the war effort. This helps the Russian, as well as helping, gas companies charge more Americans at the pump. And so this might help your stock portfolio, but the economic effects of the war have been largely negative. Even the Dow's going down, which Trump has bragged about quite a lot.
I actually have a response to that, and I actually will grant almost everything you're saying. Like I like the parts I may disagree with are so small it doesn't matter, right? So like I'll grant everything you said is 100% accurate, except this is not a short-term solution. Absolutely, in the short term, Ukraine's going to take a hit. Like I'm going to give an example that seems a little bit out there, but I promise it'll be like that. The country that's benefited the most from Venezuela being taken down, Iran becoming weaker, the Ukraine war is North Korea. North Korea has gained a lot of power because of this. They're sending troops over, they're modernizing, they've gotten out of their famine, and it's because they've been at 0, and now if you go up by 10, that's a power to the 100 times or whatever. The math it's increase, right? So, however, by taking out Iran, by taking out Venezuela, we've knocked out big pieces. And although Russia may gain in the interim a small amount or even a large amount, it's still a net loss overall. And in the long term, by eliminating Iran, that's going to drive oil prices way down. So in the short term, the next few months, absolutely oil prices are going to rise. But once we secure the Strait of Hormuz, all the way down, it's going to be like the cheapest it's ever been. That's going to be huge.
How do we secure the Strait of Hormuz without securing the coastline, which the Strait of Hormuz rests upon?
Well, easily. We bomb the shit out. It's real simple.
That'll work.
It's working so far. I just read the numbers, bro.
Oh my God,
they're
man.
down to launching 18 drones a day. I'm sorry. We
my
can set up a couple of Aegis frigates out there and mow them down.
I like your style, Gibbs.
I'd like to finish my my train of thought, if possible, with Gibbs here. So you talked about earlier about going against the Iranians to try to strangle Chinese energy and flow, because the Chinese have been taking 70 to 80% of Iranians' energy output for a very long time. That heavy crude is very important for the electricity production,
That's because
petrochemical
of our
production.
sanctions.
And largely because of our sanctions.
We
but
forced them to do that.
Go ahead.
Yes, but they
Dylan.
probably would have done it regardless because China's right there. They have the energy infrastructure in place, but they would trade it elsewhere if it wasn't because of the sanctions. They'd have other trading partners. If we go in there, currently the Trump administration's demands is get rid of your atomic program entirely. That means no 3% or 20% enrichment for medical or civilian purposes. Hand that enriched material over to the United States when the Iranians are talking about handing over to the Russians. I don't want that either, but that's currently what they want. Then on top of that, they get rid of their ballistic missile program, all of their ballistic missile production, and then they stop funding all the proxies in the Middle East. That means no more money for Hezbollah, no more money for the Houthis, no more weapons, no more anything like that. Khatib Hezbollah, get fucked in Iraq, all that shit. And then on top of that, we're going to demand them to stop trading all this energy with China to try to changle the Chinese. Even if we are somehow successful in getting regime compliance, which is much more likely than regime change, if we are even able to get that, these are such maximalist demands. Getting them all is going to be extremely difficult. And if they were to accept all of these demands, the regime would look weak. They would look like they're actually ripe for being overthrown.
No one should ever accept that stuff.
Too, Dylan.
A 3,000-year-old empire is not going to accept a 300-year-old empire telling them bow and kiss the ring.
Well, I have a cool solution for that, though.
It's
Mark.
called,
it's real cool. It's called
bomb the shit out of straight over moves. I'm sorry, but you have too many Trump books. I think
bombing,
you're playing a character.
Speaking of bombing the shit out of them, I'm going to bomb the shit out of the super chats, which means we're gonna all get along for a couple minutes and we can maneuver. We've been carrying the conversation through each topic, so I'm not concerned with switching it. But I would like to switch gears and maneuver. In Agertonston, whatever. Who the fuck is Dave? Does anybody know who Dave is? Okay, that's what I thought. But thank you for the big 2. I don't know who Dave is. And of course, David Donnelly comes in with the big 10. I love David Donnelly. He says, hi, Sarah, Rachel, and co. Finally, a reasonable measured debate and exchange of info on several sides that a clueless Brit like me can be educated with. Thanks. Actually, I've been thinking about this whole time, like calling it Seriously Saturday, where it's not blood sporty, where we can get some other people who don't like the blood sport in for more conversation. So it's a good thought feedback there, David. And I highly recommend the chat. Let me know your feedback. I'd like to know what you think about having a more tame panel, with exception to Omar. He's going to learn the wrath of Sarah pretty fast. I love you though.
Tamed?
We're training you still. Fourth Wiseman.
I still have PTSD from Monday with that.
I know.
I'm
right?
like defending and then he came and attacked me from the beginning. I thought I was in the same problem. So okay.
It's good. You're doing great. You're doing great.
You need to book a tour on Liberace Cruises with Papa.
Well, most people know my rule here. If I start talking, everybody just shuts up because I won't interrupt you guys. I won't bother you guys unless I need to for purposes of the show.
Honesty, when I talk, I can't hear anything else, and I'm watching lips move to see. But this will be the last time I have that problem. After that,
yeah, I was gonna say I think that's the earbud issue. I noticed the earbuds usually do that. Fourth Wiseman with the Big 10 says this is why silver has risen. Electronics requirements with no recycling return. Boom. Yes. And I believe the Powder Dusty called this a long time ago. He said, buy silver. This is not financial advice, but buy silver. And this is exactly what we're seeing.
Let me tell you something about the buying the metals, though. I want to tell you a story real quick.
Ooh, story time.
I was Powder Dusty put me on this, and I've never been a metal investor guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I go, okay, I got like $5,000 to play with this. Let's just see. And I'm like, how much is my return gonna be? And he goes, $35. And I go, Dusty, if I put $5,000 into something and the risk is high and I only get $35 back, we're gonna have a real fucking problem. Maybe
he's gonna bomb you.
The metals. Yeah, I'm gonna send the drone after you, the Reaper one.
Fair enough. Inag says, how stop Dave from joining forces with DPRK? I still don't know who the fuck Dave is, but thank you for the $2. Fourth Wiseman.
Everyone knows Dave.
Right? Apparently so. Fourth
Literally?
Wiseman sends no. Nobody out here knows. Fourth Wiseman says with the Big 10, they're attempting to split the BRICS, but it won't work and everyone loses. All right. Anybody have a quick thought to that?
BRICS is an organization that was founded in like a paper talking about rising economies, and then it became, after that paper, that word then got adopted by a set of countries who created like an economic really more like an economic council where they all come together and talk about generally like decentralizing economic control. But they've got no like currency competition. Many of them hate each other. India and Pakistan are not exactly friends, but they're both in BRICS. And you can find that with like a bunch of other countries now in the ever expanding version of BRICS. They have a general agreement that they like to see power decentralized. And what they mean by that is they would like their own countries to have more power, but many of them are jostling with each other. So when we say like split BRICS, BRICS is already split along a lot of geographic and like economic problems. It's not, you don't really have to split BRICS, you just watch it.
What they're saying is they're attempting, they're meaning us. And so what they're saying is the us meaning the head of NATO, right? So BRICS was just a counteraction to the NATO supremacy from those that were not allowed to play pick for kickball. And so they said, we're going to play kickball over here. As a matter of fact, we'll like play our version of kickball over here. That's not the cool part. This is. And so all these global alliances have to go because it puts us in positions where we are accountable for other people's words and actions and so on. So I'm more of an independent nationalist perspective, you know, like I don't care what England, I don't want to go bomb something because of England or Israel or Afghanistan or any of that shit. Who cares about Brits?
That's an old American position. I disagree with it, but I know it.
I want to talk about conservatives for a second here, guys. Listen, MAGA people. Hey, listen, this is where me and you differ sometimes. India, that's who we need to get in bed with. The Hindus hate all the same people we do, and they have a lot of production, and they're pretty good at tech. You know, I know y'all don't like them.
They love the Russians, dude. You know they love the Russians. Come on.
Yeah, but we can
like
steal
half their
them
military equipment's Russian.
We can steal them from the Russians. They can buy U.S. weapons instead.
Yeah, we'll steal them from the Russians.
They don't need. They have
a border with Russia. Like Russia's right there, but we'll still okay.
Yeah, well, then you know maybe we just help them take over that border. You know,
India. Listen. Hold on, real quick. Let's pay attention to history real quick. The British literally sent a letter and said, "We're coming." And we're taking over your country. And if you're lucky, we'll give it back to you in 100 years. They literally just walked in and said, now it's ours.
That's base.
India's going to do something. India's going to do something.
Yeah.
India.
You know they're a military power, right?
You think everything revolves around planes. If everything revolves around planes, then how come we haven't won? After you bomb and everyone hides, you have to actually take with ground troops, okay? You think that India is going to do what, where?
No,
Where's India going to take over?
You do know India, like, sends their ground troops to fight China and Pakistan regularly, right? Like this is a thing they do. Like,
buddy, you're talking about the Sikhs in India. That's not even
Here's an interesting.
You don't understand. So hold on. I understand. The
Listen,
admiral sees
I
something like this.
understand.
Here's the admiral's
pretty well.
Here's the
I think
admiral's
you're
worldview. Here's America, and
best.
here's brown people, and here's brown South America. Like India is. Do you understand how many different types of Indians there are? Like.
First of all, I know I look white. I'm only white passing, papa. I'm fucking about as Hispanic as it gets. My dad's illegal, and I don't know him. So, like, let's fucking go on who's more brown card. I feel like I got plenty of bets on that.
I probably got you, but
you might. But I'm just saying.
I probably do.
I don't have no problem with brown people. In fact, I like brown people. They got oil.
You talk like you do, brother. No offense, but you.
I would care about what color? Green.
Rachel, it sounds like Rachel. It sounds like you had a thought to add in on this one.
Well, I mean, there's so much smorgasbord here. An interesting point about India, how they're going to do it. They're boots on the ground, this sort of thing. The Indian foreign minister just said, "Hey, Canada, how about we ship 60 million Indians from our country over to your country?" Now, interesting side note, the current population of Canada is roughly 44 million. So de facto overnight, Canada, if we were to agree to India's kind offer, because we have a zero growth rate going, zero, I mean, it's at zero. The only population growth Canada is doing is through immigration. 60 million would immediately turn Canada into an Indian province. We would become an Indian protectorate because their representation, their people would be here. They certainly haven't internalized any, quote, Canadian values, whatever those might be. I would suggest.
Do you think that the surge in oil prices is helping the Canadian growth rate?
Traditionally American values. Go ahead.
But why are we talking about Canada? First of all, Canada is a shit country.
Hold on. Dylan asked a question. I wanted to hear it.
Well, no, my question was like, do we think that the increase in oil prices is helping the Canadian growth rate that you care about?
Who cares about the Canadian growth rate?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be
You
honest.
mentioned it.
Rachel's
I mean, this
roasting.
panel's going everywhere. It's going every
Yeah,
direction. I'm just go with
I'll
it.
be honest. The Indians seem to hate most people we do, except for Russia, I guess. But this sounds like there's a Canada problem. Sounds like get good scrubs. Like I'm sorry, like y'all need it. Y'all need population. You know?
Well, you know where it becomes a problem for you is if we become a de facto BRICS nation on your border.
Then we just
That's
Now,
never gonna happen.
now we're
though.
in striking.
Then we
distance.
bomb them.
Then
Yeah,
we
then
bomb
we
them.
do it.
Then
Then
we
we do
bomb
But
them.
you know what?
Admiral's
Wait,
plan.
the main
Admiral's
way we can
plan.
do that
Yeah,
is
very
if we
simple.
keep telling
One block.
Canadians that their country doesn't matter. We can annex them, 51st state. We keep talking to them. Mark Carney wouldn't have won. If Trump
Canada was
kept his
wearing
mouth
5
shut,
masks.
Mark Carney
Canada was
wouldn't have
wearing
won the
5
election.
masks, okay?
Trump
Their
gave the
conversation's
election to
over.
the liberals. He
Yeah,
did that.
but here's my
Nice
position
thought.
is my position as a MAGA person is I want us to be annexed. We will prosper like nobody's business. We will prosper far more under American directorship than we have under the criminals that are running the country currently. They're all corrupt, bought off by China. They're almost immune to anything. They admitted that
No,
they
they're
fight
not
on
Can
their
I-
own.
China. They're
I'm
banned by
gonna-
Holy
Rico was
I
stubborn,
have
boys.
I'm gonna
Zero
take it back and
interest in
hold
managing
everybody
Canada.
up.
Zero interest in managing those states.
Let's maneuver. I just got a few more super chats to read, and then I would like to move to the next topic because it brings it more on domestic property or domestic territory here at home, and I really would like to get through it. Texas Bully Mom sends it to the Big Ten just to tell you all to fuck you. I got the goal. Thank you. Crawl Rust, I always mess your name up, sends the Big Ten, says ship tracker says no ships are going through the strait. I believe this was in regards to what Gibbs was saying.
Not true. Not true. In fact, I posted an article today in my Discord. Check it out. There's a Greek
Very
billionaire sending all of his shipping in, and he's 1/6 of the world shipping, and he's sending them in. And that was before they announced that the U.S. was going to start insuring the ships and supporting them with U.S. frigates. So we'll see how that changes things here soon.
I'll accept it. Thank you. Fourth Wiseman with the Big Ten says Ricky Martin says, here we go. Ole, 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 ole. Fourth Wiseman comes to the Big Ten, says all junkies are metal recyclers, but not all metal recyclers are junkies. I love it. Nice little logic twist there. Leo in with the Big Ten says, is American seeing other countries through its trade?
Sure.
Admiral is.
Why not?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time with that one. And then James sends in over on the Buy Me a Coffee app a big 50 bones with nothing to say but fuck your goal. Fuck your goal very much. But you guys have been doing great on the goal. Thank you so kindly. I haven't had to say a word. It's going to be a great night. And good here because it's thank you for the kind reminder. Oh, Ike's here too. Spin City says with the Big Ten, 9:15, can't wait. It'll be a tad pushed because we started like 10 minutes late. Everybody showed up late. It's all their fault. It's all their fault. Blame everybody. No, not really. It's okay. But we'll start about 10 minutes further. So maybe 9:25. We will open the panel. Okay, so all hell can and will break loose, and we will be moving over to the gauntlet. If you already know where you're going, get there. If you don't know where you're going, reach out to the mods. Mods, drop the gauntlet in the chat, please, and let them know where they need to go ahead and subscribe to in advance, so that we can get them over there and ready to roll. Ike, it's so nice to see you here. I normally always see you over on Dusty's. It's about time you made your way over. Win with the big 100 says, I support the Seriously Saturday vibe. Carry on. I do. Everybody agree this is a nice, like, not blood sport, killing each other, because usually we're running that drill.
Adorable.
It's adorable, honey. I love it. All right. Here we go. Thank you so kindly, Ike. I'm going to leave that one up on the screen because it's my favorite color to put up here. Feel free to throw tomatoes in the chat. You guys know the drill and what you're doing. All right. The next question, I want to bring it back home.
Wait, the tomatoes are like your gang sign? It's not them saying boo. I thought every time they put tomatoes there, I hate you.
It's so funny, yeah,
Get
because
off
that's
the
what I always
stage.
heard. It took me a while to figure that out because it's like every time I've ever heard people like tomato, and I'm like, oh.
We love
Yep.
tomatoes here. Tomatoes
Sarah loves
are
her some tomatoes.
good. Yes, send me all your tomatoes, everyone. Whatever chat you're watching in, tomatoes should be thrown at the screen in the chat
How do you
right
do
now. We love it all. You are at the Raging Tomato, so I don't know how.
You'll like it here, Sarah. We're growing a metric fuck ton this year again. We're going to grow a metric fuck ton of tomatoes here. So
Lots of tomatoes. Welcome to Mater Nation, all of you. All right, question number 3. And we're going to go for about 40 minutes on this one, and then we'll maneuver into open panel. So if you have some shit to say, be taking notes, all right, so you can join in on the fun here shortly. How will the U.S.-Iran conflict impact current voter behavior? We're seeing us go through the primaries right now, and a lot of things are being thrown around. A lot of things are kind of interfering on that. It says future electoral outcomes and overall confidence in specifically the Republican Party. We're seeing a lot of MAGA people throw their hats away. They're burning them. They're saying, fuck MAGA. I'll never go back. We're seeing even Nick Fuentes completely did a whole
Nick
180.
Come on,
days.
Nick
He
Fuentes.
gave up the MAGA hat and got his America First blue hat. And he's saying, go vote Democratic. And yet now I think he's being a little bitch about it, but I want to know your thoughts. How are the voting behaviors going to maneuver from here with everything happening? Again, let's try to keep the conversation internal in terms of America based and not necessarily external. We've talked about all the other countries. Go. Let's go with Rachel.
So, if America loses a war, then they're going to lose the election. Hopefully, ideally, the idea, remember, people forget, maybe they've forgotten already, that the Israeli people were already rioting and there were marches in the streets, and the government there had to crack down on all that. So there is certainly a percentage of the native Iranian population seeking liberty from the bonds of the current government. If Trump succeeds in doing this, and that we get the regime change we want, that Iran ceases to be a state sponsor of terrorism, that's a huge victory. If Trump gains Cuba, that's another victory. If the economy, and then you got, while you're going through it, obviously the markets are going to react volatilely. Trump was very intelligent in starting the war on Saturday after the markets had closed so they wouldn't collapse the opening strike of the war. That was intentional. So my feeling is that if Trump is able to standard living, gas prices down low, food prices down, housing prices, all these elements down, get control of that as well. It's always the economy, stupid, as Bill Clinton said. But in the foreign policy area, if he gets some wins in that category, demonstrative wins, then I think his base will continue to grow. Trump requires a coalition. It's not just hard right MAGA types like me, but we do require other people. Speaking of Nick Fuentes, what's her name? You mentioned at the top of the show, she was mentioned. Candace Owen. These people are all grifters. They're after themselves. The other one was who's the fun guy? Milos Stephanopoulos or whatever the hell he was.
Milo Stephanopoulos.
Yeah, Milo. He's another idiot.
Yiannopoulos.
He's British.
Yeah.
He's
You're
British.
like, oh, it is Yiannopoulos. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Why did I say
All these
Stephanopoulos?
guys-
Stephanopoulos is what you're thinking.
I got
He's
psyops.
British.
Milo. I'm just talking about snazzy dressed Milo, okay? All these morons are all in for the money. They're grifting away. And so they're being revealed for what they are. But that core base is very strong. And, but there's problems. Certainly there are problems in North Carolina having no candidate to step forward except some Democrat in a hijab or whatever going to represent. I mean, this is nuts. What the hell's going on, North Carolina? Do something, fix yourselves. But anyway, so it all depends on success. We've got to see some results. It's a 4-year term, right, for Trump. But the Republicans got to get through. They've all got to get together on the Save America Act. I like the way Trump calls it, Save America. So he needs victories in these areas, and then I think we've got another win coming.
All right, Omar, to you.
Yeah, that was okay. So I think that the Trump 2016 election victory was a vote from the people, and then we were like, we're done with this Hillary Clinton industrial complex, and the entire system, which he was calling out, and I couldn't have been more for it. when he assaulted Jeb Bush and just crushed them all. It was one of the greatest moments as an American I've seen on television, other than Hulk Hogan picking up Andre the Giant. That was another good one. But this, in 2020, I would say 51% that election was stolen as opposed to not stolen. That's another perspective, just to show you where I'm at. But right now, I could not be more not for Trump. I don't even know how you could make me less for Trump. I think that the typical thing right now is you're saying, oh, anybody who doesn't agree with Trump as like the American Messiah, oh, they're just so Nick Fuentes isn't all about America. Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, they're not for America. Sure. But if they were to be like Trump, you know what? We're wrong. All for Trump. They're for America now. We're not falling for the Hasbara bullshit in English, okay? Anyone who's for America does not want any foreign influence. I don't want my family's from thousands of years of Afghanistan. I don't want any fucking Afghan people coming in here and taking control of our politicians, nor do I want Israelis or Koreans or Russians or anybody, okay? I'm not for any of the things. Trump is completely under siege. He is completely controlled. And if anyone's trying to argue that, I would love to hear that. And last point on this thing is I think that it's going to be a rude awakening of how bad it's going to overcorrect. I'm not looking forward to the potential problem, but if we get some Gavin Newsom, some silly Democratic leftist, I won't be surprised, because we are going to overcorrect so hard that it's going to be a disaster.
Fair enough. Alex, to you.
All right, so first things first, when it comes down to Nick Fuentes, my position on Groypers has always been clear. They should all be spayed and neutered because we don't need any more of that filth around here. So that's point number one. Yes, I said it. I don't care. They can come after me. I don't give a shit. Second off, when it comes down to the whole grift aspect of things, like there are some people that says, oh, well, he lied to us. Well, that's Trump. He lies about everything. So Rachel's saying intelligence. Trump has no real intelligence. He's dumb as a box of hammers. It's just whatever people tell him because he doesn't like to fucking read. It's just he doesn't read intelligence reports. He always says, I heard it on Fox News. So that's point number one. When it comes down to the aspect of like how will this impact us, we're already seeing diesel prices skyrocket. UK prices are doubling up. Impact of shipping prices are going to take effect. Impact of it's going to hit the consumers at a later date because tariffs are already hurting American farmers. Like I've talked about this ad nauseum. We've lost $36 billion to these tariffs, let alone the fact that, inflation could very well be on another trend going upwards going forward. But when it comes down to the whole aspect of everything, like the thing is, the Republicans are getting their asses kicked across, with some of these, like people are, this is probably going to be a blue wave, hopefully. But we have to understand something when it comes down to the big picture, because right now the Trump administration is not polling very well. Regardless of what they might tell you, they are not polling very well, because the biggest thing is because people said Trump said he would promise no new wars. Guess what? We're in a new war. He said he was only going to go after the worst of the worst when it came down to immigration. He's gotten rid of everybody. Even people that vote for him are saying, I didn't vote for this, when in fact they actually did. Like the thing, if everyone thinks that like Trump actually is going to do well in the midterms, I'd say they're pretty much delusional, because usually how it goes, usually in an off year, whoever's president at that time, the opposition will then end up taking, and it's going to be a monstrous blue wave, honestly. I'd like to see more candidates come in, because right now, even a lot of the corporate Dems are in a lot of danger because a lot of progressive candidates are stepping in. But it's going to have a massive impact, especially for the Republican Party. There's even some what they call rhinos that are against the war in Iran. And the MAGA, they're just doing whatever Trump says. If they say this is good, they're just going to parrot the exact same shit that he says. Oh, yes, this is great. This is fantastic. Because they can't get off the grift of Donald Trump. They have to support dear leader, or else they're going to get canceled off the side. Look what happened to Marjorie Taylor Greene. The second she goes against the grain, she gets kicked to the curb and she gets called all kinds of names. But anyway, that's enough.
Fair enough. Mr. Gibbs, to you.
Yeah, I mean, the polling, that's always a good point, right? Look how accurate it was in the last election. Anyway, I mean, like, I guess that's why people follow Polymarket more. I like polling's worthless. But if we're going to talk about polls, there's polls out that came out last couple of days. Trump's got like a 78 to 82% approval rating among Republicans. That's pretty telling. We're seeing the great census that's going to happen. The new census that maybe will happen. We're seeing redistricting happening. I'm not super worried about midterms. We'll see. He's doing all sorts of cool things that here locally. Oil prices, they go way up. That might affect it. But there's a reason why he's doing it all now. before the midterms, so he doesn't have to risk it. We'll see. I don't know. I hear a lot of talk, from all these people saying it's too bad, and the progressives did win in the off-year elections, right? We look at what was his name, Madami. He's fucking failing, right? He's doing real terrible and pushing everybody like that was like, oh wow, this is what the progressive vision of the future is, and then he raids the teachers' pensions, to whatever, and then he's like, oh, I'm against voter ID, but let me get 2 forms ID to fucking shovel snow. I like it. It just shows the openly fucking bullshit double standard. Like, oh no, we're getting spread too thin with the Iran war. It's cost us so much money. When we find out that it's actually less money than was lost in the fraud in Minnesota. Like, I'm just sorry. I just am not going to sit here and pretend I'm too worried. I'm not going to make a prediction because they usually do flip at midterms. But I think things are going well. Like, Jasmine Crockett's on the out. Big fan of that. Cornyn, he's either going to pass to say that, or he's going to get kicked to the curb for Paxton. You know what? I'll say it. Paxton's a huge piece of shit as a Texan, but he's our piece of shit, and he gets shit done. And so, I'm not too worried. Like, things are looking up. Overall, Trump keeps winning. And as for the hating the brown people thing that came up a little bit ago, I love all brown people. They should all live under one nation, the great American nation, under us, so we can all be equal and everybody can benefit from our wonderful freedoms and our wonderful ass whippings that we hand out.
Admiral, I didn't say you hate. I just to clarify, I was saying classifying of tonalities. I wasn't saying.
No, I know. I'm trolling you.
And the fact that you're half Mexican or full Mexican, that makes you even more cool. And the outfit now makes complete total sense.
Well, it's like great value Miami Vice because I'm from Corpus Christi.
There you go, Mr. Burns.
I also own a clothing company, so that helps.
Mr. Burns. Mr. Burns, to you, please.
I do find it interesting that Gibbs loves all brown people, yet he supports blowing up the Ayatollah, a brown person. Very interesting. Now,
yeah, but the Iranian women. I'm sorry.
There's a few things I want to say. Number one, weird North Carolina shout out about a woman did run wearing a hijab. She also lost. I don't know why that's a pinpoint of focus for this discussion. Also, I think neutering groypers is a superfluous. Like this is like a pointless exercise. I don't know why you would do it. Lastly, 72 to 82% approval rating for Republicans is not good for Trump. That's a bad number. 78 to 82 is a bad percentage. Because if you're losing the majority of independents and you're losing over 90% of Democrats, the numbers does not balance out for you if his approval rating amongst Republicans is 78 to 82%. Amongst Democrats, it's something like 95% against. Amongst independents, it's something like 68 to 70% against, especially when it comes to the war. The war in Iran has really been an anti-independent move, at least how the polling indicates. Now, you don't need to believe the polling, but then you also cited polling, 78% to 82%. So we'll believe the polling to a point, but the polling is just one indication. It all depends on how this goes, on how it affects it. If this is all over in a week and it all looks like we took an off-ramp that will allow some amount of regime compliance in Iran, then maybe Trump can come out saying, I got something slightly better than the JCPOA. We got rid of the sunset clause on the provision on them getting an atomic weapon, something slightly different so he can present a win. But originally, you know what I heard? I heard from him, we're ahead of schedule, 3 weeks. Then it was 3 to 4 weeks. Then we heard 4 to 5 weeks. Then Marco Rubio said 8 weeks. And now I'm hearing him saying up to September is a possibility. If this gets closer and closer and closer to the midterms and the Strait of Hormuz is still getting any rockets thrown into it, there will be a certain amount of shipping companies that will not insure those boats. It will increase costs on both energy and shipping all across that area. And that will affect the United States no matter the fact that we're producing more oil right now than any country ever has anywhere. Energy independence does not mean energy isolation from the markets. That's not what that means. And so if we extend this war for months and months and months, Americans like quick wins, okay? Americans were against the intervention. Then when Trump hit them hard, the polling indicated Americans were in favor of it because Americans thought, hey, we killed the Ayatollah. It's all going to be over in a week. We're big winners. But if it becomes 8 to 9 to 10 to 11 months, Iraq was a war we won, but it left a big sour taste in everyone's mouth. And it now has become like the object of.
We were lied to too over that.
That's true. We were also, I think, lied to when it comes to how Donald Trump said we were going to intervene here. He told the Iranian people that the killing, if there's any more killing, the killing would stop. And then he waited for months to do fucking nothing as thousands of people were killed on the street. So what credibility does Trump even dictate to like find the inspiration to tell the Iranian people to go overthrow their government if they look at us like a bunch of backstabbers? Look, all I'm saying is the longer this goes on, the better it'll end up looking for the Democrats, because they'll be able to come out and say, we're the anti-war party and it worked for Obama. Why the hell would it not work for whoever is going to run in 2028?
The MAGA
All right.
hat now.
Go
The
ahead.
MAGA hat now is the Trump hijab.
Yeah, that's what the kids are saying.
You are
Hold
hijab.
on.
I
Okay.
love you. Rachel.
Hold-
Rachel, I'm a
Yeah.
friend.
Yeah.
I am your friend.
Yeah, but the thing. Well, first of all, the hijab is subjugation of women, and you watch it. There's no subjugation. It's freedom, life, liberty, for pursuit of happiness. That's
No.
that's the
Bend the
freedom that
knee.
MAGA
It-
teaches. That is the great again about MAGA. It's life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. That's what the goal is. So, speaking to Dylan, the reason I mentioned the primary, I said. How I preface, I just want to address why I brought that up, is that that's one of the problems that the Republicans have, is that I can't believe that nobody was able to stand up in North Carolina and just run for office, even if they got their ass kicked. But anything would be better than to have somebody who's a Democrat stand in an open primary and run for the Republican nominee. It just, to me, it's nonsensical.
But that she lost. She lost in the
I don't
Democratic
care if
primary.
she lost.
She didn't even
Well-
win the primary race.
No, but she entered in. That's my point, is that there should have been at least, couldn't we find one MAGA person in North Carolina to
To
stand
run
up?
in the Democratic primary?
Well, no, it was,
What MAGA person
no,
can run in the Democratic
it
primary?
was the Republican. It was the Republican primary, from what I understood.
No,
She
there
was
was
a-
no. It was a Democrat primary. I don't know what
Okay,
you're
so-
talking about.
Okay, well, clearly, Dylan, I don't know what I'm talking about. I was under the impression that she ran in the Republican
No,
primary.
I believe you're
because it
speaking
was
of, because the
open.
only hijab wearing person that I know of that
Yeah,
ran
let me.
in a
I'll
race
look it up.
was I mean her name was like Nita Alum, I believe, right? You're talking about Nita Alum?
I don't even remember the woman's name.
Okay,
It's
gotcha.
just the whole thing was so outrageous. I went, my God.
Hold on, wait. Let me just ask this. Okay, maybe because I'm not like, I'm just a little confused. Like, is your objection that they're like Muslim and running for office, or your objection is they wore a hijab and ran for office?
No, my objection is that they were a Democrat running in
There we
a
go.
Republican primary.
It was a Democrat primary against a Democrat incumbent.
And
Yeah,
if you look at the screen behind Mr. Omar here, you'll notice that he has "Controversy Creates Cash" up on the wall. And that's an excellent book that explains to y'all why this is all a psyop.
I have a diploma also, so maybe you should watch your words.
That's right.
We
You
have
got
the
three,
same
it looks
diploma.
like.
It looks like. Hold on. It looks like
He's
we have
got
the
three
same books.
diplomas. You got three.
Looks
Yeah,
like we have the
explains
same. Move your head. Looks like we have the same background. Hold
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
Oh my God, it is.
Okay, hold on. Okay, here we go. Yeah,
Well,
there
here's
was
that.
at least, I went to Grok AI for this. There was at least one notable case in the recent North Carolina primaries held March 3rd, where a self-identified Democrat progressive ran in a Republican GOP primary. The most prominent
Oh.
example is Kate Barr, a progressive lifelong Democrat who switched her party registration to Republican, specifically to run in the GOP primary for North Carolina's 14th congressional district. She challenged incumbent Republican Rep. Tim Moore. Barr openly described herself as running as a, quote, fake Republican or fraudulent
All right.
Republican.
We don't need to
And
know the whole
So
story.
what I was saying is that
Mhm.
it just seemed kind of weird to me that you would have a situation that, where you'd have somebody running this way in that primary.
Okay, you
representative
said
of the party.
somebody wearing
I mean,
a hijab, and the
Trump
only
was a-
person I knew
Trump was
was
a
Nita
Democrat, and
Allen.
he ran. Trump was a Democrat, and he now is a Republican president. It's not
Well,
that
well,
crazy.
yeah,
What are you
but-
talking about?
Well,
You said she had a hijab. Does it
Still,
say
yeah,
anything?
there
Does
was-
does she wear a
there was
hijab?
another-
That was
I
a
was
virtue
explaining-
signal. That
Hold
was a
on, let
virtue
her
signal.
let her answer it. Let her answer it.
If I-
Elise.
it looks like what I was doing, Dylan, was I conflated two different stories that were happening at the same
Got
time.
you. Okay, I was just
So-
confused.
But saying that
yeah.
saying they have a hijab is just as bad as saying they have a yarmulke. By
Well,
pointing
no,
out-
okay. If you
yes,
want
it
to know
is.
about,
It's the same thing.
if you're all hung up on this because of your Middle Eastern, Afghanistan roots, I don't know if you're beating your wife or if you have a wife or a goat or whatever the fuck you're fucking. But I'll tell
Well,
you this much.
well, I guess we're
That's
starting early.
wild.
I can
Well,
tell you one thing
guess-
that if
I guess
I
we
guess
that's
fucking are,
wild.
Abdul. But
I
listen
guess,
here,
I
Muhammad.
guess,
Yeah,
I
listen
guess,
here, you camel
yeah,
driver. We're
yeah.
gonna
Let's
fucking
hear
straighten
you.
this out.
Let's show your true colors. Show us exactly why you're balanced. Tell us.
Oh,
America.
okay. Well, maybe it's the whole idea of
Uh-huh.
marrying 6-year-olds and then waiting till
Shit.
I'm
we're
not
gonna
gonna-
take
It's
your word
post
for it.
9/11
I'm
all
not-
over again. We're on the Howard Stern show.
6 years
I
old.
can't-
Let's hold
Let
up.
her finish.
Let's-
Let her finish. Stop interrupting. God damn it.
Yeah.
Rachel, continue.
So my point.
No, don't change the subject.
I'm
Finish what you
not.
were saying.
I'm on it.
You said marrying 6-year-olds and something about
Yeah.
camels. Tell
So
me.
this is all tied into the culture that brings us the hijab,
Okay,
the
great.
subjugation of
Now,
women. Go ahead.
let me give me 10 seconds. Number
Go
one,
ahead.
Afghanistan has less than 8% deserts. Number two, I'm not Muslim. Number three, you're wearing a fucking hijab right now. What was your other thing about wives and beating wives? I mean, would you
Yeah.
like to talk to some of them? You'd want to fuck them yourself.
Well, it's
because
part
they're
of
so
Islam.
beautiful.
That's
He's got
part.
multiple.
I'm
that's
not
part and
Muslim, you
parcel
genius.
of
I'm not
the-
Muslim,
That's
you-
part and parcel of the dogma.
Rachel, it should
Yeah.
be called Rachel's Demons. I am the shaman. I pull the demons out.
Good luck. Good luck
You're a
with that,
fucking
Ringo.
professional.
So here's the deal. So you've got in Afghanistan. You're talking about Afghanistan. Who is fucking running the Afghanistan? The Taliban.
uncle.
The
My
fucking Taliban, mother. Come on, think about it.
My
The
uncle's
Taliban
running
now,
Afghanistan.
are they Islamic? Or is the Taliban Islam?
You're moving the goalposts.
Omar,
You were attacking me.
Islam is the Taliban.
You were wearing
Islam?
your fucking look. Okay, great. Now, Sarah, just 1 second.
Go ahead, Omar.
This
Go
was
ahead.
exactly my point. The hijab, the Make America Great MAGA hat. It's an ideology and of extremists.
It's a
And we
mental
just
disorder, is what it
witnessed-
is. It's
we
a
just
mental
witnessed
disorder.
My
Well, I
point.
consider
Thank
the
you.
transsexual part the disorder, but
No,
fair
it's
play.
the MAGA part. It's the MAGA part that's the mental disorder.
Don't be a victim. You're acting. No one said anything about that whatsoever. I
I'll
don't have a
openly
problem
say
with
it. It's MAGA is a mental disorder,
If I had
100%.
a
Because
problem with
like
that, I would
it's
tell you.
but the thing is, like, if
All right.
if
Why
Rachel's
is it
gonna-
a mental disorder?
Can I-
Well,
Why
if-
is
can I
if she's-
ask?
Hold on.
I gotta-
I want Alex. Alex made a claim, and I want to understand why
ahead,
is
Alex.
MAGA a mental
because-
disorder?
Well, the reason why is because they can't think for that unless Donald Trump tells them. Like, Donald Trump could say, I'm anti-war. Oh, look, he's anti-war. Then he's pro-war. Oh, he's pro-war. Look how strong our president is. They can't think for themselves. Whatever Donald Trump says, they will fucking bleat like sheep. And the thing is, like, Rachel can't even, get her cultures correctly. Like, listen, I consider.
I can't get my cultures
Look,
correct.
well, here's-
Explain that
oh,
one.
well,
Hold on,
so
let him
anyway,
finish.
as I was saying, like, I'm an atheist. I don't give a shit about any religion. I think they're all bad. Period. Honestly, like, none of them are correct. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, it's like, if you're going to be so upset about like all these Islamic cultures, why is it that Donald Trump's own son-in-law took $2 billion from Saudi Arabia? That also is a fucking hotbed for Islamic fundamentalism. Let alone the fact that they
Well,
actually
did he marry
also
a 6-year-old?
but the thing, of course they do, probably. But the thing is, the fact of the matter is like we're talking about the Saudi Arabia actually has just as many human rights violations as Iran does. Does that mean we're going to attack Saudi Arabia next? And if we're going to talk about child marriages,
Wow,
for crying out loud, the United States had fucking child marriages all the way
Yeah.
until like what 1990 or something
No,
like
we
that.
had
That doesn't mean it's
2,800
okay.
last year.
6-year-olds
No, we had
in America,
2,800 last
even in
year.
Arkansas, we're not getting the 6-year-olds.
We
going.
had child marriages this year. We had
You're
2,800
not
marriages of
legitimizing
child marriages in
6-year-olds. Come on,
2015.
throw a
I
pair.
mean, 2025.
Dylan, were you trying to chime in a second ago as well? I'll hand it
Sure.
over.
I mean, I'll just throw out there that okay, it's very terrible about these child marriages. I agree. I don't believe children should be married off. I would also ask, though, you said it was the most transparent administration in history. Isn't it interesting that the admin is full of Jeffrey Epstein's friends who lied about being Jeffrey Epstein's friends, who hanged out with the chief kid fucker of the United States, and then lied about it? Howard Lutnick said that he told the story. I went into Jeffrey Epstein's home with my wife, and I was disgusted by his massage table, and we walked out to never look at that bastard again. And then when we find out, he was hanging out with him 3-4 years later, chilling, vibing, bringing his kids and shit. That's wild. And so if you're going to come out here and talk about child marriages, well,
Yep.
I mean, I don't think you should do anything like that
What
with
do
the
they got
child.
on
But let me
Latinx?
tell you this, Jeffrey Epstein's friend didn't marry him before they touched him.
Agreed. Hey, Sarah, real quick. Here's a
Hold on.
statistic.
Oh, sorry, go
Three.
ahead.
Hold on.
Go
And
ahead.
here's a statistic. Because it's an estimated 314,154 children as young as 10 were married in the United States between 2000 and 2021. Guys, all I'm saying is let's clean our own fucking house before we point at other fucking people.
But we don't legitimize it. That's the
Oh,
issue.
they
As
were
a
married in
culture, we
American
condemn it.
states,
And
dude. You're
was
such a
that
Trump.
legal?
Trump.
The
Hey,
two of
was
you
it
are
legal
going to be
or not
friends.
legal? Was it
I'm friends
legal?
with-
Was it done
I mean-
under legal sanction or was it illegal? These marriages
They were married in the United States in certain
were
states.
they married?
Legal.
Were they sanctioned by the state that these
Yes,
marriages started? So
yes,
10-year-olds.
yes.
What state allows a 10-year-old to get legally married? I'm curious about it.
Right?
Give me
Just
the
look up
state.
child. Listen. I'm not going to talk about this discussion.
Well, no,
child
you better
marriages in
back
America.
it up. You're
I just put-
talking.
I'm
you're
sorry.
making-
I'm
you're
sorry.
spinning
Did
the
I
facts.
just
I don't
did
think
I
you
just
can
read the
count
statistic?
facts.
I'm sorry. You want to go down the rabbit hole and defend Epstein type shit while pointing the finger and saying I'm about it. You saying I'm protecting child marriages and shit.
Epstein was
No, I'm
on
sorry.
a fucking
I'm sorry.
clandestine
Hold on a
island
second.
where they had
Rachel,
a
you pointed at
submarine.
me.
They
You pointed at me.
had a
You pointed at me
submarine
and said
place.
I
Hey,
support
hey,
child
nobody- hold on.
marriages.
Nobody can hear you.
Hold
Nobody
on.
can hear you.
You said
absolutely sanctions.
you said I support
sexual
child marriages.
exploitation of
I point out we
children,
have child
and
marriages
it's
here,
inside the
and you defend
confines
child
of their
marriages.
religion.
You're defending
That
child
I
marriages in
find is
America while
problematic.
pointing the finger
And
at me.
I don't want it over here.
I'm against all of it. You're supporting it. Sorry. You support it. Go pull up the statistics. It's in the chat. You
Wrong.
Frankly, they should all go to the wood chipper. Fuck them all.
I'm sorry.
Frankly, we should burn them all in the public town square and castrate on site.
Yeah, I don't think anybody
That's
here
America.
was pro pedo. I don't
I
think
sure as
that's
hell
the
ain't.
case.
Hell no.
Yeah, I don't think anybody
put them
likes
all
that.
underneath the prison, honestly. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and like I mean, I'll break for that. I've said multiple times, if someone proves Trump like definitively was diddling people, throw him in the wood chipper too. I don't give a shit. Like I'm not married to Trump. I know I get pigeonholed as a MAGA guy, but I break from Trump on all sorts of policy, especially American beef. You fuck us with Argentina, but that's neither here nor there. I'm just sitting here like listening to this, and listen. You know, this is the serious side. Like, we're like, if we're gonna argue about who's bad and what's bad, like, then I don't know. I feel like someone brought up Saudi Arabia. Was it you, Alex? You brought up Saudi Arabia. Yeah, they're also evil pieces of shit. But like, there are evil pieces of shit. That's the side we've chosen. And like, I maybe I'm like underselling because y'all brought up the Zionist thing earlier. But like, it is team sports at the world stage, right? Like, we like at some point we have to agree it's team sports, or we're on our own. And like, unfortunately for Iran, they're not in the squad. Like, I just don't know really where else to go with that other than
Guys, real quick. There is a nonprofit organization called Equality Now, a just world for all women and girls. And I sent the link. You can go read about the loopholes and rare exemptions for statutory rape, in this case, child marriages in the United States, and 34 states in the United States where it currently happens. So I don't need to go into the details of it. We have that shit here. We have pedophiles here. We have pedophiles there saying,
I'm
said, Omar, you support pedophiles.
No, hold on.
But meanwhile, you're
Obviously
defending
I
them
don't.
right now.
Obviously,
You're
I don't.
defending
So
that.
here's the point, Omar. Is
You
that
said, I
we
support
don't
child
sanction
marriage.
it. It's not
Let her
sanctioned.
talk.
Own
Let
it,
her
own it.
Hold on,
with
let her
6-year-old
talk.
Sex with 9-year-olds is not sanctioned in the United
You
States
said
of
I
America.
support it.
No matter what Omar would like to have you believe, him and his camel rode in here and they're dropping this kind of bullshit on us.
Hey, asshole, there's no
Listen,
camels in
Omar,
Afghanistan.
listen,
Get your
I'm just
racism
saying,
organized, dumbass. There's no camels in Afghanistan.
All right, let's settle this one
There's
down.
no
Let's move
deserts in
over.
Afghanistan. There's
I'm gonna
camels in
move
Arabic
over.
countries. You know so much, remember? There's no camels in Afghanistan, idiot. I'm
going to move
Florida.
over to some super chats, and then we'll move to your closing thoughts. Then if you still want to stick around and duke it the fuck out with each other, we'll be on the gauntlet, and that's where you can do all that crazy.
Oh, it's
shit.
gonna
The
get
MAGA
fun.
hat, the MAGA
Oh, yeah.
hat is an Epstein protection cloak. You think you're invisible from the pedophilia.
I'm invisible from people interrupting me because I know that they absolutely positively don't here on my show because they all know my one rule. James with the Big Ten says Republicans lose in November, House, maybe Senate. Broke no new wars promise. This war isn't popular now, and support for war falls over time. Trump has not made good on his domestic policy. Any MAGA supporters, please respond.
I love the president.
I mean, I guess I'll fill into this one, even though I'm not really super like full on MAGA. It's not that he broke no new wars. It's he's fulfilling America first, and that's kind of the route he's taking. Now, whether or not you think he's accomplishing that's a whole different debate. But his argument, one, he's also said he'd bomb the shit out of him. That was a campaign promise. So, like, no, it's not broken promise. Now if it turns into a forever war, then I'll say it's a broken promise. But until then,
Yeah. And as a MAGA, I'm full on MAGA. I defend it. I already answered this earlier in the show. This is not a forever war. This is a whole different thing than you've ever seen before. America's not going to set up another puppet leader. The power goes to the people of Iran. If freedom is yours, the republic is going to be yours, Iran, if you can keep it. We're just creating the opportunity for it to happen for you. And I pray to God that it will happen.
Well, here's why that whole entire thing falls apart, because when Russia invaded Ukraine, every fucking Republican blamed Joe Biden for that. They say, well, guess what? No new wars under Donald Trump, and they blame Biden for the invasion of Ukraine. They blame Biden for all this shit. And the fact of the matter is that Donald Trump says, when under my administration, no new wars happened, which is also not true. A couple wars did happen under his first administration. It was between Armenia and Azerbaijan, but nobody, because it's not a huge country conflict, nobody really gives a shit. But the fact of the matter is that he bragged all 4 years while Biden was in office that he started no new wars. He started this war between us in Iran. So
Wait,
that's
did he
all.
start the Armenian conflict?
Armenia, Azerbaijan, that was in 2020.
Yeah, but did he start that?
That's not his fault.
I didn't say he started. He said no new wars started under my watch.
Yeah, but
yet
nobody's talking about I mean, listen. I mean, if that's the case, this is not really being nitpicky. I know it's going to come off that way, but
it's probably gonna be nitpicky.
But yeah, but like if we're, when I hear him say no new wars, you can tell me if I'm retarded or whatever. But like, and you might think I am. When I hear no new wars, I hear no new wars America started, right? Like, and now we can argue about Iran or whatever. But when we're talking about no new wars, I don't think we're talking about Azerbaijan. We're not talking about Rwanda. We're not talking about all these African nations. There's tons of wars that got started. He wasn't involved.
But the fact of the matter, but my point is that every single Republican could possibly think of, even Trump blamed Joe Biden for Ukraine getting invaded by Russia. They were very specific about this. They say no new wars started under my administration, which that's not necessarily true.
You got 2 points there, Alex, right? You're making 2 points. One is no new wars, and one is Biden started. And Biden created the circumstances whereby that occurred.
No, they did not create the circumstance where Russia invaded Ukraine. Everybody was talking about like
they did. I believe they did. I believe they did through NATO and through the Minsk Accord was disregarded that Russia had agreed to, and so
fuck about the Minsk Accord.
By NATO orientating and moving in and supporting Ukraine, Russia went in. They saw it as provocation and said, okay, we're going to go in here and make sure that we stop this encroachment. There was a red line and Ukraine crossed it. Russia went after them.
Ukraine didn't cross. Sorry, you can continue.
We've been leaving the crossing since World War II. We crossed it over and over since World War II. The final line was Ukraine.
I would answer, but Dylan's got experience, so I'm going to let him take this one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
Dylan.
I mean, like the Russians are not like children. They're not naive little fucking like amoebas. For the entirety that Russia has existed as a concept, as a nation, as a national idea, it has been inherently expansionist as an empire. Russian nationalists and those aligned with the government defined Russia as an expanding empire. You hear Putin say things, wherever the Russian soldier steps, that is Russia. And when he went and months before he even invaded the country, he wrote full essays nerding out about it, about how Ukraine can only exist as an extension of Russia. They are the brotherly peoples. They are the nation that belongs to them. And so I just don't believe that if NATO didn't expand, all of that ideological domination, all of those beliefs, of Russia's benefits from having access to Crimea or controlling Ukraine, that all of that would fade. In fact, there's a chance to say that instead of invading in 2014, they would have invaded in 2010 or 2009 or 2008 because there'd be nobody to combat them.
With all due respect, that's very similar to the concept that you have about we're going to strike Russia, we're going to strike Iran because they're thinking about striking us. We after World War II, we made specific pacts, and then we reaffirmed that in the 90s with James Baker. We said we're not going to move an inch past the current status, right?
We didn't,
and
but okay.
Since then, We haven't
Gorbachev
moved
said
an
we
inch
did it.
back.
You could ask Gorbachev if you want, but Gorbachev said it's not true.
When was Gorbachev? Hold on. When was Gorbachev not in office?
Gorbachev
He hasn't
was
been
no
in
longer in
office in
office once the
decades,
Soviet
man. What are
Union
you
collapsed. The
Yeah,
agreements you're
yeah,
talking
okay.
about, made by James Baker, was made during the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Exactly. That's what I just said. And so since then, we have been encroaching.
But that wasn't
NATO.
made. That didn't happen.
Hey, guess what? Maybe if I finish the argument, you'll be able to actually make a statement that's
Well, no,
relative
because
to
if
the
I
point.
say, Ronald McDonald was president of Russia, I could stop you fucking there. I don't need to hear the
that's
rest of it.
another straw man. No one's talking about food nor Ronald McDonald, buddy. We're talking about Ukraine, Russia conflict, correct? So McDonald's has nothing to do with it. What are you talking about? Explain McDonald's.
Are you slow?
Explain your McDonald's analogy.
My point was that it isn't true. If somebody says something
Explain
that
your
is inherently
McDonald's
not true,
analogy.
I don't need to hear the rest of what you're saying if the foundational statement that you're building upon I disagree with. I'm stopping you there.
So you disagree that we have made a pact with Russia that we would not go past a certain line and we've been encroaching
Yes,
with
that
NATO.
is not clear.
So since 1990, there hasn't been a new NATO country between Germany and Russia province. There hasn't been no new NATO expansion.
No, there has. Bulgaria, Romania, Estonia,
so there
Latvia.
has.
We
So there
didn't
has.
agree
So
to
why don't you-
expand.
so
That's
why
why
don't
we
you-
expanded.
Why don't you stop making up straw men again?
What do
Or
you mean a
wanna-
straw man?
Hey,
I
why
don't even know what
tell-
you're saying. This
now
is
bring up
fucking
Burning
gibberish.
Man. Let me teach you for a second. It's
Teach?
when someone's talking about
You have to know
Ukraine and
something to
Russia.
teach me.
Oh, okay. That was a good one.
All right,
wasn't a
wrap
good one. I
this
meant it.
wrap this exchange
That was
up
a
so
good
we can
one.
move on.
Listen, I understand that you have the Ukraine flag behind you. I actually been to Ukraine over 15 times in 2 years. So I've also been there, buddy. Okay. I've also been
I don't
to
care,
Russia.
but continue.
Yeah, I know you don't care because you obviously can tell that I'm going to say something that's against the Ukraine.
Just
getting
finish
their
your
asses
point.
handed.
Just fucking stop yapping.
I thought you don't care.
I said I
So
don't
why
care
don't
about
you
you
be-
saying you've been there. If you've been there, good. That's fantastic. That doesn't change anything I've said.
Yeah, Ronald McDonald.
I don't
got
come
it.
in here like, oh, I
Ronald
was in
McDonald.
Ukraine. I know so
Ronald
much better
McDonald.
than I didn't say that.
Yes, you are. That's exactly what your intro was about yourself. You said that from the
No,
very
I said that's
beginning.
what I do for a living. Same what
All
I do for
right.
a living isn't I'm better than you. I know
So-
more than you.
You think you know more about this subject, definitely. Ronald
Well,
McDonald.
no,
got
but
it.
I know
Okay.
I know more about the subject.
There-
but
therefore,
that's different.
McDonald's.
I didn't say it. I
Therefore,
just know it.
Therefore,
I don't need to say it to know it.
McDonald's. Therefore,
All right.
McDonald's. Got it.
Rachel, go ahead, add in your thought, and then I'm going to
Yeah, I was
moving to
just
the next
gonna
super.
turn-
Hold on, let me
Yeah,
finish
just-
my point.
Oh,
No,
sorry,
I'm done
okay.
now. You guys took too long. Talk about Ronald McDonald. Go ahead, Rachel.
I was just going to say to the point about Putin, talk about expansionism. The doctrine's pan-Slavism. It's an old doctrine. Russia always used that in order to flex influence in the Slavic regions. But it doesn't mean that they're going to go into France and take over. They're not Napoleon. Russia's never had to do. We're talking about empires and the expansion of land. Russia's got enough to occupy itself. It always wanted Crimea. We know that. And so they went for it. They see Crimea as their territory. They went and took it. They've taken that. The ethnic Russians that they moved in and turned that area, the eastern Ukraine and the Donbass, and I will defer to Dylan on this, you know a lot more than I do, but I will say I think we can agree on the fact that those areas were Litvansk and Donetsk were Russian ethnic heavy areas because that's where the Russians came in. The Russian settlers came in to that area, and didn't in 2014. Weren't those areas under fire from the Ukrainian government? Wasn't there actual military action in those provinces from the government
Azov Battalion.
against the people there?
Paramilitary.
There was the ATO, the anti-terrorism operation started by the new interim government to fight the rebel groups. Yeah.
Led by the Nazi Azov Battalion, shooting at Donetsk.
It wasn't led by the Nazi Azov. You don't even know what Azov is if you said they led it. That just made me
All
fucking, They were
right.
one militia. How can one
Yeah.
militia lead the entire army? That makes no fucking sense.
I'm sorry.
Next.
How can one militia? What entire army are you talking about?
Our Ukrainian
They're
army
bullet
intervened
sponges.
there.
But
Azov is
he
one
said,
group.
hey, by
How
the
did
way,
they lead it if
case in
they're one
point-
organization?
case in point,
This
he
is
said our
like
Ukrainian
Azov was using
the 101 led World War II.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't care what anybody has to say at this point. If you keep screaming over each other, I just shut you all up and we move on. Now nobody gets to talk but me. Fourth Wiseman in with the Big Ten says addendum complete. The paradigm box is what keeps you trapped inside. You'll never escape it unless you can recognize it. Fourth wise man also follows up to say, heads up, 4 years of Iran will drag out. Stretch your perception for the creation of scheduled 2030 agenda. Next, Schmidta incoming. Wakey, wakey. Anybody have a thought to this?
What the fuck is a Schmidta? Is that a
I don't
shitta?
know.
I don't know.
Maybe the guy with the stash kind of stuff. We always like to say it with different words.
Maybe it's
Texas.
the name of the Iranian missile.
Ooh,
The Shahad, the Shaheed, is that what they're
I
called?
don't
I don't know.
I'm
The
not
New
sure.
American Eagles. That's what they should be called. God damn it.
Real men of genius. Texas Bully Mom in with the Big Ten. I guess F your goal again. Shout out to the chat. They've been having fun completing goals all night. I love you so much for it. James says, second term Trump is the biggest disappointment in my lifetime. He learned nothing. New wars, Epstein, flip-flopping on immigration, donors, swamp, get what they and people get nothing. I am done with him. I'll turn it over to Rachel. Defend your leader.
James, obviously you love Kamala. You're all in on Kamala coming up 2028. It's going to be so exciting for you. You've got Pete Buttigieg, and he is. I have seen a lot of people breastfeed before, but I have not seen it done like young Pete Buttigieg. By gum, he is just one of the most. He has what I call a feminine side, and believe you me, I can recognize it when I see it. Pete's going to be your guy. Fantastic. Absolutely. And I hope that you enjoy all our newcomers and all the fun. And perhaps you'll be lucky enough to get your own 6-year-old bride in the new
That was
Democrat
Trump
of
dreams.
America.
I gotta say, I like as a Republican, I do want to put some money down because I'm a gambling man. If y'all didn't know, I would put my entire life savings down that Pete Buttigieg is probably not going to be the nomination. Like he's polling at 0% among African Americans, 0%. Like no, like that's a first in history. Like, and I don't trust polling, but I feel like if it's 0%, it's probably not a high percentage of African Americans want that guy as their fucking guy. I'm just wagering if I had to wager money on that.
I could honestly see more likely he gets a VP nomination.
That I could see. That I could
That's
see if
all
they
part
keep
of,
around.
yeah, that's part of the game. That's like how we have Palantir's special boy JD Vance as our vice president as a checkmate for Trump to stay in order. By the way, I just want to point out that Dylan said with Ukraine, he said our military, and he was referring to Ukraine.
To be fair, he is embedded
Slava
in the
Ukraine,
military.
hear him Slava.
Yeah, to be fair, he's
Batona
embedded in them all the time.
Zaluzhny. I mean, I'm pretty pro Ukraine. They're not my
Okay.
military. I
You
know
said
them, but I'm
our,
openly
you said
pro
our
Ukraine.
army. You said our army.
I mean, to be fair, if he's
I don't.
embedded
If
with
you're
them,
trying
like,
to catch me on some like psychological stuff, like yeah,
You
sometimes
said
I use the
our
word
army.
like
It's very
yeah.
simple.
When I work with them, I'll say, are our boys over there or are they
Okay.
over there? Because
So
I'm
they're
talking
yours.
to them.
They're your army. No problem.
Yeah,
When
well,
I'm talking to them.
well, I mean, if you're
One at a
embedded with
time.
them,
One
Let
at
me
a
be clear. Let
time.
me be
One
clear.
at a
I
time.
think $150 billion Ukraine was weak. Should have been $400 billion minimum. So my
Yeah,
position
and
is very
sure.
pro-Ukraine. Okay.
And the,
so
and the pro-Israel say it should be 400 billion to Israel. You're not America first.
well, he didn't claim to be. I don't think he said he was a globalist.
No, America, the country, not like Fuentes. America.
You're muted. I can't hear him.
We've entered a dark
Oh.
period.
Maybe he's
Did I get
talking.
muted?
Gods.
Have I been muted by
Yeah.
Big Russia? No, I
I
got him.
dealt with it.
I support aid to Ukraine. I don't support aid to Israel. I've held that position for a long time.
Okay.
Fair enough. James with the Big Ten. And if you want to join Open Panel, the link has been dropped. You're going to hang backstage for just a little bit, but I at least want to give you the opportunity to jump in. Feel free to do so now. There's lots of extra seats back there. So if you don't make the first wave, don't worry, hang tight. You will be up soon. James comes in to say, wait, Main Street did get that 1 week with Liberation Day until the stock market dropped and ego couldn't handle it. Maybe if we have Dow 40K, Iran war will stop too. Any thoughts?
If the economy keeps going, if the oil prices keep going up and the Dow goes down and this lasts for a very long time, Trump will be more and more likely to look for an off-ramp as the midterms come closer and he gets more pressure from his party. Absolutely.
Yeah, buy Raytheon, buy Lockheed Martin,
The
Skunk
war,
Works,
the wars will expand.
base.
Wars will expand. I think he's going to pull a Netanyahu to try to stay in office if he's not thrown out before.
Okay. All right.
Those
fair enough.
somebody in the peanut gallery going, we lost 90,000 jobs, government jobs, all in the dole by the government. Trump cut all the government jobs. Fantastic job. Absolutely wonderful.
That's not fantastic.
1966
Big
levels.
It's not
I
thanks.
support it completely. Sorry, Alex, but you're going to be wrong on this one because Rachel's correct about it.
They're not
Rachel, you're
correct
Canadian?
on anything,
I
actually.
remember-
I'm sorry, but last time I checked, gutting the VA where people actually need to work there is not helping anybody, actually. So if you're going to be correct on something, you actually have your fucking
Look,
facts
you're
in order.
getting all upset because your argument is so feeble and weak.
It's not
Alex.
feeble. It's based on fact,
It's
honestly. I'm
weak.
sorry.
Well,
You
actually,
make
Rachel's
very
from.
weak. You make Omar look like he's the smartest one on the panel, Alex. That's how bad it is.
Yeah,
This is
that's-
proof that
that's
you're a
what it
mental
is.
disorder because you're okay with the VA cutting essential workers, people that actually help veterans like
How
myself.
dare you,
want the
Alex?
VA
How
I
dare
want
you
the
point
VA
that out?
supported, but as we found out through the magnanimous efforts of Doge,
Doge
there's
didn't do
so
shit.
much corruption
Doge
Doge
didn't
is
do a
amazing.
fucking no.
They're
Doge
still
didn't do
doing
a
good shit.
fucking thing.
in every
Doge
department.
didn't do a
And
fucking
that's
thing.
been
They
done.
cut
Big fan of
pediatric
Doge.
cancer
God.
research.
Thank you, Lord.
Why do you
Alex,
like
Alex,
Are we
Alex,
done?
actually,
We
Doge-
deserve better through
You're
your
still talking over each other. So just so you all know, nobody can hear anything you're saying when you talk over each other. All they hear is so as much as you love to argue and yell, it doesn't get anywhere. Nobody hears you and it's moot. It's moot at that point. It's all a lost cause. Also, if you are going to join Open Panel, the link has been dropped into the chat. Please feel free to start heading back there on your own. Word to the wise, if you are camped up, you do have priority to get into the panel first over avatars. So just heads up there. You may do that. Everybody starts camming up. I love how they do that. Isn't that magical?
Hey, where would people from other channels go if they wanted to join the queue?
Here, I will drop the link backstage. If you are most welcome to drop that very same thing to your own chat, because it'll be modded up that way. Or they're welcome to come over to the Raging Tomato. I will be dropping it into the chat all night right now before we move over to the Gauntlet, but you have it on your end. All right, and the final dono, and then we will be able to do closing statements for all of you, and then you can choose to stay or go. Then the Gauntlet has opened. Fourth Wiseman comes in with a big 10, says Omar brain farted. Omar, did you brain fart?
Uh-oh.
I would love more details. Sure. Great. You know what? Can you please tell us when that happens so you can send more money to the show? Thank you. Fourth Wiseman. By the way, the fourth Wiseman is in reference to the three wise men, which were Zoroastrian priests, which were Persians, by the way. So maybe I brain farted.
You could have brain farted. I'm all about a good brain fart. I am a mother and I brain fart a lot. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Again, if you would like to join Open Panel, now is the time to get backstage. That's where I determine who's coming up here first, so on and so forth. Head on back there now if you have the link. If you don't know where to find it, ask a mod. All right, we're going to kick off with your closing statements. Then, of course, to the panelists, I will give each of you the ability to make this decision if you're staying or going before I kick off the Gauntlet. But let's go ahead and kick it over to Dylan. You were go ahead with your closing thoughts, sir.
Sure. If somebody could send me the link in Discord, that'd be useful. So I could just quickly copy and paste if anybody has it.
I got you. Give me a second. I got you.
Thanks, Gabe. I appreciate it.
Gabe.
I think we've gone over a few topics. Look, my position on Iran is that number one, the president should not be able to do this on his own. We didn't get to discuss this, but the president of the United States blowing up the head of a foreign government. You could say, oh, we're not at war. Is it a war? Doing that could start a war, and it led to 6 dead Americans, right? Now that is something the American people should have a say in. When he was on the campaign trail, he did not say, I'm going to go blow up the fucking Ayatollah. I'm going to blow up the Iranian energy sector. I'm going to blow up this. I'm going to blow up that. In fact, Stephen Miller was on the campaign trail saying, if Harris becomes president, we'll go to war with Iran. That was the type of stuff that they were saying on the campaign trail. We have elected representatives. Back in the day, you had one elected representatives for 30,000 people. Now, it's one for every 800,000. We're already horribly disconnected from the people who represent us. The very least is the few who actually do, the 450 that do, should have a say on whether or not American service members are going to put immediately in harm's way. There is no proof we were in immediate danger. They keep saying it to meet legal standards, but they have not been able to put any proof forward of that. So, the question is, do we have a republic where we have a say whether or not we go to war or not? Or is it we elect a man and for the next 4 years, he can throw us in whatever war he wants? Here's a question. Let's say he did this against a more powerful nation. Let's say he did this against China or India or Russia. Could the president of the United States bomb a nuclear power without the consultation of Congress under this framework? That's a genuine question. Besides that,
Oops, did I lose?
No, Dylan, I think that, muted himself at the end.
Okay, I thought it was me. All right, Rachel, to you, please. Your final thoughts on.
Well,
the evening.
first of all, thanks to everybody on the panel and to Sarah most of all for inviting me on here to hang out. I always find these topics interesting. There's a lot going on. There's a lot at stake. I love the United States of America. It's the greatest nation on the planet. And, God knows what's going to happen to Canada. It's moving further and further away from anything that represents me. I like your president. I liked the idea of the Monroe Doctrine, how it's manifesting, how it's worked out. Be really interesting to see what happens with Cuba. I think the Greenland situation has already been established. And I want the war, I want the goal set that the people of Iran get their country back away from this oppressive regime and that state terrorism ends there. And at the end of the day, I just want everybody to get their Bible and read their Bible and learn about Jesus, because Jesus loves you all. Dylan and Omar and even little Alex. Okay. And also Gibby. Gabriel Gibbs is a good boy, but he needs Jesus, just like every Republican needs Jesus. And that's my little spiel for tonight. Now, I'm not going to hang around because we're watching the young Sherlock on the Amazon Prime. Sherlock Holmes, he's just a young boy. He's all eager and raring to go, like Alex and Dylan. He's just a young guy, raring to go. And it's so exciting, Sarah. It's young Sherlock. And I believe, what's his name? Ralph Fiennes. His nephew and his brother are major stars in this thing. So they couldn't get Ralph or what Fiennes, whatever, but they got the family members to do
Fair
the
enough.
Sherlock Holmes thing. Anyway, what a gas, Sarah. Thanks so much.
Good, thank you. Mr. Omar, to you, sir.
Wow. I appreciate being a part of this panel. I actually, as 12 years as an ayahuasquero, I know how demonic possession looks like, and I have a talent for drawing that shit out of people. Hatred is a poison inside of us, and so if we can extract it out, then we can live better. So I hope that I help people. I nothing negative with Rachel.
No, in fact, I want to have sex with you now, Omar. You were so successful in helping me.
Yeah, well, young Sherlock
come to Sarah's final love.
I heard young Sherlock is very good looking. So enjoy your evening.
All
and this is the second most gay experience of my life. Monday was number one. And I thank you, Sarah, for these experiences. This is going to keep getting better, I'm sure. Anyway, I'm, America for sure. Also the world. I love America as a country. And I also think that I love the world. And I think that we should stop paying attention to the other side of it. Every great empire falls. Here's my final statement. Every great empire falls for a few key things. Yes, they overextend themselves. Yes, militarily, ideologically, usually why they go with the military, but there's also a spiritual component to that. And you can look at actually the fall of Egypt, Greece, Rome, England in many ways, and now the United States. It's always when the hubris goes to a certain level where the ruling elite are actually pedophiles. It happened in Egypt when Greek took them over. And then when Rome came, they called them the Greek boy lovers, right? And then Rome was doing the same thing where they knew that their elite were sacrificing children and doing it. Was rumored with the open pedophilia. And we're in that stage now again. And it is somewhat biblical, as Rachel said. Jesus also said he did not come to change the law, he came to fulfill it. He also said that not a jot or tittle will be changed until the day of judgment. He was pointing at Moses' laws, and Moses' laws wouldn't really agree with your decisions for yourself. So maybe, but anyway,
right.
Listen, I hope, I pray for all the innocent people. I really do. I hope that everyone finds their own peace. And I hope that we can all start thinking for ourselves. The ideologies are a bad thing. And we're more susceptible to them as the world becomes a smaller place through the internet.
Perfect. Thank you, Omar. Mr. Kirsch, to you.
First things first, Sarah, thank you so much. I wasn't even trying to squeeze myself in the panel, but she's like, you want him? I'm like, yep, absolutely. So I want to thank the panelists. This has been a very enlightening conversation, even for little Alex, me, that's 6 foot tall, 190 pounds, very little, tiny, dainty. Don't know a word just yet, your little baby Jesus. But anyway, as I was saying, when it comes down to the final topic, I mean, my position has not shifted whatsoever. This was a bad fucking idea. This is a really bad foreign policy decision, especially on the administration. But I'm not surprised. It's just another campaign promise. This is the same guy that said he ended the war between Cambodia and Armenia, which they were never at war with one another. He can't even get his countries right. He said he would end the war between Russia and Ukraine within 24 hours before he even took office. That was also another campaign promise, lie broken. He also said he was going to bring down grocery prices. Grocery prices are going up. He said tariffs are going to help the country. They don't help the country whatsoever. So why should I listen to a word that Trump has to say that's accurate? Him saying that this is going to be over. We have no idea how long this is going to last. All I know is that this is not going to help us out in the long run. As a matter of fact, it's going to hurt us significantly. Like we saw what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan. It didn't actually make us any safer than we already were at that point. As a matter of fact, more freedoms were taken away. We're actually seeing freedoms restricted more in this country. And it's not for the sake of, and they'll say for the sake of national security, we're doing these things. I mean, you can't complain about the Patriot Act and be okay with what's going on right now. But at the end of the day, we look at what's going on in Iran. This has never been about saving people. Trump made that clear when he talked to Dana Besh on CNN. He said, that's not our concern right now. If they're more than likely going to try to put a puppet regime in place, but this is all about what? Stealing resources, and Israel wants to create greater Israel, essentially. That is their plan. I mean, we saw it on Monday. They showed us the unit patch that all their IDF soldiers are wearing. They're not even hiding it anymore, honestly. I mean, we should all be concerned about this because I don't want, and it's not because I hate my country. I love my country, and I don't want our service members being sent off to a war that never needed to happen in the first place, because war happens because of failed diplomacy. And if you're so hard up about sending our sons and daughters and all the members of our military to fight in the war when you bother to not do it yourself, then guess what? I got a name for you. You're called a chicken hawk, a person that was chicken when it was there trying to serve, but now they come back 20 plus years later and they want to go kick everybody's ass. Shame on you.
Wow. All right. Thank you, Alex. And to you, Mr.
Amen.
Gibbs.
Well, first, Alex, if you're that tiny at 6 foot, then come on down to Papa Gibbs and I'll feed you some barbecue. In fact, y'all are all invited, and we'll fatten y'all up with American homegrown beef. Buy American beef. Secondly, Rachel, I got to tell you, this is a first for me. The non-devout, like non-super strict Christian just
call me a sinner.
Hold on. Just told a Southern Baptist reverend with 2 doctorates in religion that he needs to find Jesus. I don't know whether to be proud or happy about that, but it's entertaining. And no, that's not an invitation to turn this into religious debate night. I don't want to do that shit. We're not in seminary school today, so fuck that. But furthermore, buy American beef, buy American leather, get your stocks right now. Lockheed Martin's through the roof. Raytheon's doing real good. America's good. Y'all brought up the drones. Brownsville, Texas, building a new USO facility. I think there's a drone facility in Arizona. The time is now, and it's not insider trading because they've already told you we're attacking Cuba next. So go on Polymarket and start gambling. Boys, that's the secret. You can make some money now. And I'm excited to get into the open. And once again, if y'all start trying to do religious debate night, I'm going to find y'all and I'm going to hunt you down. And then we'll turn you into barbecue.
Beautifully said. All right. Rachel, I believe you were making your exit. Dylan, are you hanging out?
I can hang out for a little bit, but I got my significant other coming over, so I'm going to be dipping out in like 30 minutes.
Also, to the chat that always talks about not fighting, I did wrestling MMA for like 10 years. I've got dents in my head. Not a pussy.
You did what?
I did wrestling MMA for 10 years.
Hold on.
Me too.
Rachel,
Nice.
thank you so much
you
for joining. We appreciate you. Ghost Town Politics, ladies and gentlemen, please go check her out. She talks about this shit every day. Every day.
We just do stuff. Take care, everybody. Thank you, Sarah. And thanks, Admiral and everybody. Bye.
Thank you. Alex, you're hanging. Omar, you're hanging.
I'm 2 for 2 on ripping demons out of your guests.
My God, you have wait. Your Thursday night is going to be a hoot and a holler. All right,
it's going to be a satanic festival.
Oh, God. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you to your panel. If you still want to join, the link is pinned in the chat. You are welcome to hit it now. Here we go. My whole system completely froze on me in that moment, so I had no idea if it was playing or not playing or what. All right, who do we have here? I've got Dylan, Gibbs, Kirsch, and Omar. They are all untouchable. You cannot boot them whatsoever. Everybody down below. And Spicoli, you are on a 2-minute timer, sir. Best behavior. If I hear fucky fuck or JJ shit, I'm just going to kick you the fuck out. Okay? I have no patience for it today. Greg, welcome. Looks like you are new. Clay, welcome back, my friend. Andrew, welcome back, my friend. I know you've been here before. I remember your face. All right.
Yeah, I got my ass handed to me. Yes.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But as a kind reminder, if you don't like who is on screen right now, at least as far as the bottom, shut up, Spicoli, you're not first in line. As far as the bottom half is concerned, send a measly $10 over to me and I can just kick them backstage. I've got backstage hanging out. We've got Bandit, Asvarud, and Balderson all waiting for their time to join on panel, but they can't join unless you boot somebody off or somebody leaves. That's how we play this game. Now, we are going to start with a one-to-one conversation. That means everybody downstairs, just mute yourself until I tell you you can talk. Otherwise, we're going to go in order and we're going to allow each person, whoever's typing, please turn on mute or shut up with the typing. We're going to start one at a time. That person gets their 2 minutes to ask question to whoever they want, a little bit of back and forth, and then we move on. After everybody down below gets their turn talking, whatever, asking their question, then we will move into full crazy mode. All right. Mr. Effigy, of course, I did not have any doubts that you would be first one back there in line. So I'm going to hand it over to you, sir. Please ask your question to whomever you would like.
I guess my question would be to the people supporting the war. How is anything, and I mean anything, that you guys have been saying for the last week and a half, like any different than what they said right before Iraq? I get constant deja vu from the shit you guys are saying. We've heard it all before. How is it any different?
I'll answer that. One, Trump didn't beat around the bush. He just said, we're going to go do this. He didn't give like ultimatum goals. He didn't pretend, some of the stuff. And honestly, it's not any different. Anyway, Bush and Cheney have been 100% vindicated since the Iraq war now. Syria, Lebanon,
Really?
And Iraq are gone as a power. The Ba'ath Party's gone. ISIS has been basically neutered completely. And now Iran's gone. All big wins. And Cheney and
ISIS that was created out of the quagmire of Iraq.
Yeah, they were weaker than all three of those countries combined. So, that was good. And then Russia's out of Syria now, basically. Yeah, it's been all wins. And on top of that, furthermore, Bush and Cheney weren't in the Epstein files. They just bombed it for the love of the game. So big fan there,
So do you guys are still sticking with this idea that this is only going to be a few weeks, even though the Pentagon has allocated funding to keep this going through September?
I mean, maybe. I mean, I hope we send the Kurds in. We should give the Kurds their own state. Fuck Turkey.
I don't think the Kurds would fight for us anymore because we fucked them over too much.
They said they're going in already. So you're muted, Dylan.
You're muted.
Talking.
You also have to remember the Kurds are not like they're not like one. There's
right.
There's not like the Kurds.
Like who would go in? Would it be the PUK? I
It
assume it
would,
would be
whatever
the PUK,
puppets we
but like
send them in, Operation Human Shield. It's very simple.
Either way, the Trump said today that he doesn't want the Kurds to go in. He said he decided against it. So it's, under Trump's.
Is that what he said? He said today.
Yeah, he said it today. He said it on Air Force One.
Oh, I just saw one today said he was supporting bombing for the Kurds. So, who knows what Trump's trying to do? That's part of the mystery. And what is it? Strategic ambiguity.
I would just say that Admiral Gibbs, I would let you captain the ship, I guess. But I disagree with everything you said. If we call if we're talking about ISIS and these things, and we call them like terrorists. Okay, so these are terrorists. I would say that since the war on terrorism, the only thing we've done is destabilize countries and increase the collective terrorist cells in Arabia. And now we're going to completing the entire Middle East. We're going to set the entire table of 1/3 of the earth into, quote, terrorist cells as a response of destabilizers. Sometimes what it takes is a wild motherfucker to rule other wild motherfuckers. And in the case of Iraq, which is the second largest Shia Islam, they had General Saddam Hussein become the ruler of Iraq because he was a Sunni. So he was in the minority ethnic, religiously, you would say, but he was ruling with an iron fist. And sometimes it takes, an iron fist to rule people of a warlike mentality. And so he held that thing in play. He was put in position by us only to be taken down as so many other leaders in Arabia and the Middle East. And yes, they are different people, guys. So let's try to focus the racist shit into specific things. And unfortunately, the response is, as an American, it sucks since 9/11 flying to other countries. You're like, oh, you're American. And it's just getting worse and worse because we're destabilizing 1/3 of the world, man. I don't know what's to celebrate about that.
Yeah, I just completely dislike the flippancy at which we talk about war, and maybe it's just because we went through it for so much. But now that we've been to this, I think it's what Reuters and a few other CNN and one other news organization has basically tentatively said that bomb that fell on the children's elementary school near that RGC base was one of our missiles. So on the first day of the war, we were responsible for blowing up a school of elementary school children. So why are we talking about this so flippantly and cowboy mentality when we're just fucking killing people? Like, that's it. I mean, yeah, we want to kill bad guys, but we're already killing civilians. And Iraq, the UN estimates were like 1 million dead civilians. Like, why are we still at this point after 20 or 30 years in this sandbox fucking talking like this? Like, it is just a trait of a highly fucking immoral people, right? That we're just like, yeah, those people are dead. Sucks to be them.
You want to know the truth, FG?
Like, there was an official who was on TV the other day who basically said, when they were talking about these kids, well, at least they're not wearing burqas anymore.
Well,
like
that's the thing. Because like our country, like here's the thing. Like I'm not speaking for anybody on this panel, but as a whole, we tend to not give a shit because it's not happening to us. Because like anytime like somebody in a third world country or something like that dies, people are like, who fucking cares? Because it's not happening to us. They don't really give a shit about those people. They'll pretty much say, oh well, those children. Oh well, who fucking cares? I mean, and I'm not speaking for anybody on this panel. But you can ask like the average American, they're like, I don't really give a shit. But there are people out there that are very sympathetic to this because, I mean, just imagine if it would have happened to us. Like, we would be devastated if this happened to us. And the same level of empathy needs to go around.
Tax dollars go to one abortion, they lose their mind.
Oh yeah, of course.
But we can drop bombs on entire schools of living children who are walking around in the world, and it's just fine. Like the dissonance is mind blowing.
Yeah, it's because
we really wrap it up. All right.
I'm good.
Greg, to you, sir. Go ahead and ask your question, darling.
Yeah. So I guess anyone that supports the regime change has to admit that Donald Trump doesn't have any good follow-through plan on what's going to happen afterwards, right? Like, I mean, destroying a government is like the easy part. Going ahead and building a new one is like the hardest part of it. And Donald Trump and Israel don't seem to have any follow-through plan with it, right?
Yeah, I mean, once again, I already covered this. I don't know how much of the debate you watched, but I literally said best case scenario was we get in there, we get a pro-American government, right? What did I say was second best scenario? And I said this was going to be callous, but it would be eternal quagmire where they all fight each other and no one state ever takes over. That's at least our enemy. We like fucking back a couple little groups. And that sounds bad. And I know that kind of goes against what FG and Omar were just saying. But, proxy wars and fighting amongst the little smaller groups is much better for us than having these like groups, people like the Ba'ath Party teaming up with 3 countries to form a super country that would rival us, right? So same thing with Iran, where they're all teaming up with these people. Now if they fall apart, yeah, I hope they pick an American regime that's going to back us. But if they all fall apart and fight each other in perpetuity, that's also okay with me. That's a good ending for us. Well, and it's bad, sad, but it's truth.
You frame 2 options like they're equally likely. What do you think is the most likely option to happen?
I don't know yet. I mean, right now I'm hoping that we get like a Persian and Kurd alliance, of some sort where they back them up. I don't see that happening, but it could happen. The Taliban was talking about invading before the war because they're getting about, but then they got invaded by Pakistan, and now Turkmenistan's about to invade Afghanistan for water. So they're out. I don't really know. I think it's anybody's ball game, so we'll see what happens. I mean, anything can happen.
Well, it's not. I mean, if we look at the historical precedent, you realize that it completely favors the side that we probably shouldn't be doing interventionist regime change because it goes ahead and destabilizes the country.
That's good.
Terror cells pop up, destabilizing the country, having terror cells pop up, mass migration. Like, I mean, Iran is made up of 90 million people. That's like 5 times bigger than Syria was before the Civil War.
Do you agree that like a terrorist organization is weaker than an actual national state?
No, they're more dangerous and create more chaos and can get nuclear weapons.
I was like, the actual scale that level. They can't build a nuke, though, can they?
Yes, they could get a nuke, actually.
Gibbs, them not being rational actors is not good for us, right? Iran
Yeah,
was
but-
a rational actor.
Well,
Greg, the
I
answer
don't know
to
if that's,
your-
yeah, but that's, I don't know if I agree
It's
with that,
good
but
for the
sure.
system. It's good for the system, so we can keep never-ending wars going on. So destabilizing
Oh, okay.
allows us to continue our bullshit.
Well, Gibbs. So the worst part about having terror organizations is you can't negotiate with them. Like Iran was showing that they were able to negotiate. I mean, we had the JCPOA with them. They obviously operate on like a cost benefit analysis. They've never like explicitly outright said in like claim an attack. Even though they've helped like fund proxy groups, right? They still want some international diplomacy. To say that they're not like rational actors in that sense is, I think, pretty ridiculous.
I mean, I would, yeah, they're rational actors, as in they're rationally acting against our best interests. I mean, I would say just because they're rational actors.
That's someone you can have
doesn't mean-
diplomacy with. A terrorist group,
Yeah,
you
but
really can't.
Why would I want to? Well, first of all, we can. That's what Qatar does all the time for us, right? But like, and secondly, that's why we have the A&M's fucking school there. You know, we had George Bush Sr. was the CIA director, and he put his presidential library in A&M, and A&M put it in Qatar, and Qatar negotiates with all terrorist groups for us all the time. So yeah, you can absolutely negotiate with them. We've negotiated with cartels many, many times in our history. You know, it's not hard to negotiate with these people. They all have agendas. But when we're talking about like rational actors, just because you're a rational actor doesn't mean your scale of threat's not bad. It's much. North Korea's a rational actor. Now they have nukes. Right, like that's scarier than anything that ISIS ever did. Like, you know, ISIS might kill 200K people. North Korea's got 200K people in prison camps that they're killing all the time. Like,
Who created ISIS?
The Ba'ath Party and Al Qaeda, and I guess the U.S. indirectly.
Who created Hamas?
I don't know, the people there that live there, and, you know, with backing from Iran and rejection of the PLO. Like,
oh no, hold on. So you're saying that Iran created Hamas originally, or was it Israel as a counteraction of the Muslim Brotherhood?
I'm sure it was partially Israel too. Yeah, I mean they funded them as well, but it was also they were doing that to oppose the PLO and then the PLA, which whatever.
And when we were funding Iraq against Iraq and Iran war, who funded? We funded Iraq, and England did too. And who funded Iran? The answer is Israel. The point is,
but yeah, that's all true. But like alliances change. Like, what's your point?
First
here?
world,
wrap this one up.
First world is trying to destabilize everyone else. The same Middle East is there. Look, it's very simple. If you pull it away from any like nationalistic, let's not talk as an American. I'm going to talk as a human on the earth. Africa is allowed to have little skirmishes against each other as long as they're killing each other because all their natural resources are spoken for.
Wait, what?
Same thing.
You know they have the biggest war in history going right now, right? Like since World War II.
They also have 12 million slaves in the Congo, but I don't hear that to be the point of contention in the subject either. So we switch.
Well, Rwanda's invading the Congo, so yeah, it's a major issue.
You mentioned Rwanda 4 times, so you want to talk about Rwanda, or should I finish talking about the Middle East?
Well, sure, bring it. Go for it.
Finish your thought, Omar, and then we're going to move on.
Whichever one you want. Okay.
Go ahead.
My point is that a destabilize when you're talking about Arabia and the Middle East, so-called Middle East, because it's just an English term for it. You're talking about like very old cultures with a lot of old beefs and a lot of old grudges and different shit. And the one thing they have is the resources, of course, and more of those resources, from oil to now rare earth minerals, becomes a big thing. Don't be surprised if in less than 10 years, China invades Afghanistan because they have over $12 trillion rare earth mineral reserves in Afghanistan alone. So we'll be finding new ways of this and that. And the difference is that we as America were the most idolized, the most biggest marketed thing in the world was red, white, and blue, Hulk Hogan. You know, we had everything. And then Pepsi, Coke. And we really kind of squandered all this like amazing American propaganda. We create jeans, television, cars, internet, and we fucked it all up in less than 20 years. And we're continuing to do that. We're ruining our own image through this bullshit. So that's it.
All right. Thank you, Greg. Clay, to you.
Thanks, Sarah. I about got MAGA fatigue. I'm just watching this play out, and I swear it was said earlier that wherever Donald Trump goes, that's where his supporter goes. Gibbs, earlier, it was said that the Kurds wouldn't fight or Trump didn't want that. And then you were like, oh, okay. It's almost like it's a wave game, right? And I just wanted to point that one thing out. But one other thing I want to point out, this thing that's happening over there, it's not doing anything for me. So I didn't know that America wasn't great. So make America great again doesn't mean anything to me. I always thought America was great. I especially didn't know that going to war with another country, essentially for whatever reason, these reasons that we've posed today, is the game. It's said that it's about religion a little bit. Mostly it's about oil. Let's be clear. It's about the resource. But it does not protect my borders. It does not protect my home to run into somebody else's home and take their stuff. America is great because of its ideals. And so when I see what's happening, attacking someone else's home, essentially, over resource, because let's admit it's about the oil. I just don't understand where the animosity is coming from towards these people.
I mean, first of all, I just posted a link in everybody's chat that I'm in here with that I see. Trump said he's going to support the Kurds that the Kurds are made with the Air Force. So I don't know where y'all get y'all's info, but that was from today. Maybe there's something else he said since then. That could be true. I'm sure that Dylan's not lying to me. He's always good faith. But
I love you, but this article's from March 5th. It's not from today.
Well, then I guess I saw it today. My bad. Well, then you're right. So I guess if you have a more updated article, then I'll eat crow. That's fine. But it seems like this has been a plan for a while that they're going to support the crows, eat crow, I guess. Support the Kurds, but yeah, the Kurds always get fucked. I think it does help the borders. Iran has been sponsoring people, and the argument right now, even they've said, is they might have operatives in the U.S. It's kind of like ripping off a Band-Aid. Sometimes it hurts, but it's better to get it over with than let that shit fucking sew into your skin or skin grow around it. It's not an easy solution. And oil price is going to go up, but if we secure the border, the Strait of Hormuz, great. Then we fucking got it, just like we did with Panama, right? We went in there, we told them we want to own the land on both sides of the thing. We got rid of China's influence there. This is a larger battle against China and Russia. It's kind of been his peak thing since he got in office. Now, I understand people are upset, but this is America first. It's just, what version of America do you want?
Well, the America that I want is not one that's essentially just I get the idea of being the big guy on the stage, on the world stage, but not the bully on the world stage, right? So liberate everybody else whilst our people suffer. The thing is America is great, but it's great because of our Constitution and our ideals. But there's still oppression happening here where that focus could be actually put towards some of the things that's happening here. And the support for the American people. Our government doesn't treat us fairly here. So whilst all this focus is going towards liberating other people, I get it. You want to do a great thing for these other people. You see something happening across the street, but then when you look at your own home, what's happening in your own home? Are your dogs being treated fairly? I mean, I appreciate what you said, that's all I got.
Okay. Andrew, to you, please.
Okay. Well, gee whiz. Thanks. First of all, thank you. You guys are so much more well-versed on this whole subject than I am. I guess I came in the panel on the wrong night. I just want, everyone to be happy. I don't like all the hate being thrown back and forth toward everybody. Whatever side you're on, the other side hates you. Now, my experience is, yes, I lean more right. Yes, I lean more MAGA. I'll put it out there. I don't go around flaunting it. I don't go around doing anything. I got bashed by somebody on the left when during the Olympics, when JD Vance was in the attendance of the opening ceremonies. I'm like, hey, there's President JD Vance. I said, go USA. I started getting hate from 2 or 3 different people about how dare you say that, blah, blah, blah. They were calling me all kinds of names. And all I said was, there's President JD Vance, go USA. That's all I said. So all this hate, at least directed toward me, and once again, I don't go around flaunting it where I stand politically. And when I say something, all of a sudden I just get this hate thrown at me. I don't like it. And it seems to me, and the other side will say it seems to them, but it seems to me it comes from the left towards the right. If that's your stance, if you hate the guys on the right, I don't know what to say for you. I mean, I hope you find it in your heart to see the good in everybody.
I'll put it to you like this. Oh, sorry. I thought she was done.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
I thought you was done. I thought you,
All right,
you
go
paused
ahead.
for a second.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm done. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Are you sure?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, because here's the thing. As a left-leaning person, you have any idea how much hate I've gotten from the right? Dude, I've had death threats in the town that I live in. I understand. It's not a good thing. But here's the thing. Like, on this panel, if you're good faith with me, I will definitely be good faith with you. That's just my rule. But the second you start getting hostile, then guess what? All the gloves are going to come off. You can't expect me to just lay over and play dead if somebody's going to be rude and obnoxious to me. Like, I'm just going to give right back to you. Now, the thing is, like, should people be attacking you because of your opinion? Of course not. I think that there are some people out there that their opinions are a little bit too, they've gotten a little too comfortable, kind of like that guy Jake Lang that's going around like causing all that mischief. He's way too comfortable, and honestly, I'm glad he got the shit kicked out of him in Minneapolis. He got kicked out of there because that guy has gotten way too comfortable. But when it comes down to it, like, it is, and I said it earlier, our country has never been so divided. It's gotten very cultish. And even sometimes the Democrats do that to themselves as well. I will definitely be the first to admit that. But when it comes down to the Republican side, it's bad. Like, if you don't support Donald Trump, you're a rhino, you hate America. If you don't support us, you hate America, kind of deal. And I get sick and tired of that crap. I've been hearing that shit for 20 plus years. And that's just the way things are right now. If we can get back to a point where everybody can just agree to disagree, then great. I'm definitely all for it. But until that actually happens, it's going to get this hostile all across the board. And honestly, when it comes down to the internet, it's rough up here too. I've had a lot of death threats on doing panels, but I just kind of just wave them off. It's to me, it's nothing. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Andrew. As Varun, last and final. And while As Varun is going, I will be kicking off the Gauntlet channel. So if you already know where you're going, you can start making your way over here momentarily.
Can you get me some camels, Omar? I see that you showed off your herd in the background now.
I told you we don't have camels, man. I don't know anything about camels.
Fair enough. All right. Go ahead, Azrun.
Yeah, I have a question. Every time an empire expands, like there'll always be massive military expansion, and then it leads to countless conflicts. I've noticed that, and I've seen that throughout history. Every time, like whenever there's an empire that's building up and rising from its primitive state, it becomes like obsessed in expanding its military, and it also gets involved in a lot of unnecessary conflicts and conquests. Why does this happen every time for every empire? Like right now, it's happening to the US, but before the US, it's happened to so many other countries. Like it happened to the UK, then before that, it happened with the Ottomans. And if you see that actually, like it happened several times in Europe, even with the Holy Roman Empire and even the Roman Empire as well. So how come this is like a continuous vicious cycle that keeps happening every time? That's my question to the panel.
Real quick, as Baran, buckle up, buddy, because they're about to show you. If someone answer his question.
Go ahead.
Anyone? Okay. I think that a lot of it has to do with just opportunism. That a lot of times when empires take their first steps, everywhere, which a lot of people say, oh, if you invade that's a problem. It's going to cost money. It's going to cost lives. It's going to cost this. A lot of empires are naively optimistic. It's like, yeah, well, that might all be true, but they also have gold. They also have this. They also have that. And so a lot of times, this is true for the Iranians and how they have been behaving in the Middle East when it comes to their proxies and actions they've taken. This is true for the Russians. This was true for the United States. This has been true for many empires, that they essentially look past the damage and they assume that the situation will go exactly as planned for them and they'll be able to get the resources. The opportunism mixed with, I think, just sunshiny glasses that everything's going to turn out all right. I think that's a big contributor. Not the only one, but there seems to be a lot of naivete in empires, especially in the early stages.
Can I answer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Background's good for this one. Okay, we're good. So, you mentioned the Holy Roman Empire. The Roman Empire was able to expand and conquer all of the barbarians. Remember, Rome was civilized and the rest of the world was barbarians. The French were barbarians, Germans, the British, everyone was a barbarian if you were not civilized like Rome, okay? And Rome was able to control this for a long time. the reason why Rome was able to move forward and keep putting down these barbarian uprisings in Germania, etc., is because they would activate their military, they would go through, and then they would give honor to the local gods. So they would be able to move and put out these like uprisings fast. It wasn't until it became the Holy Roman Empire by 325 AD and created Christianity, that they said no more gods of however you want. You're going to follow this god or else. And it became virtually impossible for them to move and put up uprisings. So the uprisings all over the place, they weren't able to put it down. And so they had to control by a different tactic. So it's the way empires rise and fall.
Anybody else have a thought to add in on that?
No, I mean, I pretty much made my point earlier about like how empires basically are. It's just, I don't think we're nearly as like expansive as the Roman Empire, but again, maintaining an empire is very, very expensive because you're expected to solve everybody else's problems, and when you can't do that, you're going to have disorder. When you have disorder, you got to send more troops. When you have to send more troops, they're going to be spend more time away from home. You got rotating units. I mean, it really wears down the country because Rome, when Caesar was expanding his empire, essentially, he was very unpopular, especially with the Senate. And like there were some people that loved him. They pretty much saw Caesar as a god, Julius Caesar as a god, but they also saw him as an imperialist. They saw him as a guy that's just warmongering and whatnot, and they ended up killing him over it. Basically, now it's a very minute problem because they thought he was too far gone anyway. But maintaining an empire,
Caesar wasn't the first one to do it, though.
Well, I know he wasn't, but
that's not why they killed him either.
Following Sulla's
it's the main reason, but it's not the main reason. But the thing is like I said, maintaining an empire is very, very expensive. It doesn't pay for itself. As a matter of fact, it's quite the opposite. But anyway, I don't want to take up too much time.
Also, I'm not sure how we're not as expansive as Rome,
Hold on,
considering we
ho,
guard trade routes over there.
Effigy, you
Sorry,
know
sorry.
better. You know better. All right, I'm going to close that note. If you already know where you're going to get over to the Gauntlet, please start making your way now. Otherwise, you need to catch the raid to make your way. If you want to continue the show, this is where it gets more cantankerous, crazy, all over the place, absolutely wild. Omar can tell you from Monday night, it was absolutely absurd. So I'm going to go ahead and end the Raging Tomato on YouTube stream now. And the Gauntlet, that is at the Gauntlet Debate, is now officially up and running. Make your way now or catch the teleportation raid. We'll see you there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have one rule alone. If I start talking, that means you shut the fuck up. It is very important that you listen for my voice because a lot of you like to talk over each other. If I play a video over top of you because you're all yelling and going stupid, it's probably a really hot chick on the screen. That is for you to shut your fucking mouth and listen and pay attention because I have orders coming out of that video. It's usually a short clip, lots of cuties, patooties on the screen. But that means you shut up. Don't come back in once the clip ends screaming, wailing, and going crazy. If you want to get rid of somebody on the screen, anybody on the bottom half can be booted. Anybody on the top half is protected the entire night. I don't care how much they scream, curse, go crazy on your ass. They can't go anywhere. But everyone down below can be booted for a measly $10. Backstage right now, I have Mr. Ben Balderson, Spicoli still waiting patiently, Bandit, and I thought somebody else just jumped in, but they may have not. But you can trade anyone from the backstage up for anybody on stage. I don't care how it works. But hang backstage because it flip-flops pretty quickly. All right. And to the super chats that came in earlier, Frosty says, UK, y'all can schmuck on these newts. Thank you so kindly. And Frosty also says Keir Starmer is sabotaging Britain on purpose because their right wing is literally the bane of all the Western world as we know it. He would rather chaos play out than allow their BS to reign. Does anybody have a thought on the top half of the panel? Nope. Anybody?
I would just say, like, Keir Starmer is in an extremely difficult position when it comes to Iran specifically.
We can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, okay. Strange. My mic has been giving me problems. The deal in Cyprus was crazy because Cyprus has allowed a British base to be there for forever, but essentially by allowing the Americans to use that base, Iran considers them a legitimate military target, is making strikes on them like drone strikes, and that has compromised his position. Some people have compared it to what the British Prime Minister did during the Vietnam War, where essentially the British Prime Minister didn't denounce the Vietnam War, but he also didn't provide troops to support it. Some people are trying to compare it. So I understand that Keir Starmer's in a very difficult position, but the right wing, I mean, Reform UK, I see Nigel Farage trying to roll back all of his anti-Ukraine talk. Like, I see, like, a lot of them actually trying to moderate. There is, like, Restore Britain, I think, is the new party, but I have yet to see them actually perform in any election.
As an American-born Afghan, I would say I don't give a shit what happens in England other than the amazing people. I'd say down with the British Empire. They're holding on only because we are still protecting them, and we should let them fall, take all their resources, cut deals with the 62 countries that they rule as vassals, like Canada, for example, and other countries, and that will fix our healthcare problem. And then, we're good.
Okay. If the floor is officially open, please feel free to start chiming in as you deem fit.
All right.
Or I can actually, we had one final thing on the prompt over there. I can actually throw it out there to all of you. Hold on, I got to go get it. We moved a little behind on time, so we never got to it.
I got it pulled up, Sarah.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I got it. I just found it. Is the escalating multinational involvement in the 2026 U.S.-Israel-Iran war a justified coalition against aggression or a reckless path to global catastrophe? Let's start with Dylan. Everyone keep it down to a short 60 seconds, and we'll move around round robin, and then it's full open. Dylan, to you, sir.
Was the question if it was justified or if it's
Sure, I can. Was it a justified coalition against aggression or a reckless path to global catastrophe?
Against aggression? I don't know what they would mean by aggression. I think maybe the continuation of the atomic program is maybe you could classify that as aggression. Continuing to fund different proxy groups throughout the Middle East, which they've been doing for the last 25, 28, 30, ever so many years anyway. You could classify that, I guess, as aggression. But none of this is different than what they have been doing up to this point anyway. And it certainly does not meet the immediacy clause that would require the American president to be able to say, I can strike them, I can bomb them, I have the right to do that. Instead, he's trying to use the AUMF justification and this immediacy of attack, but he hasn't provided that there was any evidence that there's immediacy of attack, that America was just about to be attacked. And the use of the AUMF to attack Iran is just ridiculous to me. The idea that after 9/11, someone could say, oh my goodness, I hope we don't bomb the Ayatollah. Like, what? Those two things are completely unrelated. So I would say that it's structurally allowing these types of wars to happen will eventually lead to catastrophe. Whether or not this individual war ends in a week, 2, 3, 5, 8 months, who knows? It could end in catastrophe. But allowing these types of wars to take place will eventually lead to a catastrophe.
All right, Gibbs.
No, not really a catastrophe. I mean, working as intended, ass whippings all around, chaos is good. I feel like I don't think it's gonna be a catastrophe at all. Big fan. Frankly, everything's going good. It's the best. We call it winning all the time. I think that's what we got.
All right, Alex, to you, please.
Oh, you already know what I'm going to say. It's a global catastrophe. That's what it's going to lead towards, because we have to be perfectly honest. It's not just going to affect us. It's going to impact a lot of other countries around the world, too. Whenever a situation like this does happen, in some way, shape, or form, there is always a negative repercussion that actually occurs to other countries around the world. It doesn't matter like how big or how small. If there's like a natural resource that people actually utilize, when that country becomes into conflict, it causes that resource to then be held back because they can't, disperse it because they're already dealing with the conflict. That's where everything kind of comes into play. So Iran has a lot of resources. They have rare earth minerals. They have oil, whatnot that they can utilize. They can actually use to other countries. But the thing is, when that closes down, it's going to affect the entire global market. That's kind of how things work with this. So it's going to be a global catastrophe. And if it doesn't happen, I'll be surprised, but I see this going very poorly for us.
Okay, thank you. Omar?
Global catastrophe by design. As all these are. I don't know why anyone thinks, look, what the ultimate American thing is that we go and fight someone one-on-one. It's not when did it become American to like jump people? Like, when was it? When did it become American? Like, I'm going to challenge you one-on-one, and then like Hulk Hogan comes out and challenges the Iron Sheik. but then right when they start fighting, 5 other people jump out. Like we went from like Hulk Hogan, red, white, and blue to like Hulk Hogan NWO. And now we're like, the NWO is actually good. And so it's like, no, it's
love
not.
the reference.
You know what I mean? That was actually a fucking phenomenal one. That just came up right now. But my point is that like, you know, there's no nobility in jumping somewhere. So if I challenge you one-on-one to a duel and then there's 6 people behind, that's what cowards do. And I don't recall as an American ever being a coward. So it just looks bad. Our allies, right, already learned from their elections and their economies and falling for their euro and all that shit. Like they're like, I don't know if I want to jump into that because we're barely hanging on by a thread too. You know, like all these European countries, at the end of the day, what does France have? They have some nuclear weapons, some submarines, and they've got the Eiffel Tower, and they've got some baguette. You know, they've got some. No one has shit. Okay, and everyone's struggling right now. The entire world is really hanging on by a thread everywhere. Americans are going week by week the same way that people in Africa are as far as general food. And we're trying to say that it's going to get better here by having a war in Iran. Better for who is the question? Who is it better for? It's not us.
Did you just watch like a Hulk Hogan match? You've been on You've been hulking out all night. Man.
Dylan, honestly, it's Admiral Gibbs, man. He is so WWF, like, and I'm loving it, by the way. But I don't know. It's something he engaged me from the beginning, and I'm just drawing it from this panel. I don't know. Maybe it's.
We're giving you WWE vibes.
It's probably the way we're shit talking on the little screen, like, ooh yeah, like it's like a WWF promo here.
Oh yeah, brother.
Yeah, brother. Yeah. Our news meeting is over. Yeah.
All right. Effigy, your thoughts?
He obviously just watched the 1980s classic No Holds Barred. Obviously, that's why it's on his mind. First, I'd like to say that I would just like to say that Gibbs basically tacitly admitted that everything going good equals children getting bombed in their schools. So I would not say everything's going good. Also, this is not just us bombing Iran. As soon as we did this, Iran started lobbing missiles at everyone. It lit the entire region on fire, right? And that's what we don't want. Now we're getting videos of people in just random countries all around Iran having missiles fired at them. And which that's going to get even more insane the more Iran feels like they're existentially, about to go the way of the dino. So no, I don't think it justified it. I think there were other ways to do it. I'll just stick it there.
All right, thank you, Greg. To you, please.
Yeah, so I don't believe that this intervention was justified at all. I don't think there was an imminent threat Iran was posing to us. And if you want to talk about catastrophic events that's going to happen downstream of this, I mean, we're probably going to have one of the largest migrant crises as a result of this. A lot of people are going to have to go to Europe. If you want to talk the radicalization of European countries, I don't know what you think, like a bunch of immigrants going in is going to make the people domestically in those countries feel. And then obviously we can go ahead and look what regime change has historically done, even in Iran. When we overthrew Mossadegh, their prime minister, there was a bunch of anti-Western sentiment built up in there because they felt like he was a Western puppet. I don't know how we're going to go ahead and implement someone that's friendly with the West that the Iranian people don't feel like is backing up their ideals. Like a lot of people in Iran still are anti-Western because of the shit ton of intervention we've done historically to that country.
Okay, thank you. Clay, to you, please.
Yeah, I don't agree with either position. I don't believe it's justified, but catastrophe. I mean, yeah, these things happen, and you got some pretty disgusting things that people do. But global catastrophe, no, it's not going to be like what people think it's going to be. You know, even this touches kind of on the main part of the main prompt, whether this is going to lead us into like global war or anything like that. I don't see it happening. In fact, because I believe certain things, I just don't see that final war being imposed because of the things that men are doing, other than that they're going to be corrected in their actions. But the men that are alive today, the things that they're going to cause, it's basically just going to be propaganda, a lot of it. And there's going to be a lot of fighting too. So it's rumors of wars. It's not real war. So I don't agree with either position.
Okay. All right, Andrew.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be any kind of global catastrophe either. I think it's in the long run, this is going to be good for the U.S. Yeah, I know my haters up there are going to say something, and I'm sure Alex is probably going to come in and interrupt me again, but like he did in the first time. Peace, brother. But yeah, as I said, I lean right, and I don't think any of us on this panel, no matter where you lean, we don't know 1/10 of what's going on actually behind the scenes. Whether you like it, don't like it, whatever. There's so much that we don't know. I have a good friend, and as I'm sure most of you do as well, who has served 25 years in the military, 4 tours of Iraq and Afghanistan, and he's all for what's going on over there. And he says you don't know what's going on. He says there was so much intel coming out when he was over there that that us citizens have never saw and never will see. It was scary, and he was on the lower level. I mean, he was on the medical field, and as much what he saw and what he's not at liberty to say to discuss with me, he says you have no idea what's going on behind the scenes. So when the talking heads get on TV, as he says it, they really don't know what's happening. So we can sit here and argue all day long, but the bottom line is there's so much that we don't know, and our opinions are our opinions, and that's all there is to it.
Fair enough. All right. The last one to you, Azron, and then we'll go in full open.
I feel it will be like a global catastrophe because the way things are going, there's not been proper peace only. Like some incident always keeps happening and another war happens. So the way things are happening, it doesn't look like it will just subside so quickly. It might take another 25 to 30 years for the whole thing to like come to a sort of reasonable state of being. That's what I feel.
All right, thank you. And then Bandit is having internet issues, or else he's been trying to join the panel. But it says, could you ask the panel, since Turkey was hit with missiles from Iran, how does that not trigger Article 5 in NATO, and we all are at war? Anybody have some thoughts to that?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Since Turkey was hit with missiles from Iran, how does that not trigger Article 5 in NATO, and we all are at war?
Oh, sure. A nation getting hit doesn't necessarily trigger Article 5. You first have to trigger like Article 4, which then brings together all the nation states that are part of NATO, and then you can talk about triggering Article 5 to bring about a response. The Turkish government probably doesn't have an interest in escalating the situation any further.
Okay. All right. I will leave the panel open.
The Turkish people definitely do. I don't know if you saw some of the protests in Istanbul and throughout Turkey, but the overwhelming majority of the Turkish people were really riled up with what was happening in Gaza. And we call them Turkey now, but they were the Ottoman Empire for nearly 1,000 years, and we're running that entire place for over 600 years. So Turkey is no joke. They've been no joke historically. So in Persia too, these are ancient peoples, man. I think that we're just running in with like
This is like saying that all of Iran was cheering when we bombed them, right? Like all countries have splits in ideology between their peoples. No country is a monolith of ideological.
Of course. But what I'm saying is that the Turkish people collectively my statement was the Turkish people collectively were against what was happening in Gaza. Is that going to be, I think it was like some crazy, it was like 90% So we can Google that if you'd like. I can hear you typing it. My point is that, so then now it's the minister, who was it who said that from Israel? They said Turkey is the new Iran, right? And then that was said, 48 hours ago? Who heard that? Turkey is the new Iran. Who said that, right? So how are we going to justify that? So Turkey is the new Iran from Israel 2 days ago. So, okay, so we're not done with Iran, but now Turkey's the new Iran. And then who's after that?
How's Turkey the new Iran if Turkey's in NATO?
Well, you're going to have to ask, the Israeli defense minister, who said that? Turkey is the new Iran, Israel. Let's see here. It was
Turkey has definitely had a lot of issues with Israel. I wouldn't be surprised if they said that at all.
It was a statement. It was a statement made by the defense minister, Israel's former prime minister, even better. Here we go. Former Prime Minister of Israel, Naftali Bennett, says Turkey is the new Iran. And by the way, polls are showing that he's most likely the leading candidate to be the next prime minister of Israel. So, Turkey is the new Iran because Israel said so. So what's next? Admiral, if we decide to start messing with Turkey because Israel said it's the next Iran and we're going to go back to when they killed some people when they were the Ottoman Empire, how are you going to justify that? Where's the line is my question. I just want to know if there's a line.
I can tell you the justification. I can tell you the justification. You want my prophetic? Here's what they're going to say. Turkey is committing a genocide against the Kurdish people, and we must save these people, and then Israel's going to help us bomb them. That's going to be the line. Okay. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think we're going to attack Turkey, though. I would be shocked. They are NATO. Now, we might slowly, I would be shocked if we attacked Turkey. I can see us in 10 years not being their friend, especially if we continue down the path and MAGA people get elected the next term or something. Maybe I could see us going after Turkey, but I think we're pretty far off from going after Turkey now.
Turkey is Turkey. Turkey was with us World War I, against us here. Turkey is Turkey.
They were not with us. They were with the Germans.
I'm sorry, against us and with us. And again, let me get my point is between the wars, they flip sides. If you look at the history between the two world wars, is what I'm trying to say. I just the empires like this, we're Iran, but dude, Iran has been on the short end of the stick, surrounded by Sunnis and Shias. By the way, you think Muslims and Jews? No. Sunni and Shia. That's serious business, and that's been going on for 1,400 years. So you say there's 2.2 billion Muslims? Yeah, sure. 2 billion Sunnis and less than 200 million Shia, which is Iran, which is Iraq, and a little bit of Syria. There's not much there.
Well, that's why Saudi Arabia is making the gambit to finally normalize relationships with Israel and the United States, because they want to control the region.
Exactly. Effigy is pretty much Effigy is absolutely
I agree with that.
So what we have to realize, and just a point, just an important point right now, and I'll stop. What we have to understand is that we, like the West, collectively, we picked the Sunnis over the Shia because they had most of the oil areas during the 1800s and so on. So by default, we were going against Iran because we were supporting and buying all the resources for them to try to bring down the Persian people, which was the Iranian nation, which is now an ideologically Shia country. So there's all sorts of shit that's been going on for a long time, man, way longer than 10 years or 20 years or 100 years.
Asroom, go ahead. Or was that it?
I'm done.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question to ask for Omar. Do you think Erdogan is suffering from grandiose delusions because he wants to bring the Ottoman Empire back, and so Putin wants to bring the Soviet Union back? These dictators, have noticed, they always suffer from grandiose delusions and they fall for their propaganda. Why is that, Omar?
What you said? Why?
Yeah.
Well, I would say you're absolutely correct, for sure. But are you from India?
Oh yeah, I'm from India.
You're familiar with the Mughal and the Mathura and the Gupta empires, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's your ancient history. So India's got 1 billion people. India's got nuclear weapons. India's becoming a global empire. And eventually there's going to be someone who says, hey, by the way, we were great. We were something big. And so it has to do with not just nationalism. I would say it's deeper. It's blood. It's, for example, when Dylan was pointing out, that during the Tucker Carlson interview, Putin went on this long history of the Slavic nations. I agree with what Dylan was saying, but I think it's actually not just to try to pivot somewhere else. I think he was actually talking to the world, saying, hey, by the way, at the beginning, there was Kiev and Rus. When the Vikings came down and first conquested our area, and our first Slavic capital city was Kiev and Rus, and that's part of the greater Slavic nation. And I was born the year that the Soviet invasion happened in Afghanistan, and I was alive when they fell down. They were the Soviet Union empire on some level, just 45 years ago. So they're not necessarily saying it was 1,000. I mean, Israel is saying it was 2,500 years ago. There was never an American empire before. So Turkey are the Ottoman people, and the Ottoman people, I mean, it's called Istanbul now. That's called Constantinople. And they have a big history. And so it's not abnormal for ancient peoples to draw back into the memory of their ancient ancestral past and say, hey, guess what? We're not that far off from doing that again. I mean, Hitler pointed to a fake Aryan. Look, Aryan DNA comes from Aryana, which is Afghanistan, half of Iran, and Pakistan. That's called Aryana. That DNA is R1A. When he's referring as R1A1A, 20,000 to 15,000 years ago. He was pulling off that Aryan history to make the German national people feel an ancient way so they can go become something big. So I think it's human nature and empire. When you go from nation to say we are something special, whether it's we are Christians or we are Jews or we are Ottoman or whatever it is, it's human nature to try to take over the world, apparently.
Does this have anything to do with the fact that the very bottom sliver of Turkey is included in the greater Israel map?
Effigy, I don't know what. Listen, you're like a sniper, 100%. That little bit that's there, watch what's going to happen for that. And you don't want to wake up the Ottomans, dude. We can talk shit about whatever we want. I'm ancient history, theology.
If I'm correct, there is no mechanism for kicking a country out of NATO. Like part of the agreement for NATO is that all internal NATO countries agree to settle things peaceably. So no one's going to be able just to kick Turkey out of NATO for Israel. So as long as they're in NATO, they're protected.
Effigy, you would agree that the NATO concept is literally just written on paper, and it's not going to mean shit when things hit the fan, right? Like,
well, if we're at the point where everyone's just like treaties are just ink on a page, then what does anything matter anymore, right? Like if we're going to go into like straight international, like nihilistic, fuck everything, because that's what that sounds like when you say that.
Well, that's
those treaties have held together, held the greatest military alliance the world has ever seen. If that ink on a page doesn't mean anything, nothing means anything.
It hasn't been 100 years yet. It hasn't been. No. I'm not trying to be nihilistic. It hasn't been that long. Is what it has. It's not a pact that's been going on for 1,000 years. It's not even 100 years old. Is my point. NATO's not that old. Like this is all new stuff.
No,
yeah,
sure,
no,
I agree.
I think we want the smoke from the Ottomans. We already whooped their ass a couple of times now. I'm not worried about them. Fuck them.
Who's we? Dylan, who's we on that?
America has beat their
Gibbs,
ass.
can I ask you a question?
You can ask me whatever you want.
Reframe it back to I guess the Iran controversy. You said Iraq
muted
was
on
a success.
StreamYard, Dylan.
You said Iraq was
Right,
a success. In what way was the invasion of Iraq a success? Like the multiple insurgent groups that popped up, the millions of people that died as a result of it, the
Could
thousands.
you start
of
over? I'm sorry, I missed the first part.
Yeah, so I mean, you said Iraq was a success, but I guess that's ignoring like the millions of people that died and were displaced, these insurgency groups that were created as a result of it, right? Do you think that just Saddam being replaced was like, is that the end of your analysis there?
No, you're a young guy. You seem like you have a good heart, and I understand you're like coming from a very empathetic like viewpoint, and like I get it. I used to be like you. Now, fuck all that. I'm America first. Like I'm sick of getting fucked, and like this sucks for them. Like I'm sorry, that sucks. But guess what? All that bullshit helped us. It's not just because it's Saddam replaced. If you know this, there's 3 stars in the flags in Syria, Libya, and Iraq. Right. The reason for that is because they were trying to form a three country, like one country. And they were going to have Libya be the economic backing because they were forming an African currency that was going to be opposition to American one. So Obama was like, we got to take that out. Bush over there took out Saddam because he was the 4th most powerful military in the world. He was to be the military arm of that, and also oil. And so he took them out. And then, Syria, well, they've been fucking eliminated because ISIS invaded Syria with the former Ba'athist from Iraq that wanted the party, and then the Al-Qaeda that we basically helped fund and put together. And they went and invaded Syria. And then, Syria has fallen since then. Assad is gone, and Russia's out of it there. So, yeah, all these people died. It's really sad. But proxy war has been fought for thousands and thousands of years. And so this is what was best for America at the time. And I know that people aren't going to like that because we're living in this age where we think we're civilized, but we're not civilized. I think Russia invading Ukraine proves that. I think the 2 great African wars prove that. And I think, all these other countries that are always funding terrorism and doing stuff also proves that. We live in harsh times. Neo-imperialism hasn't failed. It's time to go back to just regular imperialism and colonization. Like we're fighting an evil empire, and it sucks that people live under that evil empire and they're going to be affected. But
Tough titties.
So you should think we should throw out
We're
like
fighting an evil
domestic.
empire.
You think we should throw out diplomacy in the fact of just doing regime change for any country that we
I
have?
didn't say that.
Well, when do you think diplomacy would matter the most?
Well, you mentioned what was it, the JCPA earlier, right? Like that was, in my opinion, that was a capitulation and a fail, right? They just taken
In what
some of our
way?
boats. It was bad. It didn't work.
How did that? What did it not work? Iran.
We have reports from multiple agencies saying they were still doing it anyway. I don't trust them at all, and
Not
I
the
also don't really give a shit because the oil is the bigger issue. And these people have been against us since the Shah fell, and arguably, like I they held hostages for us after the Shah. They captured American boats, and that's not even counting the nuke stuff, right? I don't even give a shit about the nuke stuff, and they fund China with oil. Like I hate to break it to you, China's not our friend. Neither is Russia. Like.
Well, let's talk about the capturing of the boat bit. Do you know why that actually happened?
It doesn't matter what America.
It does actually. It actually does happen because it actually does matter because they actually went into. No, it does matter because they actually went into the waters of Iran when they weren't supposed to be there. They were warned to get off, and they failed to do so. And guess what? Because of diplomatic actions, they were actually returned within 24 hours, completely unharmed. Because
we gave them a bunch of money for it.
No,
it was bullshit.
It was actually their money. Actually, we gave them back because
it was their money that we froze from the Shah, right?
It actually was money that we actually helped due to sanctions. It was money we gave back to them. That's actually how that works. But
and where did that money? What happened with that money afterwards? What did they use it for?
Oh, they probably used it for the enrichment of uranium that was actually under the JCPOA that Trump actually wiped his ass with. They were actually
funding terrorism.
Oh yeah, sure, terrorism. Yeah, we haven't funded terrorism either, have we? But the fact of the matter is like when it comes down to it.
Definitely.
Yeah, we actually have, Ashley. But the thing is, but when it comes down to Iran, like we actually gave money because it actually belonged to them for starters. And second off, like they were actually abiding by the JCPOA. So I don't know where you're getting your information from. They were abiding by the JCPOA. And then Donald Trump ripped that shit up. And then guess what they started doing? They were not unbound by any regulations whatsoever. They could start enriching uranium at any rate whatsoever. And it's amazing how we expect Iran to open up their nuclear doors, but yet Israel is not bound by that. Why is it that Israel is not bound by that same agreement there?
Because they're our attack dog. Like, why would we limit our attack dog?
I think we're their attack dog, actually. We've been doing everything for them. Because Netanyahu actually swore up and down that Iran was 2 weeks away from having a nuke. Back in 2003, he said this. And guess what? 20 plus years later, they said, hey, they're 2 weeks away from a nuke. So exactly how close were they to actually building a nuke? Do you even know how much you would actually need nuclear material-wise to actually have a nuclear warhead?
They said they were close to getting a nuke after we blew up the facilities.
He 2003, he went before our Congress and said they were a few weeks away in 2003. He's done it 6 times in front of our Congress since 2003. He's been after them the whole time. We've been doing every single war that they wanted. Guys, this is not even like he comes in and says something and then it happens. What are we talking about? Like we're pretending for a second that Netanyahu did not say Iran's a problem and we start a war with them.
Did I answer your question by the way, Greg? By the way, I'm sorry.
Allow me to interrupt for just a moment. Plumpy sending out 1 gauntlet membership. And Osron, I am going to hand it over to you because Frosty has a question for you with my favorite color on the screen. Before I read it, let this be a kind reminder that we play by the goal over here on the gauntlet. And if you do not fulfill your goal every hour, I go the fuck home. So if you'd like to keep it going, I'm enjoying the conversation. It's actually not chaos and crazy right now. And we're actually getting through a lot of great talking points. So I'd like to stay. So do your job in the chat, in the audience. Hit that dono goal. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and sharing is definitely caring. We love it the most. Frosty in with the big 1 million of something. Asvaron, rest assured, we solved the problem in India by eliminating the pretense to solve anything apart from poverty. God-ordained diversity, assimilation, and peace are all secondary measures for what we go through. Asvaron, to you, sir.
No, India is actually, I'll be honest with you, I've seen a video called Fall of Nations. India is not, I don't think it will be a superpower, but there's too much of poverty in India and it's a mess actually, it's a failed state. Many people in India are actually leaving the country to settle down in foreign countries. Then there are 2 sections actually, the northern part of India and the southern part of India. The southern part of India has actually developed a lot, but the northern part of India is still trying to develop and catch up with us. So the way things have gone for a long time, Congress, when it came to power after we got independence, messed our country up by making us into a socialist country. and only after 1995 we opened our markets up to the foreign nations, and we opened our markets to international markets as well. Until then, we had a lot of protectionism over here, so a lot of damage has been done for a very long time. And to recover from that, it will take a really long time. So even Prime Minister Modi, who's trying his level best, won't be able to do anything. Even the BJP party that's in power right now, many of them are just making money. Only Modi is honest. Modi, Yogi Adityanath, and that's it. The other people are just interested in making money and getting out of here. Even the National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, he might be, protecting India on the outside, but his son is a citizen of the UK. Even he knows that India is a failed state. It's impossible to repair it. And as far as diversity is concerned, it's not a strength, because in India, there are a lot of ethnic groups, and there are a lot of other religions as well. So to appease each and every person on the basis of caste, creed, and color and their language is extremely difficult. So the future of this nation is actually quite bleak, to be honest. It's a failed state.
And as a kind reminder, I'll give it back to you, Gibbs. Backstage, I have Azrael, Spicoli, and Andrew decided to exit the panel because he wanted to allow other people to be able to contribute. Thank you for your kind generosity there, Andrew. But, if you want to get Spicoli or Azrael up, you have to do something to the panel. You got to shake it up. All right, back to you. Gibbs, I think I interrupted you.
Yeah, I was just asking Greg if that answered his question on why my position is the way it is. Like, I know it comes off callous, but I think he's coming from a good place. But I've just seen this for so long now. But at this point, I'm like, I can only look out for me and my own.
You said you want to pursue diplomacy first, and it shows that it shows that Iran has been able to do that with us with signing on the JCPOA. I don't know where you got the claim that they weren't following the JCPOA. When we did investigation with the IAEA, right, it shows that they were following it. Trump just backed out of it unilaterally. And then even right now, they were going ahead and engaging in negotiations with us about their nuclear facilities, right? Backing out of the JCPOA just basically embodies any anti-Western sentiment to show that we just want to imperialize their nation, and we don't want to have some type of good faith discussion. Same thing with engaging in the negotiations, where we basically do that to lure them in so we can do unexpected bombings on their country, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just disagree wholeheartedly. I mean, I could find sources that will tell you the opposite about the JCPOA or whatever. But even then, here's the problem: they picked their side. They decided they were going to overthrow the Shah, and they got in bed with Russia and China, and they're our enemies. And it's really just that simple. I don't care about the a nuclear deal. If they don't find a single nuke, it doesn't bother me at all. Yeah, it sucks, but a strong Iran is not good for America. Actually, Omar brought this up several times now. They have a long history. They have a very cultural center. This is a country that used to be a perennial point of power. They're not currently, but they were a perennial point of power, just like Russia is, China is, countries in Europe, there's Germany, all these. And listen, I'm not trying to let a country that's perennial
too.
I'm just not going to let a country that's a perennial point of power, that's an adversary of ours, sit there and fucking get stronger. I don't see why would we do that. Let's fucking run the shop on them.
You have the foreign policy of a African military junta member. I don't know.
Maybe it's good policy, bro. I think it should done.
Do you genuinely think that? Do you genuinely think that we us as America should not be following a rules-based order where we should be?
No, Urbo is the worst thing that's ever happened to the world. Urbo is evil. I think it's hurt more countries than it's. People think this idea of we have to maintain borders is key. Half these borders were drawn by the British Empire, and it's groups that don't like each other. That's a bad thing. I just don't sit here and know Urbo is awful. Rules-based order is awful. We're the superpower. Fuck these bitches.
So you're fine with just constant escalation of military powers. You're just fine with that. That's a world you'd rather live in, rather than adhering to. Well, we have an option right here. We have a rules-based order or constant military escalation.
Yeah, right? Well, who's enforcing that rules-based order? Yeah, we have 11 super carriers. We enforce the rules-based order, and it's not been benefiting us. It's time for it to benefit us. Then you have a new rules-based order.
I think definitely benefits
everyone. It's what we say or the highway. Mm-hmm. That's what it should be.
Stability definitely benefits America.
The rules-based order does tend to benefit the United States in a lot of examples. Not all the time. There are some situations that we decide to check ourselves out of. But for example, The fact that what the Russians did in invading Ukraine was illegal under international law, it didn't follow their own treaties that they signed, it didn't follow the agreements that we signed. It did build more support for Ukraine. It did allow more aid to flow. It did rally the world community more, and this tinier nation was able to sustain over 4 years of combat, in part due to the fact that there seemed to be generalistically moral unity on the fact that Russia shouldn't have invaded Ukraine. It was illegal. It was wrong. I'm not saying that the rules-based order is order, that it creates all order and it's nothing. But to say, fuck it, let's do the Wild West, we've done that before. There's a reason why these institutions were built in the first place. Not for perfection, but to give us some foundation, some balance by which nation states can interact with each other with rules and standards that we all agree upon and understand.
So I have a question for that.
Sarah, can I just point out that Balderson's here, and I just want to let him know that it gladdens my heart to know that Odin will be preparing the feast.
I have a question. So, for the ones who believe that we should be able to go outside of the law or the rules, should there be consequences for that?
There is no rules. We make them up. We say what the rule is. We change it. We say, didn't you get the memo? And then we make a new memo. And we say, if you don't like it, come get it. That's why, that's what Admiral Gibbs, he's giving you, the thing is, Admiral Gibbs is giving you the proper American shit. He like right now stuff, because we have a version. It's like this. Oh, you don't like the rules? You just broke the rules. I mean, we say whatever we want. We do whatever we want. They go, hey, that's against international rules. They go, well, we changed the law, actually.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, there's a double. Yeah, there's a double standard that he's presenting. Yeah, it's a double standard. But I want to know his opinion on whether that there's with the double.
Sorry, Clay. I'm not saying him. I'm saying we as American. Anyone who hears an American, it's our double standard. Take it or leave. You don't like it, say something. We'll do something. Yeah.
No. I don't go by that. I don't go by that. I'm American.
That's our American, our government, our ruling class.
Yeah, I understand. But the question is, should there be consequences for that on this international stage?
There are consequences, like all the time.
Speaking of consequences, and I'll hand it back to you, Omar. I apologize. You are less than 30 minutes to the end of the goal, and you've only gotten one goal on there. Now, I know on Thursday night, we all did a little bit of fuck around and find out on what happens when you don't complete the goal, and we all go home. I'm enjoying this. I'm having a good time, and it's still early in the night. So do what you're supposed to do, friends. Go ahead. Back to you, Omar.
No, I was just saying that there's parameters, there's rules, and there's penalties, and there's fines, and we just unilaterally do whatever we want. And what Gibbs is saying is, oh, you don't like it? Fuck around and find out. That's the answer, right? So they never sanctions on everybody. We do everything like that. Again, I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm not saying that's what Gibbs is necessary. Gibbs seems to be clapping for it, but I think he's just trying to be like, like Mr. America, maybe, perhaps, because there's no way. I don't think he actually really you show him a video of like some like little girl in some place getting blown up. Like he's not really gonna. I don't imagine he's gonna really.
It's sad. No, it's very sad. Like I'm not that I'm not empathetic, right? But like, okay.
But you don't look like it, brother. You know what I'm saying? You look like you're.
I understand, but like I'm willing to be the bad guy to accomplish the greatest good right here, right? And I think in America, that would rule the globe. And everybody was under America, it would be the best thing for everybody. Everybody gets the rights; they can rule it however they want. We can figure out some shit for countries that don't want to be the same style states we have. I don't know, but they should be under American law because I think it's the best system. And so, I am empathetic, and I think what the goal is long term is to
what you're advocating for.
It is what I'm advocating for. I'm weakening China. It's empowering America. If we annex Cuba, that adds more people and more land to our country, right? Yes or no? If we
you've been saying that outside of our borders we can do what the fuck we want. That's not saying that that's not saying that we're extending the rules of America to everyone.
Yeah, well, you don't fucking take over the world overnight, Papa. That was Hitler's mistake, and he fucked up there. So it was also Soviet Union's mistake. Like you can't do it all at once, bro. It's like a 1,000-year plan.
I don't get why you don't see that.
Is that nobody wants to adopt our system?
Just on power is inherently unstable.
Let's take it just on power. It's not just on power.
But nobody's going to want it. Like, for example, if we say we should adopt our system, they want to adopt our system of healthcare. Our quality of healthcare is the worst amongst all developed nations. Who the fuck wants to trade that in exactly? We have the highest infant mortality rate of any developed nation. We have the highest maternity mortality rate of any developed nation. Who the fuck wants to go to that exactly? I mean, can you explain that to me?
It's a liberal values world order bullshit. We're not going to rest until there's public gay marriages in Tehran. Other than that, they're being oppressed.
Amen.
Go ahead, Astron.
I'll officiate them.
Sarah, I wish to vacate my place. Let others come and speak now.
Okay, Asveron, thanks for joining tonight. We love you.
Asveron, good dude, man. You're a good dude.
Raging Mato, I don't want to interrupt this stuff, but I'm gonna have to dump out here quick, and I know there's people waiting. And if there was a question for me, I don't want somebody to wait 30 minutes and then I just dip out. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Fair enough. The line is officially empty backstage now. Spicoli gets impatient. A couple people had some Wi-Fi issues, and then I booted Duck because he wouldn't shut the fuck up in the private chat, even after I continued to tell him to stop. But yeah, there's no one else backstage. Everybody is up here. And but again, to the chat, you have 23 minutes left. Don't play this game with me tonight. I don't really like it. All right. I'll leave it. Devin, why don't you open us up? Do you have some thoughts to add in? You gotta hit the unmute button.
We have the angel of death.
Oh,
here.
there we go. There we go. There we go. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I would say, just to give a background on myself, I'm out. I served in the military 11 years. Like 7, 8 of those years was in Special Operations 75th Ranger Regiment. So with 3 rotations downrange. I think the biggest issue we have when we have these conversations is this war has been going on for decades. And then it's been going back and forth with all these like little attacks. And I think the issue that people are saying is like, oh, well, they didn't meet that threshold yet of like getting a nuclear weapon. But within people are bringing up the regulation, they were only supposed to get, was it 15% of the grade of nuclear capabilities? Was it you got to get like up to like 95%? But they were up to like 65%. So like they had already broken that threshold, and then when you have you say we had that treaty and following the rules, the only people that follow rules are the good people. That's the only people who follow rules. Like other than that,
but that's what makes them good.
Well,
if you don't follow them, you're admitting you're not good.
Well, cool.
Therefore, you have no moral high ground to tell other countries what to do, right?
Yeah. But at the end of the day, all you do is put the people who follow the rules in a position to then get taken advantage of, and then no more good guy. Like that is the big. Like sometimes you can't be the good guy, and that's okay. That is literally the okay, because you have to have the mindset that safety and the security of yourself is more important. And then once that is set, then then you temper it down. But we live in this society where we're trying to push these morals, these values, and this soft ideology, but all you're doing is putting yourself in a position to be taken over and then blown up. And then you're like, oh my gosh, where are the people to come save us? Well, you kind of demonized them and told them that they were bad, so they came, they tucked their little tail and ran away. And then now you're just wondering why you can't save yourself because you're soft. At the end of the day, you're just soft. So that's where I think we come to this war. It's like it's been going on for decades. They've already said death to America, death to Israel. Why? And they've already gone past their nuclear capabilities that they were supposed to have in the initial agreement. So why are we sitting here waiting for them to eventually do it and be like, well, we knew this was like going to happen. Like we had an agreement. They should have followed it, and we talked about it. And we talked about our feelings, and they felt this way. We felt that way, but nothing's happening.
Now we're just straw manning.
Hey, Devin, I have a question in regard to the death to Israel thing.
I agree with you, right? So the thing is, we bombed their nuclear facilities, right? And we said that they can't build. It would take like 1 to 2 years, right? We bombed them, and that's what happened. But now we're in a full military thing. But Israel has nuclear weapons, and they were never authorized by anyone to do that. So why do we bomb them too?
And I'll give you the example. Who is Israel saying death to?
Why does Israel matter?
No. I know, and that's like I'm glad you brought the Constitution.
Yeah, that's like a whataboutism. What about these guys?
No,
it's fine.
There's a difference.
Hold on. Why
I'll
is
answer
it okay?
I'll answer you.
Why is Israel okay? Why is it okay for either to illegally have?
I will answer that question precisely, because Israel isn't saying death to hey, this group of people. And then the other thing, what I'm saying, that even adds to the argument is who was funding, the other side of that war? Who was funding? Iran. So what when you do is when you take out Iran, then you even take out Israel's ability to say, hey, Iran's funding this terrorist group that is putting the Palestinian people in the way. No. Let me answer your question. But at the same time, it's like you missed it. Like you're actually taking out the people that Israel's using the excuse of why they're fighting these people, and they have to go so drastic. So you take that away, and you actually put Israel back in the place of, hey, you have nobody to be fighting right now, and why are you bombing these people?
They've already announced their former
The
prime minister.
excuse is fake. We've been talking about that.
Turkey. This is all just like bullshit apologies for this foreign country that's doing all the problems. Like they have nuclear bombs. By our American ideology, which I'm assuming we both agree, we bombed Iran's facility because they were not allowed to create nuclear weapons. Check, agreed. Well, guess what? Israel shouldn't have them too, and now none of them have it. And that's
missing the second step. You're missing the second step, the intent. The thing is, we're not bombing. Russia has nuclear weapons. China has nuclear weapons. North Korea has nuclear weapons. But the reason why we haven't gone after them is because they haven't expressed intent to say kill an entire country. That is because you're ignoring
it's not that we're going after them. It's because we're backing Israel. Make that clear.
For the non-proliferation treaty as well.
Israel's our the Middle East hates us because we've been supporting that Israel the whole time. That's the problem. What I'm saying is, why are we supporting them? There's like 6 million people over here, and then there's 2 billions over here. Let's leave them all alone. Let them face the problems with their own problems.
And allow me to interrupt for just a moment, Devin, and I'll hand it back. Gibbs, if you're still with us, Husky is officially backstage, but I need to know who you would like to boot from the bottom row to get Husky up here with your prepayment.
I'm gonna let Omar, you pick.
You want to see the names?
Let Omar pick or Alex pick. I can't look.
Somebody pick somebody down from the bottom row to boot, please. First name that comes out goes.
Dylan said he wanted to go in the first place.
You are not the top row. Top row gets to choose when the bottom row goes. Somebody pick a name.
Plus, I want to take somebody down with me.
Fuck it. Let's go with Brick. You just asked a question. I'm sorry. You'll be back in a second. I'm sorry, Papa. We'll get you back in a minute. I don't think Husky will be here long.
All right, Clay to the back, Husky to the front. Backstage, I still do have Kazim, and Spicoli did hop back in. He is patiently waiting for those who were excited. But if you want to get him up here, you definitely have to pay money to get his ass up here. Real Firm Audits with the Big Ten says, get this panel straight. LOL. Just kidding. Let's go. Donate. Yes, we are officially at the 16-minute mark on the dono goal, and you are 3 out of 10. Here shortly, we're going to take a brief break, and I'm going to have every single panelist stop this conversation and tell you why you should be donating to keep the show going, because I know they're all excited. We still have more people backstage, so let's go. All right, Devin, I wanted to hand it back to you, sir.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue that people are missing is Israel is just another appendage to the United States, especially when it comes to intelligence and our capabilities to do the things that we do around the world, period. Whether you agree with it, not agree with it, that's not even my conversation. It's just more of a power structure and what benefits America. That's one thing. But also, I think, nuclear weapons, that's like the first stage. But at the same time, I think we also have to understand intent. And the intent is Iran has shown that they will physically attack or fund attacks across different sectors of the world and whatnot. And they're wanting to get nuclear weapons would then in turn give them the hand to do something more drastic. And honestly, I don't think they're afraid to die. So if they're like, if I'm doing this at the will of God or Allah, or, with the extreme, like being an extremist, that they're willing to just press that button and have a lower regard of life.
Okay. Husky, I wanted to give it over to you since you were bought and paid for to get your ass up on the panel. What thoughts do you have, sir?
I was still kind of trying to gather the subject, sorry.
Iran, what do you think?
Iran, well, our country supports it quite openly.
Supports Iran or supports the Iran being
supports the war. Obviously, Sorry.
What do you think? Your country? Who cares? What do you think? You have an independent thought on that?
Yeah, I don't really mind it. I think obviously if they're going to attack America, they're going to obviously respond to that.
Okay.
It doesn't really affect a lot of people where I live. It does. Our country's got a lot of racism issues, but I know I honestly have not followed a lot of the things in the last half hour. I was just trying to gather the subject for a second. I didn't expect to get in this quickly.
Is it racism or nationalism? There's a big difference there.
Ooh.
It depends where you live. If it's
Are you in Australia or South Africa? I'm sorry.
Australia.
Yeah.
If you live on the East Coast, no, it's probably a lot more racism. On the West Coast, there's probably a lot more nationalism.
Yeah, but
Go ahead. Or let me, Devin doing his part and just contributing. He's contributing here on panel and with his wallet. We love that the most when people do that. You have 6 out of 10 that you need to get. 6 more. If 6 people in the chat open their wallets for a 10 spot, we can continue this show and keep it rolling. Go ahead, Azrael. I apologize.
No problem. At the end of the day, it's a lot of these countries are suicidally empathetic. You got Australia, which is going to get a lot of immigrants. You got the UK, you got Canada, and to some extent, you even have America, where we want to put the other individuals who are not our priority, which should not be our priority, ahead of who should be our priority. At the end of the day, the only good ethics is the ethics of watching out for your people. And I've heard a lot of let's go do this, let's go do that. But the Iran and Iraq and Israel wars is honestly none of our business. But we do have a strategic outpost, like everyone has mentioned, in Israel. So we should leverage that while as long as we can.
Wait, so you're saying we shouldn't take in refugees?
No.
Like we should
stop creating refugees. How about
So
that?
the Western world, who basically made a pact amongst themselves after World War II to take in refugees at all situations because of what happened to the Jewish people.
To our detriment?
No. Hold on. This is the first time I'm disagreeing with you. After World War II, taking refugees in would mean that the refugees of the Holocaust would go to Germany, not Palestine. Last time I checked, there wasn't a single Muslim country that killed any Jews, Almase, when Hitler said, kill all the Jews and we'll defend you. I don't recall a single Muslim country killing any Jews because they're forbidden by it, according to being the people of the book and Islamic law.
No, it wasn't the idea, though, that everyone would have asylum laws, because there were many countries that turned away people who ended up having to stay in Europe and stuff like that. So our asylum laws had the basis of we would never allow that to happen again. We would take in people who had a genuine threat toward them, right?
Well, we've taken too many people in to assimilate them anyway. We need to slow down immigration as a whole
people that
until
are
we
too
can
many
assimilate.
that you can save from death? Like, is there a number?
Yeah. If it puts our society, our culture, our ethics at risk, at detriment, yes, we cannot continuously immigrate people. We're not Houston
Don't worry,
Humane
dude.
Society.
We're just
Let me
getting
finish.
people out of harm's way.
We're not
Go ahead,
Houston
Ezra.
Humane Society. We're not here to take in all the strays. Like, if it's a detriment to our society, if they're coming in here with their own views and influencing our politics with it, which has happened a lot in states like Minnesota, California, then no. If it's to a detriment of our society, no refugees.
Azrael, you've heard of the Great Replacement Theory, right?
Yeah.
So that's what's going on, man. And
I'm
and of
completely
course-
aware. I agree.
So it's by design. It's problem, reaction, solution. So you create the problem, then all these people have to go. And Europe's like, we're good people. We'll wear 6 masks, and they let them in to their detriment. I mean, it's all by design to create a breakage.
Now we're just
within
going to
every
trot out white
society.
nationalist talking points, right?
That's not white nationalists. You threw white in front of
Totally
nationalists.
is. No.
To make it seem
totally
racist.
You're the only ones pushing this bullshit.
It
They're the
is
only- they're the only
racist.
ones doing this stuff.
Well, let me interrupt for just a moment so that we can get through this goal because we're so close. Now, Fourth Wiseman has offered a thought process here. He says, here's a tenor towards goals, Sarah. Strip Duck of the Kazoo challenge. It's quite obvious he has no intention of challenge task that's prepaid already. Use the $100 prepaid duck for goal if need be. Now, here's my problem, though, Fourth Wiseman, because last night we were here and they didn't hit the goal twice. And I was very disheartened and I was very discontent. So I will count this towards a forgiveness for yesterday, because that was very obnoxious and very disheartening, especially here in Mater Nation, because I know you can do better. I don't want to be disappointed anymore in my chat. So do better, chat. Show me that you want forgiveness, and I will bless you with all the forgiveness possible. And then Mr. Gibbs says, for the shoey, Mr. Australian man, Husky, I hear there's some kind of shoey thing.
Yeah, so this is at a protest. Yeah, the way the Iranian conflict has affected my life so far is diesel prices have raised by 70%, so I can no longer afford glassware, so now I drink from a shoe.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
Did you wash
This
that?
Wash it.
Of course he didn't.
Like,
you don't wash
Wait,
the
you
shoe.
guys, you guys wash stuff?
Cheers.
Ever drank Baileys from a shoe before?
Oh.
You ever drink Baileys from a shoe?
Oh.
That's
Can
right.
you just do
I got a
that?
nice Baileys.
Yeah, that's right. Bring the kids
Right.
community
It's
is
not by-
corrupting the
this
Sarah
is-
community.
This is not by choice. As I said, diesel prices have raised by 70% in my local areas due to the conflict. So, yeah, now I can't afford glassware. Shoes it is.
You didn't have glassware before it hit?
No, I do have glassware, but now I can't afford to buy more glassware. So I can't throw it over my shoulder when I scull it. So that's how we
This
roll.
is how the next pandemic starts.
Right here, folks. You heard it first. Fourth Wiseman with the Big Ten says, sack the duck. Yeah, Duck got booted for the night backstage. I just, I put simple rules out. I ask very easy things, especially in the private chat. It's very distracting when that little red light keeps going off saying somebody said something and it's something stupid that they could have said in the regular chat that has nothing to do with me. So they know the drill, and he's been here enough times. He fucking knows. Texas Bully Mom with the Big Ten says, come on for the goal, guys. Yeah, be like Texas Bully Mom and send me all your money. I love it when you guys pay attention and listen. Fourth Wiseman says, Duck, you suck. Yes, you do, Duck. You absolutely suck.
Yes, you do,
especially for not getting your kazoo. Like, I paid you to get your kazoo and you still have yet to get it. You can get like 10 at the dollar store for like $2. There's no excuse. Absolutely no excuse. Real Firm Audits completes the goal, making me yet again a happy mater. Now I will be all smiley and sunshine, at least for the next hour. Congratulations. He says, let's keep this going. Trump 2028 and beyond. How's everybody feel about that?
No thanks.
Do it.
I mean,
Absolutely not.
I mean, yes, but I don't like breaking.
It's
the
cute. You think he's going to
Constitution.
make it to 2028?
It's cute. You don't think he will. So
He may
to
not.
con-
You probably will if you don't drink fruit shoes.
He
To
doesn't need to
continue-
be our Robert Mugabe.
to continue where the conversation was going anyway, he was saying the great replacement theory, and that does benefit the Democrats far more than it does Republicans. That's why they migrate immigrants at astounding rates. It said after
Oh,
the
another.
four-
Here we go. More voter
it's-
fraud shit.
It said after, no, I'm not talking about voter fraud. It said after the fourth generation, an immigrant being immigrated into America, you're far likely to be to vote Republican than Democrat. So without getting a crap ton of immigrants in here, the Democrats have no votes. And yes, if you want to go for voter fraud, yeah, maybe they can't vote, but they are counted on the census. Therefore, it gives them more electoral votes.
The main migrant
Gives
community coming into the
everybody.
United States is from South America. So there are going to be Latino Americans, South Americans, right? These are largely like religious people. If you go to
Big
South
fan.
America, they're pretty conservative. They're
Highly
the ones moving
religious.
to the United States. And in 2024, they swung largely for Trump in a major way. And it's part of the reason he won. So if the great replacement theory is the idea that we're just going to keep bringing in these South Americans until the Democrats win, it's obviously not working. Because
But it's-
Trump won in 2024 and did quite well with the Latino
But
vote.
but ultimately, all it does is a short term solution. Democrats, they never think long term when it talks about the cause and effect and consequences of their actions. They're very short term. They're trying to win the short term. They have zero leg to stand on, and their
It's the
approval
side
rating
that just
shows
dropped
it.
bombs on the country.
Hey,
without
just
a
real
plan.
quick. I wasn't referring, by the way, I wasn't
Go ahead.
referring to the United States as far as the Great Replacement theory was a bigger international thing, and it became appropriated to the U.S. around that 2020 to now part. That the Great Replacement theory overall was a collective thing about breaking up nations and taking the refugees all across the European countries and breaking down borders from within. It originally was an international global project for the new American century, Soros, and so on. It became applied to the United States around that 2020 mark.
And we can see the after effects of it with all the grape gangs in the UK, and then the just sheer amounts of crime that a lot of these communities do bring in. Maybe not our Spanish communities, but a lot of these communities do bring in. And everybody's like, oh, no, they commit less crime. But it's underreported because when an immigrant gets arrested in a Democratic ran town or city, they don't actually report on their status.
Multiple
Basically,
studies have shown that illegal immigrants commit crimes at far less rates than both legal immigrants and citizens. This has
I
been
was
shown
just-
for
I was
years.
literally
And now
addressing
you guys
that before you
attack
cut it
that
off.
point. I know, because you guys have this new talking point again, because you always get slapped in the face with the actual facts.
And then
Because
if you know
have to paint
fake
this group as
news,
a bunch of
that's a
demons.
lie. No, the fact
we
is,
have an
as a
island
father,
for them.
no, as a
Go
father
ahead,
who
Devin.
served,
Go ahead, Devin.
As a father who
Uh,
served within the law enforcement, when they do their intakes, they have zero way to tell if somebody is an illegal or not illegal. So when they do this reporting, there's nothing to report because they don't have it on their statistics. So you're that little like low threshold of them being like not criminals. That's false because you have zero evidence to even say for it or against it.
Yeah.
All right.
but I do-
Dylan, are you making your way out, sir?
Yeah, I'm making my way out. I gotta go. My partner's gonna be here soon, so I'm heading out for the night.
Perfect.
Good luck at the
Anything,
Good luck at the pool.
any final words you want to say? A send off. Tell them where they can find you. Whatever.
I don't really have anything final to say. I mean, I think if somebody comes here and follows the law and they want to make a good future for themselves, they should be able to live here. I believe in that. But besides that, you can find me at Dylan Burns TV. That's where I release all my war documentaries, embedding with the Army and shit. So anybody wants to go check that out, they can. I also write articles, defense articles for offbeatresearch.com.
And tomorrow, what are you doing?
Oh, yeah, I'm going
Chewies.
to be on another panel tomorrow because I want a brain aneurysm.
I'll be there too. I'll give him the aneurysm.
We'll have both.
Where are you
We'll
gonna
have
be?
one together. I'm going to be on, Gibbs, please tell me. I don't know.
Platinum politics? I don't know. I got drafted, so yeah, I know about as much
I
as
got
you.
drafted too. I got
Yeah.
taken off the street and thrown in a van.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. Nice.
Okay,
Was
Well,
it a
thank
good
you
van?
so much. Good night, Dylan. And to your audience, thanks for joining us tonight.
Good night.
I feel like
arrest doesn't mean
I
that
was
they
about
can
to say, Dylan, I could get him a special VIP invite to Afghanistan. If he wants to go
Oh,
make a documentary.
goodness. And Kazim, welcome to the panel, sir. Thank you so much for your patience back there. Backstage, I still have, Spicoli just left because he gets so impatient. What a little bitch. I still have Clay hanging out backstage, waiting so very, very patiently. Fourth Wiseman comes in the Big Ten, says Cinderella's shoes are full of foot rot. Yes, Mr. Shoe Drinking Guy, what do you have to say about that?
Hold on, I need to find another shoe.
Oh, you do it out of...
If you
Hold
think
on.
Cin-
Out of a
okay,
shoe.
hold on. This is important information. If Cinderella's shoes are full of foot rot, I don't want to know what's in this.
Oh, did you drink out of the boot? Oh!
Yeah, I wore this all week last week, by the way. Just saying.
I fucking love this man so goddamn much.
I don't
I
know
love
how to
him.
watch this. I'm not watching this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he still did it. Ah!
This is why they sent you all to an island.
Actually, yeah. They sent us all to an island, and then all the illegal immigrants that come over get sent to another island called Christmas Island.
Kevin's like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
That was
Kevin, what?
nasty.
You see that
I
shit?
goddamn love Husky so much. I love him. He's the best.
That was nasty. The boot, Ned, like
That's okay. I'll
Like
have
you
to
don't
order
have a
that
cup
tomorrow.
or something inside of the boot or the
I
shoe?
told you, raising diesel prices. It's crazy.
Oh.
Because you guys got you got bent over for 5 years with a pandemic with 6 masks.
Well, it's
because
I
you
don't
guys didn't
understand
raise,
it.
you guys didn't rise up and overthrow that terrorist government controlling your people.
Yeah, they're trying to bring their
correct,
immune
correct.
system back up.
Dude, they couldn't even
Yeah,
defeat emus. You think they could defeat their government? What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, we lost the EMU war. We lost that by a landslide. No, the
I'm just breaking your balls. That's all.
find.
I'm just breaking your balls. That's all. Because like I tell it to my Australian friends all the time. So
The crazy thing that I find is somehow we get our fuel mainly from the Philippines and stuff like that. How is a conflict in Iran directly affecting how our fuel prices? Like we went from I think $1.40 per liter for diesel, and we're now at like $2.40, $2.30 a liter per diesel for diesel.
It's all in game.
Yeah. I'm
Well,
pretty
it's
sure
market
that-
too. It's market too, right? If one goes up, the others are like, well, we can go up too
Well-
because now we don't have anything to compete with.
If we can't find a solution to the shortage of diesel at the moment, we've only got 33 days left of diesel in New South Wales.
Then you guys should invade New Zealand.
I think so too. That's actually a good idea. We
I
should
think
take
you gotta
advantage
let
of
them-
diesel reserves.
Is that vampire bitch still the president of New Zealand?
I couldn't tell you. I don't follow New Zealand politics.
Well, me either.
Well, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure they're too insignificant for that.
What's the name of your president or ruler?
We have Anthony
Doesn't matter,
Albanese.
but- Yeah.
Yeah, or Albanese. Albanese. I don't know. It's one of the two.
It's called the King of England. That's who your ruler is. And when you guys wake up and realize that, then you'll be fucking better off.
Yeah, maybe. If he could lower the fuel prices, I reckon
King of
I'd.
England rules New Zealand, Australia, Canada. You're still under the King's law, so you're
Yeah,
a
possibly.
British subject. Well, not possibly. You don't know that. Literally, look it up real quick.
I mean, via my passports, I'm pretty sure that I'm fucking somewhere anyway. Anyhow, excuse my
You are
language. Sorry,
under-
it's
Where's
habit.
your ethnicity from? Are you ethnically like Irish, for example?
Danish.
Danish? Okay, so you're Viking. So you should rise up and overthrow.
I
this
should
British
build a
rule.
boat and invade Australia. You are correct. With shoes.
You should fold the clothes behind you.
They're not closed.
You should
they're
also get
actually
a
blinds.
drinking horn to replace that shoe. Just a drinking horn. I mean,
Drinking
horn?
Vikings.
Yeah, it way better than a shoe. Way better than a shoe.
Way better than a shoe. I disagree.
No, you need to get back to your roots, man. He's right.
I
Ragnar's
don't think it holds the same effect as the shoe, to be honest.
I don't think it has as much impact as a shoe. If you can find a drinking horn that has as much impact as a shoe, then I think I'll go with that.
I think you immediately have more testosterone. I think you have immediately more testosterone.
Well,
if you
yes,
drink
because if you sweat the testosterone out into the shoe, it's like a testosterone supplement, right?
Jesus
Yeah, exactly.
Lord.
I think that's the science, actually.
All right, Kazim, did you have something to add in, my friend? I see you unmuted.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Mr. Gibbs here. Name a couple things that we're going to gain out of bombing Iran that we couldn't get some other way, and why we couldn't get them some other way.
I mean,
because there is no other way.
That's right. No, I mean-
Allegiance. Israel's allegiance.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even care about that, but because fuck them. That's why. I mean, like the Ayatollah's gotta go.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay, Ayatollah.
Whatever
Yeah, he's gotta go.
keeps Gibbs's Ford F-150 paid.
Are you aware of how that whole system works? Like they just roll another one out, and there's just
I am
another
aware,
line.
and then you just take out. They have 92 imams. Well, we got 48 of them already, so we're off halfway through them. We can just keep getting them.
Isn't
That's
that
not how
what we
it works, bro.
Wait, you're telling me the council of the imams doesn't pick the Ayatollah? Is that not a thing?
Dude, you're mixing things up, man. Kazim, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Wait, so that's not how that works. Is that not how it works?
Bro, that's like saying That's like saying you kill the Pope, and there's not going to be another one because there's 42 popes. Like, what are you talking
Well,
about?
if you kill all the cardinals, they can't
If you kill all the cardinals and the bishops.
Yeah, you couldn't have a
Then
college
there's
cardinals.
No, there would be continue. Okay, so then that's
It
how
would
we
completely break apostolic succession. They would have no way to elect a new pope, at least for 20, 30 years.
Thank you, Azrael. Yeah,
Except
exactly.
for one problem, Azrael. They would just make up some new way of it. You think they?
Well,
they're
you
like,
look at the Orthodox
"Shut
Church; they
up."
haven't been able to do that because they recognize the Catholic Church in Rome as part of that, like one of their people, so they can't change the rules because the Church of Rome won't be a part of their shit, right?
That's
So
that's not written.
That's not how it works.
That's not a thing.
It is absolutely how it works. That's why it hasn't changed. That's why it's one of the oldest continuous styles of Christianity ever. Like that's literally one of the Ortho Bro points. Why am I making this point? You're the Ortho Bro. Azrael, take over here.
Me?
No, Azrael.
Azrael.
I'm actually not Orthodox. I do like
Well,
Orthodox.
never mind. Then.
like
Somebody
other
call
stuff.
fucking one of these Ortho Bros around here. I don't want to have the religious debate tonight. Fuck this shit.
Well, trust me, you don't want the Ortho Bros here.
I don't.
Even if I grant you that thing, what else?
What else? I
That
mean,
seems
it
rather
hurts
shallow.
China.
I don't.
China.
I don't
I'm a
really
shallow
care
kind of
about the
guy.
religious crap. I mean,
Well, I don't care either. I mean, my thing's the oil mainly. It's the petrodollar and defeating Iran, who's an enemy of ours.
I second this.
Yeah,
Wow.
fuck them. Oh, we're going to a one-on-one. Hey, how you doing, sweet cheeks?
oh, hi, how you doing?
Yeah.
We
Just gotta
debate
go off.
tomorrow. I'm on that panel as well with Platinum Politics. So.
Hell yeah. Good. I'm excited.
Yeah, been doing research. I hope you're up on your Federalist papers.
I'm ready.
Okay, cool. Good.
But anyway, yeah, back to what you're asking here.
So yeah, I'd love to hear any other bonus that we
Yeah.
gain out of that. Any kind of like a non-ideological thing, a material thing, something we can ground in reality.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it hurts one of our enemies. I think BRICS or Chink or whatever it's called now, Sync or whatever I think is the bad thing. Like there, because India's left BRICS for the most part, and they're like kind of whatever. But yeah, anytime we're talking about this group that's like formed, that's like the anti-establishment, anti-US group. You know, I think by taking out Iran, by taking out Venezuela, we're hurting China's energy. That's a big gain. We're now hurt Great Britain, right? We took over for in-stream ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. That benefits us quite a bit. That's a new income source. You know, it's going to hurt terrorism overall. It might speed it up for the short term, right? But over the long time, it's going to help us because they no longer have the funding and the backing or the tech that's going to be delivered to them or the scientists or whatever on the back end. That's going to help us. So that might probably make the Houthis a lot weaker. Maybe Saudi Arabia can knock them out. That'll help shipping. You know, all these things are good. I mean, overall, and it hurts China, who now has to figure out a new energy situation, which prolongs their ambitions in the Pacific and taking over Taiwan, who makes a lot of the chips for us. You know, and if you like Israel, if you like Israel, then you know, yeah, Israel, they lost their enemy. If you don't like Israel, well, you know, hey, we lost an enemy. They've been chanting death to America, so fuck them.
Okay, that was a lot. Let's.
Yeah. So when you asked, so I gave you a list. I wasn't trying to get.
Let's unpack one thing about that. How does that help America? You just gave me a bunch of things that hurt other countries, that hurt our enemies. I don't care about our enemies, dude. You're talking about all this enemy crap. What helps us? How does it help us? The Strait of Hormuz thing, that doesn't help us. If we have to get something through there, now we have a fucking problem. We've got Bahrain. That's in the area, though. We have troops stationed there. That's where the people died. I have friends that are stationed there. How does it help us that we're getting these shipping ports that we own and have in Bahrain bombed on a daily basis? How is that helping us in any capacity? And I get, yeah, you're going to come out with the whole, oh, they're down to 18 bombs. That's a temporary thing. If it turns into a war, they're going to have more support from more countries, and more is going to pile up on their side.
They bombed all their friends and then all the people in the region. Everybody hates them now. Like Saudi Arabia's talking about teaming up with Israel. Like, could you have told me that would have happened 10 years ago? No. And now Saudi Arabia is like, hey, we're going to squad up with Israel and fuck them up. Jordan's already on board with it. Like, they turned everybody against them. And like now they're down to their middle management of their military leadership rise, right? Like, this is the time, right, to get rid of them. Like we've knocked them out. We've punched them in the mouth. You know, we can back the Kurds. And like, this is going to sound shallow.
That's what we said about Iraq. How'd that work out? That's what we said about Afghanistan.
We're not sending troops there for either one. And we've tried nation building. This seems a lot different. This is like remove the leadership and hey, y'all take care of it.
No, we said the same thing in Iraq. We went and we put boots on the ground. We put them in there. We trained. We gave them money. We gave them military support, weapons, all of that jazz, and it didn't help a lick. The second we left, it all fell apart. Now we should have stayed from Iraq and Afghanistan that are like deranged because of how we trained them. It doesn't make sense. It's incoherent. There's no nation building to be done in a nation that isn't yours. You
Well,
can't
I don't want a
nation
nation
build in
build.
someone else. You just said nation build.
No, I said we're not going to nation build. I said we're going to let that either balkanize or they fucking jump on top Team USA. Yeah, let that shit balkanize. It's just weaker if they do it. Like, I mean, it sounds harsh. And there's probably going to be more like small scale problems, but they're not going to be able to build a nuke. They're not going to be able to provide the oil to China and Russia. You're saying, oh, it hurts our enemies. Yeah, it absolutely helps us to hurt our enemies.
Like was said in the debate, like energy.
Iran doesn't provide oil to us.
They supply oil to the region. The region has its own markets. We buy in those markets.
No, we don't buy any Iranian oil.
And we don't buy it directly.
But we're not buying Iranian oil. We don't even get most of our oil from OPEC anymore. Like, but we want them to use the petrodollar, and they're not using it. So fuck them.
Fair enough. I'll give you that. I get what you're saying there. It would be a small amount, and then we still use the area. It still has Bahrain in it. We still have the whole Hormuz Strait. Like, we use that area too.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And if we take away their ability to like mine the strait or shut the strait down, in the short term, yeah, it's bad because they can shit drones. But if we take out their drone launching facilities, we take out the terrorists that are like the Houthis and stuff that intercede on shipping. If we take these people out or we remove their ability to do this, like maybe in the short term it goes up, but in the long term, now it's going to be much safer because now we don't have this threatening power that's going to sit here and threaten shipping every time they want to like issue. How if we eliminate the power that threatens shipping every time they have an issue with
Because these insurance contracts aren't going to come back overnight. They reevaluate that shit every
We're
quarter.
already
They don't
taking them over for
evaluate-
leads.
No. You're not listening to what I'm saying. The insurance contracts that you use to supply any tanker that goes into that area are all shut down now because it's at war.
Yeah, but
when you're at
no.
war, you can't get insurance.
No,
like
that's
that.
not
It
true anymore.
costs insane
Trump
amounts of
already
money.
had
What do you
changed
do?
that. They just put out a thing. I forget the exact thing. I'll find the source in a second. But we just took it
So
away.
what,
Now the
local
U.S. is
intervention
backing
where we're forcing
insurance for
forcing
the
our companies to give the insurance? What?
Nobody's forcing it. They're all. I mean, it's a co-op between the U.S. government and like willing lender. That's totally different.
Is it?
Yeah,
I don't.
Nobody's
tell me
getting
about it.
forced to do it. I mean, yeah, I can find the link for you here in a moment.
Yeah, sure.
We're taking over Leeds of London and stop doing this, and now we're taking
Oh,
over.
are you saying escorting? You're saying
Yeah, we're going to do both. We're going to do both. We're going to escort and we're going to ensure the ship's going through. That's according to the article I got.
Yeah, because we're escorting them. I want you to think about what that means. That means that we're doing interventionist, not only political, but also like.
Does that not make more money for us though?
No. Do you know how much it costs to run one ship with
Yeah,
another?
yeah. We've spent less money on this war so far than we've lost in Somali fraud.
In Somali fraud.
Yeah, that's what we've spent so far. We spent less. So
No,
we haven't-
sir. One of the installations that fire the PAC-3 missiles, the Predator missiles, the anti-air ones, one of those missiles costs about $3 to $4 million a piece, and the battery that it shoots from is about $400 million. We've already lost a couple of them, is my understanding.
yeah, I understand that, but
So that's over
still
$2
isn't-
billion.
that doesn't-
That's way more than any Somali fraud you're
The
talking
Somali
about.
fraud's estimated to be 9 to like 14. million.
Inflation.
Yeah, so wrong.
Speaking of
That's one vector,
inflation, Husky was out there. Husky was out there asking if anybody had a shoe he could borrow. But Benjamin is the civilized man, and he's been drinking from his horn like a true gentleman. Much appreciation to you.
The word civilized. Can you use that in a sentence?
See, nice.
Civilized, having glassware. Fourth Wiseman also comes in with a big 10.
Okay.
Says,
Yes. No, he is correct on that.
Husky.
I'm mistaken. He is very correct on that. I'll drink from the same shoe for that. That's fine. I don't mind.
And backstage,
This
I've
is
got.
the Singaporean feel.
Oh God.
Thank you, Singapore, for raising our diesel prices.
Oh God. And backstage, I still have Clay, and Spicoli has made his way back to the backstage again because he's so fucking impatient. If you want to see him up here, you know what to do. Shout out to you. And keep contributing to that dono goal. You don't want to end up with me getting all upset. I'm having a grand old time. You should be having a grand old time. And then also Fourth Wiseman comes in with another 10, says average freight cost from Mediterranean to US via tanker is $2 million USD one way. That's a lot. Any thoughts to that?
Now the cost for that is going to be $2 million plus $2 million for the cost of the insurance.
And guess who's getting paid? We're getting paid for it now.
I thought you said
Who's
we didn't do
we?
do we do
We're
that?
not
insurance?
collecting a penny for it. We the people are not even going to benefit 10 cents.
That's I don't care if some random insurance company gets money from this. More
By the
money.
way, can I ask a question, Sarah? Who is Spicoli? Because is this like a? I've heard this
You
name,
asked for.
Don't say it again, dude. It's like Beetlejuice and shit.
No.
Now you did it. You said it too many times.
Oh, it's the guy with the transgender flag Cleopatra cat thing from last time. Got it.
That's a very good description.
That is. Is it my turn to speak?
Yes, sir.
All right. First of all, I want to preface this by saying I was 1 million% against the Iraq war. That was bullshit. This Iranian war, I'm one.
All right.
That was enough. All you
That
needed to
escalated
know,
quickly.
all you needed to know was who Spicoli was. He is still waiting. If you want to hear the rest of what Spicoli has to say, you know what to do. Otherwise, I don't give a fuck. He will have to wait back there patiently. Yep. There you go. Listen, I've been dealing with that man for over 3 years. My patience with him is like negative. So
You should put him with the other guy from the spin zone and like find their, and then let them just.
Where is Spin Zone tonight? He was in the chat earlier.
Spin City?
Or Spin City. Spin City, yes.
Let me find out.
Spin City News. That's a good one. How about Obese Athletics? How about we create a clothing line?
Oh, goodness.
Spicoli and
Spin
Duck.
City was wiling out in the chat earlier
Does
tonight.
that clothing line have shoes?
Shoes. Let's get some shoes.
Let's bomb
Shoes.
people into freedom.
Oh my God, shoes.
Oh my God.
We're going
These
to bomb the
shoes.
freedom into them.
Mr. Gibbs, I'm not sure if you're aware, but in that first link you gave me, it was basically talking about a government organization. I know it says corporation at the end, but the U.S. IDFC is indeed a government agency from the federal government.
Oh, he did write that there was the wrong second one. Wrong. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Gibbs, I gotta say, your chat seems to love me. They have a hard on for me for some fucking reason. I'm loving every bit of it. They give me all kinds of attention.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, they're loving it.
They sure love me for some reason.
It says the same thing. Same group.
Yeah, I mean that may be true. I don't know. I know it's corporate and government. I think I said that, but either way, we're back in it now. Leeds and London's no longer doing it.
No, it's a federal agency.
Well, that's
Just
fine.
the
We're gonna get paid.
financing
We're gonna get paid either way by these companies. Big fan. And what
Vaughn,
Leeds and
Vaughn
London's
is
not.
in the chat. So true.
And
What he
then-
said, the 3 F-15s we just lost all to combine cost more than everything that Doge supposedly saved from the government.
Also, I mean that's funny. I don't know if that's true or not. Also,
Which
the
they
Doge
gave
tracker.
to Israel
that's
anyway, so we didn't really save it. They just turned around and gave it to Israel. So I'm not sure.
Oh, goodness.
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, and as for what Alex was saying, my chat likes to fight with anybody. They'll fight with them. So
It doesn't bother me none. So,
Yeah.
but sir, I
Have
am
fun
gonna
at
go
it.
ahead. Yeah, I'm actually gonna go ahead and get ready to clear out so that way everybody can see the madness coming up here. But it's okay if I give a closing statement real quick.
Mm-hmm.
All right, fantastic. So, Sarah, once again, thank you so much, and I want to thank the panel for a very entertaining evening. It was actually, I feel like this was a very, very productive panel. Honestly, I think like Saturdays like this should be done from now on. Honestly, Sarah's been a great job. At the end of the day, we keep on talking about the great things that Doge did. I just want y'all to understand something. Doge didn't do a motherfucking thing, but gut the government and people that were actually working for our government. It didn't do anything for us. They gutted pediatric cancer research, and they also cut people that worked at the VA. Like, these were essential workers that needed to do there. And even if you feel like they weren't essential workers, they did provide some valuable purpose, which means you're actually adding more workloads to people that work at the VA. This is very near and dear to my heart, essentially. You've also got, if they're saying that there was this massive amount of fraud, why is it nobody got fired? Why is it nobody got arrested? Because it wasn't there, actually. Instead, we allowed Elon Musk to go in there and had people like Big Balls come in here and start stealing our money, basically, to enrich themselves. That's all they really did. And when it comes down to like the fraud in Somalia, the Somali fraud that took place in Minnesota, they investigated that during the Biden administration, and those people were actually held to account. This fucking asshole Nick Shirley, however, did no real investigation. As a matter of fact, all of his shit's been pretty much debunked. He got debunked about his investigation into Ukraine and Russia because he tried to say they're buying all these Lamborghinis, but he said he was basically he was being sarcastic or some shit like that. At the end of the day, Doge didn't do a fucking thing. This whole thing about Minnesota fraud it's a crock of shit. It's a red herring to escape the attention that's actually being focused upon, which is the Epstein files, because Trump was involved. Know for that for a fact. And if everybody is so hard up about us fighting against Iran, I say we should send ICE over there, since they seem so hard up about killing people. Why don't they just get sent over to Iran? And then if they care that much about their country, Sarah, thank you so very much. MAGA is a mental disorder. And yes,
Alex, Doge did one thing. It gave 120 days to be able to bring in Palantir as the Trojan horse to take spyware to a next level into our federal government.
Yeah, just so they can spy on the American citizens and actually hurt us more. I mean, once again, it's the elites that are winning. So once again, MAGA is a mental disorder. Sarah, you have a great evening. You take care.
That's coming with JD.
Hi, Alex. Thank you
Literally
so
called
much.
Immigration OS.
Speaking of immigration, I'm going to leave it to the chat to choose because I have a feeling I know where this is going to go. And even if one person comes up, I know it's not going to go very long. All right, chat. On Gibbs's chat over on Twitch, my chat, if you're connected in and I can see it, Balderson's chat, I can see your votes. If you would like Clay to be up next, put a tomato in the chat. If you would like Spicoli in the chat or up next, put an eggplant in the chat. You have exactly
put a dreidel in the chat.
You
And
have
if you want more
exactly
shoeys, pay money.
If you want more shoeys, this man wants to get drunk out of a boot, a nasty boot. All right, you have exactly 60 seconds. All right. Oh goodness, that went fast. All right, I've got tomato. 1, 2, 3 tomato, 2 eggplant, 4 tomato, 5 tomato, 3 eggplant, 4 eggplant, 6 eggplant, 7 eggplant, 8 eggplant. Where the
you
fuck
fucking
are
count this
my
manually?
tomatoes at? Yeah. 9 eggplant. If you don't put the emoji, I'm not counting it. Fuck your
How do you
words.
do that?
Emojis?
Yeah.
Over on the chat side, there's the little smiley face at the bottom. Oh, did it
I
freeze
think they're
up?
voting against Serious Saturday.
Wow. All right. It looks like an overhaul. I don't know. That's a little. I see a lot of tomatoes on my side. Yeah, I'm going to count that big riff. If you over on the Twitch side, if you really want them, you better start overloading with eggplants. I'm not seeing them. I'm not seeing them. All right, I'm gonna give Mercy. Spicoli, you have exactly 2 minutes. Go.
All right, that's all I really do have to leave. Anyway, I have a lot to say, but I'll say it briefly. Basically, gentlemen, ladies, this is not anything like the Iraq War. I was against that, like I mentioned. I'll tell you why it's different. First of all, for us, we never should. This country's 4 times the population of Iraq, close to 100 million people. That's number one. Number two, we're not going to put any boots on the ground here. We're just going to bomb this off out of them. Their Navy's been wiped out, and the only jets they had were from the 70s. They were all F-14s that they got before 79 when we gave them a shot, and they had a bunch of MiG-24s, so we got rid of those for them. The Navy's been sunk. Basically, as far as the Jeep thing goes, here's the reality to that. I think 60% of the people on the shady there, and 70% of the people are against the regime, okay? This is an evil regime. This is not like North Korea having a move.
Can you tell the driver of the submarine surface so we can hear you?
These guys are crazy enough to use words. And if I was fucking serious, and I've been never ready for Trump, I never read the last one from everything is Trump. We've already found the fact that have no more than basically, we were basically destroying these people. And if everybody got news, they will use it. So God bless Donald Trump. Yes, and you know what?
I like
As far
Charlie
as-
Brown.
My closing statement. You know, you hypocrites that sit there and complain about us giving Israel $2.8 or $3 billion. How come I never hear any of you complain about the $30 fucking billion we give to NATO every year and the 100,000 troops we have in Europe? What about that, you hypocrites? We're giving $30 billion. It cost us $30 billion to keep our
Almost
100,000.
everybody complains about the money going to NATO. Almost everybody.
Shut the fuck up.
And that's that dang dog boom power. You ever heard that dang dong dang boom power?
You don't got a problem giving Europe $30 billion and having 100,000 troops there, but we give $3 billion to Israel. You fucking lot. You're a hypocrite. You fucking hypocrite.
Yeah, we do.
You're a fucking pussy. If you were the in Vietnam, you wouldn't have to worry about the enemy shooting you. I'd shoot your fucking ass because you're a liability. You're a fucking pussy.
I don't even know what he's saying.
The submarine surfaced for 30 seconds. Had to go back down.
I can't. Oh.
You're a fucking pussy. You're a liability. I'm going to leave my fucking food, you shit. All right, I got to go. Thank you, sir.
Based.
You are so right, Spicoli. How could we not listen to you any time sooner than that?
That's exactly what I voted for.
Clay, thank you so much for your patience back there, but we had to have some fun. That was good fun. Did everybody have a good time? Spicoli's so intelligent. Like, what on
I
earth
also
would we do
apologize,
without
Clay,
him?
for picking you, by the way. I'm sorry. I had to get my boy in.
No,
The
he,
part-
I mean, he said a lot.
The part I actually understood.
Hey,
Also
Clay,
drank
are you
out of
drinking?
the
Are you
fountain.
drinking out of boots?
No, I'm drinking out of a coffee mug, and I'm drinking coffee.
Has he been
Clay,
diffused?
Clay yodels. He doesn't drink out of boots. You've confused them. Clay's the yodeler. Show
Yes.
him, Clay.
Show them your
Oh my
amazing
God.
yodeling skills.
Can't even.
Show us,
I've
Clay.
been backstage cracking up. My voice is cracked right now. Yole, yole, yole.
This is horrible, Clay. I expect way better.
Told you what to watch
You
for
can't make
practice.
you can't make me sit backstage and have me cracking up for 2 minutes while Spicoli's giving his perfect speech underwater, and then have me come up here.
Bro is imparting the powers of boomhauerism on us.
So I
Get it to-
just thought I turned into Charlie Brown for a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say you turned into one of the
Can I
peanuts fans.
yodel? You know what a Middle Eastern yodel is?
Are you
go,
gonna yodel for us?
They go yodel. A Middle Eastern yodel is. It's the same shit.
I can't do that. I can fucking greet him like, you know.
Yeah, I could do
Wow.
the cowboy
El
yodel.
Salvador.
Yeah.
You know.
No, that's Mexican. Oh, he is
that's the best I can do.
Can
for you.
anyone do like the piggy call, like the suey sue? Like that?
Yeah, come on.
Wait, someone say shoey?
Yes, yes. We said
By the
shoey.
way, I don't
Do
know why
it.
you guys talking about people drinking fruit boots. I only drink out of my missus' shoes.
Oh, this is fucking sick. Do you even taste that? Like, it's
What,
Someone
you
give this
know, you
man a
don't-
breath
You
mint.
don't. You do not taste the shoe. No.
That's flavor.
This is not a good advertisement for Australian beer.
You don't taste the shoe.
This is
you
a
damn
horrible
sure.
advertisement for Australia and generalized.
I
European
do not
white people.
advertise Australian beer because they haven't paid me yet. So if that invoice is still unpaid, they're not being advertised.
well. Question though, like, have you ever gotten like sick?
How the fuck?
It's
no,
his
in
shoe.
fact,
Well,
it
actually, Let me ask you,
It
do you
increases your
That's not how
immunity.
that works.
How does that? It's not.
So
I
you
heard,
might
I
not
heard
you might
tofu
not
fungus
taste
affects
the
the brain process and
you might
powers.
not taste the
With
taste
how many
the shoe,
times
but
it
you
took
damn
you
sure
to
feel
get the
the
word
beer.
brain right, I'm pretty sure the brain process works fine.
I'm mildly disturbed.
Only mildly. You need to
Mildly. Ugh.
Can you introduce us to your girlfriend that dates you when you do that shit? You have a girlfriend, right?
keep up. Yeah, well, that was her shoe.
Yeah, I know. I'm assuming that she's lives there. You just steal her fucking shoe one time. You went on a date one time.
Yeah, I just said, hey, I need to borrow your shoe. That's why I left the room.
And she's like, "Of course, Husky. You can use my shoe anytime. I love real men."
No, she said, what the fuck are you doing with my shoe? And I said, I'm drinking a beer.
Touche. Amazing.
Oh, wait. How long does it take for your shoe to dry?
Depends
Listen,
how
don't worry
often you
about
wear it afterwards.
That's what I was saying. He might not taste the shoe, but he damn sure feels the beer.
That's okay. I work in wet environments, so I don't notice it.
Oh, squishy.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
squishy. Like, do you see your?
I could do. I
Do
could
your
do the sound
shoes
effect.
like go?
Are you a
You know?
lifeguard or a masseuse?
Yeah, have you
What are
ever
doing?
watched SpongeBob? You know Squidward? Yeah, that's me.
Are you a lifeguard or a
I
masseuse?
can
What do you
see
mean
it.
you work in wet environments?
No, I do contracting in very rural areas, and unfortunately, a lot of those areas have hit a lot of rain recently.
Fourth
You're
Wiseman
doing
says.
arms and drinking out of that same fucking boot. My wife won't even hardly let me walk in the house with my farm boots.
Well, it sounds like you should impose Sharia law in your fucking house then.
Great
That's
Northern
right.
beer is indeed camel piss. I agree with this. I need a drink for that. 1 second.
That's her house.
well,
I don't
there you
clean it.
go.
I don't
Valerie
clean
said
it. It's
looks
her
like
house.
Sharia
love
law is
Husky.
working out in Australia, isn't it? Looks like we.
Yeah, this guy's the goat, by the way. Y'all are welcome. I bring the most.
Wait, does your girlfriend have a heel? Like heels?
Heels, their angles, they spill out too much. Not good.
Oh God, there's a whole science
Not
behind
the
it now, huh?
Yes, this is an Australian-made rabbit fur felt hat, so you're welcome. This is
Oh,
an
that's gonna ruin the
expensive drink.
fur felt. No.
Yes, it is. This is a very expensive drink.
Oh.
I thought the reason you were doing this was because you couldn't
That's-
afford glassware.
Oh, he's not poor.
How? Wait, how? Oh, I'm uncomfortable.
Why don't you replace that for vodka or some heavy shit? Why are you drinking beers?
genuine
Like,
rabbit fur felt.
why don't you fill that shit with Everclear and show us how it's really fucking done, like a champ, like a boss, like a
Yes, because then the next time I smoke or something, I'll end up breathing fire. It's not a good idea.
No, shoot the fire, bro, like an Australian, like a real Australian.
I do have some Everclear we can switch to, but then nobody's gonna want to talk to me.
Gibbs, can you
I
just
would.
like send that
I
Everclear
would,
over real quick?
100%.
Yeah, we'll do some Everclear drinking then after the.
I don't
barbecue.
drink alcohol. but
How
I'll
about
watch
I
some
fly
Big
over
Brother.
there and I drink it on your stream?
That sounds good to me, Papa.
I do have a few gallons of Everclear, but I never drink it. I use it for extracts. You're fucking nuts if you're drinking that straight.
Right.
I used to drink that
Listen,
shit
don't
straight.
worry about it, Alderson. All right? Don't worry.
I mean, at least
Yes,
diesel
I
is the
was not
same
worried
price as
about
their
you at all,
alcohol
sir.
now.
You got
I
it.
can drink
You
that.
got it down.
Balderson obviously ain't from Texas.
Just the gut health.
You can distill the red diesel down a couple more times, then put a little fruit in there, and it's 190 proof. You know.
Why would you drink Everclear when whiskey
Balderson,
exists?
can you send me some samples of your extracts, bro? I have a feeling you're extracting all sorts of shit over there, wherever you are.
Do you have a boot
Oh.
extract?
My extracts are famous.
I'm sure.
I-
I know.
I'm
I'm not
good at
even.
it.
No, I'm being very serious.
I'll send you a video of my lab on your Instagram. My lab's insane.
Aw,
should-
did they just make friends?
I hope so.
Aw.
Just don't give my phone number to some of the other people.
You know, I like to have a diverse group of friends. Even like Steve's one of my best friends, and the show that I'm on, we don't really agree with each other on all that many things, except for the government sucks ass. That's like the general.
Who's Steve? The tricky guy? What's it?
The one that was here Thursday.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think you weren't here Thursday. You were here Monday.
That was Monday. He was there. Yep, that's right.
Or was it Monday or was it Thursday?
No, he was. Omar was there Monday. Steve was Thursday. Too many.
I was there with a shit show. I mean, we could turn it into the shit show real quick.
It's Gauntlet. Fair game.
I got beer on my keyboard. This is not ideal.
On your cable.
On my keyboard? No, just it's.
Oh, your keyboard. You know how you can fix that by drinking from a fucking cup.
Yes, if the diesel prices reduce, I will steal more schooner glasses from my local pub.
Well, it does come in a container.
Well, maybe if Australia invested in the military, they can go acquire some more oil.
Does Australia have a
maybe,
military?
yeah,
like a really valid
I
point
do agree with you. I do agree with you.
If
If we didn't invest so much into immigrating people over here to work, then we would have more money for that. But
Australia does
You
have
guys
a
are over there still getting your asses beat on one-on-one showdowns with fucking kangaroos, man.
Emus.
No,
the emus.
kangaroos are not very. No, emus. Yes, we lose wars to them. Kangaroos at 110 kilometers an hour. No, my bull bar ends up mincing them. We don't lose wars to kangaroos, only emus.
No, I said one-on-one.
If you ever read about the emu war, they said the emu started having tactics and started doing like distraction tactics and shit. It was wild.
You're talking about a country that built a rabbit-proof fence.
Is there a rabbit-proof fence for real?
You don't know about
That's
rabbit?
gay, dude. You guys should
there
be
is.
turning.
Look at
You guys
history.
should have
Yeah.
rabbit fucking coats like bosses.
Do you say Coke?
No.
He got excited about that.
Rabbit coats.
Did you say Coke?
You should be wearing
Is he about to-
kangaroo
is he about
coats
to
with
force
rabbit
come into
fur
HQ?
and with fucking rabbit hoods and shipping that shit to us.
Hey, somebody don't tell Husky that Trump is about to cough his Coke supply from South America.
Hold on. Coke is inflation proof for the record. I just want to go on record.
Tip beer in Dunny Bowl. What's a Dunny Bowl?
That is a toilet, and that is not going to happen.
Oh, gross.
Yes.
Well, what else you
yeah.
got in that fabulous tiny little room of
What is it?
random
Dunny Bowl is
items?
when you shit and drink
No,
out of the same
hold
cup.
on. I think I have an idea.
Oh, this ought to be good. I love this man. This guy, he is
Bro, he's
pure
your type
wild
of
stuff.
America.
Exactly. He also came from my people. We were like, get Husky in here right now.
Yeah, Husky can come anytime.
Is he husky though? He looks kind of.
No, his name is Husky.
Yeah, I know, but
Somebody put the Jeopardy music on.
I mean, in prison, you used to put the booze in the toilet to cool it down. You didn't actually brew it in the toilet like they show in movies because the toilet keeps it cold, and you don't want it to be cold when it's fermenting. It actually has to be warm. But then to drink it, you put it in the toilet, and that cools it down.
Oh my
Shit.
God.
Damn, I wish I had beer. I have a cone in the other room.
All right, let's all be silent. Let's all be silent and enjoy this moment of coning.
Traffic. Yes, traffic cone.
Jesus Lord.
where did that cone come from?
Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to.
He got it off the side of the road.
Is there a road project in front of your home?
All right, that was actually pretty impressive. That was impressive. I'll give you on that one.
I've done that before.
It was super impressive.
Now, what made you think to drop it like that?
Drop it like what? So that it is in view?
No, I
Like
mean,
that?
He means when you dropped it in, when you were instead of pouring it, you just dropped the whole can right in there. which was
That comes.
smart as hell.
Okay, yeah, that comes with experience.
how many
Hey,
times?
Kevin.
Okay, actually, let me ask you this: how long have you been shotgunning beers from random items?
Says they came out of his mommy's
Gibbs, can you help me with this?
At least 2 years now. At least for
Okay.
us. Probably longer. I would wager.
So it didn't just have to do with the gas prices.
No,
You've just
not at all.
always.
No, not at all. I just find a lot of joy in just doing funny shit.
Yeah, and he's a man.
Like the Australian Gallagher, instead of smashing
Gallagher.
shit, he drinks things out of
Well,
it.
well, not only that, he's got to deal with all these fucking animals every day. You know, I want to get wasted too. You know, grab a fucking black mamba, do some alcohol in it.
Why do you? Well, you have to own 2 cars if you want a nice car. Otherwise, you have to fucking keep one parked up. It's fucking, that's the way it is.
Fair enough. All right.
I
All
don't
right.
understand a word you just said.
Back. You have to own
Neither
2
do I.
cars. All right. Back to the conversation. Devin, go.
Oh, why you? All right.
Because you're the quietest.
Yeah, you know, it's just like you gotta talk crap or whatever. It's not your thing. I don't. Once I saw his nails, I was like, yeah, he'll do anything. Like the cleanliness of his nails, I was like, yeah, he can have that one. No, but who was talking before?
Well, I mean, what he should have nailed you on was your retort was horrible. That what you quoted was arrests. That's not convictions, and we're pulling who did crimes from convictions, and they absolutely know if they're an illegal immigrant before they get through the court system.
There's no statistic that says immigrants get admonished at a higher or lower rate than non-immigrants. So it's kind of a
there's no
meat
data
point.
for that. But that's the thing, they want to start doing it. That's something that they're talking about implementing. But of course they're against that because it would then give data and proof to what they're saying. But regardless,
so we're on immigration right now.
It would also allow us to see where the immigrants are and send them back to the country. when they commit a
Australia.
crime.
That's where all the immigrants are. Just saying.
Hey, don't leave out the UK, Canada, and America.
No, we actually buy them. That's literally part of the budget. We pay them to come over to be a truck driver because an Australian doesn't want to fill a seat for as much as they're willing to fill a seat for.
Wow.
Even when they do pay them the same, at least in America with the H-1B visa,
No, they don't get paid the same.
their job is contingent. Their citizenship is contingent on them working that job, so it's not like they can really move jobs. So it still keeps the income stagnant rather than raising with the inflation.
Oh no, the loss of wages that people get from being brought over for the skills shortage that we're going on, not the wage shortage, the skills shortage. Yeah, the lack of wages that they cop, the employer gets in a bonus from the government for bringing them over. So,
Hey, Gibbs, I have a question for you. Of your extensive collection behind you, which one is your favorite Trump book?
it's the one that says Trump on it.
I don't know. Probably. I like Art of the Deal for sales, but I don't really. It's not really his book. It's a ghostwritten one. I like Time to Get Tough a lot. I like that one. Whatever. But I really like Eric Bischoff's book up there. It's really good if you like the financial side of WWE.
Did you say Eric Bischoff, like the guy that used to run WWE?
Yeah. And I just going to relate this back to Trump real quick. So Trump has put Linda McMahon in charge of the Department of Education, and he also a lot of his media people are mid-level former WWE employees for this shit. So if you've read The Controversy Creates Cash, you'll understand his media strategy quite a bit, and the way he does stuff, and the way they adapt to chaos. And so I found a non-Trump book has really helped me understand Trumpian fucking propaganda, Trumpian media much better. I don't know. I found that pretty interesting.
So I have a question about that. I have a question because one of the things I've noticed when Trump does a lot of things, it's always hyperbole. I like half the things he says, I don't think he fully intends on doing it, and I think it's part of Art of the Deal and whatnot, and the chaos that it causes. But is this scenario within the books where he always overshoots what he actually intends on doing? For example, what was it, Greenland? When that whole debacle is going on, I don't really think he actually wanted Greenland, but I think he wanted to bring attention to how necessary it was to then fortify that against any type of Russian advancement. Do you think that kind of concept overall is something that's in his book?
Yeah, I mean, he told Panama that he was going to come physically take the canal back, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh shit, this guy might be serious." And then they renegotiated the deal, and they fucking kicked China out when they were on either side
Holy
of the border.
shit! Trump runs America like a business.
Hey, Trump runs it like Suge Knight ran fucking Death Row Records. Big fan.
Big fan too. That sounds like a good way America should be ran, like a business.
You know, Trump, when he did the whole thing with North Korea and crossed over,
Business is closer to a democracy or a dictatorship.
Total America, but I
Definitely
think that they
dictatorship.
have some shit on him because he is. You know, I believed when he said no new wars. I believe he was sincere. Now I think he's being pinned down. And I don't think there's any bullshit videos of him with children or any of that. I don't buy that for a second.
So when he said I'm going to bomb the shit out of him during the campaign,
I think the biggest-
was he lying about that? Like,
He said no. What do you mean? What?
Trump also said he was going to bomb the shit out of him after they tried to assassinate him.
They never tried to. Iran. That's bullshit propaganda. You're telling me Iran? Come on, man. I'm not fault. No one's 2 buildings knocked down. 2 planes knocked down 3 buildings. Bullshit. Put that in the category. 5 masks. 14 days to slow the spread, dude. Come on, it's all bullshit. He definitely got shot, but that wasn't Iran, bro. Iran has their own problems over there.
I'm not talking about when he got shot. They like tried to kill him in New York. It was a whole thing. You don't remember this? It was like in the news.
Nobody remembers it because it was bullshit propaganda.
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
Here we go. Listen, I know Trump's a petty dude, and like if you try to kill me, I would try to kill you. If I became president, you know.
Trump is cornered. He's under. They know they got his ass in checkmate, and he's doing whatever the hell they say, and he's getting applauded in little circles in Mar-a-Lago.
But this is part of the reason why I think he needs to be Trump, and that he just needs to do stuff. Because when you get caught behind all this bureaucracy and like, hey, I need to go check with this person. Oh, I gotta get this person to agree with me. You get nothing done, and that's been proven time and time again within U.S. politics. And saying our Congress accomplishes nothing. You actually got somebody who's willing to said, you know, forget what you're talking about. We're gonna get something done. And if you don't like it. No, I think it is what he hasn't skirted the law. And anytime that you've actually had any type of Supreme Court or some judge
He's lost more Supreme Court cases than any president.
Again, but then he backs off and he's like, all right, if I can't do it this way,
He knew it was illegal when he started doing it. He just did it until it got through court because there's no repercussions for these people. The rest of us, when we break laws, our lives get ended. For these fuckers, they break laws, they stay in position, and people like you cheer them.
Exactly. That's
Here you go. Here you go. Husky, take it away.
Devin, I do have one objection, and that is if Trump's not being Trump and doing Trump things, then what is Trump doing? Being Trump?
Fourth Wiseman comes in with a big 10, says, Husky isn't lying. They're paying migrants $50K and also sneakily telling them it's because of in government ATM. So vote for them. Treason and despotic
is what it's.
Yes, correct. In fact, I've worked in the transport industry for a big part of my working career. I have seen drivers be told that they'll keep their visa if they move to rural areas and live there and drive trucks and for 2 years, and then they can move anywhere they want. All they need to do is they apply to the Indian government, and the Indian government sponsors them to come over here, and the Australian government funds that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
In my country, there is problem, and problem is transport.
Can we admit that has nothing to do with communism? People just use that fucking word. It's obvious. This is obviously capitalism. If you're trying to pay people to come and do jobs for you, and you want to pay less to people to do the jobs, like that's all within capitalism.
No, that's
communism is the
100% the way
prohibition
they
of
do it.
private property.
So someone who is lived in this country for a long time, they'll want to fill a seat for, I think it's like 20% more than an Indian immigrant would do it for. They will do it for far less, and they also get sponsored by the government. They get benefits. They get housing. They literally get a house got for them. Don't worry about the homeless crisis. That doesn't matter. They get a house for them, and they sponsor like a few months' rent. That's all they have to do is apply to the Indian government, and then they get sponsored to come over here and live and drive trucks or whatever.
Sounds like a great
fuel.
business model. Sounds like it's a good business model. Start importing these motherfuckers by the tens of thousands into your countries, giving them 50,000,
hundreds of thousands. Let's just start there.
I'm talking about business model. I'm going to start importing them by the tens of thousands, giving them 15,000, keeping 35,000 American capitalism.
Yeah, but every business gets paid $10,000 of a bonus from the government for bringing over an immigrant.
Wow, that's a lot of incentive. Yeah, that's a lot of.
I only know that because I have paid that invoice.
Yeah, you know, also slavery. The Democrats are Hispanics. They want to keep us enslaved to pick their crops.
They get paid far less than any Australian-born driver.
I'm not a Democrat.
You're not, but you said you're Hispanic, right?
I am Hispanic, yeah. My dad's
Like I said,
illegal
did you
from
just blame yourself?
I just blame myself for the Democrats.
You said the Democrats and the Hispanics want to do this.
No, I said the Democrats are enslaving Hispanics.
Speaking of doing stuff, the Democrats doing stuff, it is now time for you all to tell everybody what they. Why does this never let me click the damn button? Move out of my way. Why is it? There we go. Gibbs, we must start our moment. You have 10 minutes left, but only 4 donos to goal. I mean, but yeah. Tell him, Gibbs.
Yeah, this man, Husky, came in here has given you about 25 shoeies for not very much money. Y'all better start giving moolah now. We have brought entertainment, bread, and circus to you, the people. And now it's time for you to cough up the money that you have stashed away at home. And also, Israel, I have been backing you all, so give that money that y'all be giving out to all these other streamers to Sarah right now. Thank you. All right, that's all I got.
Yeah, you tell him, Gibbs. Mr. Omar, let them know what they need to do. They have 9 minutes left.
You have 9 minutes to make dreams come true. Somewhere on the other side of this microphone is a little child who's waiting for dreams to come true. And you can donate your money directly to this channel. And eventually through Gibbs's retarded ass trickle down economy, it will get to a child in need. So send the money to Sarah and the channel of the Raging Tomato so you can keep fueling this circus.
Fire of Doom. Yes. Effigy, let's see if you can win it. Who's got the best
Every time
team?
you fail to meet the goal, we become closer and closer to the ultimate liberal, socialist, communist, left-wing, gay, trans utopia. And it makes me happy. So fail. I want to see you fail. Fail for Daddy. Daddy knows you can't fulfill the goal.
Oh my God. Fail for Daddy.
That was a real
Kazim, this is your audition, sir. How well can you grift this show? Go. Oh, you are muted. Automatic fail. What happened there?
Yeah, what he said, but if you don't, I'm just gonna go play video games and hit my extract. So I mean, don't. I'm happy either way, but
No, that is a fail. That is a fail.
I'm not done. I'm not fucking done. But I don't want to do that. I can play video games anytime. I can play video games while I work. I got a good job. I'm not working right now. Let's do this instead. Donate.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's do
But
this.
also the gay space communism. That's definitely happening.
Azium reminds me of Andrew Wilson before he started studying debate.
Oh my God. Mr. Balderson,
Don't
tell
fucking relate me to that loser.
Tell these fine people what they need to do.
Little do you know that in the backstage, we have worked up quite the event for you guys in the next segment. We have set up 2 extra cameras in Gibbs's apartment, and we are going to have, he's going to sing and dance to I'm Too Sexy in that flashy ass pimp outfit he has on. You really just don't want to miss it, and you can't possibly get entertainment like that anywhere else.
If you're lucky, he'll show you his F-150.
Oh. Azrael, you've got a debate coming up here soon. You don't want the the chat to fail, especially if you've got a debate coming up. Tell them what they need to do. Oh, you are muted. Automatic fail.
Epic fail.
There is no try. There's only do. There comes a point in every man's life where he needs to ask himself, is he ready to commit to the goal or is he going to fail?
Ooh, are you ready to commit to the goal? Devin, your audition. How well can you grift this lovely show?
I will have to say, if you want to learn how not to be a little bee and be a little soy boy, you need to add to the donation so we can show you what the difference is between being self-sufficient rather than somebody who wants to leech off of the government and then claim the government is their oppressor.
I will oppress you. Husky, you've been grifting money all night, sir. I know you've got to win here. They actually need only 2 more. My goal somehow messed up, but they only need 2 more.
So ask yourself, what is the meaning of life? The meaning of life is eating food and water and you survive, right? But here in Australia, we only drink beer. Unfortunately, I can't drink beer because I need to drink it out of a shoe, and I can't do that unless you donate. That's just the way it is. So yeah, I'm parched. I'm very thirsty. I don't know how long I can go for. So if you do donate and you donate for a shoey, I will drink out of a shoe. Yeah, the ball is in your court. Please.
Or
I'm
the
very
shoe.
thirsty.
The shoe is in your court. And Clay, the grifter upon grifters, let him know.
Yes, indeed. In case you guys didn't actually know what this whole thing is about, this whole war, by the way. So this behind me, this is New Jerusalem, right? This is New Jerusalem. We got to build rockets. We can't do that without your money. We've got to go to Mars. We're going to be building New Jerusalem on Mars and put some Jewish space lasers up. But we cannot do this without your donations. It takes money, folks. Money do make the world go round.
Beer.
Money do make the world go round. I love it. As the new. I like that. It's new. I think since my timer messed up, you have 6.5 minutes left. You only need 2 more, just 2 more. And you can make a happy panel because then they get to stay and play. Kazim doesn't have to go play video games to get rid of his complete boredom with the world.
I will buy it first.
Effigy wants everything to be fake and gay. You can not let it be fake and gay if you don't want to make Effigy happy here. Balderson's got new clips back there for you. I don't think you actually want to see them, so we can pay to not see the clips. Azrael knows that if this show doesn't continue, his debate will never happen. I'm going to strip you from your upcoming debate, Azrael. Devin's new here, and he just got here. He's new. Husky's fucking thirsty. Let the man drink. Husky, what other item do you have to drink from this time?
I'll find something.
Something interesting.
It'll be the first thing I see.
We only need 1 more, and quite frankly, I want to impress Gibbs. Gibbs has been absolutely off his rocker when they paid to send me to go get White Claws and
I will drink out of a used candle.
I gotta say, I'm very impressed by y'all chat. Y'all, Sarah's got a fantastic community. Y'all are like scary cheese level. Y'all know who that is, but that's a compliment. Y'all are real good. Don't let me down.
Don't let me down. All right, we got some supers coming in. We're all
I
gonna
need
have
to remove this glass so you guys will think I'm a fraud.
Why doesn't someone donate $100 so that way Husky can take a shot from a used condom?
Ah.
I was just here to make one real quick, but
it'll only take a second.
150. Fine.
All right, Fourth Wiseman comes in with the Big 10. This one's to you, Husky, because he keeps talking about Australia.
Okay,
I think you
all
guys
right.
have
In this
a
case-
new one.
in
He
this
says,
case, give me 1 second. I need to find something creative.
You better not have condoms if you have a girlfriend, bro.
Amen. Amen. No. I knew we could get world peace here, and it was over condoms.
Oh God.
What
is this?
Okay, we're on.
What the hell?
Yes. So we're drinking out of a fucking
Is that a first aid kit? Oh Jesus.
Maybe back up away from your keyboard though.
Why don't you
Yeah,
do something with your mouth?
Here, I'll put the dono down while he does this for a moment. And while you're drinking, I will read the super chat while you're drinking, and then you have to answer as soon as you're done drinking. How's that sound?
I volunteer as tribute. I don't know what you said,
Very
but I'll
nice.
listen shortly.
Okay. Jesus Lord. I hope he doesn't need that first aid kit. The corrupt government here buys local houses out and buys normal home buyers using endless pits of funds, then declares they're building homes and they're only building a government portfolio, diminishing true volume. Any thoughts there?
Well, for one, I have to thank someone for giving me that first aid kit because I was going to die. But yeah, no, he is 100% correct. Our government puts way too much money towards giving these houses that could be for the young families trying to buy their first house. They'll buy out all these houses and give them to a lot of these people trying to migrate here, sponsored people to migrate here, which also drives up the housing market in Australia. If you look at New South Wales, if you try to get any house within 150 kilometres, that's about 75 to 100 miles of Sydney, you're looking at around the $1 million mark. For someone to get $1 million loan, you need to be earning over 200 grand a year. It's just not feasible for anyone that actually already lives here.
You feeling all right?
Perfect. I feel fantastic after that first aid kit.
Okay, fair enough.
We need to ask how much for him to throw himself through the wall.
I'll have to give my landlord a call to answer that question.
That's fair. Fourth Wiseman, cousin with Big Ten, says you declare unity and parrot MAGA, yet you can't even support your own, i.e. Sarah's channel will change the name to the Fourth Wiseman channel. Otherwise, I will do that, actually. Vincent comes in with the Big Five, another Australian, says, want to see something scary? Look what Pete Hegseth said in 2018 about the Third Temple. Does anybody know what he's talking about?
I wouldn't know anything about it.
I refuse to comment.
I'll be touching on
He
that
said that there is
Thursday.
no reason why the rebuilding of the Third Temple is impossible.
I mean, I gotta say, everybody's bashed Pete Hegseth, calling him an idiot and all this bullshit. And I gotta say, the way he's fucking handled Venezuela and Iran so far has been extraordinary. Whether you like it or not, he has handed out the whoopings, boys. And it's been
I don't think he's an idiot. I think he's a religious fanatic.
Come on.
Yeah, I don't
He's
think
a
he's
religious
an idiot.
fanatic.
He said he's a wannabe
That's a
crusader.
different thing entirely. The guy's a religious fanatic.
Yeah, absolutely. Agreed.
How
He
so?
also is kind of dumb. He said that that sub that got hit is the first sub since World War II that got hit with a torpedo. That is stupid.
Well, hold on. It's the first one that's like sunk a ship, like
It's
in
the
the
first
manner that it
warship
did.
that was sunk by a
Yeah.
torpedo since World War II. That's what he said.
And in the manner that it's been sunk. Like he shot it and blew up underneath the field. That was like a first thing or whatever.
It sounded stupid to me either way.
Obviously, the Third Temple is the third temple for the Jews, where they can start doing sacrifices again, so they can bring about their prophet, which coincidentally is going to be the Christian Antichrist, which brings about Revelation. Pete Hegseth has a Templar Knight tattoo bigger than shit on his chest, and then he has their battle cry tattooed on his bicep. And he wants to bring about.
How does
the
that
Third
make him a
Temple,
religious fanatic?
which is what the Crusaders
He's a
were
fucking
doing.
crazy Christian nationalist trying
Which
to
is
start
what Crusaders
Armageddon
were
over
doing.
fucking moronic
That was
beliefs.
literally the Crusaders' mission.
Yeah, whether it's a Muslim crusade, a Jewish crusade, or an Islamic crusade, any crusade is a religious fanatic for sure.
We really need to know how big these shits are you're comparing it to. Like, what level of constipation are we talking?
I don't know, but Devin sends in a big 20. He says, "Cause I'm rich, bitch. Fuck off. Bye." Thank you, Devin. I love it when the panelists support their own time here. It makes it wonderful. And Husky, do you know you've been breathing into your mic all night?
I do not. This is the first I'm hearing about it.
Yeah. Also, back to what you were saying about Hex. What's the tattoo say? Like Juice Volt or whatever? Is that what it says? And he's got like the Crusader fucking tattoo. Is that what y'all talking about just now? I'm sorry, I heard. Yeah, I mean, listen, listen. We all don't like Israel. Other people don't like Palestine. I got a solution. Just fuck Israel, fuck Palestine. Let's just get a new crusade. America first. Take it over.
I'm with you there. Pull out of the Middle East. Fuck that joint.
Yeah. Or conquer it. Permanent.
I'm not so much with you there. I don't really want to own desert land.
Yeah.
Look at Mike McClellan. Does it fucking
I need a new camel skin jacket. You know what are you talking about?
It's pretty psychotic when you think about it, right? That you're going to put your full, complete, and utter unwavering support behind this country simply so that the hope is that they can start a forever fucking war that destroys everyone in the world, right? Like, it's pretty psychotic to think shit like that and actually believe it.
I'd rather have a forever country. We just conquer the whole world, and then they can all be America.
What do you think a modern crusade would look like? What kind of genocide would that present as? How many people would we be able to kill a day? I'm kind of curious.
Because you don't have to kill somebody to become America.
No, that's one of the prescriptions of a crusade. Like they didn't just go there to occupy it. They went there to kill everybody.
Well, that's not totally true. For example, the Spanish saved all sorts of tribes from the evil Aztecs who were cannibals and sacrificing people in droves. That was a crusade. Yeah, it was absolutely a crusade. What do you mean? It was absolutely a crusade.
No, it was not. It was territorial. No, it was not.
No, it was religiously inspired. Yeah, and it was
part of their colonial movement.
It was literally a religious battle. Like the Catholics came in there and wiped the Aztecs out and converted everybody.
No.
Crusade. Like the established cities.
You're talking like 500 years apart.
It doesn't matter. He's wrong.
No, that's not true at all. The Reconquista happened in 1480, and then Columbus started America in 1493, and we had Cortez in 1513.
The 12th
Yeah, I know. It was literally a crusade, everything but name.
No,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was.
Oh no,
the Reconquista. We're back again. Yeah, we're back. The Reconquista was the 1480s. They got rid of them.
And the last crusade was in the 12th century. That's almost 400
Can you
years
tell
ago.
me a fundamental difference other than it was the Aztecs who were a pagan or like a different kind of religion, and
They didn't just genocide. They weren't trying to take a holy land.
How many Aztecs are left, bro? Not very many, right? Did they wipe them out? They did.
Aztecs were genocided. That's
yeah. So
it wasn't to it was colonialism. They're two different things. They were already practicing.
Sure, it's both.
Standard East or Western colonialism had already taken root for like 300 years at that point. You don't have this like we got to go retake the Holy Land part of it. Kill all of the Saracen horde to go with it. That's the big part of it. Is we have to kill the Saracen horde to go with it. I get the parallel that you're making, but I'm saying it's not the same thing.
But
you don't see other countries joining in with Spain to go do that.
Yeah,
the whole of Europe joined in on all of the Crusades.
Yeah, well, Spain didn't want to in on it because they were like one of the Catholics, and this is after they had already had the process regulated. But also, let me ask you a question. You know what yesterday was? I'm just going to answer it. You probably don't because I don't think you live in Texas. Yesterday was the celebration of the end of the Battle of the Alamo, right? And where the Texans died. Well, do you know what the Alamo was? It was a mission, right? Which is where they were converting these people after they conquered them, right? So, like, you're sitting here saying, yeah, it wasn't a crusade, but fundamentally, it was everything a crusade was, but not in name. And they wiped out the natives, right? Or that didn't agree, or the ones that others
it wasn't a divine mandate from God.
It was a divine mandate from Queen Isabella because she believed she was helping the Pope, and they literally had saints ordained during the battle.
The whole of the Catholic Church, and
the Catholic Church backed it.
And the
Pope backed it. The Pope backed Spain, forcibly converting the people, the Mayans, the Aztecs, and the that's a crusade, and everything but name. I know they didn't, but it's everything.
What's the reason? Do you understand the reason they didn't call it a crusade?
Yeah, because Spain didn't want everybody to know about the land. They fucking didn't fucking get the maps out. They were killing
No,
people that gave
no,
the maps out.
unironically.
Yeah,
so
that's why.
colonialism. That's not.
Yeah, well, of course it's colonialism, but it's fundamentally
so what's
the
their
same thing,
primary
though.
driving cause? This is the same question I asked you about Iran. What's
Well,
the primary
Queen
driving
Isabella
cause?
would say
What are they trying to
Christianity.
get out of it? Yeah, she might have, but the end result was that the whole state, the nation that existed at that point, wanted the land. So they did what they had to do the colonialism.
And the people. The people were helpful.
The justification was post facto, not up front.
You know Montezuma, the emperor of Aztec. He went to
Again,
went to Spain. He went to Spain, and his kids became literal dukes and shit. Right? They're literally like royalty in Spain to this day. Well, they're not technically royal, but they're like old now. They have like a land grant that they got from the Spanish king monarchy. Right? Like literally, it's everything a crusade is, except they didn't want other countries to know about it because they didn't want to give up the
they were
wealth.
primarily concerned with the colonialist.
Well, hold on. You don't
aspect
think
of
the
it.
crusade
It
was
a
taking resources
post-fact-
from the
This
countries
was
they
a
conquered over there?
post facto justification. As
No,
compared
they
to
did this.
primary
Venice did this. Venice and the
whole
Italian
reason that
city-states
we do
did
it
this all the
5
time.
times.
They did this with all the crusades. They took the resources from the lands they conquered and they set up puppet governments, and they fucking took all the resources repeatedly. It's the exact same thing. It's the same in everything but the name.
The governments. They left those governments to fend for themselves for the most part, and all 4 of those governments within 20 years.
Yeah, well, Spain learned that shit didn't work. They learned that shit didn't work, and they're like, we're going to keep direct control.
The Jerusalem government collapsed in, I want to say, 1178, and it was almost immediately after they took the
Spain
land.
figured out that failed, and they're like, we're not going to do that.
I'm not even an expert on it. I just know a little bit about this from Honor.
Sure, I'm not saying you're wrong, but Spain figured out that they were failing.
Hi.
No. Kaziem's not going to. Gibbs, bring me Gibbs. Bring me Gibbs.
Bring in Gibbs. There you go.
Gibbs, you said that you have a doctorate in which path of Catholicism? Did you go to?
I don't have a doctorate in any kind of Catholicism.
Or you said degree?
I have religious doctorates. They're basically I'm a reverend for the SPC.
SPC.
Yeah, Southern Baptist group.
Okay, so you're
Southern
not,
Baptist
a Catholic.
religion.
You're not a
No,
you're
I'm not a Catholic. No.
Okay. So do you understand the difference between a generalized military thing where everyone from the country happens to be one religion and the other people not, and something that's an actual crusade? You know where a crusade comes from?
Go ahead, tell me.
The crusade is an edict that is formalized within the Catholic Church. The word crusade. So in 1097 was the first one, and then 12 whatever was the second one. Pope Urban II made a declaration. He declared and wrote an edict for the whole of the Holy Roman Empire, which means all the Catholics, and summoned everyone to this holy crusade, which is the Christian word for jihad, right? When enrollment wasn't big enough, they made additional edicts. I think he made 4 or 5 additional ones until they had enough people. They said, okay, the 4th one, I believe it was anything. This was demanded by God because I am the Pope Urban II. I'm the vicar of Christ on earth. And God's reward to you for joining this holy war is that everything that you do and steal on the way to the Holy Land is your reward from God, right? And that's what drew everyone in.
Well, so you're all right. Just
That's
to
a
be clear.
crusade.
Hold on, just to be clear, you're saying a papal bull was the key thing that made a crusade, correct?
Papal bull is a terminology. I don't believe the papal bull was the terminology.
It was the endorsement. It was the endorsement of the Catholic Church for what they're doing. Correct?
Papal bull was something that was started to be utilized in terminology during the Borgias. That's hundreds of years later.
Well, to be clear, it's very similar to what you're describing. It was a decree. Papal bulls are decrees. Here's the important part, though.
Let me tell you the difference. A papal bull is something unilaterally decided by the Pope on his own declaration, and an edict is where it's falling within the existing realm of the Catholic Church.
Well, this is important. And just before we end this and go back to the open right here.
Hold on, one more thing. What's important is that what you said was Spain's crusade against Montezuma is bullshit. It was a national movement. It doesn't matter what religion these people were.
Hold on. In 1493, Pope Alexander VI introduced the papal bull Intracontera, which gave. Well, sure, that's fine. But an edict, the papal bulls started becoming basically edicts, which established Spain to colonize, convert, enslave non-Christian peoples as long as they weren't controlled by a Christian prince, which is essentially the same as all the edicts issued for all the Crusades.
No, I'll tell you why. Sorry for interrupting while you were talking. Pope Alexander VI is also known as the Borgia Pope. The Borgia Pope was the first Spanish-born pope. He was the first Spanish-born pope that was not Roman. Okay, Pope wrote that in later after Spain and Portuguese discovered South America at the same time.
What
So
about the
if you
Treaty of
reference-
Torres Strait in 1494, though?
No, you're missing the point. The history is written completely different after what actually happened, is what I'm trying to say. You're reading bullshit history.
Well, 1492 discovered, 1493 papal bull, 1494 a treaty regarding Spain. Basically.
After, that's my point. That's all I'm saying. It was after.
That's all before Cortez.
A crusade is before.
So they issued this before we invaded Cortez and what's his name invaded South America and Central America. This happened before that. So you're proving my point here.
No,
it's
I'm
not literally a crusade, but it's
crusade
essentially the
is
same.
a holy war declared. We are going to go and take Catholicism, and we're going to hit the Holy Land, and we're going to fucking take back the land. A war of religion.
Last question: do you think the conquistadors thought it was a holy war?
No. They were discovering new lands. What are you talking
No, the conquistadors did not do it because it was a holy war.
Bro,
no, Gibbs, you don't understand.
Cortez writes in his diary that it was a holy war multiple times. So does De La Vaca.
That's because he's a Catholic. That doesn't. It's different of one person. If
He was the leader of the war. Like he was the guy in charge.
Gibbs, if I'm let's pretend I'm an atheist and I'm a general in the American military. If you read my diaries later and I say this has to do with crushing religion, that's why I'm attacking Iran. It doesn't mean the whole fucking thing was that premise.
Bro, they all right. Just one more thing here.
I'm warming you up for Thursday. Come join me.
I'll probably pop in after my show on
I
Thursday.
have no comment. They didn't wear shoes back then.
They obviously
there was nothing to drink out of.
Gibbs, I grant you a few things. Yes, they had the ideology. Yes, everything at the time was about God and their version of God, etc. What I'm simply pointing out is that at the time, look, here's what happened. The Vikings started to invade the England around 850, 900. Then they started invading France around 950 to 1000. And then they started to settle in England and France and so on. So about this time of 1100, they've integrated. The boat technologies from the Vikings were given through all of Europe. So now they have the ability to go on the open seas. So they start discovering new lands. All the fucking princes and kings were arguing over who has what. So they go to the Pope. And the Pope says, we're going to draw lines. And this is all going to be, come back and bring us examples of what you find. They brought back people. And they said, well, there's people there. If there's people there, they bring a little Native American guy. Well, they have to declare, well, that can't be a person then. So now that's not a person. You go on this holy war back to those lands you just found and convert them. That's
right,
different.
Last thing I'm going to say on this, I'll turn it back over. I apologize. I know I just said that, but all right. It is well documented, right, that the Spanish specifically, and by 1492, after the capture of Grenada, right, that they thought that they would continue the Reconquista, which originally was just the Moors, the Jews, and some other smaller groups they kicked out of Spain. When they got at the Aztecs and the Mayans and all the ones, the Incas, right, they thought this was a continuation of the Reconquista, which was definitively a holy war backed by the Pope through Queen Isabella, right? And so my point is, yes, it's not a crusade. However, for all intents and purposes, it is almost identical to a crusade, with the exception being they didn't need anybody else to help them because Spain was whooping that ass on the road.
You're right.
You're
blending
about
things in.
motive. Crusades
Hold
are
on,
about motive.
you're blending.
Yeah, and it was holy war was
It
the
was
motive.
controlled by
Colonialism. They wouldn't have known
Yes,
hold on one
exactly.
second. They wouldn't have known the Aztecs existed if they hadn't already been practicing.
Yeah, but if you just kicked out all the people that you said were not Catholic out of your country, and then you fucking land on a land, and all these people are fucking
deal with that one
like,
thing,
like
please.
feeding.
One
I'm
thing.
going to.
How do they know that the Aztecs are there to have a holy doctrine or anything against the Aztecs if they haven't already done the colonialism?
Well, first of all, I'm okay. I guess I don't want to be the guy to be like define colonialism, and because they were doing colonialism, but they landed.
That's the whole point.
Sure,
when
sure,
you
they
look at
landed.
the Crusades, they really didn't care about the land after they were gone. They left those governments to
They
just
conquered the land, and then they had
yes,
puppet
and then they
governments.
left them to die.
Or
In
Yeah,
every single case.
not all of them. They
every
tried.
single case, they those governments fell.
That's not true.
immediately.
They did fall, but
Jerusalem
that's
never-
the difference. Well, that's the difference.
I don't
because
know.
Spain was
I don't
like-
remember the exact number. I want to say it's about 40 years.
You're not
they
wrong,
followed
but
it.
Spain learned from that mistake. Whenever they did this, they're like, we're not fucking including anybody. We're gonna fucking get the benefits, and they fucking went in there, and whooped that ass.
That right there
and they-
makes it not a crusade.
Well, hold on. And they did this, and they specifically, the reasoning and the logic behind it was due to it continuing the Reconquista, right? That was the reason why they did this. And whenever you go and say, I'm kicking out the Moors, I'm kicking out all these other groups, and then you land on new land and see
The
Aztecs,
Reconquista was
which
in
are crazy.
Spain and Iberia. It has nothing to do with the Aztecs.
Bro,
I
have
get where you're
documents
going.
from
They thought there was a link, but the church didn't see it that
but
way.
if
The
Isabella
Pope
and the
didn't see it
church,
that way.
the Pope did see it that way. He issued him a papal bull in
By the way,
1493
no.
continue
By the
the
way, you're
Reconquista.
also mixing things up. Hold on. He's mixing things up.
Yeah,
because
I'm not mixing things up.
because Spain was ruled by the Muslims for 600 years.
Yes, they
and
kicked them
was a
out. That was the
crusade to take
Moors.
it back. That has nothing to do. That's
And then the Jewish bakers,
300
they kicked
years
them both
different
out.
from Montezuma, bro.
Yeah.
Right, bro, and they also the Reconquista is classified as lasting 700 years. The first 400 years
No,
was part of that, and then
that's
colonization
like
was the
saying
next
George
300.
Washington and Donald Trump is the same time period. That's what you're doing.
Well, they are basically the same time period. If
No,
they look at the
300
scale of
years
things.
difference.
But 300 years is nothing.
All right. Vincent comes in with a big 5, says, don't be confusing Christian nationalism with Zionist evangelical psychos. Christian nationalism is the ideal dream. Yes, tune in Thursday night. Mr. Omar will be joining me regarding Zionism. He believes it is a death cult, so it should be a very interesting conversation. If you haven't rallied the troops already for that one, please start doing so and sharing that one out now. Vincent also says, for the record, the 7th century Muslims viciously seized Christian lands 400 years later, 1096. The Crusades wanted to reclaim the Holy Land.
I've been patiently
That's
waiting
exactly
to
right.
address you guys.
Go ahead, Azrael.
Miscategorizing what the Crusades were started for. They're actually in response to Muslims putting burdens on Christians and taking lands that were not theirs. It happened for like hundreds of years, and then finally the Catholic Church was annoyed, so they actually teamed up with the Orthodox, the Eastern Orthodox, and another Orthodox, like 2 other churches. It was a joint effort to retake the Holy Lands, but also remove the yoke that they were putting on Christians currently residing in those areas, and to take other areas that were previously Christian. So it was in response. It was in response to Muslims. It was not just an assault on people for no reason.
Yeah, I don't feel
agree,
bad.
I agree 100%, and that's what I said. The Muslims had the Holy Land. It was a holy crusade, and that's very different from finding a new land and going back and saying, colonize these people. We don't classify them as humans. And now, because there's no humans there, it's ours. It's the same shit they did with black people of a 1/3 vote. It's the same exact thing. What are we talking about? And by the way, the Muslims controlled Jerusalem for 450 or 500 years, and they said enough. And that's when the crusade happened with Pope Pope Urban II. And I told him ahead of time, Pope, when he said the papal bull, I said that I already, guys, this is like ABC 1, 2, 3.
The main difference is there's
I know
no
the entire
holy
history.
sites in South America that they seem to have some kind of claim on. Jerusalem is in the Middle East. That's why that was the target.
Well, and the one, while blessed by the church, wasn't led by the church. The other is led by the church.
Exactly. That's the other big component. Yes, but that's why it wasn't led by the church, because it wasn't some wider Christian.
That's
wider
why
Christian
it's a crusade
grievance
or not
to
a
Muslims.
crusade. That's the point.
That's the big difference.
That's a crusade.
You don't
Well,
don't have a crusade against.
To be fair, he didn't say it
against
was a crusade. He said it was like a crusade,
religion.
which is a little different.
It's comparable.
My brother, he just argued for 15
I'll give you it's
minutes. It's the
comparable,
same thing.
but it's not a crusade.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same,
I
same
said
thing means
fundamentally it's the same
equivalent.
thing,
That
but
means
it's
it's
not.
the same thing. That means it
Let-
is.
No, let's
I don't
put
know
it
how you
this
can
way.
argue against
They're
that.
both melons, but they're both not watermelons.
I hate you so much. You're right. That's exactly my point. Yeah, but yeah, sure. Like one's a cantaloupe, one's a water. They're like literally fundamentally the same, but like one tastes different.
One's a flying egg, the
Also
other
not.
one's
Defending the
One is a
genocide,
car,
but one
not.
is led by the
One is a
government,
car
and the other
One's a
is led
lemon,
by
one's
the
a lime.
No,
They're both
one's a
sour.
car driving forward, and the other one's a car driving backwards. They're both cars, and they're both driving. One is AB, then one is BA. It's completely different.
So then call it what it is: colonizing.
Yeah, it was
Yes.
colonial.
It sounds more like the alphabet to me.
In the name of God. Colonization in the name of God. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Like
Which
it
is which is
All
crusade.
pretty much all colonization was that way.
Wait. So
Wiseman comes in with another 10 and says Aztecs are the remnants of the Assyrian of old. It's literally in the Aztec name itself, Assyrian Tech.
That's
Yeah, I need whatever he's smoking. And I need to need his name right now, goddammit.
That's
Geography says no.
Words have
Well,
meaning.
you don't know about
brother.
the Egyptian ruins in the Grand Canyon, bro? What, you don't know?
That's like the Hebrew Israelite.
Well, they all had the pyramids, so like, yeah.
Mhm.
But like, yeah.
You guys are
And
funny.
Omar, go
Yes,
ahead
sir.
and on your other story with the Vikings. That wasn't the first time that the Northmen had lived there. And in the 780s, Charlemagne slaughtered the Saxons, and this was before the Viking era. And they cut down Irminsul, which is still celebrated to this day, and a church put on top of it, and they said they have a celebrated post about it. So
No,
I
I
mean,
didn't say the big- I didn't
this
start
is
at
a
the
fight that
beginning.
was back and forth.
No, Vikings were coming from Scandinavia in the 700s, but that's not the relevant time what I was talking about.
I understand what you're talking about, but
Christianity was less developed in England and France, unified in the 700s compared to the 850s. Is what I'm saying. I'm talking about
they didn't
religious-
discover. I'm saying they didn't discover England. They'd been living there for a very long time.
No, England's been living. No, Vikings didn't discover England. I wasn't saying that. If that's what. Yeah, no. I'm saying that they got there.
Columbus, England.
I'm talking.
All right,
about
guys.
how
All
much
right,
time
you've
they-
convinced me. Religions are horrible and they do shitty shit.
Mm-hmm.
God, finally convinced me.
I'll drink to that.
So I don't think religions have any form of being able to do anything terrible. It's people. People do terrible shit. So
Well, that's actually
Not
interesting
because
because
they believe crazy shit, right? They don't
Well-
do things because of their beliefs, right?
Well,
I mean,
come on.
You
I mean,
believe
that's-
that all
but
matter
I agree.
exists in one location in an area smaller than the
No,
head
don't
of a
worry,
needle. and then
Effigy
it implodes.
got beliefs he wants to force on people too.
No external force.
Hold on, you're all going. Go ahead.
At least I'm not the
Gabe.
American Taliban.
How about cults? Do cults do terrible shit?
Well, let me just throw some out here. Andrew, you kind of touched on something interesting here, and I talk about this on some panels sometimes. I talk about what's the difference between fact and truth, right? And what's more important. And a lot of people go, fact is more important. I say, no, you're wrong. Truth is more important, right? If 1 million people believe something's true, it doesn't matter if it's factually true. They're all acting on it as if it is true. And I think that's key here, because like understanding how a lot of people think. And I don't think people talk about that enough, because things don't have to actually be accurate. But if 1 million people or 1 billion people or however many people all act on something that is true, then it might as well be true, right? And I think that's important, but we never talk about it.
So Gibbs, if in 1492 the no one wanted to fund Columbus to sail the ocean blue because they were afraid that they'd throw their money away when he falls off the flat Earth, does that mean that the Earth was in fact flat because it was true? Because everyone
No, it doesn't. But it does mean fundamentally that it might as well be, because no one's going to fund Columbus to go do it, right? So they're acting on it as if it were true. Does that make sense? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it does. But can something
I mean,
be?
you can predict
can
humans
a
by their
fact be-
irrational beliefs.
Can a
yes.
fact be true if it's wrong?
Yeah, absolutely.
A fact can be true if it's
No,
wrong.
no. A truth can be not factual, is what I'm saying.
No, it can't. It's
I
not
still
true.
find it kind of funny. Someone
Because-
who believes a book with no that has no author.
No, I want to step in real quick. I want to say,
attacking
I
someone
think,
else. Effigy believes that there's a book with no author, yet attacks religion.
You mean like a
Crazy
universe
to me.
without a creator? You mean that type of thing?
Yeah, that's what they believe in. They're like, this is a
I mean,
book,
that's-
no one wrote it, it just exists. It just somebody sneezed ink on it, and all of a sudden, book. But that's
Yeah.
never gonna happen.
That's not what the Big Bang is. But are we discussing that now?
No, but
I really hope not.
I really hope not. Yeah, I think that might be eating video game time right about there. You know, I mean, I might have to bow.
It's not
right
just
on
the Big Bang. It's all of it. It's evolution. It's
was an invitation.
What's wrong with that conversation? That's a good one.
I'll tell you what's wrong with it. Is that
Hold on, Azrael. Let me ask you a question.
I've been
Have
in
you
here
ever,
for
have you ever
hours, I'm
eaten a
not high enough
banana?
for that shit.
I've eaten a banana.
Yeah. Did you like it?
I love eating bananas.
Depends on the banana.
On my show.
So
Y'all get lucky sometimes. I do banana eating shows.
No, the best evolution to ask is someone says, I don't believe in it. It was like we all came, it's like, have you eaten a banana before? They go, yes, but like case solved. And then just sit there
Well,
silent.
banana's about to go extinct if y'all didn't know, so eat them now.
Yeah, it's because they're all.
extinct years ago. There's a song about it and everything because of a disease. That's
Yeah.
why, and it's
Yeah,
like,
genetic
They're all
diversity.
clones.
Yeah.
All of our fruits and vegetables didn't exist.
They
Like
are.
almost all of them didn't exist 10,000 years ago.
Yeah, because
Well,
natural
that's
selection and physical, like us doing
Not
selection.
not natural selection. It's because
So if we can change it, why can't nature?
it's
Yeah,
'cause
I
we
mean,
thought of-
No, I'm serious. If we can't change it, why can't? If we can
Yeah,
change it,
I
why
mean,
can't
it seems
nature?
right here. I had Santa Gertrudis cattle, and that didn't exist like 400 years ago.
Yeah, if we can change it, why can't nature?
yeah, so we
question
can change it, but we can't make it something different.
The question is the Earth 6,000 years old or older?
It depends.
I'm
You
on the
never know.
6,000-year-old model.
Who is?
I'm not.
What about the 10,000-year-old model?
So how old is
Vincent
the Earth?
says, Vincent asks, for atheists, how do you determine what is good or bad? Here we go with the moralities.
Well, they can't determine what's
the bones.
They can't determine what's good and bad because we're all evolution, and the evolution, the strong survive. So it doesn't matter if half the world kills the other half of the population, as long as the stronger half survives.
Weird. I didn't know you
that's
were
not
Of course,
how
it
evolution
matters. Being straw man.
I had known
We
you
all
were
use the
atheist.
same faculties. Morality is an evolved sense that comes from us. Everything else is stacked upon it.
So
There
it
are
do-
more
so it
reasoning,
doesn't-
more
so it
philosophies
doesn't
that could
exist.
Great on that.
So it doesn't exist, and it doesn't have any validity. And if 100 years morality changes because of some
It
kind
has
of new
validity 'cause we say
evolutionary
it does.
strain, no,
Yeah, it's the truth.
then it
Thoughts
is-
aren't
there
real.
is
All
no
belief
truth
is
then.
fiction.
There's no truth.
Yeah, exactly.
Under
Now
your
you get
worldview, there is no
Weren't we
truth.
just
Now
talking
you're
about
going
the
down.
church mandated murdering of anybody that wasn't going to convert to Christianity a few hundred years ago?
That's
God,
right.
that seems like a morality shift.
Mhm.
Wow.
So where
Almost
did
like
that
you guys are
happen?
full of
Just
fucking-
worship a boot. Problem solved.
Where was the
Drink from the
mandating
boot.
a couple? So where was the mandating a couple hundred years ago that
Is it boot time?
if you didn't convert? you
Okay,
got
fine.
to-
You
Das
fucking
Boot.
twisted my arm.
Oh, darn. Yeah, I mean, you were looking a little thirsty still. And while you're finding your device to utilize, Fourth Wiseman comes in with a Big Ten, says you'll find literal alignments via entomology when it comes to nationality, land names, i.e., Spain, Spaniards, a neard is Old English meaning yard. A span is lateral, hence traveler Spaniard.
You're a nyard.
Ooh, Nyard. You're a nyard. Nyard. I'm just gonna nyard my way through this panel and yard. Thank you,
Yep.
Fourth Wiseman.
Yeah, Bald. So where in the past couple hundred years were people being forcibly converted to Christianity or die?
America.
Guys,
Africa?
the word
America.
yard, did you like
The word yard is
disconnect or
Viking.
something?
I
The word
mean,
yard
I
is
give you an
Viking.
example.
So I'm
Did you
wearing a
just-
headset.
did
You guys aren't
disconnect or
actually
something?
physically in the
Gibbs
room.
and Omar were just having like a 10-minute conversation about it. Did you just like
About you're talking
I don't know,
about
were
the
you throwing
Crusades
boats
that
or
happened in the
something?
past couple hundred years?
I mean, I can tell you where they did it. Lord's Christian Army in Africa has forcibly converted lots of people.
There are
Do you
quite a
not
few
know-
Christian
do you-
schools that
do you
have
not
been
know
found to
about
have
antebellum
Native
South?
American graveyards underneath them. And the
Man,
last
those
one
are
said,
like-
like,
lots and lots
Guys,
of little natives
just to
killed over
clarify,
this.
Balderson's not
Lots and
making
lots.
Balderson's
Y'all are
making
cool with that,
federalized
though.
religious.
You're
He's
cool with
about
that
all
because
religions,
it's not.
only
They're not
Christianity.
humans.
Yeah,
Y'all are
not,
cool with that.
not to mention
just like right
New
now.
Mexico territory. New Mexico
Alderson
territory,
has
antebellum
spoke-
South. Those are two
Alderson
prime
has
examples.
spoke
You
for
didn't
all
you
religious
actually didn't give me an answer. So
I just
No,
did. I literally
no,
just
Salem
did.
witch trials.
I just did.
Salem witch trials 400 years ago. That
No, no, I mean-
okay because you're jackass Christians.
Hold on. In the
I
last
need to
100 years,
I need to explain
Ezra-
something to you guys. So I have a headset on. You guys are not physically in the room with me. I actually can't track you in separate locations. You're all coming from the same area, saying the same thing.
Azrael, I have
So I
an
can't
example
actually
last-
hear you.
I got
because
an
you
example
asked a
last-
question that anybody
You are
can
all
answer very
you
easily.
are all talking over each other. Go ahead.
I got an answer for the last 75 years. You said you won the last 100. I'll give you one the last 75. Lord's Christian Army in Africa forcibly converts people all the time, and they use child soldiers, and they say either you fucking join our Christian sect or we kill you. And they're one of the largest independent groups
You
in
said
Africa.
who?
The Lord's Christian Army in Africa. They fought all sorts of different groups, and they've been doing it for like a long time. And they're like forcibly convert people. I can think of a couple others, but they're specifically a large one. In the Africa for sure, in the last 75 years.
The Lord's Resistance Army.
Lord's Christian Army. Yeah, I mean, it might be Resistance. I don't know which one you're pulling up. The one I used to see it called the Lord's Christian Army, but they changed the name every so often. You know how they are.
You know, pretty much all of history. That's what Christians do. They talk peace, but bring the sword. That's a Native American proverb.
No, because most cases they're sacrificing children.
They crucify people.
So-
It is
They
the
crucify
LRA, by the way.
people, they torture them, and they feel okay with it because they're dirty heathens.
I'm pretty sure the Jews and Romans were crucifying people.
What's your thoughts on the KKK? You realize they did that too. That's in America. That's in the last couple hundred years.
I did.
They also did religious
Another
like,
Christian
persecution.
organization.
This is
Another
they
Christian, overtly Christian organization.
Well, they're also
Christian
Democrats, so that's either here or there.
Well, they're old school Democrats.
They thought they were Christian.
The Democrats never
They were
changed.
conservative.
It's called antebellum South.
The great switch never happened. It's a lie.
They're still conservative. I'm not
Yeah,
arguing.
they were conservative states' rights people.
Conservative.
How about we just
And
say
then
that?
The New Mexico territory.
Burning crosses. They were Christians.
Like when New Mexico, the territory was a territory. It wasn't the two states.
That's a really good one too.
I mean, Native
be
Americans. Let's be real. And then what was it? The Trail of
Trail of
Tears.
Trail of Tears.
Yeah, I'm
Trail
from
of
Oklahoma.
Happiness, Clay. It was the Trail of Happiness.
Oh yeah, that's
Why
And
is there a
fun
whole
times
county?
and candy.
Yeah, why is there a whole
Freedom
county in
Fries.
Oklahoma we had to give to the Osage because we did ethnic cleansing on them over their religion?
I mean, it's history.
So,
and
so what was their religion? What were they doing?
They were nativist. They were native.
I'm fairly certain most of the Native Americans there, it was their pride of their tribe. to
Most
fight
of all
into-
of the, I don't care about your most ofs, man. I
The
really
most,
don't.
I always
You
love
also,
it
you
when
also
the
don't
most
care about
people
letting
get
someone
asses.
fit.
most of
Just
the
like
time
I love
we
it.
didn't.
Incoming
Most of the time we
dehumanizing
didn't
justice.
Yeah,
unalive.
yeah. I'm just
It's
explaining.
always hilarious
Crazy
when the
shit,
most
dude.
bloody jackasses in history pretend like other people. Oh, look, they were killing each other. That's why it's okay to do it all over the fucking earth.
Hey, you guys can
Pathetic.
Rochambeau each other back and
Pathetic.
forth, but if I'm not allowed to give an argument, you guys are just jacking each other
Go ahead,
off.
give an argument.
But you guys
of
can
why
continue.
Christians don't-
It's okay
don't
for us
throughout
to kill
the last
everybody
couple
because some
hundred
of you
years.
guys fought.
I knew this panel felt
You
good.
guys fought, so
For
it's
the
okay for us to
record,
like
for
everybody
the
else.
record,
It's
if
not
you
gay if
really
you're
wanna,
organized.
if you really wanna fuck this panel up, Simon Hectic is backstage. He
Oh,
always comes in and makes it all about himself, yells at everybody for things that nobody's even talking about. He's really, really, really stupid. He's like Spicoli but black. Okay, so there's your
Did
warning.
he yell at me? I'm into that.
Can we have both of them up?
In European.
Like put both of them up against each other. That'd be hilarious. That'd be hilarious.
Come
But
on,
just so
Nate.
you know, he's backstage. If you want him up here, you know what to do.
But yeah,
I-
go ahead,
I-
Azrael. Make your argument of why it is that in the past couple of hundred years you don't believe that there's been Christian organizations, groups that have really actually gone after people and actually taking their lives.
So they don't do it in the name of Christianity, and it hasn't happened in the past couple hundred years.
KKK. KKK. No, that's my response to that. KKK.
No,
So
I
you're
want to
saying
hear how the KKK didn't do that.
The church ran schools that did it to natives and buried them little kids underneath their church and told nobody.
Yeah,
The
that was
church
in Canada.
it was nuns and
Here too.
priests running those. Running those. They
Not that I
definitely were
agree.
doing it in the name of Christianity.
Not that I agree with Azrael about Christianity at all, but you also have to remember that Christianity is also the same thing as saying Iran or India. Like there are Christians, there are crazy Christians. There's many types of Christianity, so it's hard to defend as a Christian person. There, it's hard to like bundle them all up in the same thing because there's been wild, crazy Christian shit all over the place. And there was a Christian guy who tattooed Yud-Hey Vav-Hey and crucified that preacher just 5 months ago, remember? And he said he had to crucify 12 priests for the 12 tribes, and he was going to bring in Jesus back. Remember that? He was technically a Christian. So, we can't I understand the argument. I'm with you, Balderson, for sure. But, we
I'm
can't-
just saying, name me the Christian sect historically outside of the last
I
few
can say-
decades that isn't bloody violence.
Well, I can say that
The
American
Southern Baptists.
I can no
Yep.
Southern Baptists are
No,
fucking
they're the
assholes.
ones sending the troops.
KKK, we're Southern Baptist.
Talking about that's the Southern look. He's
but-
right
Fake
there.
news.
Send in the troops. He's like,
there's
all
no
for
there's
this
no
war.
group
What
of
you
religious
talking
people in
about?
the history of the world that give more than American Christians. You go look at statistics of Haiti relief. The American Christian public donates more money than all countries combined. So you have to also look at all that. American Christian charity is part of the reason why everyone's here. You know what I mean? So
Omar, you do understand that's because money is their god.
No, those are the Zionists. Those are the Schofield Bible Zionists. That's a new problem that we have. And I'll be touching on that Thursday hard in defense of my Christian brothers and Jewish brothers.
Yeah, so the individuals who actually stopped the KKK were Christians. The individuals who abolished slavery did so in the name of God. It was done under the Christian view. So you're going to tell me on one hand Christians were fighting Christians.
Okay,
well, maybe one of the
said about Sunnis and Shiites.
The point is there's so many of you
nebulous that it can be on both sides of a huge
jacking
moral
each other
issue.
off, trying to debate one guy. One of you go at a time.
I want to be clear. So it wasn't the American military and the American police.
Every black person has done ever.
Hold on, Omar. It wasn't the American.
Both your mouths are going at the same
yeah,
time.
I know.
It's
I'm trying to ask you a question. Was it the American military and the police forces that stopped the KKK, or was it the Christians?
It was the Judeo-Christian worldview that said that all men have equal value.
I didn't know worldviews fighting wars now. That's wild, bro. Anthropomorphic worldviews just hopping out there and doing the wars.
There's no such thing as
Judeo-Christian military and the American police force that stopped the oppression. Okay, let's be very clear about that. It was the law. It was not.
Where does the law? Where is the law derived from? Like the reason that debts are forgiven in 7 years.
Law
we
derived from people wearing shoes. They do wear shoes.
Are given value under the
religions that
being
got
created by
together
God.
and decided it was wrong. And
What various religions? What various religions? What various American religion? You're talking about which ones?
Did you know that the
religions were allowed?
Allows
All
anybody
that was
to believe what
already
they
in
want to
Europe
believe?
because that's the way heathens practiced long before Christians did. You guys adopted our custom something years. All the good things you claim.
Yeah, and
Didn't come
especially when
from
you
the
talk about the
small
law,
axe.
because if you want to talk about the law, American law derives from English common law, which mostly derives from ancient Roman and Greek law. Like most of the bedrock of that is
Dude, the
pre-Christian.
all thing was
You get that
already
right.
already a freaking republic, the same as we started out at. Literally, the all thing was exactly the same as our original setup.
And I'm
That
not
was
saying
practiced before Rome ever bumped up against
who's
the
our?
barbarian.
Can I just say one crazy thing? Yeah, I just want to clarify
There's
something
a
real quick.
lot of other
The idea that the Southern Baptists founded the KKK is wild. Whenever like the Southern
It's
Baptists
ignorant,
were
but
founded from like the slaves, like that was the church that came from them. Like they were not the KKK. Martin Luther King was a member of the Southern Baptist convention, right? Like so, yeah, absolutely not true that the Southern Baptists were part of the KKK. Like definitively, they were the opposite. But just wanted to clarify that because there was some slander on the good name of the Baptists.
This is just religious hating people who can't take the patience to take.
Nobody
2
said
seconds
that, Gibbs.
To let
Nobody
somebody
did
talk.
anybody hold on?
Yes,
Did
he
anybody
did.
actually say that?
Kazim
Well, hold
said
on,
that.
one at a time. One at a time. Go ahead,
Kazim
Clay.
said that.
I wanted to
Go ahead,
respond-
Clay.
I wanted to respond to Gibbs. Did anybody who said that the
Somebody
KKK
said it.
part of
Kazim said it. Kazim said it while 5 of you were talking. Yes.
Allegedly, they were Australian. We don't claim them. Just saying.
There's multiple forms of the Klan for one, and yes, the Southern Baptists were heavily involved in the Third Klan.
So anytime an
In
atheist
Alabama.
does something bad, does that perpetuate it onto all atheists?
No, but they were explicitly like
No,
you're
'cause
saying.
it's not a belief system,
you know,
genius.
Yeah, you know how you mentioned belief system.
Atheism is
Let me
definitely a
finish.
belief
If you
system.
gonna ask me something and you go put something in my mouth, let me finish, bro.
Whoa, what's
Oh,
going
baby.
on in your mouth?
In his mouth.
Hey, I would actually like to be able to finish when I talk too, bro. But there's 5 of you over talking me.
Give him a one-on-one.
Trying to hold back this feeling for so long. Everybody done? Okay, go ahead, Kazim.
Their worldview was explicitly that of the Southern Baptist Church at the time. I'm saying the Southern Baptist Church evolved to change and got better. I never said there's anything wrong with the modern Southern Baptist Church, but they certainly have a history, like most of America does.
And FYI, Spin City is backstage. Omar, your boyfriend's back. Hey.
Yeah, well, let me ask you a question, Sarah. Honestly,
Yes.
what on earth could that guy possibly add to this topic?
I don't know. Somebody pay $10 and we'll find out.
Well, I'll tell you what he can add to Thursday.
Maybe he's just here to see you.
Hey, real quick, Azrael.
Yeah, definitely drop some ghost pepper on it.
Guys, we all, every argument he's making right now that if certain Southern Baptists or certain sects of KKK were doing this and they happen to be Southern Baptists, we need to use that same, I agree, that's true. And we need to do that same thing. Hold on a second. We need to do, I understand. But what I'm saying is we need to take that same thing and apply that to Arabs and Middle Easterns and Jews and Muslims. We need
liberals.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree with the liberal part.
We need to stop.
I agree. We should stop any illiberal organization, regardless of whether it's powered by religion or a state or anything. I think.
So the Constitution is a liberal
country, right?
Let me just ask one more question here. Like
a liberal thing.
Yeah, the Constitution is very liberal. You didn't know that?
Ask your question, Gibbs. Ask your question, Gibbs.
Because you made another claim here that the third KKK, which I guess is the one after Stone Mountain, right, was had a lot of Southern Baptist backers. I'm just having a real struggle with this whenever like you say this, and Martin Luther King comes from the SBC, right? And other groups, like this was a predominantly African American church until recently. So you're telling me a predominantly African American church was backing the KKK and not like groups like the Methodist or other denominations that were Southern? Like it just doesn't make sense to me. Make that make sense to me. That like an 80% African American church until 20 years ago or 30 years ago was somehow part of the KKK. Can you explain that one to me?
Black and white people went to different churches that had the same names.
Yeah. It's not super difficult to explain. They even blew up one of the churches
things were created
because it was black.
Well,
I think it was in 63.
Yeah, what churches were they burning?
If they weren't
allowed
it
was
was
in
it's the same
What
concept
churches?
as the Catholics fighting on both sides in World War II.
Like
this
this
is
not what
not
happened though. The Southern Baptist churches were the ones that burned down by the KKK. Like
Yeah, but
you're just
my
not
point is
you're just
that-
not lying.
No, that's
They were
Clay's got a good point.
anti-miscegenation.
Clearly,
Saying something
You're
and something being true is two
You're in a
totally
cult.
different things. You can keep asserting it, but there's actually no evidence to back your theory that the Southern
White
Baptist
Southern
Church.
Baptists did not
There
want to
were
integrate with black Southern Baptists.
congregation.
The original KKK was exclusively Protestant. There, I've extended
Yeah,
it.
and there's a
No,
lot
they're
of
all
different
white
denominations that
Protestant.
fall
Yeah,
into that.
Protestant. Is that a better word for you?
That is a much
Most
better
of
word because there's a million denominations under
Yeah,
Protestant.
that's actually better. That's actually better.
And the fourth wise man comes up with a big 10, says discernment will see you through even when eyes are closed. Never forget, English is a huge mix of all languages, so don't get tangled in semantics. That's actually
Always have to be tangled in.
I'm going to get tangled in some words. Don't forget, Spin City News is hanging out backstage. Fourth Wiseman could have used that $10 to bring up Spin City just for shits and giggles, but he didn't. He's waiting for somebody else to do the deed.
It's because he
By
loves
the
me.
way, Azrael, I don't believe in anything. I believe that you're falling victim to the concept of Judeo-Christian. That's a new 1900s.
It's a post-Holocaust idea.
scam.
Yeah,
It's a
post-Holocaust.
scam. Because if you Judeo-Christian is the foundational laws of the 5 books of Moses, 3 of them being law, got it. But as soon as you say Christian, that means the Messiah fulfillment came in the form of Jesus Christ. So that's called Christianity from there, because from there you have an entire system of eschatology that matches with that. For example, the temple is, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there is no Judeo-Christian.
No, I understand that. I use Judeo-Christian as a colloquial term. I understand that it's colloquial term. It's a thing that everyone understands when we're talking about the founding of America. I get that Judaism and Christianity does not intersect because we worship different gods. I worship a triune God, and they worship
the God of
single.
Yeah,
God,
let's be honest.
we both worship the God of
worship
Abraham, but they worship it minus
one God.
Jesus.
How many gods are there?
Exactly, or almost all y'all.
Yeah, but it's also
I worship the triune God.
Clay, the answer, Clay, according to the Old Testament, there were after the flood, there were 70 Elohim for 70 nations and 70 pieces of lands, and those were all called gods.
Did you just confuse a triune God with 3 different gods? Do you not understand how the Trinity works?
You're the one who said it, not me.
I understand.
Well, can I just say that Clay had a great point? If I could just point it out really quickly.
I didn't say
The two of you want to be next to each other.
You're the one.
Aww.
So partially the Judeo-Christian thing is a way for Christianity to paste over the fact that the entire German army was Christian.
Trumped you because
right?
you were like, wait a minute, why am I worshiping?
So are you throwing that down as a monolith?
Ooh.
Effigy, you throwing that down as a monolith?
No, I'm just saying part of the reason that the Christian world constantly uses this Judeo-Christian thing, part of it is the fact that they have a huge amount of culpability to the Holocaust.
Spin City, question for you. Does your milkshake bring all the boys to the yard?
Well, the shaman of his own tribe.
Yay, yay.
Yes,
Yay.
you had to put us together. I mean,
This is how gay is.
You were supposed to say they're like it's better than yours.
nauseous. It makes me nauseated.
You're supposed to say no. What am I supposed to be? GAY, and then but instead you just.
No, I
answer the
hope
question.
DHS comes and pays you a visit. I really do.
It was a trick question. You fell
That
for
would
it.
be the highlight of the day. That would
Hey,
be
you know
the
what?
highlight of my day.
Now I'm Spin City News. Back down.
Yeah, sure. Okay, whatever.
Look at it, I'm
You
Spin
cannot be me. Oh, by the way, a few of us checked out your website. We really know who you are. So,
Well, I'll give you an invitation right now.
IG and
Yeah.
your dumb ass podcasts and all this other stuff. You're pretty fucking stupid, dude. And for you to come back up on an American panel, you would just absolutely make a hit overseas. You would with your dumbass theology. So I've been waiting a whole week to come up here and just fucking talk to you. I
You know why you've
made
been,
it a
you know
fucking
why
goal.
you've been waiting, Spin City? Because last time we were here, I helped your balls drop after 42 minutes, where you could actually show your racism, and you slept better than ever before at night. And then now
I
you want to
do.
come back. Yeah, you slept amazing after our
I'm going
conversation.
to sleep so well after coming up here
Yes,
and
you know why?
insulting you.
You know what?
Because I don't fucking like you. You're
I don't
a clown,
think you
dude.
understand. I don't think you understand.
You are,
Insult means you have to
are
accept
a
someone.
clown.
Insult isn't just something you say. It has to hit.
You're a clown.
Like when I told you that if you were really
You're a
American,
clown. You're a
Okay,
clown.
dude.
You're a clown. You're a clown.
Hey Sarah, if we're gonna talk, but I'm not gonna talk with a fucking retarded 4-year-old.
Well, then
Are you gonna
you,
talk?
Put him backstage or something. Let him cool off. Give him a
Yeah,
bucket of ice.
that'll work. Okay, listen, Spin. You want to? I just listened to you for 2.5 minutes. So can I say something?
Oh, you can say whatever you want, clown.
Okay, thank you. So remember last time when we had our conversation, you said that you were truly an American, and I told you if you were a
Oh,
real
I am.
patriot, okay, then you should castrate yourself so there's no more fucking retarded American citizens born in our lands. Have you done it?
Okay. Just like just like Islam, it's going to be cast out. Maybe you should follow suit.
I'm not Muslim, buddy. That's retarded.
You might as well be.
Well, in that case,
Might as well be.
you might as well eat grass.
You probably do. Oh, why don't you do me a favor? Turn around and kiss the wall behind
Bro,
you.
you want me to turn around because you're
The
gay?
wall. The wall.
Then,
Go,
here's
go
the thing.
turn around
I'm
and
gonna
kiss the
help
fucking
you.
wall.
I'm gonna help you because I'm gonna have you come out of the. We've already come out of the closet 400 times in 2 conversations. I don't know.
Kiss the wall.
Kiss the wall. So now I'm a Jew.
You can be whatever you want.
Okay. Then what's your problem?
Listen, your theories on your website just explain how fucking stupid you really are.
What's the name? One theory.
Oh, let me go to your
Hold on.
website.
Yeah, read it.
Let me,
Can you
let
fucking read?
me pick this apart.
Can you read?
In
Read.
second grade.
Read.
In second grade, I learned
Read.
how
Stop,
to read.
Stop deflecting. Let's see you read.
Deflecting.
Read.
Deflecting what,
Read.
moron?
You just made a
Deflecting
claim. You
what?
said my website's retarded. Tell us what's retarded. Read, dumbass.
All your dumb ass
Read, stupid
theological biblical shit that doesn't make sense, moron.
It's not biblical. Read. Read. Tell me what's
Oh,
retarded.
what is it? What
You
is it?
can't read, bro. You
Why
can't
do
read.
you have perfume bottles up there? That's right. Your kind thinks that you stink. Well, you do stink. I'm
What's
done,
my-
Sarah.
what's my
Thank you,
kind?
Thank you. I have
What's my
destroyed
kind?
him enough. Let's.
What's my
have
kind?
intelligent
I'm not an inbred retard.
Oh, inbred.
You're inbred.
Inbred.
That's why your brain doesn't work.
Whoa.
Look at your eyes, man.
Inbred. I'm not from West Virginia. You might be.
You look like you're from fucking West Virginia. You look like a classic inbred person.
Oh, I'm inbred.
You look like it. Yes.
Wow. Wow.
Yes. Ask
Wow.
the panel. Let's go ask the panel.
You know what, folks? I did not know I was inbred. Fuck, man.
You're not supposed to know. We can see. We're supposed to know. We're supposed to know.
Did you see that in your crystal ball?
Read what's retarded. You said my stupid.
Where's your
website.
magic wand and your dunce cap?
Pull up the website.
Where's
and
your
tell me
magic
what
wand and your dunce cap? Go sit in the corner like
you're a
a good
living
little
dunce cap.
anchor baby, and we'll all be good.
You know the best part is I can literally bait this idiot into like. Didn't you say something about you can beat the shit out of me? Didn't you say that too?
Oh, I know I can.
Okay, so what? So why don't we organize the live stream on that one? We'll sign a couple release
okay.
forms.
Okay. It won't be a very long live stream. I promise.
It won't be. And no, it will be because I'll hold you. I'll make sure you stay up for about 60 seconds before I rearrange your fucking life.
Oh, I called him an anchor baby. It pissed him off again.
You've been. I'm read my website.
You are such a. Oh, I did.
Read.
Oh, I did.
Let's see it.
You are deranged, sir. You're
Show
deranged.
me. Pick something and show me what's
Kiss
deranged.
the
Show me.
wall. Kiss the wall.
Fuck you. Kiss the
Kiss
wall.
the wall.
Bro, and guess what? You're kiss the wall is what does that even
Kiss
mean?
the wall.
Okay, so Thursday I have a podcast that says Zionism is Satanist. So I'm gonna kiss the wall, but on Thursday I'm gonna do a whole podcast debate on Zionism, right? What are you retarded?
Why don't you go join Scientology?
Because we're gay like you.
Scientology would be the best for you.
No, that would spell Scientology.
With your tyrannical, radical fucking ideology of kiss the wall, kiss the wall. And there's not only one God. Oh my God.
There is
You're
only
an
one God, you
idiot, bro.
retard. There's only one God, you
And
dumb
for
fuck.
anybody that would ever give you one red cent, they
I have
need to be.
I have
they need to
15,000
be,
members.
or their head needs to be examined too.
Yeah, 15,000 members on
Yeah.
email. One
Okay.
message I can connect to. Yeah.
Yeah.
What if you? Oh, I'm lying. Oh, I'm lying.
15,000 little pedos like you running around.
Yeah. Oh, look at you. You look like you're not allowed to go within 200 feet of a school zone for the last 20 years, pedo. Look at your face, bro. This is outrageous. If you tell me that he doesn't look like a pedo, gay, retard, inbred, then I'll shut up for the rest of the fucking.
Let's
thing.
not
Did
make.
anyone else
let's-
have to go get popcorn? This is good.
Listen, a lot of people here look like they should have been on the hills have eyes. It's okay. I'm just
Hey,
saying.
he
does
not
look like
all
of
take
those
that
things.
fucking personally. You quit.
Devin is backstage again. I don't know if he got Wi-Fi booted or something, but he is back there. Be kind. Get him up here. If you want to get him up here, you got to boot someone else. You cannot boot Shaman. You cannot boot Gibbs. Anybody else from the original? No, I think everybody else left.
Husky has a
And if
surprise
you-
if y'all donate, guys. So y'all donate now.
So Effigy, you said the
And if
Nazi
you boot
part-
me, then you're wrong. So
you said the Nazi party was Christians, right, Effigy?
I mean, I think there can be arguments made for a lot of the upper leadership of being not
Nope.
Christian, but I think there's no argument that can be made to say that the entire German army or the entire male population of Germany weren't Christian.
Yeah,
It was
but
like, no,
but
God, wrong. It was like
so
98%.
Christianity was actually used as a political tool. It was not actual Christian values that were leading that.
He also
Let's be
attacked the
clear.
Christian
No,
party.
The Nazis did not like Christianity. They thought it was a distraction from the state.
Yeah, they actually
They
attacked
used
the Christian party in the Reichstag.
Sure, but they still had Gott und Himmel on their belts.
Yeah.
Yeah, they also had
Yeah.
cult symbols as well. Like the death
So
statue.
what the leadership thought and what the people of the country thought were completely different, and it was the people of the country who were running the camps and putting the people in the ovens.
Well, it was the SS.
Goebbels and Himmler and all of them, right?
It was
the
Hitler.
foot soldiers were doing the dirty work.
No, it was definitely Hitler and his.
It was
his
both.
SS.
We learned that. Yeah, it was both. We
My
learned
point
this in Nuremberg
being,
trials.
my point being is that if your religion can't even stop an entire group of people from doing that, then it's a coin flip as to what its effect is on morality at all.
But it
So-
did stop it. But it did. Eventually, it stopped it from a different area, but not from Germany within, but from greater abroad. Christianity did stop
Sure,
it.
just like it justified slavery, and then had people who didn't justify slavery. If your religion can be on both sides
Bro,
of
do you
these
not-
enormous moral
Do
issues,
you not
then what's
understand the
point of it?
difference between nation states and religion?
Do you not understand how headsets work and you got to wait your turn to talk?
Bro, you're stupid.
Bro,
Hey,
you're
Sarah.
you.
Sarah, let me ask you a question.
really
Look
are.
at my profile.
No,
Who
you
looks
really
like
are.
You really are.
they
You
belong
don't
in this
understand the
family?
difference
Me or
between a
this guy?
religion and a
Nazis are
nation.
socialists.
Oh, that's funny.
That's the inbred family. Who
The
looks
Nazis
like
are
a member-
socialists.
Do I look like a member of this family or just fucking Spin? Let's be honest. I'm a part of this family, or is this Spin's crew?
Yeah, as a
No,
part of
you
the
have
man run crew.
Oh yeah, they were socialist kids. They were so for the
let's get
workers,
serious.
right? That's why they allowed capitalists selectively to control thing capital, right? That's what, because they were socialists. They were so for the workers.
Yeah, they were. You had Peace Through Joy program.
The,
If you
the
look at
Christian
25
Nazi
points-
Party. Tell me more about it, Evan.
Hold on,
Tell me about the Christian
I got
land.
this one though.
Where is
You
the
wanna talk about
Christian
socialist
land?
Parties, there's-
Hold
Where's
up.
that land we call Christianity?
Hold up. Oof.
Christian land.
Yeah, I mean, 14 points in 25-point plan were so pro-socialist things, Peace Through Joy program. When they used them out the national party of the Nazis, the Nazi party, they said you can't own a business unless you're part of the party. So they did socialism through the party instead of through the actual government. So yeah, they were socialist 100%. Yeah,
This
right.
is why you should just join the party of Gibbs.
That's right. Join Gibbsism right now.
They
I'll
were
look out for you.
They were explicitly third positionist, and they killed all the socialists.
That's not true at all. But
What's
good try.
what's third positionist? What's third positionist in the case?
I mean, do you know?
I'm not done. I haven't finished the
Go ahead.
sentence.
I'm sorry.
And then how is it not third?
But you
positionist?
love interrupting people. You all do. So
How
no one
is
gets to finish their
how is
sentences.
it not
You guys
third
just finish each
positionist?
other.
I object. I barely fucking speak. I only drink.
Yeah, I mean, I could answer that though. The answer is
Glad
if you
you're
look
watching
at
that,
if you look at what Dr. Goebbels was saying the whole time, he was consistently pushing the socialist agenda, as was Hess before Hess went to fucking London. And we can look at Bormann. Bormann was also
Gluten-
pushing it too.
Blood and
to
soil
Hitler.
is not socialism, my guy. It's not.
But, I mean, do you know who Dr. Goebbels is? I'm assuming you do. You seem pretty
Yes.
intelligent. Yeah, Dr. Goebbels, throughout, all the way up to the end, was pushing socialist policies. You realize that, right?
Which ones?
I mean, the biggest one is Peace Through Joy, right? Like that's one of the
What's
ones.
that mean?
They all. What does that mean? If the Peace Through Joy was the one where they had the workers get mandatory vacations. If you didn't have a job, they would give you one. They were guaranteed if you're a German nationalist or national
Where were
citizen,
most
not
of
like
those
somebody.
jobs given to you from?
The government gave them the production jobs. They put you in
Yeah,
factories and made you
production
work.
of what?
Munitions because they were a total war economy.
Munitions, because they
were a
didn't
total
have
war
anything
economy.
other than a wartime economy. You can't
Well, I
have
agree.
socialism in a wartime economy. It doesn't
No,
even
no,
make sense.
absolutely, absolutely.
We're talking about
You
the
can
drug
only
trade
have
in South
socialism
America.
through you can only
Hey,
have
can you-
successful socialism through a wartime economy. I actually
Can you answer
I
one
know this, right?
question?
How do you
What does Nazi actually stand for? Can you just answer that?
Brian Dennehy's dead corpse
anything.
and the Emmy he won for Death of a
National
Salesman
Socialist
in
Workers Party.
1984.
Brian.
Well,
Not,
the
not a
Not
Zionist
you, Gibbs.
inbred.
Not you, Gibbs. This guy. What does Nazi stand for? What was it? What was it an acronym for?
I just told you.
Is the People's Democratic Republic of North Korea democratic?
It is part of Juche and depends on how you define People's Republic. So yeah, I
You're
mean, to say that it-
retard personality. I'm gonna make a fucking song
they're-
about
Just
it.
saying.
they're communist. I mean, People's
Shitty
Republic
people
is
use
communist.
labels in shitty ways, like
Yeah,
to
but
say
hold on.
that, like,
People's
oh, this is
Republic
their name.
means. Hold on, People's Republic means
No,
communist.
that's just a
Why were all the-
whataboutism.
why were all those shop-
It doesn't relate. They were actually founded on socialist views.
No,
That's
it does
why
relate.
it's
It
called-
absolutely does relate because
No,
People's
not
Republic
you. I'm
definitively
talking to
define-
effigy.
I know you are, but People's Republic definitively references communism and socialism, or in their case, Juche, which is a combination. So, like, what is your point there? You proved my point.
Republic.
No, they call it the Democratic Republic,
you
right?
could say
The People's
America
Democratic
was-
Republic of North
People's
Korea.
Republic, right?
Not being a republic.
But you could say America was a constitutional republic. Republic is not necessarily.
Well, the keyword is People's Republic.
People's Republic. Oh, well, that's like
who makes the
yeah, I
who
guess you're
That's
right.
what the term
Who
People's
makes-
Republic
oh,
is.
yeah,
It's communist.
Who makes up the Republic? What people make up the Republic in the DPRK?
Okay, right. All right, listen.
Because it's
hate
one
to do
guy.
this.
His name's Kim
I understand
Jong-un.
that, but you understand that People's Republic, when they refer to People's Republic in general, People's Republic is a reference to socialist or communism, right? You understand that, right?
But remember when fourth
Then what are we
Amendment
arguing
said
about?
don't get tied up in the etymology just because someone calls it People's Republic.
Yeah.
But it
Anchor
is a People's
babies do
Republic.
not
It's literally a
understand
fucking
what they're
chuche.
talking
It's
about.
literally a socialist
Get it
communist
straight,
fucking
kids.
dictatorship. That's what a People's Republic is.
I'm pretty sure it's called fascism.
No,
No, it's
God
just
damn it.
insane. You guys are trying to paint it as a
Oh,
racist
there's
ideology.
that
when
word.
one of its
Hold on,
defining characteristics
hold
that
on.
it
It's all
hurts
Juche.
left-wingers.
Somebody,
You could even make it-
somebody, please.
One at a time. One at a time.
Give me the definition of fascism. If you're going to frickin' throw the term around, define it, okay?
Hitler is not
Common
fascist.
of his
hold
own
on.
tribe does not
I'm gonna
understand
pass
it.
this
Anyone who
one to
opposes the
Effigy.
left is a fascist.
I'm gonna
Everybody
pass
that
this to
opposes
Effigy.
the
Effigy does a
left.
very good job.
Oh
at
my
this.
god!
Historically,
They don't
anyone
want to
who
hear it.
opposes the left,
You don't want
they
to
call
hear it.
fascist.
You really just don't want to hear it. That you're gonna talk over whoever gives you the definition, right?
Yeah.
So if there is a definition provided to you, will you accept it?
I would accept it if it's the true definition. Absolutely.
All right.
Why don't you just give the definition?
It's the true.
Since you seem
give
to be
your
so
definition.
prescriptive
Since
about what the
you know
definition
what the
should
true one is.
Yeah, just give it. We'll wait. Oh, he's got to go Google it. Okay.
No,
I thought you were an expert on what it was.
Well, in the World War II era, after World War II, General Patton is fairly well known for saying that we made a mistake siding with the socialists over the fascists. So in that era, anyways, they would consider Russia fascists, and that those in Italy and those regimes, and they considered the German regime socialist. In that era,
It was all fascist.
Thank you. Somebody more intelligent. Oh my god.
So that doesn't make them not fascist because some dumbass didn't call them fascist.
Yeah.
All right.
Wait a minute. Right wingers. Wait a minute. Right wingers are all fascists.
I didn't say
Hold
that.
on. Hold on. I want to say something.
No, but
Go ahead,
fascism is
Gibbs.
inherently
Go
right.
ahead, Gibbs.
All right,
Go ahead, Gibbs.
Fascism, all right, from 1940s, 1930s fascism is not what the same as fascism today, right? National Socialist people argue was fascism. I would say no. However, Italy was definitively fascist, right? They were like led by a leader. He like nationalized industries, all sorts of things, which can be socialist, but the way Mussolini ran it, that was fascism. Hitler liked that a lot. However, he was influenced by Hess and as well as Goebbels, and he pushed a lot of socialist policies that were much different. And the only key difference is between National Socialism is they had the party own a lot of these things as opposed to the state outright run these. And so they're definitively fascist, not fascist, definitively socialist. However, that being said, that's a lot different than what modern socialism and modern fascism today. And I think that's key because fascism in the 40s and 30s was left-leaning and lean socialist. Fascism today does not do that. That's totally
No,
different.
fascism. Fascism is ultranational political ideology, right? So,
Yeah, but you can be ultranational and not be fascist, though.
And you can be ultranational social. You can be a fascist and social leaning or not social leaning. It's a
Authoritarian.
blanket fucking term that you can throw anything in. You can call Trump a fascist, by
but
ultranational
I'm
political.
not doing that.
No,
right
no,
now,
I'm
though.
not. I understand, but I'm saying it's
because you suck his
the
ass.
base- The foundation of fascism is
Great
it's an
argument, Brick.
it's an ultranational political ideology. You can just attach it to anyone you want. You could say right now, MAGA's a fascist, Zionism is fascist, everything's fascist. You can call it.
I mean, people do that, but they're not right.
Not a
I
person.
agree. I agree. I
Dumbass.
agree.
I still ain't heard a definition.
I just told you it's an ultranational political ideology. That's the foundations of it.
That's
With an
a start.
authoritative,
I would argue
with,
that's a,
with an
Nationalist right-wing
authoritative government.
authoritarianism.
They
that's a
add
start
on
of
to
a
it.
that's a start of a
That's what I
definition
mean.
for it.
That's
Yes,
what
I
I
will give
mean.
you that.
It's the foundation, and then adds on.
You
depending
have
on
to
how
start
you
there,
believe.
but that's not where that's definitely not where it ends. I think the first
Agreed.
thing is Spain for human rights, and the
Agreed.
willingness to
Those-
enforce your power through violating those human rights. You also have a huge component that's going to be tied to a mythos or an ideological
Ideology.
icon. Someone that embodies the party and its thought,
Charismatic leader,
a charismatic
who can be
leader
divine
to make that
eventually.
a
Yes.
single person and a driving force that you can put
It
behind
goes
them,
in.
combined
It goes in
with,
steps.
yeah, combined with mass manipulation of the media so that
Propaganda,
you can't things like I don't know, maybe suing fucking late night show hosts and things like that, you know, It seems bad. Seems a little fascist. Seems
Or
like
mobilizing the entire judicial system.
Fascism. I will rule this fucking world at the end of the day. This is Mater Nation by all means. Fourth Wiseman came in a big fucking hundo. He said, "Gold done." I wasn't even gonna make it. I was actually just gonna go ahead and shut it down. But guess what? Fourth Wiseman spoke before I even got the option. So fuck yeah. Right on to you, Fourth Wiseman. Everybody say thank you, Fourth.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Ford.
Thank
Ford.
you. That
All
gives me
together.
more. That gives me more time to.
I love that guy.
Fucking idiot.
That's fine. Yeah.
And you also know the drill. He put red up on my screen. You put all those fucking tomatoes in the chat. Compliments of Fourth Wiseman. After all, as the ribbon at the bottom of the screen shows, this is Fourth Wiseman's channel now, bitches. So he's taking full ownership and keeping the show going. Congratulations, gentlemen. I'm going to go make some coffee then. I'll be back. Behave. Listen. Ben is in charge.
It's
If
about
I
to
come
get-
back,
Spins
if
in
I come
charge?
back,
You heard that.
no, Ben next to you.
No,
is in
she
charge.
said spin.
You did say
Ben.
spin. You did say spin.
Ben.
She said
I'll
Ben.
gladly.
I
I
said
will
Ben.
gladly.
She said Ben.
No.
Ben.
Spin is absolutely fucking never in charge of anything on this show. Even if I'm completely obliterated drunk, I would rather let the puppy come and take over. All right, I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. Ben, full report when I get back. If they're acting like buttholes, I just booed them all. Everyone who acts like a button interrupts. Be good. I'll be back.
So yeah, the last tenet of fascism is going to be hyper integration of corporations to power most likely a war-based economy. We don't see an example of a real fascist government without the war-based economy because it hasn't existed. This is kind of the same thing that people say when, oh, socialism's been tried and failed. Well, fascism has been tried and failed because at the end of the day, the only thing that motivates the corporations to do fascism is the giant no-bid corporate checks or government checks that they get from doing it. If they weren't given that incentive and they weren't being forced onto them employees like Admiral Gibbs talked about earlier, which last I checked is not socialism because the goal isn't to make the workers have the power, it's to have the state have the power. So how are you going to have a proletariat of the workers out of a dictatorship of a state? And this is one of the things that Marxists kind of contend with, and part of why I'm a syndicalist as opposed to a socialist, is that there's an irreconcilable gap between the two things.
Yeah,
you inevitably end up from syndicalism into fascism, and you inevitably end up in socialism into red fascism, which is a completely different thing. And it's
was anyone arguing for fascism?
No, but I'm saying that like this goes to the Nazis being socialist. They couldn't have been socialist. It's impossible.
The party owned the businesses. And
What is
all
the
members
party,
of the-
Gibbs? It's private
what?
individuals who are members of the party. Privatization.
Right, the party owned it. Right, so say you were like Volkswagen.
No, the party bought it. The party had the money. They were printing the money. That's why the economy collapsed afterwards.
Could you work?
Wartime economies do not work because they cannot be sustained afterwards because your sovereignty isn't.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
The sovereignty is the important part of that, and that's
I agree
what they
that
lost.
socialism and fascism both can't work without a wartime economy. I think that the only time it's ever worked is with a wartime economy. But here's where you say the party bought them, right? You also had to be, unless you were slave labor, you also had to be a member of the party to work there. You had to be a member of the party to fucking have any ownership. Like they basically just own shit through the party instead of the government. But for all intents and purposes, it was still ran by the government.
That's
If
just
Hitler told-
kleptocracy. That's not socialism. That's kleptocracy. They're two different concepts. We can see them in both.
But they
economic
implemented
formats.
socialist
that's
policies,
the government handing things out. That's not socialism. It's not. If you want to
Oscar
look at
Schindler was a capitalist, man.
they were handling it to
He
capitalists.
ran
Exactly.
his businesses.
They hated capitalism. They killed
Private.
capitalism.
Then
left
why
and
do
right.
those
No, they
companies
had
still
controlled
exist?
capitalism.
Why do those companies still exist?
Because they were still integrated into the world economy to some point. They couldn't have fucking just like left completely. Like that's just dumb.
Also,
Like-
socialism's goal is to try and create a classless society. Fascism's goal in Germany was to create a racial hierarchical society.
No. Oh, that's true to some extent. However, what else was the key is they were going to make all the people in that racial society built equal under the government.
Yeah.
They're all going to be the same. That was literal socialism. Although it was racist socialism,
if they
it's
were
still
Aryan
socialism.
or Italian, and that was written into both countries' laws.
Look at the same way you have like the
Exactly.
basic foundational principles of fascism, right? Then there's like the ideological application that it develops from.
Yeah.
So it's like we're kind of arguing about like different branches of the same tree, right? Because how someone applies it, God forbid, another country rises and says, "Oh, we're the Democratic Republic of something," but then they go into like the newest form of fascism, right? I mean,
This is why I would argue what Stalin did was fascism, because they used all the same authoritarianism, the same tropes that appeal back to like this national identity and this
it's a system.
hero
It's
that doesn't exist.
ideology, and it's a system. So how you get to your goal, whether it's race or religion or whatever, I mean, it's like
Yeah, exactly. To me, when he says state and he says party, those are the same thing to me when you only have a single party in the state. Am I wrong on that, Gibbs? How am I wrong on that?
No, I agree with you on that. I absolutely agree with you. Can you hear me?
The Amish people.
Is my mic working? Can you hear me?
The Amish, yeah, we can hear you, Gibbs. The Amish people or the Hutterites are the. It's not a nation, but this is a functional example of a socialist society. And the problem is eventually there has to be a leader that is going to then distribute everything back. Yes, the colony owns everything, but just like every other system, somebody's got to do the paperwork, all that. And then unfortunately, in those situations, the person distributing the food most of the time ends up taking a little extra, a little butcher's cut for themselves, as that always happens, no matter what system that is. So whether it's fascism, socialism, any of them, there has to be a hierarchy that is controlling the things, and inside that hierarchy, there's always corruption.
Yeah, and Proudhon specifically talked about that. He explained that the difference between a king and a dictatorship of the proletariat is effectively nothing.
Steven Crowder, who did?
It depends on which society. So some societies, the landowners
He was a contemporary of Marx.
In some societies, the subjects were landowners, and then in some they were just working the king's land. So I would say that distinction would need to be added in order to make that parallel, because the ones where
exactly
individual freemen that are landowners, those I couldn't parallel to fascism.
Well, kings typically are ordained by some type of religion, whereas the that dictatorship under fascism is not.
Newer kings, since the Christian Revolution, they are, but before that, the religion and it was really more of a very much might makes right,
I mean,
Right.
but to
It
be fair,
would be a chieftain.
To be fair, we've never actually had a true socialist nation ever. Definitely not a successful one. So to say that the Nazis aren't socialists would say that anyone's not socialist. There's about a socialist that could have got. Yeah, they're totalitarianism, dictatorship, but
The Democratic Party says they're
that's
democratic.
that's
right?
not to
I mean,
say they didn't start as a socialist movement under socialist views, because that's how socialism always. Or that's how
It was very vogue.
totalitarianism always
So
started.
the problem was it was very vogue in that era to call yourself socialist, even if you were liberal, even if you were a third positionist system, even if you didn't have economic prescriptions.
Libtard. Like how it's vogue to call yourself a Christian.
It was bogus to call yourself a Nazi during. It was bogus to call yourself a Nazi in the 30s and 31.
Yes, it was. It was very voguish to call yourself a Nazi in 30.
They were one step away from taking the parliament in England right before. So, it was also vogue. It was also vogue to own slaves at a certain point too.
So if I can call myself
For
something, I can
thousands and
gain power
thousands of
just
years,
by
up to
calling
100
myself
years ago.
something. If I can use a word and get myself powered by using that word, and I
Like
do
the word
that,
Christian?
What?
Yeah, that too. Yeah, absolutely.
what?
Yeah,
Like
sure.
by calling yourself a Christian and not being one?
Chaosium?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know the point. Are you making a point there?
I think he's asking you if you're a Christian, calling yourself a Christian. And you're
No,
not.
no, no, no.
I'm
That's
not a
not what I'm
Christian, I'll tell
asking.
you that.
That's not what I'm asking. My
I never
point
claimed
is
to be.
that you guys ascribe all these things, and when it's convenient to you, you say that just because somebody called themselves a Christian. But
you didn't
now
listen
when
to
people
anything I
call
said.
themselves a socialist and they found themselves under socialist views, just because it didn't play out that way doesn't mean they didn't get founded on socialist views.
Brother, I'm in here quoting Prodon. I might quote a little George S. Sorel here in a second. I'm not really a socialist. I'd love to see socialism work, but we aren't post-scarcity for that to happen. I have no ascription to the
Obviously,
socialist title. It'd be cool, but from a practical standpoint, I've read a lot of stuff that says, that ain't gonna work, and it sounds pretty compelling
Never
to
will.
me.
What if
Yeah,
the
until we
Islamic
go post-scarcity.
what if the
Not for
Islamic
the reasons you
Caliphate of
think.
Iran? What if the Islamic Caliphate of Iran offered socialism? You would subscribe or no?
No,
they do
because
kind of
how-
offer socialism.
what material method would they be able to offer it in?
Just
And
God's
what-
commandment.
What are we
I don't
calling
know.
again? What are we calling socialism? Y'all want to make the
What-
same argument about fascism? Like, if we want to break it down to
No,
like,
socialism is
corporate
easier to
control of-
describe. No, so I think.
Yeah, it is. I think it is.
Actual
I agree with that.
thing.
Well, so to Azrael's point, sure. I mean, I could sit here and say that you're not Christian because you believe in a triune God. Yeah, absolutely.
I could too. Actually.
Define Christian.
Believing in the saving power of the Christ. That's what Christian is.
Christian meaning little Christ, therefore a follower of Christ. Christ who himself
Footstep
professed to be
follower of
God.
Christ.
No, that
Professed to be God. Therefore
that's-
I follow
Christ
be God,
That's
which is
ecumenical.
Jesus,
That's Roman.
God,
No, that's
and
Roman.
the Spirit.
Have you ever met a Jehovah's Witness?
Yes, I debated a Jehovah's Witness just earlier today when I was picking up my dog from my
Highly
dog
doubt
sitter.
it. Highly doubt it. Jehovah's Witnesses don't debate
people.
people, so don't
No,
lie.
They sure don't.
One at a time.
They sure don't. They don't have to justify their worldview to you, and that's the way they view it. Good.
Well, you got to tell that to that group of black ladies earlier that I debated with. You got to tell them that.
It wasn't a debate, brother.
That was just them
I
testifying
would
their,
say-
their belief in God to you, my sir.
I would
You
say
saw
that the
it.
earliest Christians would disagree with the triune God concept. They would never even know what you're talking about.
What earliest Christians?
All
What,
of
as
them.
early
let's
as
say
what?
Let's say first, second century Christians. It's first 200 years.
Yeah, that's where the Arian controversy actually comes from. Is the Arian controversy is over
the majority of Christians were
well,
Arians until
they were still laying down the foundations of their epistemology. Yes, it did. The idea of the Trinity didn't come till far later because it wasn't really widely understood that Jesus was claiming to be God. But once everything was distributed out and all the books were written and people could
You
fully
mean-
understand the text and the
that's called Christology.
religious-
That was developed. Yes.
You,
That was
you,
what
you
Jesus-
mean that the people that didn't believe that were ran off or killed?
But
'Cause
but
that
I
was,
would
that was the that
I
was
would
the
say
end.
I would say the disciples
mean?
believed in a triune God.
the
is
the
not
first
true.
council in
How do
Nicaea
you-
was
hold on,
just
how do you
was
argue
to
that?
make this a unilateral decision, and anybody that at that point in time, anybody that disagreed was driven off or killed.
I
Right,
would
that's
I
what
would
the
say
Arian
that from like the
controversy-
writings of Paul.
Yeah, but okay, hold on. But Paul never met Jesus, and Paul wasn't an apostle, and Paul had his own prophecy
But-
about Jesus.
But
What about
Paul learned directly from the individuals who did meet Jesus.
Paul was a
No,
Pharisee
no, Paul
who
was
was hit
arguing
by a
with them.
light, and he learned his doctrine from that light.
Paul more specifically was a Merkaba mystic, Pharisees, a Roman citizen, Greek-speaking Jew who had a vision about Jesus and wrote his own religion about Jesus and argued with the disciples who were the chosen disciples of Christ.
That's
He did go into the wilderness and spend time with allegedly, Jesus or some
Yeah.
representative of the whole time.
And-
but that's a whole different debate.
He didn't convert to Christianity until 3 years after Jesus died, allegedly.
Yeah, no, he definitely converted afterwards. That doesn't change the fact that he learned from the disciples, and he himself wrote that God and Jesus himself claimed to be God. So therefore, the disciples knew he was God because he
Can I
was
say
claiming
this
to be
too?
God.
I don't want to seem like this is a gang up on Azrael. I'm happy
I'm
that
used
you
to
have
it
your
on here.
belief. I know.
I wasn't trying- yeah, I
But
wasn't
I do want to point out the factor that here it is. We're arguing this stuff, but in reality, it's coming from because we were talking about fascism and the different versions of fascism, right? And so there's these different versions of fascism. We recognize it now, right? The Nazis were fascist, right? But then people will sit here and say that they were socialist. Well, yeah, there were socialist portions of it, just like there's socialist portions of this very country that you live in. But the reality is they were fascist on the base level.
There's no true socialist. I'm saying they were founded on socialist views, and that is what begots of socialism, because socialism does not work.
They weren't founded on socialist views. They were founded on fascist views.
Yeah, they perpetrated socialist views there to gain political power.
I agree with that.
And then they were totalitarianism government. Yeah, I agree with that.
You said it. You actually said it. They perpetrated socialist views to gain political power. Thank you, honesty.
Very good.
That's all.
I said that at the beginning, like when I started this. I said that. I literally said it was totalitarianism.
And in the same way they did that, the KKK did the same thing with Christianity.
And then I want to scale it back one more time.
That was my other point. Yeah.
There's a difference between religion and the beliefs we have versus a nationalistic take. So when you look at the national level of the law, right? When we're talking about religion and beliefs, we all have our different views. But when we put it into law and effectively, I hate to say it, forced doctrine, what happens is that becomes a government, and that becomes something where we actually have to contend with reality and what can be caused harm. And that's I'm trying to bring it back to the actual topic, which is this Iran stuff, right? We have no business being over there and meddling in their government. Now, we can have a debate about views, and they believe some very wild things compared to what I believe in my own mind. But being over there, telling them what they can and can't believe, and getting involved in their own house when their laws are their laws. Now, I agree that we don't agree with that shit, because I don't believe that anybody under 18 has a mindset to be able to make certain choices. But that's their country over there. So anybody
people over 18
certain mindsets that they have over there, I don't agree with.
You just said
we're over here saying we just got done arguing that women have penises over here just like a few years ago. That was a real topic.
Yeah, it
so,
was.
I mean, what do you think? Imagine how we look.
A few years ago, that was freaking like 3 months ago on here.
I wouldn't pretend like it was 5 years. I wouldn't pretend like it was a nightmare. Okay, but like really, we're the people over here saying there's more than two genders, and we're gonna come over here and free you from your tyranny. It's a little weird.
There is only two genders, moron.
Oh shit, you. Oh,
right, and just to kind of.
I'm glad you guys agree on something. I'm glad you guys agree on
listening.
There are some things.
No, he thinks there are
things
I'm saying it's not
happening in these other countries, and we got problems here. I mean, real problems. People really believe that cutting off their parts is going to make them a different version of reality, and it's just so.
God, no, they don't. You guys so.
Have you ever tried being a shoe?
They really do.
You sound less stupid.
Yeah.
Hey, did you
believe that?
Please, can we go back to religion in the age of the earth, please?
Did you know that Trump just said he was going to endorse that that they're going to allow the gender reassignment surgery for minors with parent permission? That was 2 days ago.
What it is the real life version of the Emperor's New Clothes.
Gibbs, explain MAGA now. Gender reassignment surgery for minors, Gibbs. MAGA.
What?
Wait.
2 days ago.
I didn't hear about that. Trump did that.
You got to get. He's got to do some things. Give him.
Come on, are y'all surprised? Everything he's ever said, he's going to say the opposite at some point. It's going to happen.
I am surprised. Honestly, I am surprised. Now, officially, I'm completely mind blown by this guy. Officially, for that.
You know what I'm surprised about? Ben Balderson over here is working hard as your wonderful, amazing co-host. And I would like to see you guys throw some donos over there to Mr. Balderson. Also, Admiral Gibbs is one of the original panelists, along with Shaman Omar. Now, Shaman is not dual streaming, at least I don't believe you are, but Gibbs is. So send him money. Send him some fucking money. Is anybody else dual streaming right now?
By the way, I think it's your time, Husky, since they donated 100 earlier.
Oh, okay.
Spin City, you're dual streaming?
Oh, Spin City. I apologize. Everybody get over there. Send money to Spin City, Admiral Gibbs, Ben Balderson. I believe Husky's dual streaming too, who just got 100 bones. So yeah.
No, he's not.
No, I live through Gibbs. Gibbs is my dad.
That's right.
How do I go to Spin City's live stream? What is it? Spin City News.
Oh, aren't you on some kind of pill.com or something?
Pill.net. Pilled.net. It's the real free speech. Oh, look, close your mouth. It looks like you want a dick in it, dude.
What in the
You
hell?
are so fucking gay.
Pilled.net.
Did he freeze up?
Who wants a dick and where?
I don't know.
Yeah, looking at Pilled.net.
He did freeze up.
He
for a
totally
second.
froze up. Oh wow.
Terrible.
That was the
Freeze up.
worst timing.
Ever. Oh my god.
I
When
went-
you
I
get a
was
chance,
going
go
to
look
the
back at it. Shit was funny.
He was going to the website and he went,
Oh, yeah, Pilled.
Yeah, he looked like he looked. Never mind.
Oh my God!
I'll
He
behave.
can't
You know
even
what,
finish-
Don't say
Shaman?
it.
You know what,
Say
Shaman?
it. Elucidate
I
your
have
deepest,
something
darkest
that I
gay
need to say
fantasies.
directly to the
Do
shaman
it.
of the tribe over there. I honestly do.
now I have completely separated the two of you in this room and you still can't get along.
Well, wait a minute, Sarah. Earlier, before the panel was even open, he was asking for me. So of course,
I tried
had
telling him
to.
it was like Beetlejuice, but he didn't listen.
Yeah, you don't say the name 3 times or else it comes up. Fourth Wiseman says, Clay, just to clarify, a point of contention, sir. A mollycoddled life only waylays independence, whilst hardships raise extremely strong, knowledgeable, first-handed, knowledgeable individuals.
Yeah, no,
That's the most I've ever heard knowledgeable in a sentence.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree with that. It's the old saying, strong men create weak men or some shit like that. I don't know the exact, but yeah, that's absolutely true. But that does not necessarily mean that we should just go looking for trouble to create hard times. That's my view of that.
Did you freeze up again?
No, on Pilled.net is Spin. Your name is Uncle Krusty.
Yeah, that's right after your late and dearly departed inbred uncle. I named it exactly.
So that's no, or is the answer yes? I don't understand your retarded math. Is it yes or no?
I don't. But I was, shaman of your own dumbass tribe.
Yes, I am the shaman.
When I came up, I made a decision, and then I changed it once I saw
Here's
your
your family,
ugly ass.
family members. Go ahead. Talk.
I was going to come up and apologize to you for your tyrannical, unethical, theological dumbassery that I unfortunately saw with my educated eye.
Make a fucking argument.
My argument is you're the dumbass that's putting actually some probably more intelligent people than yourself in your background. But anyway,
These are your
back to
family
my
members.
original point.
These are
okay.
Go
And
ahead.
I was going to apologize.
No, you weren't. You're lying.
And then just
You're a
your
liar.
presence and hearing your mouth
You're a
changed
liar.
my mind.
You're a liar. You're. Have you not noticed? I see right through your. Most people can't because you're like retard. Your eyes are
Wait
like
a minute, you're
squirrels.
looking through your crystal ball again?
I don't need a crystal ball. You're lying, and then you need to go back to telling the truth. You were not coming here to apologize.
I do tell
You meant everything you said. You believe everything you said. You believe I'm an immigrant. You believe Talhead. You are a racist. You believe all that. So
Well,
don't-
the last stream I was on, you put a towel on your head, so why wouldn't I think that?
that's
Heck of a tongue.
I'm just trying. That's the
Can I touch
argument.
your tongue?
That's
You
why
can't-
you call me a
can't hit it
Talhead,
out?
right?
You
But I
can't get it
also
out?
I also put something over my head in a different way with a rabbi scarf. You didn't call me a Jew.
Oh, a rabbi scarf. Oh, so
Why didn't you call me a Jew?
you're a rabbi and a towel head.
But why didn't you call me a Jew?
You know, it's better for content to call somebody towel head.
Can I tell you why? Oh, it's better for content. Let me tell you why. Maybe in your
Yeah,
little
it is. It
three
absolutely
person
is.
stream,
Yes.
yeah, your two cousins are streaming, but it's because you can't process multiple things at the same time. I even gave you advice. I said, come up with something new. Everyone's gonna lose track of your shit when you keep saying the same thing as last time.
Do me a favor. Just go back
you're
to the
losing
middle
steam.
of the mall and mix your perfume so you don't stink. Okay.
But I think you're mixing the wrong people. Are you sure you Googled the right person? Mixing
Oh,
mall.
I don't have to Google things. People like
You
you.
said,
go
you
into
said
the
I
middle of
Googled
the
you on
mall
your
and mix
Instagram.
perfume
Where was I
together.
mixing perfumes in the middle of the mall? Do you see where the fuck I live? What are you, retarded?
Sure, anybody can rent anything.
But that would mean they're not. So I'm mixing perfumes in the mall for a living.
Of course, you know how expensive that shit is.
No, I don't, because I don't buy fucking perfume in the malls, you fucking peasant.
A peasant. There's the true ideology of a dumbass libtard.
You are
Right
gay.
there.
You are gay, inbred peasant, pussy.
I am. You are how
You are a
feel.
coward. You are a coward.
Oh, a coward.
Coward. You
Mm-hmm.
can't even stick by what you're going to say. You have fake apologies. You have fake insults. You have no
Oh,
courage.
they're not fake. I promise they're not fake.
It took 47 minutes to get you to tell the truth about your actual feelings and insults. You were.
I don't hate anybody. I was just.
I don't hate
deflecting,
anybody. I'm not
just
a
like
racist.
you're doing right now.
Yeah, and then we got it out of you. I pulled.
Hey,
that
let me
demon
ask.
out of
Let
you.
me ask you a question. How many dogs and cats have you ate in your life?
Isn't that Chinese people? You retard.
No. That would be your kind. And how about rats?
I think you're mixing up Asian people.
No.
So Middle Eastern
I'm not
people.
mixing up
Hold on.
anything.
So Middle Eastern people eat dogs and cats.
Last time I checked, yes.
That's news to me, buddy. I don't know. So that's
Maybe you
new.
should try it.
I should go check in. I should call some of my relatives and ask them about that. I've never heard of this.
Call them up, please.
Yeah,
And
I'll be like,
maybe
hey,
they'll give you a
I'll be like,
one-way
hey,
ticket out of my country.
Some inbred white guy from Central Florida told me I should go back to eating dogs and cats. Why have I never heard of this before?
No, you won't do that because
You're the one
you-
eating possums, you hick, you country hick.
Whoa. I got one thing to say.
What's up,
Spin.
Charles?
Spin.
Just remember you eating all the dogs and all
No,
the cats.
no. You're saying Middle Eastern people who follow Abrahamic law that say you're only allowed to eat animals who have a split hoof and
Yeah, I
eat
don't
of the
think he
cud
understands that.
are
He doesn't
eating
get it.
cats and dogs. It is my girlfriend eats cats and dogs. You understand?
He
The
doesn't get it.
Asian.
I have actually eaten a cat, like unironically, when I was overseas, and we had nothing
He
else to
calls
eat.
me a Muslim. He calls me a Muslim, then tells me I eat dogs and cats.
It was very strange.
Did you come back Russian?
Yeah, no, I mean, I was hearing some pretty wild statements, so I had to see if people were gonna call me out on anything. You know, I'm not a converted.
Gibbs,
And that's
I
fair.
will. You know what, Gibbs? I actually like you. So I will forgive you. That is your version of the tinfoil hat. So
Okay.
I will give you a pass on that one.
Spin,
Gibbs.
did you know that Gibbs is half Mexican, so you still like him?
Actually, more than half, I think, based on my genetic test. But yeah,
Hold on. His father was born in Mexico, so is he also an immigrant? Should go back to this country like me?
I'm an Asian
Absolutely
bigger baby.
not. I actually like him.
Okay,
He looks
so you're
like
just
one
a
of those
racist.
mushroom characters
he's just,
on
he's
Mario.
he's just going off eyeball racism, dude. He's a, like I
You know,
explained-
hey,
Yeah.
I mean, we're like the same skin tone too, which is really
Mario
crazy.
Brothers.
I know that's why it's even more retarded, but it's fine.
You seen the little mushroom characters on Mario Brothers? That's what he looks like.
True.
He does.
Nailed it.
Gibbs, I came in.
Now
came in
that I'm
with like a
making the
full-
correlation, yeah, Gibbs. Sorry,
Gibbs,
brother.
I started off with like a fully bearded picture like this, like looking straight Middle Eastern on my screensaver. So I triggered like the whole thing, and this guy's still going since Monday. It's really with the same stupid ass. You should go. I got a new one for you. Go
Every
back to the
time I
country,
see
probably-
you, every time it just absolutely triggers me back to Monday. Absolutely.
because you're jealous. You have envy, of course.
Well, I mean, you know, with you like gluttony, but that's just
Well, I'm a glutton for money. Fourth Wiseman says, on another point, adding to the last comment, Clay, if you work hard and realize it sets yourself, you must conquer to kick your own butt. Then you build an armor of independence no one can break. Thoughts to that, Clay?
I really like that. I have not. I mean, I kind of view the world this way. You know, I'm just a man out here trying to make it, and if I got to work hard, then I got to work hard, and it's gonna kick my butt. It's gonna kick my butt, and I have had my butt kicked by myself, and I do feel independent of basically anybody, any religion, nation. I mean, I can hunt, I can fish, I can live in the woods. I'll go to the mountain. Anything happens, I'm going to the mountain. So,
Are you a mountain man?
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
No, you look like a mountain man.
I don't know how people wear this. This shit's so hot. I'm like sweating.
I always find it so funny when people say they could live off the land, but like they need a gun to kill an animal.
No,
Gibbs, are
I
you a
don't.
Mexican or a
Why,
Mexican?
why would I need to kill?
I'm
an
a
animal?
Mexican bitch, apparently. Fucking this shit's
What are
fucking
you
hot.
what are you gonna kill an animal with?
Why would I need to
shoot.
kill it? Why
So,
would I need to
so
kill an
there's this
animal?
little thing that people used to do. It's called
Go ahead and
trapping.
say it.
It's called trapping.
You're
Yeah,
gonna make your own
I
trap?
used to trap back in the day.
Hold on.
You're gonna make your
Azrael,
own traps.
You can
Azrael,
also
why don't
fish.
you ask Spin? Why don't you ask Spin a couple questions about how he's going to feed?
And
his
under the
family
water, they
without a
have
gun?
traps too.
Oh,
So
cheers,
you, can make
Husky.
you know how to make your own rope, twindle your own rope.
Yeah, I live off grid and do
Yep.
and do these things. And
No. Being off grid and living off the land are two completely different things.
I also
Yep.
live off the
I
land.
know how to make clean water.
It's called
I know how
being
to dig for it.
self-sufficient.
I can
This
build a
motherfucker said
structure.
he's living off the land with a fucking with internet, Wi-Fi, computer, camera. Like, what are you talking about, man?
I live off the land. I'm a wild man. I live in the
Yeah,
mountains.
you
can.
guys
But
understand
prefer
you can
not
produce
to.
your own
My
power.
PC.
Because
You
I
guys
like,
understand you can produce
having
your own
the
power,
convenience.
and they have this thing called Starlink.
but I can.
I'm shocked you guys haven't heard about it.
Starlink,
You
yes.
not heard of Starlink? It's really fucking cool. They got like
Trey
whole,
loves it.
like whole things of satellites that go by in the
Did you
sky.
ever
and
hear
shit.
about the satellites that are attached to the land?
Hey, satellites! Satellites
shit.
are satellites are Satan's trick to make you think the dinosaurs are real.
That's right, goddammit. And the lizard people.
I mean, I got to agree with that. Yeah. I'll buy that.
That's not true.
Everyone
We're going to
knows
go to
this is
Mars. We're going to build Jewish space lasers in the New Jerusalem.
Oh.
What do you mean by Jew?
You guys
Use
would
the word
survive off the
something.
land about as long as your fat reserves would save you. That's I'm just
What do you
gonna
mean
take it.
by-
out.
Good. I'm gonna outlive all you fuckers then. Let's go. Woo!
Yes, those
Very
2
long
years I
time.
lived in the woods just don't count then, huh?
Brother, even my liberal self from Oklahoma.
Do you know? Do
I
you
was
know?
raised in the
You know?
Boy
Did you
Scouts.
know
I
in
know
the
a little bit
early?
about it.
Did you know in the early 1900s, 90% of your food came off your own land? Just because you got fucking handicapped doesn't mean we all got to be.
I'm from Texas,
true.
brother. I hunt too, but I'm pretty
did you know that
realistic.
Did you know
in
that
the
the
fact
food that
that-
you eat now comes from the land?
I'm gonna be
don't-
fine if the land if we have to live off the land. I got enough
lived in
cows to
Amazon
live
with
forever.
No electricity for 3.5 years.
You got cows, Gibbs?
Yeah, I got a lot of them, and I got a lot of guns too. Come and take it, bitch.
Me too.
So you could live off the land.
Well, I mean, I guess it would be real terrible, but yeah, I could live off. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, until someone nukes San Antonio, then I'm fucked.
My house is filled with pagan statues.
But you
swords.
also got to get clean water, you know.
I got that.
Do you,
It's fine.
do you have a stream?
It
I got
bubbles up out of
aquifers.
the mountain right back here.
And I got
And we
windmills.
just, we catch it with a hose, and then it goes into a tank, and gravity feeds into our house. It's fucking.
I live off the land with my Starlink and my internet.
Hey,
I
Balderson,
still
take
have
us on a tour of
Starlink
the
and
Great
live
Hall.
off the land. It's
I mean,
it's awesome.
I'm a city dweller now, like yourself, but I've been to the woods.
I can't even get the fucking post office to come out here. I have to drive for 45 minutes to get my mail because they won't even come out here. But Starlink reaches out here. Cool as shit, right?
Balderson,
That's how satellites work. So
And you're on top of the mountain, so it should work better.
I know it
Balderson.
works out where us off-grid people live too. It's
I don't know if there's any
crazy,
science
right?
behind what I just said.
Balderson, you need to build the Great Hall, like out of wood, like traditional, like Viking shit, and then we can have a ceremony there once a year for the spring.
I'm with you, sir.
Yeah, we can sacrifice the Moloch. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm buying the ticket. I'm buying the ticket if you do it.
whoa, do you know what you sacrificed to Moloch, bro? Calm down.
Odin.
Yeah, we don't do those things.
You're sounding like you're a government official, Gibbs.
Yeah, well, someone give me my fucking gold, government. Or what's the other thing?
well,
Adrenochrome. I need to live forever and be a vampire.
Our system, actually, anybody that wants to read actual historical works, things like Tacitus's Germania, the system that our original U.S. government is 1-for-1 with the way with the people of the northern tribes ran their system, where it was a system of freemen and a jarl, but the freemen all got to vote on what was going to happen. And honestly, it was a little better because if you didn't want to do it, you still didn't do it. You just didn't get to take part in the rewards from such actions because you didn't take part in the action. So ours was 1-for-1. And then we had people that weren't freemen and they didn't get to vote because they weren't in charge of things. They couldn't even fucking get their gumption together to actually own a little bit of land and run a farm. If you can't do that, why should you get a vote in the bigger scheme of things?
That's right. No gumption.
We need to bring back mutual combat.
I agree with that for sure.
I 110% agree.
That way,
Guess where we have mutual combat? Texas. You can have mutual combat.
Well,
It's legal here.
Afghanistan too, by the way, just to let you
That's
know.
badass.
Yeah.
It's difficult to do though.
Guys, we wouldn't.
No, it's not at all. Like, bro, we have fights sometimes outside the bar in front of cops.
Well, guess
and if
what?
they both
I'm
agree,
in-
the cops are like,
I'm
hey,
in
it's fine.
Austin. I'm in Austin 1 week a month. If if anyone has to, dance with the devil in the fucking pale moonlight. with me.
Hey, there you go. That's a great quote too. Yeah, I'll go drink it with you. Oh, you don't drink. That's right.
I don't drink, but I'll hang out with you.
All right, bet. We'll figure it out. Let me know when you go to Austin.
Of course, as long as what's his name's not. Oh, he disappeared at the level of.
Hey, no, if he's there, I can ref your guys' fight.
Yeah, you.
No,
and,
it's not gonna be. It's not gonna be. He called me fat last time. It's like really like he's like you're short. Oh, okay. Well, anything else is like you're ugly too and stupid. I'm like okay, fucking retard.
Husky, break out the box.
Sarah,
break out the box, Husky.
well, we're not gonna have to deal with Spin Zone after Thursday. We'll have like dozens of these people lined up ready, and it's gonna be a disaster.
Have you already reached out to your enemies and sent them the link to the channel?
No, I'm gonna post it on my Instagram one time, and it'll be filled with it'll be outrageous.
Spins.
My enemies, I don't even know where my enemies hide in crevices like rats. I don't know where they are, who they are.
Oh.
I'll definitely clash swords with you, brother.
I don't think on Zionism.
Such tips.
On
No,
Zionism.
not about Zionism. Fuck no.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's what I was talking about Thursday. Thursday's about
He
Zionism.
said
No,
he'll
I'm
sword
talking
fight
about
you any
something
day.
that Sarah's channel would probably a little too much esoteric for Sarah's channel, but
I mean, we'd love to dance with that. That's my favorite. I mean,
Can we talk about docking? I'm just kidding.
jogging?
That's what they're talking about. Sword fighting, didn't you?
Yeah,
hear?
sword fight. Docking.
No,
Yeah, a little
he's,
docking.
no, he's talking about let's clash swords. He's not saying go to war. He's saying well spar.
He said
basically.
sword.
he's making a really weird, very obscure gay reference. I
Oh,
live in
it's not
California,
obscure.
so I get it.
I
But
didn't
I
get
don't know
that.
why the guy from Texas is making it.
Yeah, listen, there's no steers and queers down here.
There's
Right?
steers and
Star
queers
Trek
in
fans
Texas,
on a panel.
and I don't see no horns.
Should have
You
been
gotta look
watching
down south.
Firefly the whole time, or maybe even Farscape. But that's what happens when you get Star
Oh,
Trek and Star Wars.
Farscape, about to do not Farscape. They're about to do a Firefly second season now.
That sounds
Nuh-uh.
so cursed.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Hey,
excited.
men need to
I'm
men need
not.
to
That sounds
showcase
so
manhood.
bad.
Original cast,
Men
all
need to
come
be
back.
accountable for our words.
Nate
Well,
Fillions
half
helping
Half of them
produce it.
died in the movie. How are they going to make that work? They're all dead.
I don't know. I like Nathan Fillion. I'm going to trust him to try it. What's the worst that can happen? We just pretend it doesn't exist, like the second half of the sequels in Star Wars. You know, it's okay.
I mean, that's what they're gonna have to do. I don't know. I'm sketched out about it, but yeah, I guess I'm excited. It's just hard to trust. It's hard to trust how many times we've been screwed.
Well, they
over
did
on
the movie.
I do like Nathan Fillion though.
The
He's
movie
usually
was,
pretty
like,
fan
right
like
after.
he's pretty fan friendly and pretty like fan like lore centric. He's not like, you know, it's like him, Henry Cavill, and like who's the other one that's like super like into like the lore on shit. Like there's one more, I can't think of their name off the top of my head, but they're like real like lore heavy. So I'm sure that he'll try to at least keep it right, but we'll see.
What they'll probably do is they'll probably make it where they're before the whole incident that basically ends all of the plot line that could ever be in the entire story.
Or
just
to bring him in like a dream sequence or
Going
something.
for a minute. I
Keep the
didn't realize it was a
wrestling
Granny
references
channel,
going.
which
If
is-
CM Punk can come back to wrestling, then Firefly can come back for a second season.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
What
That's
show are
good.
you talking about?
Firefly, it's a famous sci-fi
Firefly.
show. Only had one season. It's like it's in the category with like Jericho has shows that never got the second season that should have.
Is it like Vikings?
No, not at all.
Fucking not. I'm not interested.
Vikings is a good show though.
Sci-fi.
Is it like
badass
Spartacus?
sci-fi.
Oh, have you seen the House of Asher yet? Is it good? I'm like rewatching everything before I start House
Yeah.
of Asher.
It's like beta. It's like Spartacus beta. Like everyone's miniature versions, and then like there's this one black woman, and she's
Why don't
like
you just
taller
ask,
than
are there
everyone.
tits? Are there
and
blood?
they're like, oh my
But
god,
I'm
who's
not
to
interested.
defeat this black woman? So then they bring in this like blonde-haired woman from Germania, and then all the guys are like, oh my god, like it's a.
Well, I don't want the plot. I'm gonna watch it, but it's not, if it's
No,
if it's like C or B plus, I'll watch it. Or you know.
No, it's D at best, bro. It's
Oh,
not.
baby, we like
I
the
was
D.
real. I watched the first 5 episodes.
Double
I
Ds.
was like,
Are we talking about the reboot of Vikings or whatever?
Yeah, House of Ash. No, House of Asher. It's Spartacus, like where they
Oh.
rebooted as if something different. No, the Vikings one, the new one. It was hard to watch at first, but it started to get really good actually. Finally, but you know, it's hard to compete with that. Like it's hard.
The original Vikings was amazing.
It's
Yeah, it was.
unbelievable.
Well, it was an excellent entertainment.
Husky's ready.
It did absolutely mush like
Oh,
every historical figure that didn't exist in the same time frame together.
Yeah,
We've been on you for 20 minutes, Husky. What's been up?
Damn. Hell yeah.
Not an ounce.
Yeah,
What the hell?
you should have left the foam in there. What's the worst that can happen? Poison?
He's been sitting there holding it. Wait,
He was ready. You like how long have you been waiting for that?
Since I said grab it, probably.
It was literally in my hand for about 20 minutes, and then I was just on my phone trying to talk to this delivery driver.
No. What are you having delivered? More beer?
Don't worry about it. What are you, the feds?
More shoes.
What are you, the feds? Goddamn, bro. Like, we ask all these questions.
Fucking sound like a cop out here. Do I
Yeah.
need to fucking get a lawyer?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Goodness gracious. Thank you. Compliments of Fourth Wiseman for finally getting the parched, thirsty man a drink. I've been enjoying this. This is
Omar
so
got
fun.
frozen
That
again.
was wild.
I what?
You were frozen again with your mouth open.
I do want to see Spin and Spicoli have a 1v1 one day, though.
That
Oh
sounds like about the
no.
same level, but
That would break TOS in like 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Fucky fuck. It'll just be fucky fuck the whole time.
I can't believe I even put this on my. Like, I sent this out like an e-blast for my organization. So people are like, "Oh my god, no one's seen me just try to take heads off like this before." I'm like, it's
a good sales pitch.
I called that guy retarded. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Like, I'm like, are you retarded? I'm like, this is a stupid. He's making me ask the questions. Like, we all know obviously something's wrong. That's why I kind of feel bad a little bit. A little bit.
Do you really?
A little bit, yeah.
Man, I don't think he's lunch meat, but he is missing a few crayons.
He's Lunchables. He's Lunchables that fell on the ground and someone walked on.
I don't think he's inbred, but I do think he's missing a few bullets.
Hey, you guys leave Spin City's obvious diagnosis of trisomy 21 alone.
Listen, I literally have dents in my head. If anybody here's retarded, it's going to be me, all right? I'm just kidding, but maybe.
I've had 6 concussions and 2 comas, and I'm not retarded.
I mean, I lost count at like 20-something concussions. It's a bad problem. I'm going to have Alzheimer's for sure.
You've been in a
CTE.
fucking coma twice?
No, I've only
Yeah.
been in a coma once.
No, I've had 2 comas and 6 concussions. Hospitalized. I've had many more concussions, I'm sure.
What
I've
are you
been
doing?
I've been kicked and
Uh,
punched in the head a lot, but I've never been
Muay Thai-
diagnosed with a concussion.
Muay Thai, and then I got headbutted in a wrestling match. And
You guys are explaining so much.
Headbutting's the worst, bro.
Dude, headbutting is the best.
Yeah,
Like-
I was in wrestling. That was in wrestling. The other one I got kicked in the head in a fight. I woke up a day and a half later in a neck
I
brace.
broke this orbital eye socket by getting headbutted.
I broke
on the
someone's
outside.
orbital with an elbow. on
Yeah,
that.
that's why headbutting's the best. You're making the case for me.
Yeah, headbutts are the best for sure.
You have to get close
Like,
enough.
dude, look at the side of my fist. This is what happens to fist bones when they hit faces. Head,
This is my
it
life
doesn't
now.
give it all.
That's why I use elbows.
You're funny.
Yeah, well, I'm from
Gibson's
South
trying to
Dakota.
talk
We
to-
didn't have a lot of Muay Thai there. We had wrestling and punching.
Yeah.
I would have liked Muay Thai. That's some mean ass shit.
So
I saw that.
hitting with elbows and knees also gives you issues. I have a bunch of like bone buildup here. It hurts me
Well,
to
less
put
than the
my
hand.
elbow.
You can break the knuckles only so many times where they just keep breaking it.
I don't even
breaking,
have a
breaking.
knuckle right there.
That's what I'm saying. My whole pinky
Yeah.
knuckle is
I don't-
just
I don't-
gone.
I don't
Like, see
have
how
a
big
knuckle.
those are, and then those two are straight. Oh, I gotta get my cat off me. My left and hand, they're all straight. They're all straight. Then this one, it's like roll. I punch that fucker right into mush.
You're supposed to punch with these two knuckles, but I mean, you punch people thousands and thousands of times. You're eventually going to hit with these, and you'll just break them. You can't hit with these.
Especially
One time I broke them, and my uncle goes, "Well, what if you punch $1 full of nickel welts in a dude's head? How you don't expect not to break your hand?" I'm like,
That's fair. That's fair.
That's why I like elbowing.
Yeah, but that
What if
leaves
you
issues
break
too.
your elbow?
No, but you'll get like teeth marks, permanent like teeth marks in your from
I took martial arts for 10 years before I joined the Marine Corps, and then I took
only
their
one person here is a
martial arts.
convicted felon for attempted murder for hitting someone one time in the face.
I'm not a felon. I got away with
That's
all
why
of them.
that's why the
'Cause I'm
dumbass
from
didn't
Texas.
Google enough, because it's like, bro, I have an entire professional Muay Thai career. You can Google. The guy's a fucking idiot. I don't understand.
Yeah, I was like laughing the other night when Duck was telling me, XYZ. I'm like, bro, most of these fights are filmed and like recorded and posted somewhere. Like, it would be really easy to fact check this shit up.
Or just open your eyes and like look in the mirror and then look at someone else and be like, okay, probably not going to work right now.
Yeah,
Duck's always threatening somebody with his 120-pound ass, though. Like, every time I
you
he's
say
threatening
that
somebody new.
the guy that broke all of this on me was a 135-pound guy. Like, he hit me and I
who's
woke up.
I'm talking about no spin zone. The guy, spin guy, he told me he'll fight me any day of the week. And he's like, I'll beat the shit out of you. And I was like, out of nowhere, I was like, hold on, now we're going violence? Like, it's like Christmas morning for me, Christmas Eve. And I was like trying to bait him in worse. But then I thought, like, I will fucking kill this guy if I see him. Like,
Oh man, his anger is at a 9 at rest.
He's a real racist. Like, he really has it. And he's trying to pretend like he doesn't have it. That's the
think?
problem.
He said you're kind.
Bro, he told right. Look at me. Do I even look like super Middle Eastern? Even like he smells it like an ultra racist.
I want to
You
know what
have a
your kind is defined.
Mediterranean look. You do not have a Middle Eastern look. It's Mediterranean.
Now you got to look up Pashtuns, man. We have green eyes, and I look like a
the original Aryans were also Persian and Mediterranean. Persian.
We're all
stuff.
green eyes.
They all had,
Green.
and there was red hair.
Yep.
Yeah, man. No,
And the funny thing is that also exists in India. The Buddha was supposedly blue-eyed and red-haired.
because
Like,
the
don't fucking
DNA
ask
for
me, dude.
green eye DNA is from R1A, and that comes from Ariana, which is called Aryan. So
I have blonde hair.
Yeah, not blonde hair. I'm saying
You don't have any hair. What are you talking about?
It's blonde.
Hey,
Yeah, my hair's blonde too.
Oh, we don't need to see it.
Shut
now.
up. I'm a blonde.
Don't be showing us.
Does
I
the
promise.
curtain, or wait, does the carpet match the drapes?
No, it's called
Look at my beard.
manscaping. You should try it, guys. It's good for you.
Yeah, it does, because I'm bald.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, if you want to go, never mind. I'm not gonna finish that
look,
sentence.
we dropped this picture. on
Finish
my-
it. Finish the sentence.
We
Nah,
dropped
it's better
this
if you
picture.
even want more. You know
Goodness
what I'm
gracious.
saying?
Is that Stacy Peralta?
We dropped my bearded
That
picture.
guy
He went
was
full
curious about Stacy's mom.
I bet he was a little more than. I bet it was a little more than curious. He probably tapped Stacy's mom.
Hey, I did.
You look like you just came right off a skateboard.
Came.
Whoa.
I was
BMX,
thinking, I was
goddamn
thinking surfboard, but he's definitely got some kind of a board right next to him.
I did BMX and martial arts.
A BDSM board?
Yeah.
Like what?
See,
Azrael, you
I'm
need to
old
grow your
enough
beard
that
like Alderson.
Like-
BMX sounds right.
I'm old enough that the only thing that in the United States anybody talked about was fucking like Chuck Norris and karate, and then I was a teenager when things like Jean-Claude Van Damme started happening. Literally, my senior year of high school, all the like so many kids I seen them fight like this because they fought like that on that Kickboxer movie, and the best part is they didn't really know how to do it, so you could just jab them right in the nose, just not even a real punch, just a jab, and they were fucked for like 5 seconds. You could just have your way with them. It was
Everyone was rolling. Everyone was rolling like Kung Po.
Call him Bubba.
Jean-Claude Van Damme challenged Jake Paul.
That's
I saw that. I saw that.
You saw that? Yeah.
That fucker is old as hell. He got beat up by that. He got beat up by that Hell's Angel at that banquet. Chuck Zito, is that his name? Beat the hell out of Van Damme.
I don't know why all these old guys are always trying to fight. I'm only 33 and I got 2 black belts, but you ain't gonna catch me trying to fight. And I'll be like, look, bro, we ain't gotta fight. We can talk about this.
Hey, what if Spin? What if Spin came on and called you I don't even know, just something retarded? And
if it's Spin, I'm just gonna let it go. Okay, what he
what
says.
I ain't gonna lie to you, man.
challenge you?
Spin is not worth getting your health insurance premiums raised for.
I'm with Azrael on this one. If you ever heard that old country song, "The Winner," it's where this young guy goes up to this old guy that's was a fighter and won all the fights, and the whole song's about all the busted parts of him that don't work anymore and all the pain he's in because he's the winner. Like, and he's like, maybe recommend don't be in the winner. Just walk the fuck away. I'm done. I've been done fighting for years.
Reminds me of a boy named Sue.
Oh goodness.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like one mistake, one hitting somebody too hard one time, you could end your life and theirs at the same time.
Yeah, you can be a convicted felon and face 8 years in prison.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. I had too many close
After
calls.
they threw the punch first, I slip. I come with the elbow. I'm the fucking bad guy. Got it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You remember
In
Boston
those
Legal?
situations, you don't want to have to explain it. You don't have to justify. I was scared. All that other crap. It ain't
You
fun.
can just Google my shit. It's called Criminal Records. It's easy.
Y'all ever seen that show Boston Legal? Won like some Emmys and shit. There's a scene where this lawyer gets punched in the face. He's like, "No, okay, well, I can't beat your ass, but I have a solution." He turns to all the big guys in the bar and starts paying them like $200 a pop to go fucking beat the other
I've
guy's
seen
ass.
that scene.
Yeah, it's a great scene. It's a great show. Highly recommend. Denny Crane for president.
That sounds like what Israel's doing right now with our country.
Yeah.
Based.
Going to the bigger guy, give him a little money. Well, actually, they're taking our money too. I don't know how that's working.
Yeah, where's my paycheck? I heard they're paying streamers $5,000 a pop. They ain't paid me nothing. This is bullshit.
How are we paying them to fight their wars?
I can tell you exactly what that's about. It's
Bet you
called
it involves
geography. It's called geography. You understand what the eastern seaboard of the Mediterranean really is. It's the trade route. So naturally.
No, it's called 56 million Christian Zionists that fall for a Schofield Bible mistranslation, Genesis 12:3. And they're getting gaslit for the last 80 years, and it's coming to the Armageddon.
You talking about those who bless Israel will be blessed?
Yeah,
It's not talking about Israel as a nation state. It's talking about Israel.
We know
as a
that.
people,
No,
but-
hold on. It's not talking about Israel. No, it's
They
not talking
don't.
about Israel at all, because in Genesis 12:3 there was Abraham talking to God. There was no Jacob or Isaac born yet, so there was no word Israel yet.
One of my favorite
Israel is the name of Jacob after he wrestles with the angel later. In Genesis 12:3, Abraham doesn't have any children. Even that's what I'm trying to say. How deep the fall for the Thursday. Tune in.
One of my favorite kings, Robert he was so into the Crusades, he died shortly after freeing Scotland, and he had his best friend take his heart with him to the Crusades, and then that dude charged a whole group of Muslims, chucked the heart at him, and got into a fight with a group that was overwhelming and died himself. Crazy shit.
You know what's funny about the religions? It's quite simple, and it's kind of also quite retarded how complex it gets. It's real simple. Like Jews believe in the Torah from Moses and the promise of
Like
Abraham.
comic
Then they have Moses, and he comes with 5 books, 3 of which are law, right? Later, the prophets say there's going to be a Messiah. Christians say Jesus came and he's the Messiah. And then a Muslim says Jesus was a Messiah, but not God. And Christians go, no, Jesus was the Messiah and God. That's it.
No.
Then
But
Muhammad is a prophet.
You miscategorize categorize Muslims a bit.
Yeah, then you've got to add on that their prophet is then that Jesus was a prophet, but not the end prophet, and then
Jesus
Muhammad
was the Messiah. No,
is
the
a
prophecy
prophet.
is Messiah, not
Right.
prophet. Jesus is a Messiah. Here's prophets. Here's Elijah. Here's Muhammad. Here's all the other prophets. They say Jesus is Messiah. There's a different class than prophet.
Yeah, but they don't believe in Jesus as anything of prominent.
Other than the Messiah. Well, then
Yeah,
no,
they do.
other than
They just
the
think he's
Messiah.
lesser than
They do.
Muhammad.
No,
Yeah.
they don't. No, they don't. They say Jesus.
You got to tell the ones I debate that then. 'cause-
Well, I can teach any of it to the Muslims, no problem. I end up, for some reason, I end up arguing on behalf of the Muslims a lot because everyone seems to like really not understand anything about what they believe. They believe
What they believe is what they say. What you're talking about is in their books, what they're supposed to be believing, and the
Yeah.
same conversation could be had with Christians.
Yeah,
That
doctrine versus belief.
Their doctrine
And it
doesn't
is
come
often.
anywhere. You can't find it in their paperwork anywhere. You're like, where did this shit come from? So that's what you're talking about, because their belief and then the system that it's based off of are not necessarily the same thing.
And their answer to it is, you don't speak Arabic, you don't understand. I can read the Quran, but I don't speak Arabic, so I can't read it in Arabic.
No. They say reading it in Arabic is all that counts, so it can't be mistranslated like they say it happened to the New Testament. Again,
Well,
they
just
say
like
they
Christians go, well, the original Hebrew word is this, or the Aramaic word or the Greek word meant this. Like it's all the same.
Yeah, but
argument.
again, I'm not. The reason why I can't be classified as a Muslim under any circumstances because 2 reasons. Number 1, I don't believe in any human savior, right? And number 2, I don't believe in. That's it. I don't believe in a human savior, and the reason I can't be a Christian is because I don't believe in a human savior. So
you're Jewish.
No, because a Jew believes a human savior is coming, so I don't believe that either. Because the entire mistranslation in 2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 6 through 7, where you guys are getting this shit from, isn't what it says. And so it's like you guys are like, oh, Jesus is God, because you're arguing with the Pharisees.
So you claim to believe in the Abrahamic God?
Not 2 Samuel, I'm sorry. 2 Samuel 5, 6 through 7 is
It's not just it's also in Psalms.
That's
It's
Isaiah.
it's all throughout the Old Testament. It's about 640 different what is
Hold
it
on, let's
called?
stay on.
Prophecies.
Let's close the chapter on the Muslims because I feel like we're going to start circling too much. Jesus
No, but
mentioned over 20 times in the Quran. All I'm saying
Yeah.
about close the door is that every Muslim, as their canonization, believes in the God of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Ishmael is the same God, and that Jesus, named Isa in Arabic, is Jesus in Arabic, is the Messiah. And Muhammad is the last prophet until the day of the resurrection of the second coming. So they believe that at the end of days, the Dajjal will come, which is the Antichrist, and that triggers Jesus coming back to save them too. That's all. So and then we can go into something else. But so that's pretty significant. So a Muslim believes Jesus the Messiah is coming back. A Christian says Jesus the Messiah come back and God, and Jews say the Messiah is not come yet. That's a real foundational difference between the 3.
And then there's obviously breakdowns in them, like within the Muslims, there's a argument about if the next one needs to be from the blood of Muhammad, his bloodline, or it's just somebody that's like the special God's chosen person. And actually, the Christians had a very similar break, where according to the original thing, the Catholics are saying, I think it's the Catholics are saying that the Pope has to be a descendant of Peter, because Peter was the one given the keys to the church. So
yeah, that's what it says. But the difference is Muhammad never had a son. He had only a daughter. And according to the patriarchal laws of the promise of El Shaddai to Abram, who became Abraham, it was his seeds, and seeds go from father to son. So therefore, the lineage of Muhammad ended at that point. That's where you get the story of Ali, who was the adopted son of Muhammad, and that's where Shias come from. So it's
it doesn't include the blood.
That's their argument.
Yeah.
But doesn't that come with a bunch of other prescriptions along with it? I'm definitely not an expert on this one. Like a lot of other prescriptions about
12
like,
a lot.
Yeah, what a saint is, who had or what
a martyr.
What a martyr is. How the Ayatollahs are chosen, different things like that. Like it had a ton of prescriptions with it.
They're like the Catholic Church with like the Pope lineage to lineage to lineage. They also, the ironic part is they claim a direct descendancy to Muhammad, but so does like the King of Jordan, but he never had any sons. So according to Abraham's law, it doesn't work. That's why the Jews are kind of interesting, because they say, oh no, it's about the mother. It's like, that's convenient when Ishmael was born first. So of course it has to be about his wife. But like my grandfather had 3 wives and 19 children. So what Abraham, by the way, had after Sarah died and he had Ishmael, then Isaac, he had another wife and he had 6 more sons. Where are they?
I mean, doesn't the whole monogamy thing kind of collapse down like much later? Aren't we kind of being a little anachronistic here?
I don't know. I think it depends on what you're into or in your family and so on. So on. Back in the day, you had to have a lot of people because you had to wage wars and so on. And clearly, I mean, it was to plant things, to hunt, for protection, so on. And death rates were higher, and the age gap. You would live a short amount of time. So
Yeah, I'm not making a moral prescription on it. I'm saying that, like, from a anachronistic standpoint, wasn't that like
everyone had lots of wives. Solomon was Solomon had how many?
800.
Everyone's just pretending like it's all of a sudden now. Like when the Muslims are like, oh, the Muslims are doing this and doing that. It's like, yeah, dude, that's called Moses law, man. It may not be popular now.
But the difference between that is prescription versus description, and what was allowed and what is recommended. God has only ever glorified a matrimony between a man and a woman singularly, just like when Adam and Eve was made, and all throughout the New and Old Testament, it's always a man and a woman, not a man and women. So just because he had allowed it doesn't mean he prescribes it.
You know what God decreed? He decreed America should manifest destiny to the world. God bless America. It's time to start conquering these bitches.
Manifest destiny, bring it back.
That's right, goddammit. It's God decreed. Time to start conquering shit again.
We got to go all the way west. We just stopped too soon.
That's right. Yeah, the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo was bullshit. We should own Mexico now.
Remember when they talked about the manifest destiny and the land was so full of fruit that they talked about not being able to take their horses across rivers because they were so full of fish, and the land was just abundant and you could easily live off it. How's it going now? You guys did great.
Kind of manifest more destiny then.
Yeah, time to go fucking rape and pillage another land like the cancer y'all are.
Yeah. Start with Russia. See how that goes.
What do you mean, y'all?
Manifesting in your bedroom there.
He said all you guys. He said all Christians beg.
We're gonna go manifest Cuba next, boys. 51st state.
He's going straight pagan. Baldus is responding to 2,000 years of suppression against his ancestral bloodline.
Bro, the Vikings converted and start whooping the ass too. What are you talking about? They love the Christian theology as women.
Yeah, they did.
The only reason why
they were that's a fucking real generous. The Vikings. They went in and backed certain jarls and slaughtered everybody that was against them, and then outlawed it. And then those of us that practiced at the hiding from the Christians. Actually, that's where the legend of werewolves come from, because we would have to pretend like we're jackass little worthless Christians that are like, oh, please save me. I can't be a decent person myself. I need a free pass. And so instead we had to pretend to be one of you. But as soon as the full moon came out, Odin.
Yeah, it made y'all tougher.
Odin, Freya, and Thor.
It's character building.
Yeah,
plot.
but where's Odin now?
When you can't own up to your own shit.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'll own up to it. They wipe people out. Yeah, I absolutely.
Same place as the Christian God in your
Have you heard-
imagination.
hold on, Azrael, let me ask you one question. Have you ever heard thunder?
That'd be Thor.
Okay.
Thunder.
And
And the lightning.
And who made Thor? Who made
Odin.
Who made Thor?
Who made Thor? They're God. They're God. Like
Whatever human imagined it.
Odin.
All right, here we go. We're gonna go for 20 more minutes because remember we had an hour switch. Everybody, turn your clocks forward an hour. It should be.
Wait, that's tonight, motherfucker.
Yeah, I know. So we went from. That's okay. We went from 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. in a matter of 60 seconds a little bit ago. And so it's now officially 3:40 for me. So let's go ahead and you guys have 20 minutes to finish your thought. I want to throw that out there. All this
Or chat. Y'all spend so much money, Sarah can't help but keep going. That's the secret.
I'm one of the few people that actually, because I live by the land, as people did, most of us did 100 years ago. And so I've been getting up at ridiculous times for like the last 3 weeks because the sun's coming up at ridiculous times. It's off. It's nice when all of a sudden I'm not getting up at 5 a.m. according to a clock, and I get that extra hour shift. At least then your whole thing shifts out. It's just living according to the sun. It works out.
Can I ask Effigy a question?
Maybe.
Effigy, do you have an?
What if I said no?
Then I wouldn't do it.
Then don't ask him a question. Fourth Wiseman comes up with a Big 10. Education, diet, and modern medicine has prolonged lifespans of current modern humans, excluding the toxic items often in foods overly processed. Trial by misadventure still exists, for it's timeless. Ben, you want to speak to that one?
I would definitely say that the trading of foods and the access to diversity of foods, so you're getting a more complex mineral system going on, is definitely contributed to the health. I wouldn't put modern medicine near as much. Modern medicine likes to take a lot of claims that actually we can easily prove were more to do with hygiene and indoor plumbing. Not for some reason, and that humans, just like any other animal, like the chicken farms, every time a salmonella outbreak happens, they're like, it's these backyard chicken owners. And then it ends up coming out that it's one of the big egg producers that has all these animals stuffed into a small space and all their feces and whatnots all around them. The same thing happened to humans when they stuffed them in the bottom of a ship for extended durations and they're shitting and pissing all over the place. You start developing weird diseases, and the modern plumbing and things have made vast jumps. Like when you look at where the vaccines try claiming they eradicated a bunch of things, when you actually look at the graphs, they had basically died off long before vaccines came along because we started being hygienic people.
Yeah, I'm also going to have to agree with him. It's also not that we're living longer per se. It's that the average lifespan is longer, which means we have less infant mortality, less child mortality, and that does come from a clean water supply, clean food, and things of that nature. Not so much medical advances and not so much that we're living longer. It's that more people are living to an older age. So,
well, and two, with the medicine, there are modern medicines that make life more comfortable, i.e. Excedrin, right? So there are some things that are great, but I would also say that modern medicine has its disadvantages too. A lot of times things that are claimed are are going to help you, do not, i.e., face masks when there's really no need for it.
Yeah.
Well, even at that, I feel like it's a two-sided coin, right? As much as we gained from having clean water, having advanced technology, having all of these things to help prolong our lifespan in whichever way it did, I think it also worked against us too. I mean, we're talking about the birth rate crisis, right? I don't know if the birth rate crisis would be a crisis if people weren't living till they're 100 fucking years old, right? If you're only living till 50, people don't have to take care of you quite as long, and you're not utilizing the same resources as long. You're just doubling up the resources and then again, or I'm sorry, doubling up the people, and it's overlapping. So you got grandma, great grandma, mom, and child all within the same generations now. And so we're all using the same resources together at the same time. Whereas you probably wouldn't have seen great grandma and grandma all utilizing the same resources as mom and child, for an extended period of time the way it is now.
That also has a lot to do with the molecular family and the fact that we don't have the multi-generational
Nuclear family?
Nuclear, excuse me.
Molecular.
Yeah.
Molecular family.
But that's because we're below replacement, right? Because I think America's at like 1.6 to 1.9. You have to have more than 2 children to be above replacement, right? So 2 children per single woman. So that's
But if grandma and grandpa were dying off faster, your birth rate would probably be okay.
If we were having 5 to 10 kids per household, it would be okay. Because we'd be replacing the people at an astronomical rate. The issue is we only have 1 to 1.9 children, and then some of those people die. They don't even make it to adulthood, and then now we're only having like 1.2 to 1.5 people replacing every 2 people. My kid's on the way.
I was going to say.
For anybody that hasn't heard of it, there's a fascinating study with rats called Universe 25, where they create this utopia. It's the rat utopia is also one of the terms that they use for it. And he did it 25 times. So the idea was they were given ample space and unlimited food, and then they just watched. And in each of these experiments, long before they ran out of space or food, they started dropping off in their breeding. They started actually hoarding and controlling food supplies and things like that. Real weird things that you can easily draw to human behavior. And it happened over and over again. And the weirdest part about it is you would assume that they had reached capacity and now there was a fight for space, resources, things like that. That was never the case. It never made it to that. They would stop breeding and literally the society would collapse every time long before that happened.
What would you say caused that particular abnormality in what would normally happen in nature versus that?
In nature, and actually let's even take it out of nature. If you go and you buy a chicken or two, you would be shocked the personality that a chicken has, how intelligent they are, how much they will interact, how much you can train them. 100 chickens have no personality. No personality. They are rabid, stupid, vicious things. But
the real bird brains.
Right. Yeah. Those are the bird brains. But if you have just a handful of chickens, oh my God. I used to have this chicken named Polly. And Polly used to ride with me to town and shit. She used to ride around, hang out with me. She was they're called Polish. And if anybody's ever seen a Polish chicken, they've got this weird thing where it looks like they have a permed hairdo and it stands up all tall. And it's like, it's the weirdest looking shit. And they're so cute. And she would ride around with me when she was going to lay an egg. She'd come over and lay an egg right at my feet. Like when I got up in the morning, she was all excited about it. Chickens can actually retain 50, it's either 50 or 100 different faces, human faces, and react entirely differently to each person. But a group of chickens, angry, nasty, no personalities, all act the same. A dog fantastic. A pack of dogs, scary as fuck. And the same thing applies to humans. Eventually, there seems to be this number of people where it goes from more of an individualistic thing to where the mob mentality starts taking over. And the mob has never been known to be intelligent.
How about this?
We just experienced that recently. A whole mob not being intelligent. A shout out to Fourth Wise Man says, put your water in a copper flask or of any size. It ionically kills pathogens and expedites chlorine off gas. Really?
Yep. That's
so,
part of
like,
why,
instead of
part
getting
of why all them copper
instead of-
vessels all the time.
Instead of getting a stainless steel cup, you should get a copper.
It's the oldest trick in the book. Thousands of
Really?
Yeah. And then obviously I just distill my water before we drink it. We've got a 15-gallon water distiller.
Hey, speaking about chickens, when I was living in the Amazon, in Pucallpa, they had this. There was this gangster ass turkey named Aurelio, and somehow this turkey, like he was crazy as shit. He'd go hunting with everybody. He's holding it down like he's just like one of the tribe's members. He would be ratting people out, all sorts of shit. And he was a turkey in the middle of the Amazon. Can you imagine, like, that's like not the safest place for a turkey, not to mention with little Peruvian guys who eat armadillos and anteaters and anything.
For the animal.
Admiral Gibbs does not want me to go to bed. I'll tell you what, we will do rolling extensions. How's that sound?
You're up 4 of 10 for your girl, and you've gotten 3 donos since then. So
Fair.
Well, I'll put it this way: this one took us to 2:30, technically 3:30. All
Plus
right,
40.
to 2:30, technically 3:30. 1, 2, 3,
Oh well, if it's plus 40 to the next one, then it's only
six,
one more fucking dono.
I can't do a whole nother hour.
Pobrecita.
I'm pooped out.
Bring back your boy.
Yeah. For the animal intelligence.
Oh, he'll be back. Don't you worry.
Yeah, his thing's still backstage, but he's not in his seat yet. I don't know. I've been sitting for 8 hours. It's like my back's starting to hurt.
You want a strong Sarah for your show, Omar.
And I have another show tomorrow. I'm joining Fatty's panel, and I'll kick that off at 4:15 tomorrow. So I'll go to sleep, but I'll probably not wake up because I don't have my youngest here, just my eldest. So tomorrow, so I don't have to like get up because she'll feed the dogs and do all that, and the youngest isn't there to like poke and prod at me. Gibbs, you heard all of that today, so like I'll be able to sleep in, and that means I'll probably sleep till 2 o'clock, and then I'll wake up, take a shower, and get back on stream again.
Oh my gosh!
What do you think the over/under is on if Husky's puking up shoe juice right now?
That's what I was thinking. Like,
No, he went to go get more alcohol. Is what he went to go do. He was like DMV.
More
He was like,
shoes.
we drinking, boys.
Wait. Did he drive?
No, he has Mrs.
was
Drove.
home.
Of course, he would never drive
Why didn't he
driving his bed.
Why didn't he just give her the
Is
money?
that even illegal in Australia?
Maybe he just wanted to spend time with his missus. What are we defense? We're asking all these questions again. Oh my God! Damn, bro.
I'm just taking bets. I'm just saying, what's the over/under that he's puking up shoe juice right now to the porcelain goddess?
I would say, based off my knowledge of Husky, very low. Like that man likes to drink a lot.
Doesn't mean he doesn't.
Yeah, that he really
true.
he really didn't drink that much. If he's
just warming up.
But he drank that much out of nasty, disgusting shit. How is he not puking? I would have puked after. I would have puked after just sniffing the first.
Might not smell good, but
the
alcohol kills
question is, how does he have a girlfriend? That's the question.
He's a man. It was like 4:30 in the afternoon in Australia.
Ask yourselves if you don't have a girlfriend, how he does.
Dude,
I'm not trying
the
to make
shoey thing is something Australians do. If you go drinking in the United States and you're at a bar and there's an Australian there, that fucker's gonna drink out of his shoe in front of the whole bar.
No, but
Just
I'm
like
talking about girls kissing you after drinking out of shoes. That's
you know what girls put in their mouth, bro?
If
I
you
do.
don't have a girlfriend to kiss, just think to yourself, he's drinking out of shoes and has someone who loves him. What's wrong with you?
That's right. It proves force doctrine don't matter.
Okay.
All right. Very good.
That's right.
Oh, wait
That's
a
right.
He's all up in
All right.
the bush, just so you know.
We're gonna have to just put him against the king of force doctrine and be like, oh yeah, well I have something for your opinion about that, and then just slam the shoey.
Like,
And I
And then
have
just-
a girlfriend, so I'm immune to that.
Yeah, and then have her come kiss you.
Probably
But
drinking out of, she's probably drinking out of shoes too. Then
she probably
Fear Factor
move.
show, that Fear Factor show, when they had to eat something totally disgusting, it was always dudes that had to bail. Chicks can do that, no fucking problem. Like one time, my wife and I were going to do this black walnut thing, and it's supposed to get rid of any kind of parasites and whatnot. And she took a shot of it, and then she went and made this really weird, fucked up sound. I was like, I ain't doing that. You're on. Sorry, I'm bailing. Out.
So, in reference to this, these bird brains and these mice,
Birds aren't real.
I
Well,
hate birds.
Actually, Clay, if you don't mind, my
Yeah.
my thought would be in comparison, because Ben, you said when it gets kind of over, there's too many of them, right? And it's not like that's when they all get all stupid. Is that the part where we're at in society right now, where there's too many of us that we've all gotten stupid?
Dude,
see,
in Universe 25, they quit having kids. They even have little societies, like they have these ones called the beautiful ones that don't really have to do anything productive, and they get their share of the food just for being beautiful. All kinds of fucked up things, and you're just sitting here reading it, and you're like, "What the fuck?"
Hmm.
Yeah,
I think I need to read this
It's
study.
like we're just animals too.
That's right. That's right. That's why morals don't exist.
I'm gonna directly refute that with ants and a bunch of other pack style creatures. Ants can actually solve puzzles faster than groups of humans. You can
Ants
look
are not
this up.
mammals.
I'm
they're
not
not
done. They can solve things faster than groups of humans and other like packs of wolves. So there's a there's a type of intelligence that when animals of all kinds are in packs, they're actually animals of all
Insects.
kinds and insects are
Insects.
actually more intelligent. What you're referring to is an isolated incident where an animal spends a lot of time around a human, therefore that human has a lot of time to teach it, and it is influenced by that human. When animals come together as a pack, they actually have more intelligence. Same thing with birds as well. When they're not insects.
No, they
birds-
don't.
Yeah, they're
You've ever
robots
been around
from the
large
government.
groups of birds? Naturally, they don't
So-
pack together. They all decide to fly south.
No,
at the
that's
same
the point
time,
of the
but
experiment,
they
though,
don't
Ezra.
hang
Right?
out
Is
together.
that all the things that would drive the group to excel are already given to it, so they don't have to actually try and cooperate to get to it. All of those are provided. Therefore, the advantages of the group are broken down by a lack of necessity.
I mean, emergent intelligence theory directly.
No, I agree
refutes
with you.
What you're
I agree with you
saying.
on
The
that.
only thing you can compare it to is insect life. Mammals don't do that shit like that.
Yes,
That
they
doesn't
do.
work out. And
Pack-
birds don't
yes,
do that.
they do. It's called emergent
No, they
intelligence.
don't. Guess what? Like even deer, when it's breeding season, they clump up, they fuck, then they all jet out. They're like, yeah, fuck you guys.
Sounds like a
First,
night at
they
the
all
bar.
help at the same time, but then they're like, yeah, fuck you guys.
Strong
That's
survive.
what happens. They come
So-
together. They don't stay together as
Emerging
as
intelligence, a form of evolution.
insects do.
Is that what that
This
means?
is part of why.
Well, I don't
as
believe in
alchemists,
evolution. I think it's
when they're
built
talking
into, but
about
that's another
when they're talking about
Hold
making
on.
homunculi.
You not believe in macro or microevolution? Because, like I said, Sandra drew this
macro.
guy.
I believe in
Okay.
micro, obviously.
So emergent intelligence is a microevolution. That's what that is.
Emergent intelligence is just a way that organisms.
Pack mentality.
However you want to define it, you can define it.
I'm asking.
Scientifically,
I'm asking.
scientifically, they're going to define it as probably comes directly from evolution, and then the
micro.
organisms that worked well together. Well, it'd be macro too. I just don't believe in micro. That's my own personal beliefs.
Okay.
Then how did it happen in multiple places in the genome? How do we have multiple species that have it? Because you listed off more than one species.
No, but so that's different. So now you're attacking my worldview, not my scientific theories, analysis on this. Or
No,
you're
I was
questioning my worldview.
I was asking the
over that.
actual question about emerging, because I never heard the phrase before.
Yeah, emergent intelligence just means when large groups of individual organisms, and it would come off macro evolution, yes, to say that the ones who worked well together, and you can pretty much signify it on basic rules. So there's this ants that create a bridge, and you can give a computer program 2 rules. If the ant can't reach anything, it reaches further, and if there's another ant in front of it, there's like something there. I read a book on a long time ago, but
emergence theory basically says that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts.
Yeah, but with humans specifically, we're better as individuals. So when we come together, we're actually less effective.
Again, it's up to a point. Up to a point. This is what Universe 25 showed. Because life was great, and the same thing with humans. At some point in
that's
time,
not intelligence. You're talking about depression.
At some point in time, a group of people is much better than individual. We all know this. That's why you make.
But we're not rats, bro. We are not rats.
Hold on. There's actually a study that's
finish.
So
And then eventually, that goes from being a net positive to a net negative, and people start devolving because of the group. That's what the whole scientific experiment that got replicated 25 times, no matter what you want to think of it. The freaking data is the data, man.
We're not rats. We're far more intelligent individually.
But we're
than
ants. We're ants and completely.
We're not. We're the exact
Hey, real
opposite. In the experiment, you take a T and you run it through two slits, one larger and one smaller. The ants could move the T through it faster than a group of humans. We are not ants. We're completely different. We're individualistic organisms, whereas ants and most other organisms that work in groups are pluralistic individuals. So they work better as
You
groups.
should try to
than
tell them that
individuals.
to an Amish during a barn building.
To Balderson's point, though, like there was a study in 1906 by, I think it was maybe I can't think of the guy's name, Galton or something, sir, whatever, and it established the theory of wisdom of the crowds. And it's like a lot of people can be dumb, but if you get like individually, but if you get them all together, even people with like low IQ that do, or like people that are just wrong, you put them all in a group, and they'll come up with almost the correct answer every time. So like there is something to what Balderson's saying. Like it's been like studied multiple times, and that's where the theory of wisdom of crowds even comes from. Also, that's a great book by Joe Abercrombie if you like fantasy literature.
Abercrombie is fucking brilliant, dude. His
Yeah,
book
it's great.
is so good.
Shaman, go ahead, point it out.
Yeah, shouldn't there be some sound effect when someone makes a miraculous outfit change and throw like Admiral Gibbs, bro? He's like iced out. He's got multiple change, but he's not trying to show us. He's got the Rolex. You know what I mean? Someone called him poor earlier, talking shit. I think it was me about the silk, not silk.
Yeah, I am poor if the government asks, though.
Huh?
If the government asks, I have $0.
I'm the last person that's going to talk to the government.
I wasn't worried, but I appreciate you calling it out. Thank you, sir.
Looking good, man. No, I said no. In celebration, there should be like an alarm, fireworks, or some shit with an outfit change.
Well, cheers to you on that one. That's my celebration.
Here's Fourth Wiseman coming up with the Big Ten. If you want to see an ancient flying dinosaur, watch a black cockatoo. I did go and look up a video to see, and I didn't see anything like special about it. Can somebody tell me about the black cockatoo?
It's your goal. They just got hit right there.
The black cockatoo likes to walk backwards while fucking.
Based.
Who doesn't?
Interesting.
I don't know if that's true.
Of course not. I've never heard of a black cockatoo. I don't even know if it's a real animal.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of.
If you keep getting off screen when you're smoking, I can't smoke with you.
Oh, well.
And
who's the cat behind you, Balderson? Who's that?
So I wanted to give my
Cookie.
view. I wanted to
Bring
give my
Cookie in the situation. Cookie.
Oh goodness. Cat cam.
She runs this joint. She's like 14, so she runs this joint.
She's a boss. She's the queen.
Yeah. You can see it. She sits up there all regal, and the other cats aren't allowed to be up there, and she just stares down at all the lessers. The
That's
dog.
usually about where I sit. Yeah.
Right.
In the cage with the cats? On top of
Terrorino
it.
just looking down on us and
Wondering what the fuck,
perch.
how the fuck
From her
did I
perch.
get into doing this? Why?
You know,
Why am
I was
here?
I was arguing with Tomato earlier, and I was telling them that the goth Dami mommies are in right now. They're like, no, goths aren't dominant. I'm like, I don't know if you watched TikTok lately, but that's a major thing.
They're
Is it
not
dominant?
dominant. I
They
am
are now.
dominant, and I don't
What?
have to put on a
Not
bunch
dominant?
of frou-frou stuff to be dominant. If you
Yeah.
have to add outfits and face stuff and things like that, then you're not a true dommy mommy. All right,
It's
you're
called
just
aura.
Yeah, you're just special girly.
my aura
It's
is
still girly, girly.
natural.
Yeah.
Doubt.
So I wanted to get my
Look,
views on that.
Big titty goth chicks never went out of
Do
style.
you see how I can make a panel shut the fuck up very quickly, very easily when I really want to? Yes. Bow to me, bitches.
I'm very impressed.
So as far as like the chickens and the mice and all that,
This rant was brought to you by cocaine.
Amen.
You feel like the king of the world.
Cocaine,
every
World
time.
War One, and tonight.
You know, what's his name? Powder Dusty talks about gold and shit. You know the only inflation-proof thing? Cocaine. It's pure now, and it's cheaper now than it's ever been.
Slavery also apparently.
Jordan
And strippers it's still only $1 to get the tucked into the G-string.
No slavery because you make the slaves your strippers.
So Jordan Peterson speaks about the lobsters and the hierarchy.
Jordan Peterson is
Yeah.
gay.
I believe that he might be secretly gay. Have you
He,
seen
he
the tweets?
probably is. He probably.
Well, you can only take so much benzodiazepines and not, be a little weird.
That's because he didn't want to come out with the
but you're
truth, so he had to numb himself with drugs like the other guy. I
You're
was just trying to help
familiar.
you.
You're familiar with his take on the hierarchies, right?
No.
And that all organisms have hierarchies. So with the mice in the experiment, it's the same as human beings in this little cage we call Earth, and it gets tighter and tighter. So what you're really looking at is actually in my opinion, a reference to the strong men creating good times, right? So those mice that are at the height of the hierarchy, they're hoarding up food, and the ones that are not at the top go to them, and then eventually they rely on those at the top, and then eventually the ones at the top stop giving the food, and so the ones that aren't getting the food eventually die.
Also, interestingly enough, in the experiment, the females quit wanting to have babies. In the
Well, if
experiment,
you-
females
if
just
you-
quit wanting to have babies, and they actually will kill their own babies.
If you believe in evolution.
That sounds
Evolution.
really familiar.
Oh, dude, the amount of parallels you saw immediately draw to society as you're reading. through this
I mean,
study.
we're pattern recognition machines. We can draw parallels to anything. But what is not
Yeah,
parallel is carcinization,
But
and
you
that
can't
is
seem to do it to Christians killing historically all the time.
Carcinization, and that is to say-
pattern don't ever set in for you.
carcinization, because I've actually studied it and read on it. But anyhow, carcinization, which is to say that all organisms are actually leading to be crabs, and that the crab is the apex evolution of everything, and that everything will become a crab, and all you will become a crab one day.
I'm a crabby bitch. That works.
As opposed
Look it
to
up.
the lotus, as opposed to the lotus
it's
flower.
Why do
carcinization.
hold on?
It's an
Why do
actual
we?
theory.
Why do we
that
all
everything
turn into
becomes a crab.
crabs?
It's called carcinization. Everything eventually becomes a crab because it's the most. You can look it up literally right now. Google.
I
It's
would
called
say it would be
carcinization.
roaches if we're talking about something, and ultimately would be the
Nope.
lotus, because if you ever had the flood, the lotus would be born from the water.
Is that like fingernails?
It,
and
it
hair?
might be one of the stupidest theories I've ever heard. That anytime you set up, you can create a sealed system that lives basically forever. People have done it lots of times, and that in that system, everything eats off of the next thing, which
That's called
provides
Earth.
which provides the next thing and the next thing. It doesn't all turn into one thing.
That's
That
called the
never
Earth,
happens.
according to the Gnostics. Is the Archon?
I agree, it's Earth. I'm a cosmic egg guy. We live in a sealed system.
Hello, sarcastic. What's up, Balderson?
Never in any of these experiments does everything turn into one thing. That doesn't happen because things in a complex biome all eat off of each other and do different jobs that make it so the next thing can eat off of it.
Saint, that's how much your $2, how much time that got for a speed date.
Boy, that wasn't even like second base. That was just like a drive-by.
Did you touch tips?
That was just a cat ball.
Why is Gibbs
He's changing. He's going to put something more stupendous on. He's
think he's
I'm gonna turn it up."
frozen.
Doing that
He's gonna
dance
turn it
back
up.
there.
He froze it so he could change clothes.
He's going to come back in full Hulkster outfit. That'll be the shit.
I mean, let's be real. Nobody else on this panel has the balls to pull off brocade on brocade on brocade. It's just too hard.
No, he is sexy. That's just hard,
I just don't have that many clothes.
hard to compete with.
Husky must have gone to like New Zealand to go get that beer or something.
Owning that much brocade is the first part of it.
What is brocade?
The pattern that's on his suit, that like flowery pattern.
He has more
Why
shiny
did I not know that?
I don't know it
You did?
either, ironically.
I might be saying it wrong. I might be the dumbass. Don't listen to me. It's 3 a.m.
But I didn't even know what it was. Even if you're saying it
never
wrong,
heard of it.
I didn't even know what it was. Why do you at least have an idea of what it is? And kind of maybe you might be saying it
It
right.
sounds like something I would order in breakfast in Paris because they recommended it.
Well, watch. We'll get him back in here, and I'll say that, and he'll be like, "No, you're an idiot," and then tell me the actual word.
Yeah, he has more shiny outfits than a pimp named Slipback.
He's like The Rock.
That was my point. After all, dude. None of us have
All
those.
right, I'm going to make the sacrifice to even up this panel and go to sleep. You guys have a great night.
Good night, Azrael.
Take care, Ezra.
Yeah, I don't know what you're
Oh, too late, Gibbs. I'm evening up the panel.
All right, that's fine. I've never heard the word said aloud, so it might be right, Kazim. But yeah, the reason why he knows that you don't say is because he's a cultured man. And
Well, thank you, sir.
No, it's
How
because he
exactly
likes to
did that
knit.
even up the panel?
yeah.
Well, we're waiting for a Husky. He's still got an empty seat back there.
He's literally like 5 minutes from his house.
5 minutes.
You don't have to wait for Husky. Don't wait for Husky. It's okay. Like the world don't revolve around the Australians. That's for damn sure.
That is for damn sure. That shit ain't even real anyway.
And, and that thing that he was saying about insects, actually, I'm very aware of because as an alchemist, one of the bigger things, like the end phases of alchemy, where you're like a master, the thing that gets talked about the most is homunculus. And so when you're making a homunculus and you're transitioning from a simple soul to a complex soul, it's either ants or bees that you want to do that with. In particular, you see bees used a lot because then it's more of a colony mindset where they're going to have a queen. It's very interesting shit.
Well, it is interesting because they do the opposite of what mammals do, which means that they're actually something different, right? I'm gonna say it's design.
The crab thing is really cool, though. By the way, I looked at that shit. And they've evolved maybe like 8-9 times now or some shit.
Fourth gave a good understanding in here that helped. He said carcinization is the theory of the runoff via river systems to oceans where heavy elements continually bond, and calcium is mother mineral which bonds to everything. Crab shell calcium. I thought that was pretty cool. I don't know if
my understanding of it, but yeah, I'm sure.
But I mean, like, wouldn't we have to be in the water to
I guess the
calcify?
lion will become a crab one day somehow.
No, I don't. Well, I mean,
There's no direction to evolution.
I mean, I can see where maybe they're claiming all ocean life. Although the fact is then eventually more crabs will take that over, and the things that they release through their death and through their processing is all on Earth. All things are made of the same basic elements. All living.
This message is sponsored in part by
There's a reason.
Sorry, Ben. I'm so sorry.
You're-
But James Farley paid for that at the beginning of the show, like 8 hours ago, and reminded me. I'm so sorry, James. I completely forgot.
You did forget.
I would call carbon the most binding element in any, obviously, because any life form thing that's living, as we recognize it, is a carbon-based life form.
Then how do you explain the Muppets?
The weird thing is that there's no recursive paths in evolution, right? The only way you get to a crab is by going through the path that it took to get to the crab. You can't like double around as a human and re-evolve yourself into a crab, right? Because you come down a different path. You're always going to be something different. That's the way I've always understand it, because it's more of a tree branching out than any kind of like set designs. There's nothing that's like designed about any creature on Earth. It's just through the process of accident and mistake they came to be looking like that.
Well, I mean, like
Even the current evidence says.
Well, I mean, also like it's like filling a niche, right? If there's like no crab like animal in that environment, right? Like, you know, maybe a scorpion will evolve into a crab or something similar that's already kind of fulfilling that niche as a scavenger with like the same kind of like, I don't know, whatever traits to find a fucking crab, you know, like, you know, it'll like morph for over time into that, you know, I guess that's the theory how I understood it. But, you know, I'm not a biologist. I'm a fucking bullshitter. That's all I got, you know, and I fucking grow cows, you know, whatever. So, you know, don't take my word for it. Effigy's probably more correct.
You never know what's going to be a direct advantage, right?
Right.
Effigy.
Yes. Sorry.
Do you dream of taking shots at me?
At you?
Mm-hmm. According to Sarcastic's chat.
You guys just want a shot at Sarah, but keep on dreaming, boys. No. I dream of yelling at people. That's my dreams.
Based.
I fulfill your dreams every night, don't I?
Every night. I don't have to dream about it because I live it. I live my dream.
You're like his madam.
Oh, well, you are. I do like to whore you guys out a lot. I would much rather just be called your pimp, you know.
Yeah, I was give me the classier version. You could also be the manager of the horse.
Yeah, madam.
Madam is a little more classy.
Madam Tomato. Madam Mater.
No, I let all the other simps hit on Sarah.
Dude,
that's their job.
When I was 16, I worked in an old folks home, and one of the
weird way to start a sentence.
One of the weirdest things, dude. It was the only overnight job, and I knocked up.
It's called retirement community. You racist right winger.
I knocked up my high school sweetheart, and I had to pay for my own kids, so I got an overnight job because I was going to high school. Well, there was one lady in there who used to be a madam, and she would scream at night because apparently the town eventually, you know, like got all religious about things and decided they had to burn down the whorehouse. And she would sit there and scream the things that the townspeople would scream at her at night. Freaking wild.
Oh my goodness.
Where was this?
In this nursing home in Groton, South Dakota.
They burned
Burning
down
the whorehouse.
Yeah, they burned down the
all the guys were probably like this. They're like, the women are like, we're gonna burn the whorehouse down. The guy's like, yeah, and they're like,
I'm with you, honey.
I had no idea there was a whorehouse.
It's like a whorehouse. It's like the Epstein's list. It's like a thousand underage children, but there's no clients, right? So there's all of the whorehouse, but there's no guys there, right? But all the guys are holding the pitchforks.
They usually are. Fourth Wiseman, because it was a Big Ten, says night. Thanks, Sarah, panelists and chats. And since this is Fourth Wiseman's channel this evening, if he's going to bed, that means we are going to bed. So, bitches, Kazim, if you'd like to kick us off with your final thoughts to the panel, sir.
It was fun. I haven't done one of these in like 5 years. Thanks for having me.
Really? Seriously?
Tell them about tomorrow.
Oh,
my
yeah. And
goodness.
I'm on tomorrow with Mr. Gibbs here. We're going to be debating ice.
Ice,
And
baby.
Sonic Ice is the best.
True.
I can already hear the argument now.
It is. You know what? I forgot all about Sonic Ice. Very good point.
Ice, baby. All right, go ahead to Clay, please.
I mean, it's been fun. It's been really kind of been fun. You can find some of my work holding the government accountable on it's not my channel, but you can kind of see me doing some of the things with Let's Otvote, LETZOTVO on YouTube. We hold the government accountable, and that's a lot of fun too.
Fair
Thank you, Sarah.
enough. Absolutely, Clay. It's always a joy. Mr. Omar, tell them everything. And don't forget to plug in Thursday night, too. Tell them to get their asses here.
Yeah, get your asses here Thursday for most likely the most clippable, however long it is, it doesn't matter, situation ever. It's probably not what you think, though, because when you have a tagline of Zionism is a anti-religious satanic death cult, prove me wrong, usually that's gonna, oh shit, let him go first.
No, well,
Okay, I'll continue. Is he muted?
Yeah.
Did you mute the GIMP? Okay. See, it's just like, it's bad.
Now I do have to fucking interrupt because
came to
I
do
come
it.
in,
You
I
came to
wave
do
high
it.
to actually people
Go,
that
do it.
I come in and waved hi to people that I actually care about, other than Shaman from Little Mexico. You know, again, I was going to come in and give you a fake apology and say, you know, that maybe I didn't give you a fair chance, but you know, I wasn't even back for 2 minutes and I was insulted. You know, that's not
So
a
you're a
way
victim.
to patch
So you need-
relationships.
should I apologize to you? You're asking? That's what you need?
Oh no, I don't need an apology
Okay,
from
so
you
then what
because
what's
it
your
is
point?
obviously fake
So
from
you're
you.
saying you were insulted, but you don't need an apology. So what's the point of saying it?
Oh no, it's just to
Just
keep
to
your
talk.
narrative on
It's
your
just to-
fake ass
it's just
biblical
to take your
study
42
that
word
you were
vocabulary
trying
and
to
spin it like a
compare.
squirrel.
Kiss the wall, kiss the wall, kiss the wall.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Kiss the wall,
Perfect.
kiss the wall.
I'm sure.
You know, I heard I was sitting here listening to your absolute nauseating mouth, you know, actually have a life outside of
so gay,
perfume
bro.
and
just
you know,
come
your
out with that
fake ass wrestling. You know, yeah. Okay, Sarah, I'm done for the moment. Give it another 5
so
minutes
gay,
and he'll
man.
say something else
It's
stupid.
so gay, dude. Come on, man. Like, just come out with that shit, man, so you can be free.
Why is it all the libtards? You're either
Every
gay,
time you talk to me, you
fascist,
sound more gay.
or
All the people on this panel
it's like
tonight,
you're
who has mentioned
flirting with me,
cocksucking
like
more than you?
When
Well,
they put us one
absolutely.
you start talking like you're like trying to like I don't know. It's like a child. When you like a girl, you like insult them because you don't know how to talk because you're only.
Oh, we know. Oh, we know you like women. We know what you like to do to them.
Bro, no one
Oh, no, don't make those accusations.
No one on this single
Careful,
panel will
because that trots into territory that can get people.
Well,
in
okay,
trouble.
I apologize, Sarah. I apologize. I will
it's
not
just
make
like,
reference
sir,
to that
yeah,
stuff.
oh, I
Fourth
don't.
Wiseman says,
I'm
not
really the
going
gay
to
one."
bed. You are. Oh, that's right, because Fourth Wiseman's over in Australia. That's right. That's right. Well, I am. All right. Shaman, did you finish your final thought?
No, obviously.
Okay, go
but,
ahead.
yeah,
Uninterrupted.
I guess I didn't realize I was really the gay one. Okay. Anyway.
That's a fact.
Uninterrupted. Come on, I'm tired.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyway, this is actually my second time doing any panel stuff. So I like this. The last one was very entertaining. This one was cool. It was nice to actually hear some ideas going back and forth. That was pretty cool. Thursday, this coming Thursday is going to be a debate. I have no idea how the system is. I'm assuming that I'm going to make an opening statement at some point, and then we'll let
you'll have the
gates
first
tell
hour.
open.
You'll have the first
and-
hour with just me.
Say it again.
You'll have the first hour with just me, and then
Okay.
after that, then the panel comes on.
Okay, well, Shaman Omar at Instagram, theognosis.org, the website. Spin's favorite spiritual speaker, and his spirit animal. Yeah, I appreciate it. This is a lot of fun. Is that timer actual like 8 hours? That's pretty good.
It's been
I appreciate
9 hours.
I appreciate meeting everyone here. Gibbs, Chasm, Effigy again, Balderson again, even Spin. I'm sure he's not as his heart. I'm sure he's not as evil as he likes to present himself. But hatred is definitely part of the 7 deadly sins according to his religious beliefs. So hopefully we'll fix him and help him find the Lord.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Effigy, did you go yet? I got it.
No, not yet.
My setup all twisted around. Go ahead, Effigy.
Thanks for having me as always. Tonight was a really fun night. A lot of great conversations, ranging all the way from very polite and in depth to raging and yelling, and I love that. I love the variation. What I want to do is end my thought on that little evolution bit that we just ended because it's just sticking in my brain. There is no plan to follow in evolution. Things aren't evolving to something. It is just a matter of things changing in the moment and what they have the possibility to change into. You never know what's going to be an advantage, just the way when we evolved to get out of trees and walk upright, it made the muscles in our hands smaller, which allowed us to create intricate tools. No one knew that was going to happen. It was just a byproduct of the change that we went through. So yeah, and that's just how it happened. So no, we can't just all fucking turn into crabs. That's all I have to say about that.
Fair enough. No crabbing. Kazim, did I already have you go? Okay, thank you. Mr. Gibbs, to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you for having me. This has been very entertaining, very enjoyable. Fantastic stream. Big fan. Yeah, Omar, this is your second one. You did great. You're going to do real good in this space for sure. I guess his final thoughts here. I don't know. Rage on. America first. Crabs are good to eat. And, I'm going to channel my spirit animal. And it's basically, guys, if you want to be the best, you got to be this guy. Like, oh, yeah, baby, we're going to be the cream. I was like, crap, yeah. And I'm going to need y'all to act like that more often. And you're going to have a good time. WWE's awesome. And that's about all I got, I think. Thank you.
Fair enough.
Go
ahead.
One last thing. I'm so sorry. We got to do the promo shit. Thursday, like Azim said, check us out. Tomorrow, we're going to be on Platinum Politics. Monday, I'll be doing primes, and then Thursday before Sarah's panel, we'll be doing a Wednesday. We'll be doing a one-on-one interview live, and Thursday we're gonna be interviewing a bunch of people. We're gonna have a panel over Iran again. Dylan Burns will be there, some other people. So round 2, bitches, and then we'll go right into Sarah's. I'm sure she'll be doing fantastic work with Omar then. So yeah, check it out. Thank y'all. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Speaking of crabs, though, by the way, being a Maryland girl myself, and Dylan can probably attest to this, we love to eat crabs. So I pity.
You don't have crabs
in the water, in the ocean. But I pity if everybody turned into crabs, us Marylanders would be just fine eating all your asses, mustard and all. Spin City. Final thoughts from you.
Out of sheer morbid respect for you, Sarah, every time he talks on this panel, I will mute because his voice is very, very vile and disgusting to me. And to elaborate on your comment, Shaman of your own tribe, there is, let's see, 2, 4, 5 people that might change my mind, because everything that comes out of your mouth is shit. And and there is one person, actually 2 people, that could change my mind, and that is Mr. Gibbs and Mr. Balderson up there, because if you would actually see the intelligent side of me, that you would think very differently of me. So Mr. Balderson and I have this little thing after we go off of the gauntlet. We actually have intelligent, normalized conversation. So, we would only do that if you weren't there, because the insults will still continue. But anyway, wrapping up what I did hear of the panel, Sarah, thank you for letting me come up and speak my piece about the shaman of his own little tribe and his radicalized thinking. It was very great. And Mr. Gibbs, I salute you, sir. I was hoping to see the Border Patrol uniform tonight. I was hoping. It just, a reminder of, where anchor babies need to go. Anyway, final thought is we'll see you soon. And I can't wait to insult my dear long lost friend from Little Mexico to live another day.
Y'all are getting
Gibbs is Mexican. Are you talking about me or him?
Yeah, I
Oh
guess
no, oh no. I mean, no disrespect to Gibbs. It's all for you, sweetie. So
I'm not Mexican. He says, you see,
Words,
he came
man.
out with it. He
Do
says,
you
all
know
for
them?
you, sweetie. You see, I'm the shaman
That's
is helping.
gay as fuck. Mr. Balderson, your final thoughts, please, sir.
Oh, I'm amused. We all do love.
Hey, Mr.
throwing
Ballas, 1 second. Well, one day, Spin City, I hope to be elevated to the point to get to witness your intelligent conversation if I'm so blessed one day. Okay, so
I would never give you the chance in the fiery hell.
4:30 in the morning. Let me go. Put me out of my
Sarah,
misery.
just one last comment, and then we will get to an actual intelligent person. It would be a cold day in the fiery hell that you will live beyond. Well, who knows about living? For you, you will pay for your nonsense.
You have to say it. I got you.
I'm telling you, The Odd Couple with these two starring.
Bro, I will literally hang him like Epstein.
A side note: the people that request that Border Patrol outfit the most are lefty Latinos. I don't know why. I think it's a kink
Mr.
thing.
Balderson,
the vines and
final
Tetris and-
thoughts. Everybody shut up. Mr. Balderson, your final thoughts, please. You guys can still talk after this. I'll leave. The studio's open. All right. When we're done, you guys can still talk. Mr. Balderson.
I shot you a message also, Omar, if you bail out. The Iran thing, if obviously both sides put out just mass propaganda, that's the only thing that's really available to the public. But if you watched the hearings and whatnot, Russia came out and laid out all the reasons for going to World War III, and China is right there with them. Anybody that thinks this isn't escalating, or we might not be exactly at World War III yet. I'm not sure when you say that officially, but we're definitely in the hot and heavy freaking makeout phases with it. That's for sure. So I don't see how anybody could see it any other way outside of maybe fully believing the American propaganda that we're winning. No, hey, look at the other side's propaganda and understand that both sides, it's landing somewhere in the middle.
Thank you, Mr. Balderson. And do say goodnight to Mrs. Balderson on my behalf, please. All right. Tomorrow I will be back at oh my God. I'll be back in 12 hours, ladies and gentlemen. T minus 12 hours. That means I have exactly 8 hours to sleep, 4 hours to hopefully sleep more. All right. I'll be back for Team Fatty's panel. The question is money or love in relationships. Which would you rather choose? I anticipate, since you all know how I fucking run this amazing show and all the fun stuff we have here, you'll know which direction I'm probably going to go. But nonetheless, it should be a fun discussion over there. Fatty's panels always get wild and always get crazy. That is tomorrow, or I guess today, Sunday, in 12 hours. Then Monday night, we'll be back for open panel grab bag topic. I have not determined the topics yet. If you have some suggestions, please feel free to send them my way. I have a feeling the Iranian stuff will still be on the list. That's all fun and games. Feel free to send me a new prompt. Then, of course, Thursday, we have the real Spin City joining us back Thursday night for Throwdown Thursday. You all know it. You love it. You're ready to come have all of these same conversations with him again regarding the religion concepts, the morality stuff, even tap into evolution. I'm sure that's on the list. But his claim is that the Zionism is an anti-religious death cult. So I'm very interested to see what's going to come out of that. And then next weekend, I think I have some one-on-one debates. I think Friday night is Wick versus Ryan Mullally. Friday, 7:15 p.m. EST. Should be a good one.
Oh, that's gonna be a whooping.
That's gonna be- It's definitely going to be fun. I'm excited. It's not put up yet, but I do need to put it up. But that one has just officially been set. Then, of course, Azrael and Vibe are going to be going 1-to-1 on the Force Doctrine, probably next week as well, after the 15th. And then also Culture Cats and Dr. Darko are going to be going toe-to-toe on transgender in sports. I just have to set that one up. That one will be a day show because Culture is a European. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you're still welcome to utilize the space back here when everything ends. Ben has controls. He can get you in and out. Husky can get back put up too. So, Admiral, if you still want to use this space while you're slosh streaming, perfectly fine with me. All right, now fuck off with all this estrogen. Go.
I needed a birth control that could keep up with my lifestyle.
Because I could deal with cramps, but not something cramping my style.
That's why we chose Nuva Bling.
The discreet yet diamond-encrusted ring that inserts neatly into the vagina.
It's pizzazz that slides right up into my choach.
Plus, you can customize Nuva Bling by adding your own fierce and glamorous charms. And instead of throwing Nuva Bling away each month, you can reuse it as jewelry.
So wow up that womb,
Glam up that clam. And shine up that shine. With Nuva Bling!
Say goodbye to the same old birth control with Nuva Bling.